Star Odyssey chapter 3740 to chapter 3791. Another person was found, Xiwen, one of the 13 celestial phenomenon cultivators who had been captured by Luin. When they saw Xiwen, they couldn't believe their eyes. Luin could absorb the consciousness of life forms in the consciousness universe, so how could he let Xiwen go? Xiwen gave them the answer, the Azure Sword. Luin had let Xiwen go for the Azure Sword. This answer made the old man want to kill Luin even more. Luin already had the Heaven Sword, and now that he had the Middle Sword, his next target would definitely be the Middle Sword. Regardless of whether it was the old man's consciousness or the Middle Sword, Luin had to obtain both. There was no way he and Luin could survive at the same time. "Where's Wu Jiang?" Frostblade asked. Xiwen shook his head. "Wu Jiang was still there when I was released. I don't know now." Yi didn't care about the 13 celestial phenomenon cultivators. He only knew that he had one more helper who could attack Luin. They were now the strongest force in the consciousness universe and could sweep through everything. The premise was that they could find the person. Could it be the Heavenly Palace? Frostblade suddenly asked. The old man and Xiwen looked at each other and then at Jia. Vast Mist was surprised. "Heavenly Palace? Is it the Heavenly Palace I went to before?" Misty Red Raccoon asked. The old man said, "There's a cliff there, and we're at the bottom." Misty Red Raccoon nodded. "I've seen a few of the 13 celestial phenomenon cultivators, especially you." She looked at Frostblade. "You've tried to climb the cliff more than once and failed." Frostblade was speechless. The 13 celestial phenomenon cultivators were enough to scare the spiritualized universe. They had the confidence to kill Xianxia, but they had never thought that they would be watched and mocked. How many years had it been? How many people in the Nine-Cloud universe had seen them? Yu denied. "No, the Heavenly Palace is blocked by the power of the Azure Lotus Guard. No one can enter." "I've been there recently," Miao Wuhuang said, "but still can't enter." "Then it must be in a parallel universe. Keep looking." Suddenly, Yu remembered something. "Let's go to the Heavenly Palace." Miao Wuhuang whispered, "I went there a while ago, but I couldn't enter." Yu ignored him and led the group to the realm of Earth. He recalled the words that had left the deepest impression on him: "Karma is another world. Those who do not understand karma are all mortals." Teal Lotus Protector controlled the power of karma, and so did Luin. To them, the universe was not just a universe, but another world. Since there was another world, there must be another path, another door, and another way to open it. Just because they couldn't enter the Heavenly Imperial Court didn't mean that Luin couldn't. As soon as he arrived at the consciousness universe, he brought Miao Wuhuang to the realm of Esoil. He had tried to enter the Heavenly Palace and confirmed that the Heavenly Palace was blocked by the power of the Azure Lotus defense. It was impossible for anyone to enter. This thought was buried deep in his heart and never changed. The more fearful they were of the Azure Lotus Emperor, the more convinced they were of this result. But now that Luin had comprehended karma, things were different. He hoped that his guess was right. They had to hide in Etion, Quebec. Yuya was not afraid that Luin and the rest would be able to approach the palace. That was impossible. In the continent of the Nine Clouds, many people had tried, but they had all failed. Getting close to the palace had nothing to do with karma. Understanding karma didn't help him get close to the palace. As long as they hid in Etion, he would be able to surround them. On the precipice in Etion, Luin didn't expect you to figure it out so quickly and find him. In front of him, the palace was still blurry, and he couldn't see it clearly. The closer he got, the greater the pressure. The strings of memories tore at him, making it hard for him to walk steadily. Yao Suppression Museum. Xianxia was the same. His elegance and spirit were all gone at this moment. After taking a few more steps, he looked at the two handprints on the ground and fell into deep thought. Someone had been here and was lying on the ground. "Those are Rushi's handprints," Xianxia said. Luin looked over. "Rushi?" Xianxia's voice was indifferent. Rushi is the closest to the palace among the Nine Clouds universe's imperial deities, but he only reached that position. "Are imperial deities that weak?" Luin asked. Xianxia looked at him and wanted to say something, but he didn't. "Weak?" Of course not. It was just that everyone was good at different things. Xianxia cultivated his heart like a boulder, and his will was strong enough to change heaven and earth. His consciousness was comparable to that of a 13th celestial phenomenon cultivator, so he could naturally reach this position. As for Luin, his consciousness far surpassed Xianxia's. Xianxia didn't know what kind of opportunities Luin had encountered, but it definitely had something to do with his memories. This was them, so they could reach this position. How did the others do it? Astral sails weren't good at consciousness, so they couldn't reach this position. Dan Yen didn't even try. Yuya was a consciousness entity, so he was at a disadvantage compared to ordinary people. There were too few powerhouses who could pass bitter adversity with this ability. If not for his heart like a boulder and his cosmic realm consciousness, Xianxia wouldn't have had the confidence to try here. Rushi was already quite amazing to be able to reach this step, and he had relied on the Rushi scripture. He had surpassed everyone in the Nine Clouds universe. Xianxia didn't expect Lu Yin's consciousness to improve so quickly. It was so fast that Lu Yin's consciousness could compete with his and reach the peak of bitter adversity, surpassing 13 celestial phenomenon cultivators. Otherwise, he was sure that Luin wouldn't have been able to reach this position. As for them, they were all extremely strong individuals who had the ability to fight against the god of defense. Since ancient times, how many people in the Nine Clouds universe could compare to them? These were Xianxia's thoughts, but he didn't tell Luin. Although he didn't want to admit it, Lu Yin's progenitor Cultivation had already reached the peak of power below the eternal realm. This was something Xianxia hadn't even dreamed of. Even the Nine Clouds universe couldn't have imagined it. Lu Yin's power didn't come from spiritual cultivation. He had truly cultivated it, and he was only in the progenitor realm. The more he thought about it, the more sullen he felt. Luin looked at the two handprints on the ground again. It must have been very difficult for Rushi to reach this step. This posture. Luin looked up at the palace. It was difficult for him as well, and his steps were unsteady. He couldn't distinguish between himself and his memories, but he had no choice but to continue forward. Otherwise, there was no point in coming here. It wasn't far, but it was the furthest Luin had ever walked. He took a step forward and continued forward. Xianxia stopped looking at him and walked forward as well. They had surpassed the history of the Nine Clouds universe. Of course, this history had nothing to do with the imperial deity. After a few steps, Luin experienced his sixth memory shock. He saw the river again, and he saw a figure going against it. He seemed to be carrying something as he moved forward. By the river, there was a woman in red walking in a certain direction with her back to him. He could vaguely hear her singing. Lu Yin's eyes suddenly widened. He was clearly looking forward, but his eyes were unfocused. There wasn't only the palace in front of him, but also the woman in red. There was also a familiar scene. Was that a mirage domain? Lu Yin's breathing quickened. If it was a mirage domain, then it was the river of time. He watched as the woman in red gradually disappeared, walking step by step into nothingness. It was as if she was being buried by the earth, burying herself. An indescribable sense of sorrow made Lu Yin's eyes turn red. He didn't know why this was happening, but he felt that this moment was very sad. Suddenly, two words appeared in his ears. These two words were like a bolt from the blue, splitting apart a long-lost memory and a scene that had been forgotten in a corner. Hanging coffins. Hanging coffins. Hanging coffins. In the oddity sect of the Tianyuan universe, Luin held death god Go Lian in his hand and looked at the surging death energy. He heard the death god speak, and he heard Primeval City and the hanging coffins. In the Astral Combat Academy, Luin held the Book of Destiny in his hand as he ascended the stargazing deck. He saw a gloomy cliff, and he also saw black coffins wrapped in vines that were suspended in midair. This scene should have been forgotten by him since he had walked down the stargazing deck. However, at this moment, when the woman in red had mentioned the two words hanging coffins, he remembered. Those two words had split apart the dusty memories. It also made Luin feel a long-lost fear. He didn't know where this fear came from. Was it the memories themselves, or himself? Even when facing a grass grandmaster, he had never been so afraid. He hadn't felt such fear in a long time. It wasn't just fear, but also panic and helplessness. It was like the first time he had seen the eternal 6 zones of calamity. What did this scene mean? Luin didn't know. Why did the death god say the words hanging coffins? Who did the hanging coffins and stargazing deck belong to? Who was this woman in red? What did all of this have to do with the memories of the heavenly imperial court? At some point, Luin had woken up and was standing in place. His eyes were focused, but there was no spirit in them. The progenitor looked at Lu Yin's back. Luin had taken that step, but he hadn't taken a second step. What had he seen? Yu Xianxia turned to look at Luin and frowned. Was he thinking? He wasn't in the middle of a memory shock. What memory had shocked him? In particular, there was panic in those eyes. There was also fear, which he thought he had seen wrongly. What was this person afraid of? He was already at the peak of power below the eternal realm. What else was there to be afraid of? Could it be that he had seen the eternal realm? Yuya and the others entered the earth realm and arrived at the entrance of the thatched cottage. Dandelions danced under the trees, and the river splashed onto the grass. It was a beautiful sight. But this beauty couldn't change Miao Wuhuang's anger. They could enter the heavenly imperial court, but the entrance was very narrow and difficult to enter. Miao Wuhuang couldn't figure out who had left such an opening. When he had first arrived, he had tried to push the center, but when he couldn't get in, he had left. He never would have thought that the edge could be entered. Who could be so immoral? Shameless. Yuya heaved a sigh of relief. If they could enter, then it meant that Luin and the others were inside. But the most troublesome thing now was climbing the cliff. Luin and the others had entered the heavenly imperial court to climb the cliff. Yu Xianxia must have gone in as well, or there would be no point in them spending so much time inside. If Luin and the others climbed the cliff, then even if he and the others entered, they wouldn't be able to climb the cliff. Yuya could feel the helplessness of the old chief and the others. The old chief and the others had been unable to climb the cliff for countless years, and now he couldn't do it either. Let's try, Vast Mist said. Yuya said, we can't. Then how did Mo Shang do it? Vast Mist was puzzled. Thinking of this, Yuya was afraid. If the precipice was so easy to climb, the ninth heaven universe wouldn't be at ease to let people train. After all, it would be troublesome to face a bitter adversity realm expert. Nothing had happened for so many years, proving that the ninth heaven universe was very confident in the precipice. However, Mo Shang could break this perception and climb the precipice, which meant that he had the power to break the ninth heaven universe's perception. This power was the most frightening. Yu Xianxia has a method that can ignore space and time to deal a heavy blow to eternity. The reason why eternity is recovering in a parallel space is because of Yu Xianxia, the old chief said. When he finished, he was a little unwilling. I thought our trap was enough to bury Yu Xianxia, but who knew that we underestimated him? Yuya was surprised. Trap? The old chief nodded and told him about how they used Yimeng as bait to lure Yu Xianxia and set up a trap. This was meaningless as the trap had been broken. However, this made Yuya excited. Can the trap Yu Xianxia for a while? The old chief said, yes, but not for long. It has to be matched with my worldly lock. Enough, Yuya said. How long will it take to set up the trap again? The old chief and Frostblade looked at each other. If we can find a strong consciousness life form quickly, a few days will be enough. However, because of the battle at the Earth realm and the subsequent battles that affected the consciousness universe, many consciousness life forms have hidden themselves. It's not easy to find them. I know where some of them are hiding, Yuya said. He had spread his consciousness throughout the universe, and besides keeping an eye on Luin, he had also checked the consciousness universe. Vast Mist smiled, I know that as well. He had also checked the consciousness universe with the 9 feet anti-heaven technique. We just need to find these consciousness life forms? Yuya asked. The old chief nodded, I can set up a trap that can trap Yu Xianxia for a while. Although Luin is strong, he won't surpass Yu Xianxia. That'd better be the case. Yuya looked at the entrance of the cottage. He had sacrificed too much for Luin, and failure was not an option. Half a month passed quickly. Many conscious life forms were found and barely met the requirements to set up traps. After all, there were Frost Blade and Shiwen, two of the 13 celestial phenomenon, here. The old chief's heaven and earth lock was the real deal. The next step was to enter the heavenly palace and force Luin out. Yuya had already thought of this method. The candidates were simple. One was 9-Foot Garden's Book of Mist, who was absolutely loyal to Yuya. The other was Miao Wuhuang. Miao Wuhuang almost cursed. What did it have to do with him? He had been obedient all this while and hadn't done anything. Why was he now involved? Faced with Yuya's coercion, he had no choice but to enter. Hopefully, nothing bad will happen. He'd cursed Xianxia and Luin before, and he'd had a great time doing so. With some difficulty, Miao Wuhuang squeezed into the hut. Once again, he appeared in the void, surrounded by gray air currents. He used his willpower, which he was not good at, to touch the air currents. The next moment, he appeared at the bottom of the cliff. Looking up, he saw 3 figures. When Miao Wuhuang appeared at the bottom of the cliff, the progenitor looked over and said, "So fast." Luin slowly turned to look down the cliff. Miao Wuhuang? It seemed like he had been captured by Yuya again. Xianxia looked over as well and saw Miao Wuhuang. His gaze darkened as he recalled that this was the same angle they'd been at before. One was at the bottom of the cliff, while the other was at the top. Miao Wuhuang had cursed him fiercely, and if not for Yuya, he would have killed Miao Wuhuang. Miao Wuhuang looked up at the cliff, and all eyes fell on him. He glanced at the progenitor, then at Luin, and finally at Xianxia. Their eyes met, and he felt awkward. Haha, if it isn't Lord Xianxia. What a coincidence, you're here too, haha. Beside him, Book of Mist appeared and glanced at Miao Wuhuang. Following his gaze, he saw Luin on the cliff and relaxed. It was good that he was here, he wouldn't have to worry about running away. Luin saw the Book of Mist. Out of all the powerhouses who had surrounded him in the 9-Foot Garden, this was the only one who had survived the bitter adversity. He didn't seem to have been promoted through spiritual cultivation, but rather a true bitter adversity powerhouse. Well, how are you guys doing here? Miao Wuhuang laughed. Book of Mist glanced at him. What are you talking about? Have you forgotten what I told you to do? Miao Wuhuang whispered, don't rush, let's take it slow. Let them lower their guard and live in a friendly atmosphere. Scram. Book of Mist glared at him, don't even think about it. We don't want to offend any of them, and we're trying to please both sides. Are you even worthy? Miao Wuhuang sneered and turned away, a cold glint in his eyes. Book of Mist looked up at the cliff and stared at Luin. If you don't want anything to happen to the Tianyuan universe, then come with us. Lord Yuya is waiting for you outside. Luin asked coldly, can you really go to the Tianyuan universe? Book of Mist glanced at Xianxia, just as Lord Yuya guessed, Xianxia told you something. We can't go, but what about 13 celestial phenomenon? Lu Yin's eyes flashed. 13 celestial phenomenon? The progenitor and Xianxia both stared at Book of Mist. Book of Mist said confidently, 13 celestial phenomenon have already submitted to Lord Yuya. I'll give you 5 minutes to leave, or Lord Yuya will personally send them to the Tianyuan universe. Since they can't stay in the consciousness universe, then the Tianyuan universe will become a second. Do you think the remaining people in the Tianyuan universe can stop them? Let me tell you something else. The 13 celestial phenomenon wanted to leave the consciousness universe, but they were stopped by Lord Yuya. Where do you think they'll go after leaving the consciousness universe? Book of Mist glanced coldly at Miao Wuhuang and left. Miao Wuhuang wanted to leave as well, but he couldn't. He had to wait for the result. Whoever stayed behind would be in danger. Only the heavens knew if Luin and the others would attack them after they left the cliff. If they didn't care about the Tianyuan universe, then the remaining people would be finished. Book of Mist didn't want to take the risk, and only Miao Wuhuang could take it. Miao Wuhuang didn't dare leave. He looked up at the cliff. I didn't say that. Luin and the progenitor exchanged glances. They had forgotten about the 13 celestial phenomenon and had been wary of Yuya all this time. They had relaxed after learning from Xianxia that Yuya and the others couldn't easily enter the Tianyuan universe. However, the 13 celestial phenomenon were different. They could definitely move freely through the 3 universes. Once the 13 celestial phenomenon went to the Tianyuan universe, the Tianyuan universe definitely wouldn't be able to stop them. Old Leader was a consciousness life form that could fight against Xianxia, and he was at Xianxia's level. With Frostblade, Shiwen, and a group of other consciousness life forms, how could the Tianyuan universe block them? Luin didn't doubt Old Leader's determination to take control of the Tianyuan universe, especially after learning that he could absorb the consciousnesses of consciousness life forms. They might even suspect that there was someone else in the Tianyuan universe who could do it, which would bring disaster to the Tianyuan universe. Even if the 13 celestial phenomenon didn't go to the Tianyuan universe, Yuya could casually choose a group of consciousness life forms to go to the Tianyuan universe, which wouldn't be a good thing for the Tianyuan universe either. There was no lack of astral phenomenon life forms or even cosmic realm life forms. Luin had to make a choice within the time it took for a stick of incense to burn. He was very clear that once he exited, what awaited him would be Yuya besieging him. This time around, Yuya would surely have made ample preparations. Although their forces might not be as large as the first time, they would surely have more methods to deal with him. The first time around, it was a head-on clash, but this time around, it would definitely not be the same. Let me say something, Miao Wuhuang suddenly said, drawing the attention of Lu Yin and the others. The 13 celestial phenomenon heavenly beings are indeed trying to escape from the consciousness universe. If not for that despicable ninth spirit trapping us, we would have left long ago. I have no intention of making you my enemy. After all, we are from the same hometown, right? Miao Wuhuang smiled fawningly. Primogenitor asked, what's the situation outside? Miao Wuhuang looked around and whispered, there's a trap set by the 13 celestial phenomenon cultivators for Sir Xianxia. Don't tell anyone that I told you. The primogenitor looked at Xianxia. Xianxia said in a low voice, the combination of consciousness and the heaven and earth lock can trap me for a period of time. No matter how long it is, it will give you a chance to attack. Then he looked at Luin. I'll say it again. Lower the threat, or you'll only become more and more passive. I think so too. Luin turned back to Xianxia. Then I'll have to trouble you to cooperate. Xianxia did not understand. Me? Not long after, Lu Yin's back was against the cliff. He raised his hand and rolled his die. He was rolling the die in front of Xianxia. Xianxia's eyes narrowed. It was his first time seeing the die. This was this person's turbid treasure? It could be fused into other organisms. Luin wanted to roll enhance and do everything he could to find the old chief. There was no turning back now. All he could do was stall for time. A jaw stick's time was too short. You there, call someone in. We want to talk, the primogenitor said to Miao Wuhuang. Miao Wuhuang hurriedly said, all right. He could not wait to go out. Outside the heavenly palace, Miao Wuhuang appeared. The old chief and the others were on guard, thinking that Luin had come out. The people inside want to talk, Miao Wuhuang said. Yuya glanced at the book of smoke. The old chief said, don't trust that Luin. He's good at sowing discord and bewitching people. That depends on who he's talking to. Anyway, a jaw stick's time isn't up yet. Let's see what he wants to say. He then let the book of smoke in. The misty red raccoon looked curiously at the entrance of the cottage. She had been to the heavenly palace and tried to get close to the palace, but she had taken the path of the one-leaf lotus. The old man wanted to say something else, but he didn't. He recalled how those from the ninth firmament universe had been bewitched by Luin to the point that they had revealed everything. There was also how the Eternal and Luin had exposed each other's shortcomings, and how the Eternal and Xianxia had schemed against each other. All of them were too shrewd, and the old man knew that there would be problems, but each one of them was more arrogant than the last. The book of smoke went in. Miao Wuhuang was glared at by Yuya and the others, so he could only go in. Looking at the book of smoke, the primogenitor slowly said, we can go out, but what about Xianxia? The book of smoke glanced at Xianxia, let him be. After leaving, he had told Yuya that Xianxia was there as well. This was within Yuya's expectations. Yuya planned to ignore Xianxia. Unless Xianxia interfered, he would try to deal with both of them together. Yu guessed that Yu Tian had helped Lu Yin because he wanted to borrow Lu Yin's power to enter the palace. Now that he had entered and was still trying to approach the palace, there was no need for him to help Lu Yin anymore. However, Yu Tian's value was that he could climb the cliff, which was very attractive to Yuya. He still wanted to try to approach the palace. Once he dealt with Lu Yin, he would negotiate with Yu Tian. If Lu Yin and the others wanted to descend the cliff, they would need to borrow Yu Tian's power. This shouldn't be a problem since Yu Tian didn't want 2 more people to hinder him. The ancestor sighed. You're really generous. You gave him the memories of the Eternal Realm powerhouse? The Book of Mist raised his brows. He can't get close. He's already close, the ancestor said in a low voice. The Book of Mist didn't understand. The ancestor reminded him, look at his position. He's already surpassed Rusher's position by a lot. He still has the strength to get closer. The Book of Mist was shocked. Impossible. See for yourself. The Book of Mist's eyes flashed, and he walked up the cliff. He couldn't climb it, but he could still get close. He was almost parallel to it, so he could naturally see it. Soon, he saw that Yu Tian had surpassed Rusher's palms and was approaching the cliff. At that moment, Yu Tian took a step forward and continued to approach as if he didn't see him. For this scene, Lu Yin had moved back a lot to highlight Yu Tian's position. The Book of Mist's expression changed, and he hurriedly retreated from the palace. Something big had happened. Rusher was the person closest to the palace in the 9 Firmaments universe. His palms were famous throughout the universe, and everyone who tried to approach the palace wanted to surpass Rusher's position, but they couldn't. The Book of Mist had watched the palms advance and almost entered a state of forgetfulness. He didn't dare to try again. Yu Tian had surpassed Rusher and was still advancing. He knew what this meant. This was troublesome. What? He surpassed Rusher's position? Yuya was shocked. The misty waves were so vast that even the misty waves' red raccoon was stunned. The Book of Mist's expression turned ugly. Yes, he surpassed Rusher's position, and not just by a little. Yu Tian is still advancing. Yuya's attitude changed. Previously, he had allowed Yu Tian to approach the palace alone, but if Yu Tian could touch the palace, who would let him go? If news of this spread back to the 9 Clouds universe, perhaps even the guardian god would intervene personally. Originally, the spiritualized universe already had a peerless existence. He had broken through the gate of heaven, invaded the 9 Clouds universe, and forced the 9 Clouds universe to give way. Now, there was Yu Tian. Was the spiritualized universe trying to rebel? I'll go take a look. Vast misty waves walked towards the entrance of the cottage. At the same time, on a cliff in the heavenly imperial palace, Yu Tian helplessly asked, "Is it done?" Primogenitor nodded. "Thank you." Yu Tian did not want to be feared by Yuya and the others. This was not good for him. He had surpassed the position of Rusher. If word got out to the 9 Heavens universe, he would be in trouble. The people of the 9 Heavens universe did not like him, and wanted to find someone to replace him. He suspected that the 9th spirit was one of the candidates, but she was too lazy, and had not made a move. Now, once the news spread, the 9 Clouds universe might not wait for someone to replace him. They would attack him. But there was no other way. If he did not cooperate with Lu Yin would threaten to join forces with the primogenitor to bring him down. He wanted to get close to the palace, but he did not want to go down. He really felt that he could touch the palace. Lu Yin's threat was exactly what he wanted to do. Besides, he wanted to protect Lu Yin. If he could use this opportunity to prevent Lu Yin from being killed, it would be good. Of course, the possibility was not high. If he could help Lu Yin stall for time, it would increase his chances of survival. He was willing to do so. No matter what, this was his last chance to enter the heavenly imperial palace. So what if he was exposed? Thinking of this, Yu Tian's eyes darkened, and he continued forward. Vast misty waves entered without a word. He directly climbed up the cliff and stood parallel to it. He saw the 2 palms from the beginning, and then saw Yu Tian. His face was terrifyingly dark. He was just a lowly cultivator from the spiritualized universe, and yet he had surpassed everyone in the Nine Heavens universe. What right did he have? What right did he have? How dare he dream of touching the palace? He had obtained the memories of an eternal realm cultivator. Mo Shang, stop. Xianxia turned and looked at vast misty waves. Master of the 9-foot garden? Vast misty waves stared at him. What are you doing? Xianxia was indifferent. What are you trying to say? Stop. Don't come any closer, or the 3 universes will not tolerate you, vast misty waves threatened. Xianxia laughed. In the distance, the progenitor laughed as well. These people from the 9 Heavens universe really thought that they were superior and could look down on everything. Perhaps they thought that they were resisting because they came from the Tianyuan universe and did not understand the 9 Heavens universe. Xianxia understood the 9 Heavens universe and thought that he could threaten them. Should they be called arrogant or stupid? I guessed right. The 9-foot garden violated a taboo. I don't know if the 3 universes will tolerate me, but the 9-foot garden is finished, Xianxia replied indifferently. Vast misty waves' expression darkened. The 9-foot garden is not finished. Mo Shang, you are already a lowly god. This is a gift from the 9 Heavens universe. Why do you have to cause more trouble? Help Lord Jia capture Luin. This is your chance. It's true that the 9-foot garden violated a taboo, but as long as Lord Jia is here, he can protect us. The same goes for you. This is your chance. Xianxia's lips curled up. No need. Vast misty waves took a deep breath and looked at Luin. Lu Yin's back was facing the cliff, so he could not see what Luin was doing. Luin, don't you care about the Tianyuan universe anymore? The time for an incense stick to burn is almost up. Luin opened his eyes and saw that the die had stopped spinning. 1 pip, then another pip. He had already rolled it 3 times, and each pip was a pip. There was only 1 left. Vast misty waves' words traveled to Lu Yin's ears, and he slowly said, I'm watching Mo Shang. I can act at any time. Vast misty waves was astonished. You want to attack Mo Shang? He did not understand. Xianxia had clearly helped Luin before, but now Luin wanted to attack Mo Shang? They had been able to scale the cliff because of Mo Shang, and Mo Shang had been able to enter the palace because of Luin and the others. The 2 should be allies. Luin did not speak. The progenitor's voice rang out. Don't you see Mo Shang approaching the palace? Of course he saw it. Why else would he be here? The progenitor continued, we're also enemies with Mo Shang, but we're just using each other. What do you think Luin is doing? If not for his watch, Mo Shang would have already touched the palace. Vast misty waves looked at Luin again. Is that so? Do you think it's that easy for him to touch the palace? Vast misty waves did not believe it so easily. Xianxia's position had surpassed Rusher's, and while it was indeed troublesome for them, it was not to the extent that they would be led astray. The progenitor was leading them by the nose. The progenitor did not say anything else. Some words were more threatening the less said. Vast misty waves' eyes flashed. At that moment, Xianxia took another step forward. It seemed like he was getting closer and closer to the palace. Luin, why aren't you stopping him? Nobody bothered with vast misty waves. Vast misty waves stared at Xianxia and then turned to leave. After he left, Empress Huang exclaimed in admiration. Luin really knew how to play. Even this could threaten the Nina Firmament's universe. 15 minutes passed, but vast misty waves did not say anything. Powerful people were not scary, but powerful and smart people were the scariest. On the cliff, Luin stared at the die with his back to Miao Wu Huang. If he could not roll 6 pips on his last roll, he would have to wait 10 days. He could not afford to wait that long. The die slowly stopped at 6 pips. Luin relaxed and sent his consciousness into the dark space. No matter how much consciousness he had to use, he had to find OL2. Only by fusing with him would he have a way out. Xianxia looked back at Luin. The progenitor stood up and surrounded himself with his sky armament, afraid that Xianxia would attack. There were enemies everywhere, even Xianxia, who had helped Luin multiple times. They had all seen Xianxia's ruthlessness. No matter how much he had ignored Luin for the sake of spiritualizing the universe, it was not impossible for him to suddenly change his mind. Fortunately, Luin had retreated a lot and was now between Xianxia and the progenitor. Even if Xianxia attacked, the progenitor would be able to block him. Xianxia did not attack. I hope you can pass this trial. I can't help you with this. In the Earth realm, outside the thatched cottage, vast misty waves told Yuya what he had seen. Yuya asked in a low voice, "Can Imo Shang really touch the palace?" "I don't know, but he has indeed surpassed Rushi's position, and not just by a little." Vast misty waves was apprehensive and did not dare to make any subjective guesses. If he guessed wrong, the consequences would be too severe. This matter concerned an eternal realm cultivator, so no one dared to be careless. Imo Shang cultivates the heart of monolith array. His will is firm, and his consciousness is powerful. He once defeated Rushi, so it is not impossible for him to approach the palace, Yuya said slowly. Misty Waves Red Raccoon asked, "What will happen if he touches the palace?" Vast Misty Waves shook his head. "I don't know. No one has ever touched the palace before." The old chieftain and Frostblade exchanged glances. The heavenly palace belonged to the consciousness universe, which meant that it belonged to them. Now, it was being approached by an outsider, and an enemy at that. They could not tolerate it, but it was not up to them to decide. Is Luin stopping Imo Shang? He's facing Imo Shang. I don't know if he's stopping him. After a pause, Vast Misty Waves added, but he's the only one who can stop him. The other expert from the Heaven Origin universe is too far away from Imo Shang, so his attack will dissipate. Only Luin. A palace might contain the memories of an eternal realm cultivator that had been targeted by the Ninefall universe for countless years. Luin alone might be able to successfully transform. Two paths to the eternal realm appeared in front of Yuya, but one of them belonged to Imo Shang. On one hand, he wanted to stop Imo Shang, and on the other, he wanted to capture Luin. This was what he wanted to do the most, but he could not stop Imo Shang. After muttering to himself for a moment, he allowed Vast Misty Waves to enter again. He wanted to use the spiritualized universe to threaten Imo Shang and prevent him from approaching the palace as much as possible. Vast Misty Waves knew that it was useless, but he still had to try. What if Imo Shang does not agree? Yuya said in a low voice, then ignore him and force Luin to come down. I want to transform before he does. Even if he obtains the memories of an eternal realm cultivator, he will not be able to surpass me. Vast Misty Waves entered. Old Chief and the others looked at the entrance of the heavenly palace. 15 minutes had already passed, but no one mentioned it. To Yuya, wasting some time to threaten Xianxia was not a problem. It was only 15 minutes, so Luin did not mind spending another 15 minutes as long as he could prevent Xianxia from approaching the palace. To Yuya, 15 minutes did not mean much, but to Luin, it meant a lot. His consciousness appeared in the dark space, searching for orbs of light. He saw many of them, but most of them were dim. To his consciousness, even Old Chief's orbs were dim, but at least they were still glowing. He continued to travel through the dark space, searching for Old Chief's orbs. Vast Mist entered the heavenly palace again and appeared at the bottom of the cliff. He walked towards it. Imo Shang, are you really going to bear the punishment of the Defender God? Xianxia ignored him and took a step forward. At this distance, every step he took caused him to bear an extraordinary pressure from the memories. Xianxia's expression suddenly changed, and he squatted down to bear the shock of the memories. Vast Mist stared at Xianxia and clenched his fists. He hoped that Xianxia would enter a state of forgetfulness and become an idiot. After a while, Xianxia exhaled, stood up, and continued forward. Although his face was much paler, he was still able to approach the palace. Vast Mist threatened, even if you don't care about yourself, do you not care about the spiritualized universe? Xianxia paused and turned to look at Vast Mist. He had stopped not because of Vast Mist's threat, but because of the primogenitor. The primogenitor had asked him to stall for time, and Luin was not done yet. You're threatening me with the spiritualized universe? Xianxia's voice was cold. Vast Mist glanced at the bottom of Xianxia's feet. That was the position he had always dreamed of, but he had never been able to reach it. If he could reach that position, he might actually be able to touch the palace. If you continue forward, the spiritualized universe will suffer because of you. You haven't forgotten what happened in the Wei territory, have you? Xianxia calmly looked at Vast Mist. Not just the Wei territory. Yes, not just the Wei territory. If this can happen once, it can happen 100 times. How many Wei territories can withstand your spiritualized universe? Do you think Xingfan doesn't want to? Yu didn't tell you that Grass Master has appeared? Vast Mist sneered. Master can't stop that many times. He passed through the heavenly gate. So what? Even if he can protect the spiritualized universe, he can't protect you. Don't think that we don't know that you're in a hurry to become immortal because you want the spiritualized universe to be on an equal footing with the Nine Clouds universe. You fought against the defense god for the same reason. If it hadn't been for that battle, who knows how many people from the Nine Clouds universe would have been hiding in the spiritualized universe? Now, most of them have been killed by you. Only a few defense gods can enter the spiritualized universe. You've done enough. You don't want to attract Night Pillar, do you? Xianxia exhaled, his eyes filled with reminiscence. In the past, all the influential groups in the Nine Clouds universe had people in the spiritualized universe. That was the darkest time of the spiritualized universe. We had to ensure that the existence of the Nine Clouds universe didn't leak out, and we also had to bear with the cultivators of the Nine Clouds universe stealing resources from the spiritualized universe. We also had to protect the lives of the cultivators of the Nine Clouds universe. Vast Misty Waves nodded. It's good that you remember. Do you wish to relive those days again? The Luo family of the Heavenly Gates won't care and let us in and out as we please. This is all your fault. The point guard is here. Xianxia did not say anything. He remained silent and did not continue forward. Enter. Vast Misty Waves thought that his threat had succeeded, and his tone softened. It's not too late to back out now. Lord Yuya will give you a chance. The progenitor looked at Vast Misty Waves and then back at Luin. How much longer? Yuya waited quietly outside the thatched cottage in the realm of heavenly earth. He had no intention of entering, as there was only an entrance and no path. If he entered and Luin coincidentally came out, then all his efforts would be wasted. The only thing he could do now was to force Xianxia to leave the cliff, or force Luin to come down and enter the trap. He had to ensure that he could transform. Not far away, Old Chief was also looking at the thatched cottage's entrance. In the past, only 13 celestial phenomenon cultivators had been able to enter, but now it seemed so unfamiliar. Suddenly, his gaze became unfocused and lost, but he recovered in an instant. He looked forward, but his gaze was completely different from Old Chief's. He was now Luin. Luin finally found Old Chief's ball of light. He had searched for a long time, and conservatively estimated that he had used up at least half of his cosmic realm consciousness. This was the longest time he had ever spent searching for Enhance, but it was clearly worth it. If he could fuse it into Old Chief's body, he would have a way to break out of this situation. Luin hurriedly read through Old Chief's memories, including the Azure Sword, the Worldly Lock, and the traps that had been set up for him. Although there were many memories, he could only read them in an instant. It was impossible to read Old Chief's entire life's worth of memories, but these were not even a billionth of Old Chief's memories. No one noticed that Old Chief's gaze had changed. First, he understood, then he was shocked. He then glanced at Yuya with cold confidence. It's about time. Go, get Misty Waves to come out. Ignore Xianxia and force Luin, Yuya said. The Book of Misty Waves entered the Heavenly Imperial Palace. Luin immediately withdrew from the fusion and returned his consciousness to his body. He had obtained the Azure Swordsman refinement technique from Old Chief's memories, as well as the Worldly Lock's cultivation method. However, it was incomplete. It wasn't that Old Chief's memories were incomplete, but rather that the Worldly Lock itself was incomplete. When Old Chief had been under the cliff, he had seen a certain memory that contained the complete cultivation method of the Worldly Lock. However, Old Chief's talent was limited, or rather, there was a limit to his consciousness cultivation, which resulted in the Worldly Lock being incomplete. Now that Luin had seen that memory, given enough time, he could slowly comprehend the complete worldly lock. However, the complete worldly lock was completely different from the current worldly lock. They were two completely different concepts, which made Luin extremely tempted. As for the traps outside, he had already grasped them. His consciousness returned to his body just as the Book of Mist entered. "Ancestor, Lord Yuya wants us to ignore Xianxia and force Luin out," the Book of Mist whispered to Misty Waves. Misty Waves was unwilling to give up. He had said many things, but Xianxia had clearly hesitated. If Luin had more time, he might be able to force Xianxia down. But now? The Book of Misty Waves could see Misty Waves' unwillingness and said in a low voice, "When Master Yuya transforms, he can still force Xianxia to come down. When that time comes, Xianxia will be even more afraid of Master Yuya's transformed power. I don't believe he can touch the palace in such a short time. Although the path is short, the closer we get to the palace, the harder it will be. Lord Yuya might even have the ability to scale the cliff by then." These words struck a chord in Misty Wave's heart. Rather than wasting time here, it was better to deal with Luin first. Misty Waves looked up at the cliff. "Mo Shang, think about it carefully. Lord Yuya is currently in a dangerous situation. He might be willing to give you a chance, but that doesn't mean that he'll be willing to do so the next moment." He then looked at Luin. "Half an hour has passed. Luin, either you leave with me, or the 13 celestial phenomenon cultivators head to the Tianyuan universe." Misty Waves had sensed that something was wrong with Lu Yin's back the entire time, but he couldn't figure out what Luin could do with his back facing him. Unless he didn't care about the fate of the Tianyuan universe. Thus, Misty Waves had ignored Luin. Now, he wanted to see what Luin was up to. Was he really targeting Xianxia? Luin slowly turned around. Misty Waves relaxed, as Luin was indeed targeting Xianxia. If Luin hadn't turned around, Misty Waves would have thought that this person was an imposter, even though it was impossible for this person to leave Xianxia and descend the cliff by himself. "If I'm not wrong, there's a group of people waiting to ambush me outside." Luin looked at Misty Waves. Misty Waves' eyes narrowed, but he didn't reply. "If you want me to descend, I can, but I have a condition," Luin said. Misty Waves coldly replied, "You don't have the right to talk about conditions with Yuya." Luin calmly replied, "What if I give up on the Tianyuan universe?" Misty Waves raised his brows in disbelief. Misty Waves didn't believe him either. If this person was willing to give up on the Tianyuan universe, then he wouldn't have chosen to hide in a parallel universe. If he had chosen to hide in a parallel universe, then nothing would have happened to him. "Do you know the purpose of limitless existence?" Luin asked. The primogenitor answered, "Inheritance." Luin nodded. Once upon a time, the humans of the Tianyuan universe were on the brink of extinction. At the end of an era, Limitless was created, and it hid the history, inheritance, and civilization of that era in a parallel universe. Even if the humans of that era were completely wiped out, as long as Limitless existed, as long as humans entered the Tianyuan universe, their civilization would continue to be passed down. Limitless followed me from the Tianyuan universe to the spiritualized universe. Everyone thought that it was a suicide mission, but in reality, this was another way to pass down their civilization. Who can guarantee that the Tianyuan universe won't be rebooted? If Limitless dies, then we will do our best to ensure the survival of the Tianyuan universe. On the other hand, if the Tianyuan universe perishes, we only need to protect Limitless, and it will rise again one day. Xianxia looked at Lu Yin's back. Limitless, a good name. Misty Waves frowned and met Lu Yin's gaze. He couldn't ignore Lu Yin's words, as Limitless could indeed pass down their civilization. Now, Limitless was hidden in a parallel universe, and no one could find it. It had also hidden the 4 spiritualized universes' battleships. If Luin truly gave up on the Tianyuan universe and avoided this calamity, then he could return to the Tianyuan universe one day. At that time, dealing with the 13 celestial phenomenon wouldn't be a problem. However, Yuya and the 9-foot garden would have no chance. "What are your conditions?" Misty Waves asked. Luin slowly said, "No matter how many people are waiting to kill me, I've entered this trap. My condition is that you can never threaten me with the Tianyuan universe again. This will be the last time. Misty Waves looked at Misty Waves. Misty Waves' figure slowly disappeared. Luin stood there quietly. Would Yuya agree? Of course, Yuya wouldn't refuse. Even if he was absolutely sure that Luin wouldn't give up on the Tianyuan universe, he still wouldn't dare to take the risk. If he wanted to gamble, then he had to have the capital. Yuya had already lost everything, and this was his only chance to redeem himself. Miao Wuhuang's eyes darted around. Then, I'll go take a look. I'll go. Misty Waves laughed. Miao Wuhuang was helpless, as he really didn't want to stay here. Soon, the Book of Mist entered and looked at the precipice. Lord Yuya has agreed. He swears in his name that he will no longer threaten you with the Tianyuan universe. Luin nodded and looked at you saying, Tian, send us down. This is what you want to do the most. The primogenitor sighed. If they went down, Yu Sang Tian would be left alone. No one knew if he would touch the palace. No matter what, Yu Sang Tian was their enemy. If Yu Sang Tian obtained the Eternal Life Realm's memories, his future would be unstoppable. However, Luin could no longer control him. Even if he and primogenitor worked together to force Yu Sang Tian down the cliff, Yu Sang Tian could still climb up the cliff when Yuya attacked. At that time, no one would be able to stop him. There was no point in fighting Yu Sang Tian again. From the moment that Yu Sang Tian had approached Luin had already expected such an outcome. This was the most beneficial outcome for Yu Sang Tian, and it was also Yu Sang Tian's plan. However, Luin couldn't refuse this plan, and he couldn't refuse to try and approach the palace. What he had strived for was to be able to touch the palace before Yuya found them. Unfortunately, he was unable to do so. As for leaving the progenitor on the cliff, that was impossible. The progenitor had to join forces with Luin to fight against Yu Sang Tian, or else it would be too dangerous. The progenitor wasn't immortal. After all, he had lost too much of his cultivation to suppress the sequence string. Even the Nine Heavens transformation couldn't truly make up for it. Furthermore, the progenitor wouldn't be at ease with Luin entering the battlefield alone. If they worked together, their chances of success would be higher. Yu Sang Tian waved his hand, and with a thought, an eternal brilliance lit up the cliff. Luin and the primogenitor were bound by spirit threads and were brought to the cliff by one thought eternal. Yan Boshu's eyes were blazing. He left Tian, Quebec. Finally, Master Yuya had transformed, and the 9 Feet Garden would also transform. They would become one of the most powerful groups in the continent of the 9 Clouds. That was the biggest change in the history of the 9 Feet Garden. They had to succeed. Miao Wuhuang wanted to leave too, but he couldn't. The Book of Mist had told him to stay and watch Yu Sang Tian. He didn't even know if he would live to keep an eye on Luin. Luin was about to descend, and if Luin attacked him, he would be finished. Up on the cliff, Yu Sang Tian watched Luin and the progenitor descend. Not only was he not happy, but he also felt an inexplicable sense of unease. Based on his understanding of Luin, there was no way this person would allow him to stay on the cliff and approach the palace. Impossible. Even if this person was facing a killing trap, he wouldn't let him escape so easily. However, he couldn't think of a way for Luin to deal with Yuya's ambush while also dragging him down so that he couldn't approach the palace. He couldn't. Luin and primogenitor landed at the bottom of the cliff and looked at Miao Wuhuang at the same time. Miao Wuhuang grinned and said, "Thank you for your hard work." Third leader, I. Whose house? My subordinate is a toad, Luin said coldly. Miao Wuhuang tried to curry favor with him. How can you say that, third master? What don't you have? Not to mention anything else, that toad stands at the top of the universe. One day, it will become the toad I once saw. That toad, sizzle. Shut up, Luin interrupted. Miao Wuhuang immediately shut his mouth, not daring to say another word. Where are you going after escaping from the consciousness universe? Luin asked. Miao Wuhuang blinked. Spiritualized universe. Luin raised his hand and curled his fingers into a fist. Say that again. Miao Wuhuang said bitterly, the Tianyuan universe. That's right. You can't stay in the consciousness universe or the spiritualized universe, so you can only go to the Tianyuan universe, Luyin said. Miao Wuhuang hurriedly promised, third leader, I have no other intentions in going to the Tianyuan universe. I'm just looking for a place to hide. I'm different from those despicable people. From the 13 celestial phenomenon. I'm a man of virtue. Help me take care of the Tianyuan universe. I'll thank you properly when I return. Luyin smiled at Miao Wuhuang. Compared to the 13 celestial phenomenon, Miao Wuhuang was indeed different. Although he had a bad personality, he hadn't done anything bad. He had become an 8-star dark spirit in the spiritualized universe because he had provoked the myriad beast territory and beyond heaven. This guy had a vicious mouth, but he wasn't a bad person. During the battle at the abyss of space, he had wanted to force Luyin away from the beginning and hadn't planned to attack him. Luyin had done his research on Miao Wuhuang, so he didn't have to worry about letting him go to the Tianyuan universe. Of course, the experience at Torch City would definitely not escape. If Miao Wuhuang had really gone to the Tianyuan universe, then by the time Luyin returned, the virtue flag would be flying in the sky above the main hall. The scene at the meteorite left Luyin uneasy. He didn't know where those bugs had gone, but he hoped that they hadn't gone to the Tianyuan universe. Miao Wuhuang had gone, which made Luyin feel more at ease. In terms of power, Miao Wuhuang was comparable to the weakened Mr. Mu. He was an absolute powerhouse. Miao Wuhuang stared blankly at Luyin and the primogenitor's figures as they disappeared, and his fawning smile disappeared. Take care of the Tianyuan universe? These two fellows were actually not bad. Although they couldn't compare to him, it was a pity. The first to walk out of the heavenly palace was neither Luyin nor the primogenitor, but Yi. Yi was once ranked 10th on the spiritualized universe's white spirit list. Because of his enmity with the 100 Herbs Chamber of Commerce, he often wandered outside the 100 Herbs domain, causing the 100 Herbs Chamber of Commerce to decline. When Luyin had brought the 100 Herbs Chamber of Commerce to compete for a spot in the Chamber of Commerce, he had met Yi as soon as he left the 100 Herbs domain, and had suppressed him on the general appointment platform. Yi hadn't expected to have a chance to walk out. He was released by Luyin and instantly appeared at the entrance of the heavenly palace. What welcomed him was a powerful consciousness attack. He didn't even have time to react before collapsing. Luyin and the primogenitor stepped out and activated the 9 heavens transformation. Boundless consciousness swept through the surroundings as they rushed in 2 different directions. A dark golden consciousness descended as the 9 feet anti-heaven technique pressed down on Luyin from above. At the same time, the misty raccoon's sharp claws appeared out of nowhere and swiped down without leaving a trace. Luyin had long since been prepared for this. Palm realm battle force enveloped his body as he unleashed the ancient swords and the tomb of landscape in a frenzy. He didn't even look at his surroundings. Countless ancient swords slashed down, each one containing the destructive power of crossing calamity. Coupled with the tomb of landscape's defense and the 6 realms ancient spirit array, Luyin's thoughts, consciousness, and battle techniques were all blocked. The primogenitor's sky celestial soldiers all slashed at Vast Mist. Vast Mist used the 9 feet anti-heaven technique to forcefully resist the sky celestial soldiers. Luyin took a step forward and allowed the raccoon's claws to land on his body. Numerous wounds were left behind, but they were quickly healed when pushed to the extreme. The primogenitor roared as the worldly lock descended and locked down his consciousness. Streams of consciousness shot up into the sky, identical to the trap that had trapped Xianxia. Luyin looked at the sky, but there was nowhere to run. Although his consciousness was stronger than Xianxia's, Xianxia also had a monolith foundation. The two faced the same pressure from this trap. The only difference was that Luyin's understanding of the worldly lock was no less than the primogenitor's. Yu saw that Luyin had fallen into the trap and took out the turbid belt. This was his chance. If Luyin fell into the trap and couldn't escape, he would be able to tie him up. Therefore, he used this turbid treasure to bind Luyin, which was originally used to bind him. Luyin had flowing light, which could reverse time for a second. Yuya also had thoughts that could cause Luyin's mind to go blank. The prerequisite for all of this was that he could control Luyin. He had been waiting for this moment for far too long. Boundless consciousness descended from all directions, sealing the world and locking down all knowledge. Yuya stared at this scene. Soon. The moment the worldly lock descended, Luin looked up and released the starry sky in his heart. Karma spread out, and karma spirals shot towards Yuya and the primogenitor. Yuya and the others could not see the karma spirals, but they could sense them and quickly avoided them. This is your final struggle. The target of the karma spirals was not Yuya or the primogenitor, but Heavenly Yi Tower. The entrance to Heavenly Yi Tower had a karma wall that came from the Azure Lotus Empire. The power of karma could only be shaken by karma. Lu Yin's karma spirals converged into tornadoes that smashed into the entrance of Heavenly Yi Tower. In that instant, the winds and clouds changed as an indescribable danger descended, shocking Yuya and the primogenitor. Aside from Lu Yin, no one else could see that the karma wall at the entrance of Heavenly Yi Tower had been shaken. It was just a wall that could not represent the power of karma of the Azure Lotus Empire, but it could draw out the one-leaf Azure Lotus. When the karma wall was shaken, Heavenly Yi Tower, and even the entire consciousness universe shook. The consciousness universe's walls were similar to the spiritualized universes, but they were all shaken by Lu Yin's karma. Lu Yin had not expected the commotion to be so great that the worldly lock would actually stop. Yuya looked up at the sky and felt a vast power. This was the power of the Azure Lotus Empire. He shouted, "What did you do?" Many people looked at Lu Yin with apprehension, shock, and fear. The cultivators of the Nine Firmaments universe feared the god of defense from the bottom of their hearts. The next moment, two figures appeared at the entrance of Heavenly Yi Tower. Everyone looked over and saw that one was Miao Wu Huang, and the other was Yu Xianxia. Yu Xianxia was at a loss. He had actually been swept away by the one-leaf Azure Lotus again. What was going on? Lu Yin's lips curled up. He had done it. Yu Xianxia had schemed step by step. First, he had severely injured Eternal, then he had used Yuya's threat to exchange conditions with Lu Yin to enter Heavenly Yi Tower. Finally, Lu Yin had been forced to leave, leaving Yu Xianxia alone to approach the palace. He had done it, and he was the only one left on the precipice. However, he had never imagined that Lu Yin would have a backup plan. Lu Yin himself did not know if this backup plan would succeed, so he could only try it once. Using the karma spiral to shake the karma celestial phenomenon, the remaining power of the Azure Lotus Empire, aside from the karma walls, was the one-leaf Azure Lotus. It seemed that the one-leaf Azure Lotus had a condition to be activated. Lu Yin did not know what this condition was, but it was most likely to be karma against karma. It was like a battle technique clashing, and it was enough to trigger the other party. Karma was also a type of battle technique. Lu Yin had used the karma spiral, and it had indeed triggered the one-leaf Azure Lotus. The lotus moved, and Yu Xianxia was swept out. Now, there was no one left on the precipice, and Yu Xianxia would not be able to approach the palace so easily. Even if he climbed the precipice again, Lu Yin could still use the one-leaf Azure Lotus to sweep him out if he wanted to. This was getting interesting. Now that Yu Xianxia had been swept out, the battle situation would definitely change. At the very least, Yuya would have to send someone to deal with Yu Xianxia. While everyone was looking at Yu Xianxia, the ancestor used the Sky Celestial Soldier to hit the old man. The old man didn't expect the ancestor to attack him and was injured by the attack. Lu Yin took advantage of the old man's injury to control the worldly lock in reverse, locking them in all directions. The first to bear the brunt were Vast Mist and Yuya, who shouted at the same time, "Mo Shang, let's kill them together." Vast Mist used 9 feet heaven-defying technique to resist the worldly lock. Yuya's consciousness spread out and combined with 9 feet heaven defying technique, causing the ruler to expand continuously. Yu Xianxia glanced at Lu Yin and wanted to return to the heavenly palace, but then he thought of something and attacked the nearest misty red raccoon. His expression was ugly. Being kicked out of the heavenly palace definitely had something to do with Lu Yin. He knew that this person wouldn't let him stay on the cliff so easily. If he didn't help him now, he wouldn't be able to get close to the palace easily in the future. He also couldn't help Yuya and the rest against Lu Yin. His plan on Lu Yin hadn't succeeded yet. Yu Xianxia had never felt so aggrieved before. It was far more aggrieved than before, with Lu Yin taking the initiative. "Why do you know the worldly lock?" The old man was shocked and stared at Lu Yin. No one expected Luin to know the worldly lock and use it to suppress Vast Mist and Yuya, forcing them to work together with 9 feet heaven-defying technique. Lu Yin's consciousness was as vast as the abyss, and combined with the earth of intent, the worldly lock could trap Xianxia for a while, so it could naturally suppress Yuya and Vast Mist for a while. The old man shouted, "All consciousness lifeforms, retreat." The trap failed. Vast Mist was trapped, and the ancestor let go, but he didn't attack the old man. Instead, he stepped out and grabbed an astral-level consciousness lifeform under Lu Yin's instructions. The astral-level consciousness lifeform was terrified and attacked, but it was easily defeated by the ancestor. Behind him, Sky Snowblade and Zhongsong sword appeared at the same time. Behind Luin, Heaven's first sword slashed out towards Frostblade and Shiwen. The ancestor grabbed the astral-level consciousness lifeform and threw it in a certain direction. In the next moment, a bright light illuminated the sky and broke the earth of intent. It came from Xianxia, from an eternal. An eternal thought pierced through the moon edge and the vast expanse of mist. Vast and misty waves lowered his head and looked at his body. He spat out a mouthful of blood in disbelief. How could it be so easy? The 9 feet anti-heaven technique was actually ineffective? The battlefield was silent. Luin sighed. Sure enough, Xianxia had imprinted coordinates into the bodies of many astral beasts, and the scene of him absorbing their consciousnesses was still fresh in his mind. Xianxia had too many tricks up his sleeves, and it was impossible to guard against him. Eternal had not been able to block him, and Luin had almost fallen victim to him. Even Vast Mist and Yuya had been injured. Yuya's dark golden thoughts vibrated. In the sky, the dark golden light was instantly extinguished, and the space-thinking mirror disappeared. Xianxia's gaze was gloomy as he looked at Yuya, but it also seemed like he was looking at Luin. This scene was like an eternal, resplendent light. Impossible, Yuya said in a low voice. Xianxia said coldly, "The heart is like a boulder. Heaven and earth do not move, but the mind moves." Lu Yin's mind lit up when he heard this, and he stared at Xianxia. So that's how it was. Just as he was about to tell the primogenitor something, an irresistible pressure suddenly caused him to spit out a mouthful of blood. In the starry sky above his heart, karma scattered in all directions. Countless scenes flashed before his eyes. Karma backlash? How could this be? Immortal wood romance? Not too far away, the primogenitor also spat out blood in disbelief. Where did this injury come from? At the same time, bloodstains appeared on the surface of Xianxia's body. He lowered his head and narrowed his eyes. What's this? In the distance, Miao Wuhuang looked on nervously. The situation had changed too quickly, and he couldn't keep up. Luin and the others had joined forces with Xianxia to trick Yuya and the others, severely injuring Yuya and that old man. But then, they had spat out blood themselves, and their injuries weren't any worse than Yuya's. What was going on? Even a powerhouse like him couldn't understand what was going on. Lu Yin's vision spun, and he endured the pain of karma backlash as he looked at Yuya. Yuya's voice rang out slowly, "You're all underestimating me. Did you think that I only have my thoughts?" Xianxia's eyes flashed, mortal defiance. Yuya looked at him, "So you knew." Xianxia smiled bitterly, "I just remembered." Legend. Has it that you have a top-notch battle technique called mortal defiance? It's because of your thoughts and mortal defiance that you became a lesser god. But legends are just legends. You've never used this technique before, so I couldn't recall it. Yuya's thoughts had been scattered, which was a serious injury. But in comparison, he had also injured Xianxia, Luin, and the primogenitor at the same time, so he didn't lose out. Mortal defiance, reversing the mortal world. The mortal world is something that happened in the past. He then looked at Luin, "You're the unluckiest one. Mortal defiance activated silent grasp, and you just happened to disrupt karma right after I used mortal defiance, resulting in karma backlash. If not for that, I wouldn't have been able to catch you." Lu Yin's vision blurred. So this was a top-notch battle technique, Yuya's trump card. The consciousness trap and belt were all fake. Perhaps even the 9-foot garden had forgotten about this trump card, which was why Yuya was so confident that he could catch Luin. Why didn't you use it the first time? Luin didn't understand. This battle technique could be used at any time to severely injure Luin. Yuya's voice was low. There's no lack of top-notch geniuses in the three universes. You're so young, but you already have such a cultivation, which means that you're a person blessed by the heavens. Why would you use it unless it's absolutely safe? Yuya's thoughts immediately turned to Yuya's thoughts. Now wasn't the perfect time, but he had been heavily injured by Xianxia, so he had no choice but to use mortal defiance. If he didn't catch Luin after using it, he wouldn't have another chance to use it in the future. Lu Yan's gaze turned cold. He wanted to attack, but he couldn't help but cough up blood. The karma backlash came from his own body, and it wasn't something that the heavenly Tao of karma could suppress. He wasn't in the right state to fight. Sequence particles enveloped Luin. They came from the primogenitor, but the sequence laws of rebirth and rebirth couldn't heal the karma backlash. Luin was hit by the thoughts and flew backwards, crashing into the ground. Yuya's cloud immediately rushed towards Luin. The opportunity was right in front of him. The primogenitor was shocked and wanted to help, but he was stopped by Frostblade and Shiwen. In front of Xianxia was the misty red civet. No one could save Luin. Luin took out Mount Supreme and released First Disaster. One chance. First Disaster was being tortured to the brink of insanity in the general appointment platform hell. He had seen the pain of the world clearly because he wanted to cultivate, so he suffered more than others. Luin promised to let him leave the general appointment platform hell as long as he helped him once. First Disaster agreed without hesitation, just like Carefree Old Man and the others. However, First Disaster didn't know what kind of terrifying opponent he was facing. The dark golden cloud rushed over. First Disaster subconsciously raised his skeletal hand to grab the thoughts. He was stunned at first, then shocked. A thought entity? You're courting death. Yuya was furious. The cloud, which was his main body, had just been caught by First Disaster's skeletal hand. This had never happened before. Even when he fought with Xianxia and Luin, his thought entity had never been caught. At most, it was scattered. Now that he was caught, it was a great humiliation. The space mirror exploded, and the dark golden thoughts swept across. First Disaster had never dreamed that he would encounter a thought entity. This was the power he had always dreamed of. He could break free from his body's restrictions and exist as a thought entity, which would transform his strength. His spiritual weapon could capture thoughts and use disasters to see the pain of the world clearly. He had created a method to reverse disasters, and he was confident that he could defeat Xianxia. His final goal was to obtain a thought entity. Today, he actually saw it. First Disaster was bombarded by the space mirror, and his thoughts went blank for a moment before disappearing. Yuya had only swept past him, but he had turned the former master of the Divine Hand, a powerhouse who had survived disaster, into an idiot. Luin took the opportunity to leave, and his vision cleared. He recognized Old Head and chased after him. Old Head stared at Luin and slashed out with the Azure Sword. Behind Luin, the Azure Sword slashed out as well. The two swords collided in the void, but there wasn't much of a commotion. The swords crossed each other, and dozens of black cracks appeared. How do you know the world lock? Old Head asked. He had a bad guess. Luin didn't answer. Behind him, Yuya's thought entity descended like a monster. Luin turned around, raised his hand, and unleashed Combo Palm. Yuya's thoughts were drawn out, and Yuya was shaken. What battle technique was this? Combo Palm could borrow all kinds of power, be it thoughts, consciousness, or even sequence particles. Luin borrowed the force of the attack and directed the consciousness towards the old chief. At that moment, the vast expanse of mist appeared, revolving around the 9 feet heaven-defying technique. Leave it to me. Old Head heaved a sigh of relief, and his consciousness whizzed out. Luin dodged ahead of time. Only those who understood the world lock could avoid it, or else they would be trapped. Even if it was only for a moment, Yuya would catch up. The progenitor wanted to break free from Frostblade and Shiwen's encirclement to help Luin, but one wrong step and he would be in dire straits. However, it was difficult for him to break free. Frostblade and Shiwen weren't his match, but they could still hold him back if they worked together. Miaowu Huang, attack! Frostblade shouted. Mia Wuhuang had been hiding in a corner after being blasted out of the heavenly imperial palace. He had no intention of attacking, and no one was paying attention to him while the others were busy fighting. Now that Luyin and the others were being chased, Frostblade had to hold the progenitor back, and the pressure was mounting. How could he bear to see Mia Wuhuang not attack? Mia Wuhuang was helpless, he had been discovered, so he could only attack, swiping at the progenitor. With 3 powerhouses blocking him, the progenitor couldn't help Luyin. Luyin was being chased by Yuya, and the vast expanse of mist's 9 feet heaven-defying technique was blocking his path. The old head's consciousness bombardment had also injured Luyin, and his situation was becoming more and more dangerous. Mia Wuhuang glanced over from time to time, and the more he looked, the stranger he felt. Luyin seemed to be in danger at every step, but why did it feel like he was flying a kite? Keeping Yuya's consciousness in tow was quite a flashy maneuver. After all, who could keep a powerhouse at the peak of bitter adversity in tow? Luyin was indeed keeping Yuya in tow, but he was helpless as he couldn't find a suitable opportunity. When a thought of eternity swept out once more, Yuya and vast mist waves were so frightened that they dodged away. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold, he had found them. He took a step forward and closed in on vast mist waves and the old man. Lu Yin's perspective changed as he skillfully used worldly lock. Yuya's thoughts and cognition were locked, and the spatial mirror fell. His majestic consciousness pressed down. Vast Mist was shocked and looked at the old chief, unable to react. Yuya was furious. What are you doing? Lu Yin's consciousness returned to his body, and he used world lock to lock Yuya again. Even someone as strong as Yuya would find it difficult to break free from the double world lock. It was similar to a trap set up by someone in the Earth realm. Especially now that their attention was on the old chief. Lu Yin walked towards the primogenitor while transmitting a message to Yu saying Tian, run. The imperial robe burned the sky and covered the misty raccoon. He glanced at Lu Yin and the primogenitor, then used one thought of eternity. He used Boulder's foundation to break free from the 9 feet heaven-resisting technique. In that moment of desperation, there was also a chance of survival. Yuya and the others had surrounded Lu Yin, and one wrong step would put him in a desperate situation. Similarly, one wrong step would give Lu Yin a chance of survival. Lu Yin's chance of survival had always been with the old chief. Now, it was not a question of whether Yuya and the others should give chase, but a problem with themselves. Vast Mist had almost attacked the old chief. He had used 9 feet heaven-resisting technique to protect the old chief, but in exchange, the old chief had locked Yuya. Yuya could only watch helplessly as Lu Yin escaped. Frostblade, Shi Wen, and the others were shocked and thought of something. It's a turbid treasure. Lu Yin fused it into the old chief's body. The old chief's expression turned ugly as he gritted his teeth. Lu Yin has a turbid treasure that can fuse into a living being, check their memories, and control their body. No wonder he knows world lock. The misty raccoon was shocked. There's such a turbid treasure? Yuya's thoughts were boiling, and he was clearly furious. He had finally found an opportunity and was about to succeed, but it had all been for naught. He had even used his trump card, Mortal Resistance. How hateful, there was actually such a method. Was it magical? Turbid treasures were not magical in any way. Why didn't you guard against it? Vast Mist's gaze was gloomy. Shi Wen said, we thought that we had broken his method. As long as we changed locations every once in a while, we wouldn't be caught, so we overlooked it. I didn't expect him to fuse into the old chief's body in the middle of battle. Frostblade's eyes were filled with dread. He regretted that he should have left the universe of consciousness. There was no way to survive here. No one could understand the old chief's feelings. Not only had he been assimilated and learned the heaven and earth lock, he was even controlled and turned around to beat his own people. This was unimaginable. His murderous intent towards Lu Yin had erupted like never before, but his wariness and fear towards him had also increased. He could either become friends with this human or escape from him. The further the better. He did not want to stay in the universe of consciousness anymore. Vast Mist coughed up a mouthful of blood. Let's chase after him. Lu Yin is heavily injured. We just need to catch up. He should have gone to the parallel universe. Yuya was helpless. Ever since he came to the universe of consciousness, this was the first time he felt helpless. Previously, even if the encirclement had failed, Ni Hongchen's trump card would have given him a chance to turn the situation around. But now, not only had he exposed his trump card, but he had also sworn that he would not use the Tianyuan universe to threaten Luin. If Luin and the others did not go to the parallel spacetime now, they would be breaking his oath. If they went to a parallel universe, how could they catch them? Everyone fell silent. Miao Wushuang rolled his eyes. It seemed that Luin was ruthless and had followed the wrong person. Fortunately, he could still salvage the situation, and he had to find a chance to get closer to Luin. It would be best if he could escape from this group and head to the Tianyuan universe. Thinking of this, he looked around, looking for an opportunity to slip away. Who was that? Miao Wushuang stared in one direction, his eyes gradually widening. He shouted, "Enemy!" This shout gave everyone a fright. Everyone followed Miao Wushuang's gaze and saw a figure slowly approaching. The moment they saw that figure, a silent pressure appeared in the hearts of Shi Wen, Yan Bo, and Red Raccoon. They did not know how to describe it. It was as if they were being stared at by the eyes of death, and there was also an aura of decay. Yuya changed his form and became the middle-aged man from before. He stared at the newcomer, his eyes flickering. Vast Mist's face sank, and it was extremely ugly. The Earth realm was silent, and everyone's eyes were fixed on the newcomer. Gradually, the newcomer became clearer and clearer, finally revealing his true appearance. It was a young man who looked about the same age as Luin and Eternal. His eyes were lifeless, and his skin was pale. He floated in the sky and landed. Frostblade gripped his sword tightly. He did not know why, but when he saw this person, he felt inexplicably uneasy, as if he was being watched by someone. He clearly looked so young. Could he be the same as Luin and Eternal? Young, but with the power of a complete cuckoo? It was impossible for such a person to appear again and again. Chao Yi, Vast Mist said. His voice was hoarse with extreme fear and vigilance. Red Raccoon was confused. Chao Yi. I seem to have heard of this name. Book of Mist's face was as gloomy as Vast Mist's. Death Hill, the sixth peak master, Chao Yi. Red Raccoon exclaimed, Death Hill's peak master? Miao Wushuang did not know what Death Hill was, but it did not seem simple. It must be a powerful force of the Jiuxiao universe. Old Head and the others were afraid. They had heard of Death Hill. After the first time they climbed the precipice, one of the Jiuxiao universe's cultivators that Luin had captured belonged to Death Hill. After that, they specifically asked the Jiuxiao universe's cultivators what Death Hill was. It was then that they understood. To describe Death Hill, one sentence was enough: only Death Hill killed people, and no one dared to kill Death Hill's people. Death Hill was very special in the Jiuxiao universe. But they only knew of its existence, and did not understand the specifics. The person in front of them was clearly different from the captured Death Hill cultivator. To be able to make 9-foot garden wary, Vast Mist's expression said a lot. This person was not simple. Chao Yi's gaze was terrifyingly calm. He swept his gaze across the crowd and finally landed on Vast Mist. 9-foot garden violated the rules. Death Hill ordered that they be killed without mercy. Vast Mist's eyes widened. He gritted his teeth and stared at Chao Yi with murderous intent. Book of Mist and Red Raccoon's expressions changed. 9-foot garden violated the rules and came to the consciousness universe to help Yuya. They knew that they would be in trouble, but they did not expect the consequences to be so severe. Impossible. Even if 9-foot garden violated the rules, they would not be killed without mercy. It's you, Chao Yi. You used your position to avenge private wrongs. You used Death Hill to destroy 9-foot garden, Vast Mist shouted. Yuya said, Death Hill's crime is not that serious. Chao Yi said coldly, kill without mercy. He did not even look at Yuya. He raised his hand, and a black light rose from his palm. Then, endless light scattered in all directions. Yuya reminded, retreat. As soon as he finished speaking, the sand dunes suddenly appeared and buried everything within a radius of 1,000,000 miles. Only Yuya, vast misty waves, and those who knew the Death Hill avoided it. Old Chief, Frost Blade, Shi Wen, and Miao Wuhuang were buried. Within the sand dunes, Miao Wuhuang found it difficult to breathe. He opened his mouth and a black light shot into the sky. At the same time, Old Chief, Frost Blade, and the others attacked with their consciousness. Death Hill shook and cracked. Chao Yi frowned and tore open his coat. Behind him, two figures appeared. Hideous and terrifying shadows walked out as if they were alive. They laughed and jumped towards Vast Mist and the others. Devour. A dark golden thought flashed past. Chao Yi looked up. Yuya, you want to stop Death Hill? 9-Foot Garden's crime is not that serious. You don't have the final say. In the distance, Vast Mist shouted, Chao Yi, you can't destroy 9-Foot Garden alone. I will personally go to Death Hill to confront the Great Master. You used your position to avenge private wrongs. There won't be a good ending. Misty Red Raccoon stared at Chao Yi. It stretched out its claws and tore 3 bloody marks on Chao Yi's back. Chao Yi raised his hands. Double Ghost Door Slam. In the next moment, the 2 shadows that walked out from his back exploded with chi. They instantly appeared on both sides of the Misty Book and struck out with 4 palms. Double Ghost Door Slam. The Misty Book was shocked. Ancestor, save me. Bang. The 9-foot anti-heaven technique was shattered. The Misty Book turned into blood and scattered in the starry sky. Vast Mist and Misty Red Raccoon couldn't save him in time. Yuya's expression was gloomy. He had already made Chao Yi's mind blank, but he didn't need to control the 2 shadows. Were those Chao Yi's double ghost door slam? Death Hill's 6th peak master, Chao Yi, had the talent of an era, the double ghost door slam. The double ghost door slam had existed since his birth and was connected to him. They had the ability to attack independently and didn't need his control. The most terrifying thing was that the double ghost door slam had the same cultivation as Chao Yi. In other words, the double ghost door slam could reach any level that Chao Yi cultivated to. This wasn't affected by anything, including accepting spiritual cultivation. Chao Yi was so young and had the battle strength of a great circle expert. It wasn't because he cultivated himself, but because he accepted spiritual cultivation like the Misty Red Raccoon. Similarly, the double ghost door slam also accepted spiritual cultivation. One Chao Yi was equivalent to 3 great circle experts. The double ghost door slam was equivalent to 2 great circle experts attacking. How could the Misty Book block it? Even Vast Mist would have a slim chance of surviving this attack. This was Death Hill's 6th peak master, Chao Yi. He was originally a genius who could enter the Junior Imperial Building and sleep in the octagonal pavilion. However, because of his conflict with 9-Foot Garden, he was ambushed by 9-Foot Garden. He had no choice but to accept spiritual cultivation and completely lost the chance to enter the Junior Imperial Building. In the end, he was accepted by Death Hill and became the 6th peak master. This was also the reason why Vast Mist said that Chao Yi was using his position to take revenge. His enmity with 9-Foot Garden was deeper than the sea. And the one who ambushed Chao Yi was the Misty Book. Because Chao Yi joined Death Hill, 9-Foot Garden had no choice but to find a backer. This was why they submitted to Yuya. Yuya wanted to transform, so 9-Foot Garden had to help him with all their might. Otherwise, if Yuya was unlucky, they would definitely be targeted by Chao Yi. The pressure on Death Hill was too great. The enmity between 9-Foot Garden and Chao Yi could never be resolved. When the Misty Book besieged Chao Yi, he was only at the sequence law level. Now, he had risen to the Great Circle expert level. His cultivation was improving step by step, but Chao Yi was forever stuck at the Great Circle expert level. Although he reached the peak level before the Misty Book, to him, this level limited him. He was a genius who had hopes of becoming a god of defense and even tried to break through eternal life to become a god of defense. But he was ruined by 9-Foot Garden. For this day, Chao Yi had waited for far too long. And this time, 9-Foot Garden's violation of the rules gave him a chance. It was also the Death Hill Master who gave him the chance. 9-Foot Garden's crimes were unforgivable, but it was not to the point of killing them without mercy. However, the Great Circle Expert's order was to kill them without mercy. This was Death Hill, not for anything else. Vast Misty Waves and Misty Red Raccoon watched as blood filled the sky. Book of Misty Waves was killed just like that. Yuya stared at Chowi. You can't touch them. At the same time, Chowi looked at Yuya. You really want to protect 9-foot garden? Becoming enemies with my death hill? The 9-foot garden submitted to me because of you. Naturally, I will protect them. Yuya used the Seacomb mirror to surround Vast Misty Waves and Misty Waves Red Raccoon. Vast Misty Waves, in particular, had been heavily injured by Xianxia's eternal thought. Facing Chowi, death was certain. Even though Yuya's thoughts had also been scattered, Chowi could not tell. Moreover, he still had an Ihonchin. Old Chief and the others walked out of the Death Hill and surrounded Chowi. Miao Wu Wang's heart trembled. Where did all these experts come from? 2 blurry ghostly shadows circled around Chowi. He gave everyone a great deal of pressure. Chowi looked deeply at Yuya. Let's see how long you can protect me. After saying that, he closed his eyes and didn't leave. Yuya narrowed his eyes. If he could, he also wanted to kill Chowi. In any case, he had already put all his eggs in one basket. There was no need to turn back. However, Chowi's strength was extremely strong. It was equivalent to 3 Great Circle Transcendence. Although he did not cultivate it himself, after so many years in the Death Hill, it was no different from cultivating it himself. Moreover, the Great Master would definitely give him a life-saving method. It was extremely difficult to kill him. To be able to become the master of the 6th summit of the Death Hill was definitely not child's play. He was now rejoicing that Zhao had arrived late. If he had arrived earlier and joined forces with Lu Yin's group, they would have been the ones fleeing. Let's heal up first. Yuya sent a voice transmission to Vast Mist. Vast Mist Waves nodded and glanced at Chowi fearfully. He had to heal his injuries as soon as possible, or he would really die here. Oh right, I forgot to tell you that the 9-feet garden is gone. Chowi suddenly said, his tone indifferent. Tomato. His words made Vast Mist's heart sink. He understood what he meant. The 9-feet garden did their best to help Yuya. They came to the universe of consciousness, but not everyone came. The weaker ones stayed in the 9 Clouds universe, including the parents of the Yanba Red Beaver. Now, those people were all dead. The Misty Beaver's face paled as it stared blankly at Chowi. What do you mean? Chowi looked at the smoky wave Red Raccoon and said, you were qualified to enter the Junior Palace, just like me. If you want to blame someone, blame the 9-feet garden. How are my parents? The smoky Red Raccoon asked loudly. Chowi said coldly, kill without mercy. The Misty Raccoon's pupils shrank as it stared at Chowi in a daze. Monstrous killing intent spread out from the depths of its eyes as it breathed rapidly. Its pupils constantly fluctuated as it stared at Chowi. The raccoon's sharp claws pressed down on Chowi's head, but it was blocked by Chowi's twin ghosts. Without the twin ghosts, Chowi was torn apart. Now that the twin ghosts were surrounding him, the claws could not attack him. Vast Mist placed his hand on Misty Red Raccoon's shoulder. Don't worry. Once we recover, we'll definitely be able to kill him. The smoky Red Raccoon panted heavily. Its eyes were bloodshot as it glared at Chowi. I'll definitely kill you, definitely. Chowi didn't answer. There would be a chance. The situation was becoming more and more complicated, and Chowi's arrival had disrupted Yuya's plans. He had originally only needed to find a way to capture Lu Yin, but now he had to face Chowi as well. If this person joined forces with Lu Yin, it would be even more troublesome. Old Head's voice sounded in his ears. Lu Yin and the others must have hidden in a parallel timeline. We'll stay here. On one hand, we'll be wary of Chowi. On the other hand, Xianxia will definitely come again. They're not willing to give up on Etion, Quebec. This is Xianxia's only chance to turn the tables. Yuya glanced at Old Head. If we fight Lu Yin again, you don't have to do anything. Old Head nodded helplessly. Yuya glanced at Chowi again. He put away the Seacomb mirror and returned to his original state. There would be many battles in the future. Either they transformed or they died. There was no third option. Everyone thought that Lu Yin and the others had hidden in a parallel timeline. Lu Yin and the others had wanted to do so, but they couldn't do it. The Eternals had made their move. They managed to avoid Yuya's encirclement, but they couldn't avoid the Eternals' sneak attack. When a Thought Eternals appeared, what awaited them was actually the Heavenly Tao sequence technique. During the battle in the Earth realm, Lu Yin had forgotten that there was still a great enemy in the dark, the Eternals. Sword shadows streaked across the void and shattered, revealing the choices of time. No matter how Lu Yin and the Primogenitor tore through the void and tried to escape to a parallel timeline, the shattered sword shadows forced them out. At this moment, the Eternals were the masters of the Eternals, the invincible expert who fought with Lu Yin and the others in the Tianyuan universe. They had never been allies, and they never would be. Lu Yin shattered the sword shadows with a palm and faced another sword slash. The Eternals were getting closer and closer. At first, Yu Tian had used a Thought Eternals to make Lu Yin and the Primogenitor run away, but the Eternals had changed the direction. Lu Yin and the Primogenitor had no choice but to give up on a Thought Eternals and escape on their own. If they didn't give up, a Thought Eternals could be changed and lead them to the Eternals. The Sky Divine weapon blasted behind them, and the divine power around the Eternals surged. Under the True God's Freedom technique, the terrifying power shattered the Sky Divine weapon one by one. At this moment, the Eternals displayed combat strength that surpassed the Primogenitor's transformation of the Nine Heavens. This was the Eternals' true strength. Lu Yin and the Primogenitor were injured and couldn't fight him. They could only escape. But they couldn't escape from the Eternals. Lu Yin attacked with his majestic consciousness, and the Eternals' divine power turned into floating clouds to resist. Lu Yin used the Sword of Heaven. The Eternals used the Heavenly Tao to forcefully change the result of the Sword of Heaven's attack. Lu Yin used Heaven and Earthlock. The Eternals used the True God sky-changing technique and used divine power to change the sky. Lu Yin released Mr. Li from Mount Supreme. Like the others who were released, Mr. Li received Lu Yin's promise. He really didn't want to enter the hell of the general appointment platform to be tortured again. As soon as he came out, he used Heavenly Lake, divine might of two elephants against the Eternals. This move had once made Lu Yin afraid. However, the attack suddenly changed direction and went straight for Lu Yin. Lu Yin didn't react for a moment. Fortunately, the Primogenitor pushed Mr. Li away, causing this move to miss. Mr. Li was also stunned. He didn't understand why this move was aimed at Lu Yin. Lu Yin stared at the Eternals. A participant. That's right, the Eternals had just controlled Mr. Li with the innate gift of a participant. It came from one of the captains of the True God Guards, the thousand-faced participant. The Eternals waved his hand and cut the lantern. On the lantern were Lu Yin and the Primogenitor's names. The Eternals were bone grafters. The Eternals had also created bone grafters. As long as he changed his bones, he could possess anyone's strength. This was a rather terrifying innate gift. It was precisely because of this innate gift that the Bone Galleon was born and suppressed Immemorial City. Immemorial City was a place where the elites of the Tianyuan universe had gathered for countless years. Now, the Eternals had also relied on the Bone Grafter's innate gift to use 8-star Sapphire and now to use a participant. Lu Yin didn't know how many more innate gifts the Eternals could use. Just thinking about it made him shudder. The lantern was cut apart, and Lu Yin and the Primogenitor coughed up blood. They stared at each other, but they could only flee. The Eternals had already recovered from the injuries he had sustained during the battle at the Earth realm, while the Primogenitor had just sustained serious injuries. They were no match for the Eternals at full power. Mr. Li was once again controlled by the Eternals to attack Lu Yin. The Ancient Sword and the Tomb of Landscape were all released from Lu Yin's heart. Not a single one was spared as they all attacked. Mr. Li's pupils shrank as he was drowned by the numerous sourcebox arrays. The sourcebox arrays shattered the heavens, but they couldn't hide the brilliance of the divine power. Sword shadows flashed, and they were unstoppable. They shattered around Lu Yin and the Primogenitor, making it difficult for them to escape to the parallel spacetime continuum. The Eternals, one man and one sword, brandished their divine power and cleaved apart the universe. They shook the heavens and caused the consciousness universe to sway. The Earth realm. Yuya and the others all looked over. It was another battle. Was this the Eternals? Yuya's face sank. He had exchanged blows with the Eternals before, so the Eternals had to be the ones attacking now. Who was his opponent? Mo Shang? Or Luin? Chowie looked into the distance and saw the divine power. It made his heart palpitate, as this power was filled with an uneasy aura. If the death mound was a rotten burial ground, then this power was a blood-stained blade. In another direction, Xianxia also looked over. Had the Eternals also appeared? The consciousness universe had become a battlefield for the final battle. Since it was a decisive battle, a few would die, and it all depended on who would survive until the end. The divine power covered the sky. The primogenitor waved his hand, and the sky armament pierced through the heavens and tore apart the divine power. Luin took the opportunity to absorb it. The divine power was the Eternal's power, and it was also Lu Yin's power. In the starry sky above Lu Yin's heart, the divine power planet spun wildly. The Eternals were calm, and deep scarlet color spread out from the depths of his eyes. A powerful aura erupted from within, pushing apart the void and creating layers of ripples. He stepped out and grabbed at Luin and the primogenitor. Luin looked at the approaching Eternals and recalled the scene when he had captured the Dark Mother Tree. At this moment, the limits of the Eternals' power couldn't be seen. He and Xianxia were the few who could force Luin to dodge in terms of power. If he was at his peak, Luin wouldn't have minded competing with him. No matter how strong the Eternal's power was, unless he was at the Eternal Realm, he wouldn't be able to defeat him instantly. Facing the Eternal's attack, Luin waved his hand and unleashed a karmic spiral. The Eternals didn't care about any power, but he couldn't ignore karma. He was even more fearful of karma than Xianxia, as he had secrets that he couldn't let Luin see. Seeing this, Luin sighed. Under the heavenly Tao of karma, karmic spirals shot towards the Eternals. The Eternals could resist karma like Xianxia, but he couldn't spend all his strength on that. He wanted to kill Luin and the primogenitor, not test them. He kept avoiding the karmic spirals while preventing Luin and the others from going to the parallel universe. Luin and the primogenitor were frantically running away, trying to get rid of him. The consciousness universe was huge, but it couldn't withstand their pursuit for a long time. Sigh, if I knew this would happen, I wouldn't have cared about the old salamander's life and taken the Sealed Skies Foundation. The primogenitor regretted it. Luin said in a low voice, "It's not your fault. The old salamander is involved in the Gate of Arts. That's something that even the Nine Cloud universe cares about." Previously, the 4 battleships had been captured, and the old salamander had also been captured by the primogenitor. The primogenitor had wanted to take the Sealed Skies Foundation for Luin, but the old salamander had threatened him with his life. If the Sealed Skies Foundation was taken away, he would die. The primogenitor didn't care about the old salamander's life, but the old salamander had said something that made the primogenitor and Luin concerned. The old salamander's real name was Xianxia, and he was from the Zhan family of the Gate of Arts. No one knew about this, not even Zhan Ming. The old salamander's seniority was higher than Zhan Ming's, and Xianxia's name could be found in the Zhan family's genealogy. However, according to the Zhan family's understanding, Xianxia had died long ago. No one knew that Xianxia hadn't died, but that he had gone out to train and faked his death to avoid the Zhan family. He was preparing to molt and become a 5-clawed Tianhou in the future. No one had thought of this in the past. Who would give up their status as a Zhan family disciple to cultivate a beast molt? No one from the Zhan family had done this since ancient times. They were born at the peak of the spiritualized universe, so how could they be interested in a beast molt? However, the old salamander, Xianxia, had given up his status as a Zhan family disciple and his spiritual molt for a 5-clawed Tianhou. The reason he was so obsessed was because he had seen primal chaos. As for where he had seen it, the old salamander hadn't said anything. This was also why the progenitor hadn't been able to seize the Sealed Skies Foundation. When the old salamander had killed Sovereign Wu and brought Bian Xiaoxiao back, he had told Luin that he had seen primal chaos in the spiritualized universe and had been deeply shocked. That was why he had molted into primal chaos. However, he hadn't said that he was Xianxia, so Luin and the others couldn't have guessed that. If Luin and the others had known that the old salamander was called Xianxia, they definitely wouldn't have let him go. Giving up his status as a Zhan family disciple just because he had seen primal chaos was a joke. The old salamander must have done this because primal chaos had shocked him greatly, which was what Luin and the others wanted to know. However, the progenitor now regretted it. If he had obtained the sealed skies foundation, things wouldn't have turned out this way. He had looked back, and the sword's shadow had shattered, giving the Eternal a chance to choose. Over there. Luin led the way and rushed towards a broken world with the progenitor. He had fled in this direction because he knew that there was a broken world here. It was recorded in the Tome of Forbidden that the consciousness universe recognized as dangerous. As long as they hid inside, even if the Eternal attacked, the broken world would explode indiscriminately and be enough to hold him back. The broken world was formed by countless bridges that floated within the broken world and weren't fixed. Generally speaking, bridges were man-made. However, humans were not the only intelligent creatures in the universe, so it was not strange for them to be able to create bridges. The reason why this broken world was so dangerous was because these bridges were very hard to break. Once the broken world was disturbed, the bridges would become like a maze. No matter how fast one was, there would always be a bridge in front of them. One could only board the bridge and float along with the bridge in the broken world, but they couldn't leave. Therefore, there were countless skeletons on those bridges. Some belonged to star beasts, and some belonged to humans. Of course, most of them were humans. They were spiritualized universe cultivators. Luin and Primogenitor rushed into the broken world. They turned around and transmitted a message to eternity. This is one of the most dangerous broken worlds in the mind universe. If you have the guts, come in and kill us. This broken world was very dangerous, and even the 13 celestial phenomenon cultivators were wary of it. However, it wasn't invincible. As long as Luin and the progenitor recovered, they would be able to break out of this broken world. The only reason the Eternal had been able to pursue them was because they had been severely injured. If Luin and the primogenitor were allowed to recover, then the Eternal's pursuit would be meaningless. He could only chase after them into the broken world. Luin and the primogenitor landed on a bridge. It was clearly the outermost bridge, but the moment they stepped onto it, it was as if they had arrived at the center of the broken world. Beneath their feet were several skeletons that turned to dust upon contact. They had clearly been here for a very long time. There were bridges everywhere in the world. Luin looked around. Broken worlds were related to dots of light, but they could only be seen by holding on to the heaven-forged sword's edge fragment. Moving the dots of light allowed one to move the broken world. When Luin and the primogenitor had discovered this fact, they had researched it and tried to chase after a broken world. They had confirmed this, but they couldn't understand what the dots of light were, nor could they put them away. The broken world in front of them definitely had dots of light. If eternity is afraid of this broken world and doesn't attack, then we can move the dots of light to control the direction of the broken world. We can find the location of limitless parallel spacetime. As long as Limitless appears, we'll be safe, Luin said. There were many experts on Limitless, and even if they couldn't defeat eternity, they could still force him to retreat. In fact, it had been less than 10 days since Luin had rolled the die. Otherwise, Luin could have rolled the die and returned to his peak state in the time-stop space. Eternity wouldn't be able to do anything to him, so how could they be chased? The primogenitor shook his head. Eternity won't allow us to move freely. As soon as he finished speaking, eternity entered and appeared on another bridge. The two bridges constantly floated and moved, sometimes very close, sometimes very far away. Eternity's gaze was fixed on Luin and the primogenitor. After merging with one of the 13 celestial phenomenon bodies, you have a better understanding of the consciousness universe. Is this broken world very dangerous? Luin replied, very dangerous. It's one of the top-ranked broken worlds in the Tome of Restrictions. Even the 13 celestial phenomenon don't dare enter. Eternity looked around and didn't rush to attack. He wanted to see this broken world clearly. If he didn't, it would be easy for Luin to escape if the broken world was disturbed. As long as Luin was given a chance, he could escape to a parallel spacetime. However, Eternity didn't know that Luin didn't understand this broken world at all. Once it was disturbed, he would be affected just like Eternity. Eternity didn't attack, allowing Luin and the primogenitor to catch their breaths. This was a real battle between them and Eternity. Even in the Tianyuan universe, they had never fought Eternity like this. Old man, I'm very curious. Why are you so concerned about the Earth realm? Why didn't you attack? The primogenitor asked. Luin also looked at Eternity curiously. If Eternity joined forces with Yuya and the others, he might not be able to escape. Eternity stood on the bridge, sometimes looking down and sometimes looking up. Luin and the others did the same. The bridge's position was constantly changing. There was silence for a long time. Eternity didn't answer. At this moment, he was completely different from when he had joined forces with Luin to deal with Xianxia and the others, or when he had deceived those from the Nine Firmaments universe. He really wanted to kill Luin and the primogenitor. His murderous aura made the universe much colder. It has something to do with those people from the Nine Firmaments universe. You've been there before, Luin said. Eternity still didn't answer. He was looking for the rules of this broken world, and Lu Yin's conversation with the primogenitor reminded him of something. Bone grafters can obtain the bone owner's cultivation and even innate gifts by changing their bones. This is very similar to how the Nine Firmaments universe accepted spiritual cultivation. If I'm not wrong, the existence of bone grafters was created by the inspiration you gained from accepting spiritual cultivation, Luin continued. He had guessed this because the primogenitor had told him that when they had joined forces to kill the great desolate flaming sky beast, Eternity didn't have any innate gifts for bone grafters. Bone grafters had only appeared long after the above heaven sect had been established. This meant that bone grafters had been created, and they didn't have any innate gifts. Eternity looked at Luin. What I admire the most about you isn't your cultivation speed, but your innate gifts. You're strong, and it's not because of your great fortune. Rather, it's because you can create possibilities out of the impossible. You can find clues out of nothing. Looking at the history of your rise in the Tianyuan universe, many people have fallen at your words, including the 13 celestial phenomenon cultivators. If I didn't understand you and tell you some things, I might have been the one being attacked by the 13 celestial phenomenon cultivators. The primogenitor glanced at Luin. This wasn't bad, as he had never seen anyone who could talk as much as Luin. He could even talk the dead into coming back to life. Yuya was dumbfounded. Previously, he had actually made those fellows from 9-Foot Garden not dare to make a move. This was what he admired the most about Luin. Luin smiled. You're not bad yourself. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have been attacked by the 13 celestial phenomenon cultivators. Eternity smiled as well. People like you should be killed early or befriended. But you and I are destined to be enemies. What I regret the most is that I didn't get rid of you in the beginning. No one could have stopped me then. Luin laughed and shook his head. You can't see the future, so. Suddenly, he paused. Can't see the future? Eternity couldn't see the future, so he wouldn't kill Luin in advance. Otherwise, he wouldn't have allowed Luin to grow. Then, how could the Grim Reaper see the future? The moment before the Grim Reaper was killed by Eternity, he had broken through to the primordial realm and crossed the river of time to see the future. It was because of this that he had been killed by Eternity. But if even Eternity couldn't see the future, then how could the Grim Reaper do it? Back then, Luin had thought that it was because he cultivated death energy and that it accompanied him that the Grim Reaper could see the future. That was also what Madman Lu had thought. But now, Luin had the power to rival a complete bitter disaster cultivator, so it was impossible for him to see the future through the river of time. Then, how did the Grim Reaper do it? If the Grim Reaper could do it, then Eternity couldn't. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. No, something was definitely wrong. Did the Grim Reaper block a fatal blow for him because he could see the future? Or did he use some other method? For a moment, Luin thought about many things. Something was definitely wrong. A pillar? The primogenitor was puzzled. Eternity's eyes widened, and he suddenly attacked. He took a step forward and landed on the bridge, attacking Luin. In an instant, the broken world shook, and the bridge suddenly spun. Eternity froze the void and unified the Tao of Heaven. No matter how the bridge spun, he remained unmoved. A palm approached Luin, and light shuttled around Lu Yin's body. He reversed for a second and pulled the primogenitor away. Something seemed to be blocking their path. The true divinity sky-switching technique. Eternity clenched his fist, and the void shattered. This broken world's bridge could trap a bitter disaster cultivator to death, but it couldn't move eternity. If eternity couldn't see through the broken world, then there was no need to see through it. Luin smashed the karmic wheel at eternity. Let's see if you dare to take it. The sword shattered in front of eternity's eyes, and he dodged the karmic wheel. His sword flashed past with a cold light, but it was blocked by Sky's divine weapon. The primogenitor pressed down with a single palm, and Sky's divine weapon blocked eternity's sword. His palm pressed down on Sky's divine weapon, causing eternity's sword to almost fly out of his hand. This was a rare display of strength from the primogenitor, and it wasn't much weaker than Lu Yin's. Luin flicked his finger, and the karmic spiral pierced through eternity. Eternity's gaze changed, and his eyes turned scarlet. He let go of the sword hilt and pressed it down. Sword light scattered as it swept out. Careful! Luin shouted. Blood splattered across the bridge as progenitor's body was torn apart, forcing him to retreat step by step. Eternal Sword of 10,000 Daos was incomparably powerful, and it could be said to be unstoppable. This sword had injured progenitor, but it had also caused the karmic spiral to pierce through Eternal. The karmic spiral passed through his body, and Luin saw a hand floating above Eternal's head. The hand was as white as jade. There was actually a hand above Eternal's head? Luin wanted to follow the hand to see what it was, but in the next moment, the karmic spiral snapped. Both he and Eternal spat out blood as they retreated. All of the bridges in the broken world shattered, and the entire broken world vanished. At that moment, Luin seemed to see the hand move. Karmic backlash, yet another karmic backlash. Lu Yin's vision turned white, and he fainted. He had suffered karmic backlash twice in a row, and his body could not withstand it. Eternal's face was deathly pale. The karmic backlash had not only severely injured Luin, but also himself. Progenitor's body was torn apart by Eternal, and his clothes were stained with blood. He hurriedly grabbed Luin and fled. Eternal was unwilling to give up, and he gripped his sword tightly as he chased after them. This was his only chance to kill Luin. Luin took an entire day to recover. During this time, he was carried away by Progenitor, and Eternal was still chasing after them. Progenitor's back had dozens of bloody wounds, but without the threat of the karmic spiral, Eternal's pursuit was much smoother. If Luin had not woken up, Progenitor might have fought to the death with Eternal. Lu Yin's body was also stained with blood, but he did not know if it was his or Progenitor's. He weakly said, "To the left, there's another broken world there." Not long after, they entered another broken world, which was also recorded in the Tome of Forbidden. This time, Eternal did not hesitate and directly attacked the broken world. He, Luin, and Progenitor were all affected, but after half a day, he broke through the broken world and continued his pursuit. Thus, Luin, Progenitor, and the others passed through multiple broken worlds, and Eternal had no intention of giving up. Luin wanted to use the karmic spiral to obstruct Eternal, but he did not dare. The second karmic backlash had severely injured him, and it would be difficult for him to recover without a year or so. He could not figure out how the karmic spiral had caused Eternal to suffer a backlash. Could the owner of that hand be Azure Lotus Supremacy? Otherwise, how could it cause a karmic backlash? In any case, it was definitely not by Eternal, as he had also suffered a backlash. A few days later, they entered another broken world. When they entered, they saw a meteorite. The meteorite was facing them. Its eyes were much calmer than before. Luin and the Progenitor looked at the meteorite, and the meteorite looked back at them. Neither of them attacked. It was only when the Eternal entered that the meteorite looked over. Its eyes were stunned for a moment, and then they became bloodshot. It viciously charged out, completely ignoring Luin and the Primogenitor. The two of them hurriedly dodged and watched as the meteor crashed into eternity. They could finally take a breather. The sword light shattered. And the Eternal tried to stop Luin and the others from going to the parallel spacetime continuum. However, it was blocked by an asteroid this time. Eternal could not understand why Aerolite was helping Luin and the others, as they had clearly been fighting in the Earth realm. But there was nothing he could do. The meteorite had already crashed into him, and he could only deal with it. With a glance, a die appeared in his hand. Eternal's face changed as he slashed out with his sword. Once again, he was blocked by the meteorite. Luine tapped the die, and it spun, stopped, tapped, and continued. I'll take action as well. I'll try my best to stall for time. Zhu, if you really can't do it, you can go to the parallel spacetime yourself. The ancestral ancestor instructed. With a wave of his hand, Jadefall's heavenly soldiers appeared, slashing towards eternity. The gap between him and the Eternal had been greatly reduced by the 9 heavens change, but there was still a gap, and he was not the Eternal's opponent. Luine looked at the primogenitor's blood-stained back, and his entire body was dyed red. The die slowly came to a stop. 4 pips. He had finally rolled it. The scene in front of Luine changed, and he appeared in the time-stop space. When he saw the familiar space around him, Luine finally relaxed. He had rarely looked forward to entering the time-stop space so much. The battle with Night King Jinwu had left the deepest impression on him. He sat down cross-legged and began to recover. 1 year should be enough. While he was recovering, he also comprehended the Azure Sword. When combined with the Azure Sword and Azure Sword, he would be able to comprehend the triple Azure Sword intent. This sword intent was extremely powerful, and he had seen it when he had approached the palace and endured the shock from the memories. He also had the Patriarch's memories regarding the worldly lock. The Patriarch had only comprehended a portion of it, and Luine had read his memories to prepare for a new comprehension. Otherwise, the worldly lock would not be of much use to the Eternal or Xianxia. Luine had originally thought that he could quickly master the triple Azure Sword intent with the Patriarch's memories. But in the end, after half a year, he had not even grasped the basics of the triple Azure Sword intent, which had exceeded his expectations. It seemed simple, but it was actually very complicated. 1 cut the result, 1 cut the process, and 1 cut the process. Luine could see that the process and the result were connected. It seemed simple, but it was actually very difficult to comprehend. He could release all 3 sword intents at the same time, but what was the difference between him and the Patriarch and Shiwen? The triple Azure Sword intent that he had seen on the precipice had not been like that at all. That sword intent had seemed ordinary, but it had given Luine the feeling that it could cut through all objective existences. Its might had not been supported by one's cultivation, but that sword intent had always been successful. This was not something that could be achieved with just 3 sword intents. Luine opened his eyes and exhaled. He could not comprehend it at all, and it was like a mirage. The more he comprehended, the more confused he became. This was the first time he had encountered such a situation. There was also the worldly lock. He had originally thought that he could continuously recall the Patriarch's memories to comprehend it. Indeed, his comprehension of the worldly lock had surpassed the Patriarch's, but he had not truly mastered it. He had merely seen through it. The worldly lock was not a battle technique, but rather an entry-level technique. This answer made Luine recall the Patriarch's memories over and over again, and he finally confirmed it. It was like a sword technique that required one to raise the sword and slash out. This was a set of movements, and the worldly lock was similar to raising the sword. The Patriarch had only comprehended the basic movements of raising the sword, but even so, he had hidden it away and viewed it as his foundation strength. It could also trap Xianxia for a while during a battle. It could also lock down one's perception and lock down all external objects. If it was the complete worldly lock, who knew how powerful it would be? Luine smiled bitterly. He had thought that he could comprehend both the triple Azure Sword intent and the worldly lock, but he had overestimated himself. These 2 battle techniques were definitely not left behind by ordinary powerhouses. He did not know about the worldly lock, but the triple Azure Sword intent was a terrifying battle technique that could cut down a giant creature with claws that could cover an entire universe. He did not believe that it had not reached the immortal realm. In other words, these 2 battle techniques belonged to the immortal realm. But even if they were immortal realm battle techniques, he would not be completely clueless. The Way of Karma was also considered to be a technique that only immortal realm cultivators could master. He had also comprehended the self-illuminating heaven technique and his strength. Luine was confident that if he continued to improve, he would one day be able to reach the immortal realm. He would have the strength of an immortal realm cultivator. Xianxia's stellar transposition allowed him to replace the stars and borrow the power of the stars. It felt very close to the immortal realm's strength. The immortal realm was an unattainable realm, but the strength it represented was not so. So why was it that he could not understand these two battle techniques? The more he comprehended, the weaker his perception of the azure sword intent became. If he continued to comprehend it, he might not even be able to use the three azure sword intents alone. Although the worldly lock could not be forgotten, it was useless to constantly recall the patriarch's memories. He needed to see them again. The patriarch's consciousness. Luin was most anxious to transform his consciousness and comprehend powerful battle techniques, both of which were related to the 13 celestial phenomena. Although he had not comprehended any battle techniques, his body had recovered a lot, and he could fight against an immortal. The scene in front of him changed, and Luin appeared in the outside world in less than a second. He struck out with his palm, causing the stars to rumble. The patriarch instinctively dodged, and Meteorite's eyes turned. The immortal raised his palm and met Lu Yin's attack. There was a thump, and the two retreated at the same time. Divine power spilled out in all directions. The immortal looked at Luin in surprise and glanced at Lu Yin's palm. That turbid treasure can stop time for at least a year. It's good stuff. Luin moved his arm. Well, it's my turn now. After he finished speaking, his consciousness erupted, and the 9 heavens changed. His body withered, and he waved his hand. Setting Sunday. The immortal's gaze turned cold, and he retreated step by step. The setting sun's martial art disappeared under the sword's shadow. Even the concept battle technique could not withstand the erosion of time. Luin pointed with his finger and used the finger sword technique, increasing his strength. The immortal also pointed with his finger and turned it into a flat surface. The finger sword technique brushed past his body. Lu Yin's gaze changed. Orange G's innate gift. Orange G, one of the captains of the True God Guards, had a powerful innate gift. Absolute circle and absolute level made it difficult for any attack to touch her unless one's cultivation far exceeded hers. If Orange G was here, he would not be able to block this attack. The finger sword technique could easily tear him apart, but it was different if it was the immortal who used this innate gift. The immortal constantly changed her innate gifts, including the 8-star jadeite, which made Luin hesitate. Since you've recovered, then forget it, the immortal said lightly, then smiled at Luin. I look forward to working together again. After that, he retreated and disappeared. From the side, the meteorite slammed into the immortal, but the immortal dissipated. The progenitor frowned. Another innate gift. Luin sighed. Being able to see or not is an innate gift that comes from the ruins. This guy is really tricky. The immortal had too many secrets. He did not lack turbid treasures or innate gifts. He also cultivated using the spirit seed method of the 9th heaven universe. Lu Yin's Dai's 6 points of consciousness had no effect on the immortal. He also had that seal that was either a battle technique or a turbid treasure. In addition, he had the 5-leaf grass that could resist the backlash of karma. This guy was much more difficult to deal with than Xianxia. Luin did not know what this person's relationship with the 9th heaven universe was. The most terrifying thing was that hand. Luin had only glanced at it with karma, but he had suffered a backlash. This made Luin not dare to use karma against him. Compared to fighting the immortal, he would rather fight Xianxia. The immortal left, and Luin and the progenitor both looked at the meteorite. The meteorite's eye looked in the direction the immortal had left, and the veins gradually disappeared. It turned around and stared at Luin. Luin also stared at it. They had fought before. He couldn't tell what kind of creature this meteorite was, but it still wanted to snatch his consciousness. What are you? Where did you come from? Luin wasn't in a hurry to attack. The meteorite's eyes moved, but he couldn't see any emotions. It was like a pool of stagnant water. At most, he could see some traces of madness and killing intent. It stared at Luin for a while before turning to leave. Luin wanted to stop it, but he didn't. This meteorite didn't attack them, which meant that it had a stance. It had attacked Eternal earlier, so could it be related to Eternal? It wasn't a bad idea to let Eternal have such an enemy. Yuya's pursuit had made Luin and the others focus on that, so they neglected Eternal. He had almost succeeded. He wouldn't let this go so easily. Cough, cough. Luin hurried to the ancestor's side. Senior, you're badly injured. You should heal first. The ancestor waved his hand and wiped the blood stains off. He smiled. This feeling is quite strange. In Immemorial City, the ancestor had lost both of his arms. He squatted on the ground and bit the sequence's string. Although he was miserable, it wasn't because of fighting. Now, he was injured because of fighting. There were dozens of bloody scars on his back, and his internal injuries were unknown. Luin didn't care about anything else now. He brought the ancestor to Limitless. He would return to Limitless first. No one was causing trouble for him now. When the people on Limitless saw that the ancestor had returned, they were shocked. Luin asked Chui and the others to heal the ancestor while he went to find the old salamander. Luin hadn't talked to the spiritualized universe's people since they were captured, including Luo Ning and the others from the Ninth Heaven universe. Luin didn't have time to talk to them either. Too many things had happened in the consciousness universe. The suppressed battle in the spiritualized universe was released here. There were also many strange enemies, causing his thoughts to be a little chaotic. The more this situation was, the more important the Heaven Sealing Foundation was. Lu Yin's expression was gloomy as he stared at the old salamander. I don't want to talk nonsense with you. I want to know about Hunji's situation, but I don't have to know. Compared to that, I care more about the Ninth Heaven universe, and the situation in the consciousness universe makes me more uneasy. I need the Heaven Sealing Foundation. Hunji was the five-clawed heavenly centipede that the old salamander believed him to be. The primogenitor had already told him about this name, but perhaps the Eternals had already told him about it. The Eternals must have already known about it. After all, the Eternals had protected him. The old salamander stared at Luin for a while before taking out the Sealing Heaven Foundation and handing it over. Luin raised an eyebrow. He thought that he would have to force him. Looking at the yellow triangular gem in his hand, this was the Heaven Sealing Foundation. From ancient times until now, 299 beast-shaped spirit molting powerhouses had gathered together. It was specially passed down to beast-shaped spirit molts to resist human-shaped spirit molts. It was not easy for many people to accept turning from a human into a beast. Although the spiritualized universe was divided into human-shaped spirit molts and beast-shaped spirit molts, the number of beast-shaped spirit molts was too few. Furthermore, the previous Xianxia had always been human-shaped spirit molts. The days of spirit molting in beast form were not easy. This was also the birth of the Heaven Sealing Foundation and the birth of the myriad beast border. At the very least, it ensured that the spiritual molted beasts had a safe place to live. Perhaps this was one of the reasons why the old salamander was unwilling to hand over the spiritual molt. No matter what the reason was, it couldn't stop Luin from obtaining the Sealing the Heavens Foundation. The situation of the beast-shaped spiritual molts had nothing to do with him, and there was no lack of experts from these beast-shaped spiritual molts who had conquered the Tianyuan universe. However, those who chose to become beast-shaped spiritual molts had to pay a corresponding price. The lifespan of a beast-shaped spirit molt far exceeded that of a human-shaped spirit molt, which was an advantage. Back when he had defeated the Supreme Empress, he had wanted to obtain it. However, if he had tried to snatch it, a war would have been unavoidable. The beast-shaped spirit molts would not allow the Heaven Sealing Foundation to be snatched away by him, and Xianxia would not admit it either. Thus, Luin had taken a step back and not snatched the Heaven Sealing Foundation. Now, the Heaven Sealing Foundation was finally in his hands. It is the honor of the Heaven Sealing Foundation to be used by Master Lu, the old salamander said respectfully. Luin looked at him. You speak like this in front of an eternal? You have lived for so long. I still want to live longer, the old salamander said. The old salamander then looked at Luin. When I was young, I accidentally came to the door of various techniques and saw chaos pass through. The shock I felt at that moment was too great. I had never felt such an unreachable aura before. That mighty figure, those domineering claws, and that lofty and unapproachable charm all made me yearn for it. That's why I gave up on my identity as a Zhan family disciple and focused on transforming my beast form into chaos. What I said is absolutely true. Master Lu, please spare my life on account of this old man saving that girl. This old man is willing to bring Master Lu to the gate of various arts. Luin looked deeply at the old salamander. Chaos came from the door of various arts? The old salamander nodded. Yes. I will never forget that scene for the rest of my life. However, there are no legends about chaos in the spiritualized universe. It did not leave the door of various arts. It only returned after leaving the door of various arts. Luin frowned. What is behind the door of various arts? The old salamander said bitterly, I don't know. The door of various arts requires 3 keys to open, but chaos forcefully pushed open the door of various arts. The more I understand the door of various arts, the more I understand what it means. Especially for my Xian family, even the supreme pinnacle might not be able to open the door of various arts without a key. Thus, the scene I saw back then gave me a second sky, an unreachable sky that I have seen before. I hope to reach chaos's height one day and push open the door of various arts. I hope to surpass everything and be above all living beings. Luin understood. So you would rather give up your identity as Xianxia? The old salamander was firm. Xianxia, the most likely possibility is that Xianxia will never reach the supreme pinnacle level. As for chaos, in Xianxia's knowledge, he has already surpassed the supreme pinnacle level. Since he has seen a wider world, why not try? The more he spoke, the more excited the old salamander became. I have lived for so long and have been cultivating the 5-clawed Tianho's beast form. The scenes I saw back then are all imprinted in my mind. I have been imitating and getting closer, trying to reach that charm. Only the 5-clawed Tianho's beast form can allow me to surpass the supreme pinnacle level. Only that form is the most noble and unreachable form in the entire universe. How can humans and other beasts compare? They can't compare at all. The more I tried to get closer, the more I realized how terrifying that form is. It allows me to live longer. Generations of people have died, but I will definitely succeed in the end. Luin frowned. Then why didn't you fight for the Supreme Emperor's position earlier? The old salamander's expression changed and he sighed, because Xianxia is too ruthless in suppressing the beast form. When he realized that the beast form was about to rise, he would act. During the battle at Fu River Origin, Xianxia killed the previous myriad beast border lord. I could fight for it, but Ho wasn't my match at that time. However, I couldn't fight for it. If I did, I would be targeted by you. Xianxia. It wasn't until Master Lu and the others arrived that I knew I could fight for it. Compared to you, the threat of the beast form is not as great. Especially since the day of the tribute spirit is coming, it is worth fighting for. Luin looked at the ceiling heaven foundation in his hand. The old salamander had only said part of it, there was still a part that he didn't dare to say. This old man definitely wanted Xianxia to fight to the death with Wu Jiang. He might be able to drag Xianxia down while he led the beast form to ascend to the top, eventually restarting a universe and stepping into eternal life. Steady, this old man was too steady. He relied on his lifespan to outlast his opponents. If Wu Jiang hadn't come, he might have even outlasted Xianxia. The old salamander lowered his head, not daring to look at Luin. His life was waiting for Lu Yin's decision. He had already stated his value, he could take Luin to the door of techniques. Zhang Ming had never dreamed that one of his seniors would still be alive, and it was the old salamander he was familiar with. Although the door of techniques was sealed, it would open one day. The complete cycle wasn't invincible. The old salamander wasn't dead, so he still had value. Luin looked at the ceiling heaven foundation again. The old salamander might have thought that Luin would be like him and Wu Huang, suppressing the ceiling heaven foundation into his body and using its sequence particles to fight. However, they didn't know that Luin didn't want to borrow it, he wanted to break it down. There was nothing more suitable for him than directly breaking it down. If the old salamander had known, would he have given it to Luin so easily? Luin thought to himself as he threw the ceiling heaven foundation into the void at his heart and began breaking it down. The difficulty of breaking down a sequence foundation had nothing to do with its ranking, it mainly depended on how many sequence particles it contained. He raised his hand, and his die appeared. He continued to roll it, his injuries had not fully recovered, and he needed enough time to break down the foundation of Seal the Heavens. He also needed to continue comprehending the triple firmament sword intent and worldly lock. He refused to believe that he could not comprehend them. 2 months passed in the blink of an eye, and Wu Jiang had nothing to do with what was happening in the outside world. Wu Jiang was in a parallel universe, so he didn't know what was happening in the consciousness universe. During these 2 months, Lu Yin rolled the die nearly 30 times and rolled enhance 11 times. His luck wasn't bad, as he had cultivated for 11 years. The ceiling heaven foundation had almost been broken down. Moreover, his injuries had already recovered. After ending his seclusion, the first thing Lu Yin did was to throw the old salamander and Meng Sang Tian into the hell of a pointing platform. This wasn't a punishment, but rather an increase in karma. Rebirth, the great age of waves. The old salamander, in particular, had lived for so long that his karma was enormous. Although Lu Yin's injuries from the backlash of karma had healed, 2 backlashes had left a shadow in his heart. If his karma was strong enough, then neither Yuya's mortal defiance nor the hand on eternity would be able to cause a backlash. He wanted to crazily increase his karma. The old salamander and Meng Sang Tian clearly weren't enough, so Lu Yin then threw the Zi Tian Shu and a group of cultivators from the spiritualized universe into the hell of a pointing platform to increase their karma before releasing them. This increased their karma, but also made them fear him and not dare to have any ideas. The 4 arcs represented the elites of an era in the spiritualized universe, and all of them increased Lu Yin's karma, causing his Tao of karma to surge. Previously, he had suppressed Qi Guan, Tong Mu, De Goldwing, and a group of other powerhouses, which had increased his Tao of karma to the point that it could withstand the backlash. But now, as he came into contact with more powerhouses, his Tao of karma still wasn't enough. If it wasn't enough, then he would continue to increase it. Yu Sang Tian would never have guessed that the elites of the spiritualized universe, who had tried their best to kill their way into the universe of consciousness and waited for it to restart so that they could enjoy the fruits of their labor, would end up helping Lu Yin. Not only that, but Wu Jiang had also captured all of the sentient life forms in this parallel universe to increase Lu Yin's consciousness. As Lu Yin's karma heavenly Tao increased, his consciousness increased, and his strength continued to rise. It wasn't enough, it still wasn't enough. Lu Yin opened his eyes and looked at the heavens. He still couldn't rely on his own strength to resolve the current predicament of the universe. Yu Sang Heaven, Eternal Heaven, Moon Horizon, which one of them wasn't at the great circle of crossing bitter adversity? There was also the 9 Heavens universe's god of defense and the insect nest civilization. Deep in his heart, he still hoped that one day, he would be able to come into contact with Mr. Mu's universe and help his master regain everything that he had lost. He needed more. A figure rushed into the general platform hell, increasing karma. Lu Yin looked over and was shocked. "Senior, what are you doing?" Chui was the one who had charged into hell, but Lu Yin had never expected Chui to actually charge into hell. "I say, Master Lu. Isn't this too painful?" Su Wangtian asked as he walked towards the general appointment stage. The desolate god rushed over without a word. Celestial Victor grinned. "Interesting." The crazy dean calmly walked out. Mu Zhu, Second Anima, and Luo Shan all stepped forward. Lu Yin stared at them blankly. "You guys?" Lu Tianyi chuckled. "I wanted to go in a long time ago, but I was afraid that it would make things difficult for the others. After all, I'm your patriarch, so I've been waiting for an opportunity to sneak in. Who would have thought that they would get in first?" Patriarch. Lu Yin was moved. The general appointment platform was hell. It was very painful. The more experience and emotions one had, the more painful it would be. Although he wanted to increase karma, he had never thought of letting people from the boundless sea enter. These people were willing to follow him into the spiritualized universe, which meant that they had feelings for the Tianyuan universe. They had memories of their past, and they were loyal to others. Lu Yin could imagine the pain these people would go through if they entered the spiritualized universe. And now, they were actually entering one by one. Lu Yin was about to put away his general platform hell. "Zhu Zi!" The primogenitor shouted. Lu Yin paused and looked over. The primogenitor's face was pale as he looked at him solemnly. "The Tianyuan universe does not belong to you alone." Lu Yin's body trembled. Celestial Battlemaster said arrogantly, leaving us to the side and fighting on your own? Lord Lu, you're underestimating us. Do you think we're afraid of dying? The desolate god's tone was stiff. You're still being protected even after living for so long. What a joke. A life worse than death. Su Wangtian shook his head. Of course, I don't want to go in. But I have no choice. Take it as paying you back with my life. Dancing Butterfly World's Edge, Old Tao, BNG, and the others also walked out. Although we don't know what will happen inside, it seems that if we can help Third Master, we won't shirk our duty. Thank you for taking us in, Third Master. Thank you. Lu Ying clenched his fists as he watched everyone jump into the hell of the selection platform and suffer the torment of karma. He had always neglected the fact that he and Wu Jiang were one entity. He fought alone outside and protected Wu Jiang, but were the people on Wu Jiang willing to be protected? Since they had left the Tianyuan cosmos, it meant that they no longer cared about life and death. For them to reach where they were today, they no longer feared death. When Lu Ying returned with the progenitor covered in blood, they felt humiliated. It was the humiliation of being protected. Lu Ying wanted to protect Wu Jiang, but they also wanted to protect Lu Ying. As long as they could do something for Lu Ying, they would not hesitate, even if the process was painful. Lu Ying did not stop them. He had experienced a lot of pain, and everyone had to give something in return. He belonged to the Tianyuan cosmos, and so did these people. They were not only doing this for Lu Ying, but also for the Tianyuan cosmos and the countless people who were waiting for them to return. Go. The Star Toad kicked Li Shou over. Li Shou felt wronged, but he gave Lu Ying a thumbs up before jumping into the hell of the selection platform. Su Wang grinned and looked at Lu Ying with anticipation. Then, he was carried in by Mu Zhu. The Star Toad's face was bitter. He did not want to go in, but the progenitor was staring at him. Yuan Shi's face twitched. They still had to go in. How could this be? These people were all crazy. Yishang gloated. He had been there before. They could slowly experience the pain. Finally, the progenitor walked into the hell of the selection platform. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. Senior, your injuries. The progenitor smiled. Zhu Zi, if only one person can return alive, we'd rather it be you. With that, he jumped into the hell of the selection platform. At that moment, the world rumbled as countless voices sounded in Lu Yin's ears. The heavenly Tao of karma surged, and the divine seal catalog soared into the sky. Lu Ying closed his eyes. At this moment, the heavenly Tao of karma had reached its peak. Most of the elites from the spiritualized universe and the Tianyuan cosmos had entered the hell of the selection platform. Even Lu Ying did not know how strong the heavenly Tao of karma would become. Since that was the case, he would let the heavenly Tao truly become the heavenly Tao. This was his desire, as well as everyone else's. In the consciousness universe, all the life forms looked in the same direction at the same time, their hearts palpitating. They did not understand where this came from, as they could not see the power of karma. However, they instinctively felt like they were being controlled. It was a very uncomfortable feeling, especially for top experts like Xianxia and Yuya. The power of the Azure Lotus Protector? Xianxia was bewildered. He couldn't see that power, but he guessed that it had to be karma. Lu Ying couldn't use karma to make Xianxia's heart palpitate like this, so the only possibility was the Azure Lotus Shield. Could the Azure Lotus Shield have descended? Yuya, Chaoyi, and the others had the same thought as Xianxia. The Azure Lotus Protector is here? Chaoyi's expression changed for the first time. His eyes were filled with respect and reverence. How could this be? If the Azure Lotus Protector had descended, why would he be sent here? However, this formless power was clearly the feeling of karma. Aside from the Azure Lotus Protector, he could not think of anyone else who could have such power. The three protectors had different powers, and it was easy to tell. Yuya's expression turned ugly. The Azure Lotus Protector was really here? Impossible, why would the Azure Lotus Protector be here? Old Head and the others were shocked. They had never experienced such unfathomable power before. It was like a giant hand had covered the entire consciousness universe. This was definitely the power of an eternal life realm. Miao Wuhuang rolled his eyes. Damn it, he shouldn't have come to the universe of consciousness this time. All the living beings in the consciousness universe trembled as they were immersed in this power. Luin was far from the Azure Lotus Protector's karma power, but because he had gathered the elites of both universes, his karma power had surpassed consciousness, strength, and godly power. It had become the closest thing to passing through suffering. This was the power of perfection. Because this power had increased too quickly, he could not control it for a while. This was why the entire consciousness universe could feel it. In reality, compared to the Azure Lotus Protector, his karma power was like fishing for the moon in the water. It looked like the moon, but it could be seen but not touched. However, unless an eternal life realm powerhouse descended or Xianxia and the others battled with him, they would not be able to tell. It was like the power of an eternal life realm's illusion. Suddenly, the heavenly way of karma contracted and focused on the divine seal catalog. As Luin looked at the God sealing catalog, a strange feeling arose in his heart. Ever since he had comprehended the self-illuminating divine technique, his power had begun to change. In particular, his understanding of the heavenly way of karma had caused the divine seal catalog and the general appointment platform, two of the Lu family's inheritances, to transform. The general appointment platform and the divine seal catalog could no longer help him, but things were different now. The general appointment platform could increase karma, but the divine seal catalog. Luin stared at it blankly. No way. The contraction of the heavenly way of karma caused the consciousness universe to return to normal. Everyone was waiting for the Azure Lotus Protector to descend, but after a few days, the Azure Lotus Protector did not appear. However, Xianxia, Yuya, and the others still could not relax and waited anxiously. Luin released the progenitors and the others. After leaving the hell of the general appointment platform, they all looked at Luin in shock. They knew that the hell of the general appointment platform was very painful. Otherwise, those who had been captured by Luin would not have cooperated so obediently. This was especially true for Yishang, who they had all seen after coming out. They had been very curious about the hell of the general appointment platform, and now that they had personally experienced it, they finally understood. To be honest, if they were given another choice, they would still go in to help Luin, but their mentality would be completely different. They would rather go in unconscious. Luin slowly bowed in front of everyone. Junior Luin thanks all of you seniors for your help. Everyone dispersed. Although they had not been injured, their mentality had collapsed, and it would take some time for them to recover. The progenitors, Lu Tianyi, and the others had volunteered, but the Star Toad really wanted to give Luin a stab. This bastard had actually created such a disgusting power. It had seen its great-grandmother again, and had been chased and beaten for 3 days and 3 nights. If it had known this would happen, it would have never gone in. Yuan Shi's face was deathly pale, and there was deep confusion and killing intent in his eyes. It was not directed at Luin, but at Yuan too, his son. The hell of the general appointment platform was a cycle of karma. Anything that happened to a person could happen again, and that person's emotions could be revealed clearly. A person's life could not be filled with happiness, sorrow, despair, and pain. All of these emotions would erupt at that moment, and that was the source of pain. Yuan Shi had seen what had happened in the hell of the general appointment platform. The Yuan family had reported that Yuan Tu was not his son, and he had ordered Yuan Tu to be executed. This should have been normal, but he had not known about this. If he had known, he would not have allowed the Yuan family to take action. Yuan Shi had always been a fickle person, or he would not have not returned to the Lushan domain even once after returning to the spiritualized universe. Everyone thought that he did not want to remember the past, but in reality, he did not know about it at all. He simply did not care about old relationships. Why would someone like him care about Yuan Tu's life? Yuan Shi was now filled with confusion. Was the person who knew about this the same person? He suddenly recalled the strange questions that Celestial Champion Star had asked him about his son's relationship with him, and whether or not his son looked like him. Clearly, the Celestial Champion Star knew something, and he had been sent to Southbound Realm to protect Luin. He had also found it strange at the time, but there had to be a connection. Yuan Shi felt a chill run down his spine. He was certain that he did not know about the original map. Who was the one who knew about it? When he thought of this, he subconsciously looked at Luin. This person could give him an answer. Luin sensed Yuan Qi's gaze and looked over. The two looked at each other. Yuan Qi suppressed his anxiety and confusion and slowly bowed. Master Lu, may I have a word with you? Luin did not refuse, and the others dispersed. What is it? Yuan Qi looked at Luin with a burning gaze. I don't know about the original map. Luin raised an eyebrow and looked at Yuan Qi. But you were the one who ordered the Yuan family to destroy the original map. Yuan Qi nodded. I saw it, but I didn't know about it. Saw it? Naturally, it was in Dianjiang platform hell. Karma would not appear whether you knew about it or not. Everything that happened had a cycle, even if there was another person in your body. Clearly, Yuan Qi had seen that passed through the cycle of karma. Regardless of whether there was another person in his body, that past left a deep impression on him. Otherwise, it would not have appeared. Then again, this kind of thing would leave a deep impression on anyone, even if it did not happen to them. What are you trying to say? Does Master Lu know something? Luin shook his head. I don't know the details. You have to find the answer yourself. However, he paused and thought for a moment before saying, it's strange that you were sent to the Tianyuan universe. Yuan Qi's eyes flashed, and he muttered to himself for a moment. Since the ninth heaven universe exists, it proves that the Divine Rule Mountain is not a secret at all. No, the Divine Rule Mountain belongs to the ninth heaven universe, so this is not a secret at all. He only remembered it now, and he looked at Luin in disbelief. Yu Sang Tian deliberately sent me to the Tianyuan universe using the Divine Rule Mountain to make me think that I have something on him, but in reality... Luin clasped his hands behind his back. I don't know what Mo Shang is thinking, but the Divine Rule Mountain is not a secret. You were willing to stay in the Tianyuan universe for so many years because of this secret. You were afraid that Mo Shang would kill you if you went back. From Mo Shang's point of view, he only needs you to not return to the spiritualized universe. You are just saying Tian. Why would he go through so much trouble to do this? Yuan Qi smiled wryly. Indeed, he was just saying Tian. If the continent of the nine clouds didn't exist, Sang Tian would be second only to you Sang Tian and the ultimate cultivator. But now, it seemed like Sang Tian wasn't qualified to know about the continent of the nine clouds. Luin looked at Yuan Qi. I also want to know the answer. Do you want to enter the Hell of General stage to take a look? Yuan Qi's face turned pale. No need, I will recall everything that happened in the past. If there is a blank space, we will talk again. Luin did not force the issue. So what if there were gaps in the primordial chaos memories? The one in charge of this was Yu Sang Tian. He didn't have much interest in Yuanqi right now. There would be an answer in the end. He already didn't care about Yu Sang Tian, so why would he care about Yuanqi's schemes? He no longer cared about Yu Sang Tian. Yu Sang Tian was very strong, but the current him was not weak. The explosive growth of the karma heavenly Tao brought him power he had never imagined before. He was able to create karma. Karma had a cause and an effect. It could be seen through and severed, but no one had ever heard of someone being able to create it. A person could pick up a stone, throw it, and smash an ant to death. The entire process was karma, and that person would think that they had created this karma on their own initiative. Wrong, from the moment they wanted to pick up the stone. From the moment they gained consciousness, this karma had already existed. They were not the creator, but the executor. Everything in the universe reinforced and countered each other, which was why living creatures were born. These creatures all experienced karma. Luin didn't know if the universe's karma had already been written down, but he knew that he could do so under the karma heavenly Tao. This was the power that the Divine Seal Catalog gave him at this moment. When he felt this power, Luin was stunned for a long time, unable to come back to his senses. From what he knew, even if the ability to write down karma existed, it was the power of an eternal life realm. It was not something that a progenitor like him, who had not even reached the sequence laws, could do. Even if his karma force had reached perfection, it still wouldn't be enough. If he could do it, didn't that mean that the Azure Lotus defense could do it? Luin didn't think too much about it. Since he could do it, then he might as well give it a try. Luyin released the Karma Heavenly Tao, which instantly enveloped Boundless. Above Boundless, everyone's hearts palpitated as they looked up, but there was nothing there. Only Lu Tianyi and the other experts knew that Luyin had released karma. Luyin looked around Boundless, and his gaze landed on Kai Keqing. She had remained in Boundless all this time, and she had not asked to leave. She was very calm. As Luyin looked at her, the wordless heavenly tome in his heart emitted a faint light. It crossed through his heart and connected to the Divine Seal catalog. The next moment, an image appeared in the Divine Seal catalog that belonged to Kai Keqing's life. At that moment, the Karma Heavenly Tao began to shrink. Lu Yin's expression changed, and he hurriedly looked away. In a corner of Boundless, Kai Keqing frowned and looked around in confusion. She felt as if someone had been staring at her, as if she had been seen through. The Karma Heavenly Tao dissipated, and Lu Yin sighed. He was both happy and helpless. He could indeed create karma. Kai Keqing's life had appeared in the Divine Seal catalog, and he could insert karma into her life. The consequences of this karma would depend on the Karma Heavenly Tao's consumption, as well as his own strength. Just now, he had wanted to create karma to make himself Kai Keqing's benefactor and change her attitude towards him. As long as he did that, Kai Keqing would definitely recognize him as her benefactor and be deeply grateful to him. However, because Kai Keqing's cultivation in the sequence law surpassed Lu Yin's, the Karma Heavenly Tao's consumption was enormous, and Lu Yin had no choice but to stop. Even looking at Kai Keqing's life in the Divine Seal catalog had consumed a great deal of karma. This was just one attempt, so there was no need to consume so much. Lu Yin looked at his hands. He could really create karma, and this feeling of omnipotence was wonderful. Was this the feeling of being in control of everything? If one day, his Karma Heavenly Tao encompassed the entire universe, would that mean that he could become the master of all life forms' fates? It was that simple to change someone's perception of him. This power was too terrifying. He looked at the sky. If he could change the karma of others, then did that mean that his own karma had been changed by someone else? If the universe's karma could really be written, then what kind of existence was the one who wrote it? The more he thought about it, the deeper his gaze became as he looked at the universe. In the past, he had feared his enemies, but now, he feared the universe. In the Earth realm, Yuya's voice rang out. Chao Yi, you're not here on the orders of Death Hill's Great Master, are you? Chao Yi was calm. It's the Great Master's orders. If the Great Master sent you here, then why did the Azure Lotus Defense descend? Bo Haomiao shouted, his eyes flickering with fear. He hoped that Chao Yi was telling the truth. He had a chance against Chao Yi, but if he faced the Azure Lotus defense, then even Yuya would die without a doubt. Yuya also stared at Chao Yi. Chao Yi looked at Haomiao. It has nothing to do with me. Haomiao gritted his teeth. This bastard. He should have killed him himself back then. That idiot Book of Mist's failure had caused the 9-foot garden to suffer so much pressure that they had no choice but to rely on Yuya. What grudge do you have with the 9-foot garden? Haomiao asked, staring at Chao Yi with murderous intent. Chao Yi was cold. It's the most common grudge in the cultivation world. Then why did you implicate my parents? Haomiao shouted angrily. Chao Yi looked at her. Those who violate the rules will be killed without mercy. We are the ones who violated the rules. My parents did not leave the 9 heavens universe. The 9-foot garden will be killed without mercy. I will definitely kill you. Haomiao gritted her teeth. If Chao Yi did not care, the 9-foot garden would definitely be destroyed, and the Haomiao family would completely disappear. Their grudge would also dissipate. His grudge had been resolved, but what about the others on the Death Hill? Most of the people who entered the Death Hill had a deep grudge like him. Those who were lucky would be able to resolve it, but those who were unlucky would have to wait. The Death Hill Lord had ordered him to kill the 9-foot garden because his grudge was with the 9-foot garden. This was the Death Hill's preferential treatment for its own people. However, if the 9-foot garden did not violate the rules, then no one could do anything about it. Meng Sang Tian stood in front of Lu Yin in the boundless universe. It had been decades since the spiritualized universe attacked the Tian Yuan universe. Among the group of spiritualized powerhouses that attacked the Tian Yuan universe, Bao Qi had been killed by Lu Yin, and Princess Xiao had become his maid. Yishang and Meng Sang Tian had been captured. He had never imagined that things would turn out this way. Luin could still recall the tragic feelings he had when he left the spiritualized universe on the boundless universe. Now, things were completely different. I'm very curious. What did you experience with the Eternal? Luin slowly asked. Meng Sang Tian's tone was low. Nothing special. I just helped him come to the spiritualized universe and protected him before his cultivation recovered. At that time, you should have been able to suppress him. His methods are more than you can imagine. Luin agreed. What methods? Meng Sang Tian and Luin looked at each other. I can't say. Then I'll take a look. Luin was about to use the Karma Heavenly Tao when he suddenly paused. He recalled the Karma backlash from before and the hand on the Eternal's head. An inexplicable chill descended, and he had no choice but to stop. Meng Sang Tian was not the Eternal. Logically speaking, he should be able to see it, but his karma was connected to the Eternal. Luin hesitated for a moment, and then a karma spiral appeared on his fingertip. He pointed out, and the karma spiral pierced through Meng Sang Tian. The Karma Heavenly Tao might cause him to suffer unimaginable consequences, but this karma spiral would at most cause a backlash. It would not attack the Eternal, and even if it did, it would not be serious. Luin believed that he could withstand such a backlash. However, the karma did not cause any backlash, and Luin saw some of Meng Sang Tian's past. He continued to use his karma, and he saw many scenes. Suddenly, he stopped and stared at Meng Sang Tian's karma. It can't be, right? It's actually her? Through Meng Sang Tian's karma, Luin saw many unbelievable scenes. For example, the arrow god, who he thought had died in Immemorial City, had come back to life. For example, Fengbua, who Luin also thought had died, had come back to life. However, even if Fengbua was still alive, Luin didn't care too much. Although it was unbelievable, he didn't know what the immortal technique was capable of, so it wasn't impossible for it to revive Fengbua. However, even if Fengbua was revived, he would only have the power of a primordial realm expert at most. He wouldn't be a threat to Luin at all. What truly shocked Luin was that he saw Lan. Lan was the caretaker of Beyond Heaven, and she was in charge of passing messages on behalf of Yu Sang Tian. She was of the same generation as Zi Tian Shu, and she was neither servile nor overbearing when speaking to Yu Sang Tian. Although she wasn't Sang Tian in the spiritualized universe, her status was definitely not below Sang Tian's. She represented Yu Sang Tian. Luin had never imagined that Lan would appear before the eternity like Fengbua, Arrow God, and Meng Sang Tian. At that moment, he also understood Lan's identity. She was the last of the 3 masters and 6 seas, one of the 3 masters who had never revealed themselves. They had previously thought that she was the old salamander, but the old salamander had nothing to do with the eternity. The eternity had saved him purely out of curiosity about the primal chaos form and his plans for the spiritualized universe. The one who had truly hidden herself was Lan. At the same time, the eternity walked out from the border of the consciousness universe and looked at the shattered door. He stared at it for a while before turning back to look at the heavens. It was as if he saw Luin from afar. Luin also turned to look at the heavens. Lan was one of the 3 masters, which meant that the Eternals had never been passive in their cooperation with the spiritualized universe. He had formed a plan in a corner that Yu Sang Tian couldn't see. The eternity and Luin looked at the heavens at the same time. Their gazes didn't meet, but they seemed to see each other. I'll leave first. If you can return to the spiritualized universe alive, you'll see a different sky, the eternity muttered to himself. You're always in a corner that I can't see, but now, I see you, eternity, Luin also muttered to himself. Not long after, the eternity stepped through the shattered door and left the consciousness universe. It was also in the consciousness universe, but a broken world distorted and slowly disappeared. Inside the broken world was a meteorite. The meteorite's eyes blinked, and as the broken world disappeared, it became even more spirited. Its initial madness gradually faded away. When the broken world completely disappeared, the meteorite's eyes turned, and it charged towards a nearby broken world. After entering the broken world, its eyes constantly moved as if it was looking for something. The outside of the consciousness universe was only a distance. The heavenly cast sword came from a distance of inches. No one knew where it came from. It was looking for meteorites. Following the direction of the heavenly cast sword, it extended endlessly into the distance. Finally, a man could be seen. He was dressed in a loose black and white robe. His slightly curved short hair covered his eyes as he looked in the direction of the universe of consciousness. His left hand was behind his back and his right hand was covering his chest. He bowed slightly and had an indescribable demeanor. "I'm just bringing back a weapon. Please don't take offense." After he finished speaking, the corners of his mouth curled up. His handsome face revealed an evil smile. He looked up, straightened up, and took a step forward. His body did not move, but a shadow stepped out of his body and headed toward the consciousness universe. In the consciousness universe, Limitless returned. Now, whether it was Yuya, Usain Tian, or even eternity, none of them could threaten Luin as much as they had in the past. The karma heavenly Tao could create the karma of one's life experiences, and it could also create the karma of battle. He was looking forward to Yuya making a move. Boundless' current goal was simple: parallel spacetime. His goal was to capture all sentient life forms for Luin to absorb, allowing his consciousness to soar. Lu Yin's consciousness had already surpassed the three of them. Including Old Head and the others, he could use his consciousness to fight against Yuya's thoughts. However, he could not use his consciousness to suppress them. Since there was a way to improve his consciousness, he naturally had to do it. In order to help Luin improve, Limitless had jumped into the Hell of Appointment platform one by one. Now, it was naturally easier to capture sentient life forms. They could not find parallel spacetime, but as long as they captured sentient life forms in the consciousness universe and interrogated them, they could always find the parallel spacetime where they were hiding. Luin stood on a tree in the Rain Observatory. Beside him was Lu Tianyi. "Ancestor, I feel that I was too narrow-minded in the past. Whether it was increasing cultivation resources or karma, my vision was limited. If you give me a choice now, this process will be much faster." Lu Tianyi shook his head. "You were right in the past. Your heart will increase with your realm. When you reach the eternal realm, your vision will not be limited to one universe. Instead, it will jump out of this universe and look at the entire distance of inches. In the past, your vision was only in the origin space. You did not jump to a parallel spacetime. That was not your fault. Humans are most afraid of a mismatch between their hearts and their abilities. If your heart is big and your abilities are small, you will suffer the consequences of your own actions. If your heart is small and your abilities are large, you will only waste time. Do whatever you want. No matter what you do, the Tianyuan universe will always support you." Luin smiled. It felt good to have a home behind him. Limitless dragged 4 battleships and used the cultivators on them as bargaining chips to threaten the Ninth Heaven universe. Luin had originally thought that this was enough, but after the heavenly Tao of karma had skyrocketed, he felt that it was not enough. He was not ambitious enough. He wanted to control the entire spiritualized universe and use it as a bargaining chip to threaten the Ninth Heaven universe. However, he had failed before he even took this step. Lan was one of the 3 masters. Eternal's arrangements in the spiritualized universe allowed him to take the lead step by step. Luin still did not know how the battle in the consciousness universe would end. Once the Ninth Heaven universe intervened and attracted the god of defense, the result would be out of his control. If he was eternal, he would definitely withdraw because the situation in the consciousness universe was getting out of control. If Eternal left first, he could not be sure what would happen to the spiritualized universe. This opponent was really troublesome. As Limitless continued to capture consciousness life forms, the consciousness universe became lively once more. Not all of the consciousness life forms hid in parallel spacetimes. Some of them panicked and fled to the realm of Earth, letting Yuya and the others know of Limitless actions. Yuya wanted to surround and attack Luin, but after several failed attempts, he knew that Luin would not be easy to deal with. Limitless actions showed that Luin did not care about the danger he was in. Either he knew of Chowie's existence, or he had strengthened himself. Yuya did not think that Luin had strengthened himself. It was already inconceivable that Luin had such strength at such a young age. How could he have strengthened himself in such a short time? Yuya looked at Miao Wuhuang. You, come here. Miao Wuhuang was stunned and pointed at himself. Yuya stared at him. Miao Wuhuang did not dare to approach, but he could not refuse. He could only grimace and walk towards Yuya. The closer he got, the brighter his smile became. When he reached Yuya, his smile made others think that he was looking at his father. Lord Yuya, what orders do you have? Just say it. This lowly one will not hesitate to die and serve Lord Yuya. Misty Waves and the others looked at Miao Wuhuang. He was a powerhouse who had crossed bitter adversity. Even if he wanted to save his own life, he would not be so shameless. Old chief. They believed that they had already lowered themselves to protect their own lives, but compared to Miao Wuhuang, they were still far from it. Yuya did not care about Miao Wuhuang's attitude. He only said, tell me everything you know about Luin. Luin? Everything? Miao Wuhuang blinked. I don't know. Yuya's eyes were filled with killing intent as he stared at Miao Wuhuang. Misty Waves also stared at him, and a chill descended. Miao Wuhuang panicked. That, Lord Yuya, I really don't know. I don't know anything about Luin. That guy came from the Tianyuan universe and only came to the spiritualized universe a few decades ago. This lowly one has been hiding, cultivating underground. Not long after I came out, I went to Torchfire City. I don't know anything about him. The killing intent in Yuya's eyes grew heavier. In his opinion, Miao Wuhuang had not helped at all and had only been a messenger. If not for Frostblade and the others forcing him to do so, Yuya would not have taken action. This guy could turn against him at any time, so it was better to deal with him. Seeing that Yuya's expression was not right, Miao Wuhuang quickly said, there is a way. There is a way to understand him. Speak, Yuya said coldly. Miao Wuhuang sighed. There were 7 battleships that attacked the Mind Universe, but only 6 appeared during the first Earthrealm battle, including Wujiang. Then, where did the 7th battleship go? I heard that the battleship was destroyed by the meteorite. When the meteorite destroyed the battleship, many cultivators escaped. Some escaped to other battleships, some didn't even get close to the Earthrealm, and some were trapped in some broken worlds. As long as we can find them, we can definitely understand Luin. Yuya stared at Miao Wuhuang for a while. Miao Wuhuang's expression was sincere. Not long after, Miao Wuhuang returned to the corner. Yuya did not attack him and instead let him stay there until he had the time to capture a few cultivators to understand Luin. Although Yuya's attitude was arrogant, Miao Wuhuang was still grateful as long as he was not killed. Ever since he had been captured by Yuya from the core, things had not gone well for him. He was afraid of Yuya from the bottom of his heart. This guy could control him too easily, and he did not have the strength of Xianxia or Luin. Chowi looked away. Luin? Yuya had come for him. This person's name had long since spread to the Death Mound, not only because of Xianxia, but also because he had fished up the 9 firmaments and punished Xingfan and Yuya. Although Luin had not gone to the 9 firmaments, his reputation was not small. Luin was looking forward to meeting this person and seeing if he was as young as the rumors said. Luin did not stay idle while Boundless searched for consciousness lifeforms, continuing to roll his die. This time, he was looking for Old Chief. No consciousness lifeform was more valuable than Old Chief. Not only was he the most powerful, but he also had the memories of the worldly lock and the secrets of the Mind Universe. Luin needed his memories. In order to recover from his injuries, Luin did not want to waste time. Even when he rolled possession, he did not look for Old Chief. After all, it took time and consciousness to find him. Luin smiled when he saw the die stop at possession. Ever since he had come to the Mind Universe, he had been fighting and killing everywhere, balancing and scheming against each other. It had been tiring for him, and he no longer had the sense of control that he had in the Tianyuan universe. Now, however, his luck seemed to have reversed. His consciousness entered the dark space to search for Old Chief. The constant exhaustion of his consciousness was no longer a problem. Luin was prepared to search for a long time, but he soon found Old Chief's ball of light in half the time he had spent in Etion, Quebec. His consciousness rushed over and fused with the ball of light. He opened his eyes, and the memories entered his mind. Lu Yin's first reaction was to look at Chowi. He hadn't expected another expert from the ninth firmament universe to come. If he had left even a few seconds later, the situation would have changed. This person's name was Chao Yi, the summit master of the Death Hill's 6th summit. He had a blood feud with the 9 Feet Garden. The reason why Yuya did not search for him was because he was wary of this person. If this person was not dealt with, the vast expanse of misty waves and the misty red raccoon would be crippled, and the book of misty waves would be slapped to death. Luin looked at Chao Yi. What kind of will did this person represent? What did she think of him? Luin controlled the old head's body to stare at Chao Yi, but he did not notice that Yuya had been staring at him the entire time, his gaze growing deeper and deeper. When Luin noticed it, he happened to meet Yuya's gaze. You're Luin. Yuya suddenly attacked, pressing his palm towards the old chief, using the Great 5 Palms technique. Old chief frowned. I'm not Luin, I'm old chief. Beside him, Frost Blade and Shiwen attacked without hesitation. Blade Tianxue and the Azure Sword slashed out with the Great 5 Palms above their heads. Miao Huang was also sneakily watching from behind. Luin felt helpless, he had been discovered so quickly. It seemed like it would be harder and harder to rely on his die to get possession in the future. Just as he was about to withdraw from the fusion, Chao Yi made his move. The two ghosts rushed towards the vast expanse of mist and raised their hands. The death mound covered an area of 1,000,000 kilometers, covering the entire area. Vast misty waves and misty waves red raccoon could only face each other. Death Mound's battle technique covered the entire area, not only drowning out the old head that Luin had fused with, but it also drowned out Frostblade and the others. The Great 5 Palms technique, in particular, was directly suppressed by Death Mound. Yuya's face was gloomy. The space-thinking mirror suddenly fell and swept across. In that instant, Chao Yi and Old Head's minds went blank. Luin had wanted to use Zhao Yi to control the Old Head's body and take the initiative to find Wu Jiang, but Yuya had stopped him, and he could only withdraw from the fusion. The smoky red raccoon clawed at Chao Yi from above, tearing apart the Death Hill. The moment it landed, Chao Yi regained his senses and instinctively dodged to the side. His sharp claws pierced through the ground, and when he clawed at Chao Yi again, the twin ghosts had already returned. The misty red civet was unwilling, but it was stopped by Yuya. Yuya stared at Chao Yi. The 3 universes have a group of people who want to rebel against 9 Clouds universe. Luin is one of them. You shouldn't get in our way. Chao Yi said coldly, my mission is only to eradicate 9 Foot Garden. Death Hill's people should protect the continent of the 9 Clouds, said Yuya. Chao Yi didn't care. Vast misty waves pulled the misty red civet back and shook his head. The smoky red raccoon exhaled, stared at Chao Yi one more time, and then returned. Yuya and Chao Yi looked at each other and saw the depth in each other's eyes. Vast mist pulled the misty beaver back, feeling a headache coming on. With Chao Yi keeping a close eye on them, they couldn't help Yuya at all. Luin still had the ability to merge with a consciousness lifeform's body, and the old leader's memories would definitely be seen by him. The current situation in the realm of Earth was actually disadvantageous for Yuya. Hold on. Suddenly, vast Mistwave's expression changed. He looked at the ground, his thoughts spinning. No, this wasn't the first time that Luin had merged with the old man's body. It had happened before when Yuya had tried to kill Luin. If that was the case, then why had Yuya left him here? Yuya had immediately noticed that the old leader was being controlled by Luin, which meant that he had been keeping an eye on the old man, but that was meaningless. The old leader was being controlled, and even if Luin was chased away by Yuya, it wouldn't harm Luin. It would be better to kill the old leader or chase him away to prevent Luin from finding out about the current situation in the realm of Earth. However, the old leader hadn't been chased away, and no matter how one looked at it, it felt like Yuya wanted Luin to know about the current situation through the old leader. The current situation was clearly disadvantageous to Yuya, so why was he willing to let Luin know? There was only one possibility. Yuya felt that the current situation was advantageous to him. Vast mist waves and Scarlet Raccoon were being targeted by Chao Yi, and they obviously couldn't help Yuya. How could this be beneficial to him? Unless... Vast mist waves glanced at Chao Yi without batting an eyelid. If he hadn't guessed wrong, Yuya and Chao Yi had joined forces, which was why the situation had reversed. Vast mist waves had told Luin about the current situation through the old leader and lured Luin into action. If Luin was worried about Xianxia, then he would definitely attack while Qiaoyi was restraining vast mist waves and vast mist waves. If Qiaoyi suddenly joined forces with Xianxia, then even if vast mist waves and vast mist waves lost vast mist waves, Xianxia would still be able to catch Luin off guard. The previous attempt to kill Luin had failed, and it would be very difficult to get rid of him again. If Qiaoyi's arrival was used well, then it would be Xianxia's last chance to succeed. Yes, that had to be it. Otherwise, there was no way to explain why the old leader had been left here. Xianxia was willing to do anything for the sake of transforming, and he had already staked everything on this one throw. Forget about betraying the 9-foot garden, he wouldn't even care if he betrayed the entire universe. The cruelest thing in the cultivation world was to climb up by hook or by crook. Why had the 9-foot garden tried to assassinate Qiaoyi? It was because Qiaoyi had displayed an extraordinary talent that allowed him to sleep in the octagonal pavilion. This wasn't something the 9-foot garden could accept, but they hadn't expected Qiaoyi to be taken away by the death hillock even though he hadn't slept in the octagonal pavilion. If Xianxia had betrayed him and the red raccoon, then Qiaoyi would have been able to take revenge. For this reason, it was more worth it to join forces to deal with Luin. Otherwise, with Xianxia around, it would have been very difficult for Qiaoyi to kill him. Vast mist suppressed his complicated thoughts and transmitted a message to the red raccoon. Find a chance to leave. Xianxia is unreliable. The red raccoon's expression changed, and it was about to look over. Don't look. You'll attract attention. Xianxia has probably betrayed us to Qiaoyi. Remember, if you have the chance, run away and leave behind the 9-foot garden's inheritance, Vast Mist reminded. The current situation was the most unfavorable for them. The red raccoon gritted its teeth and lowered its head. Understood, Elder. The 9-foot garden had actually fallen to such a state. Not far away, the old leader was also transmitting a message to Frostblade and Shiwen. I feel that something isn't right. Xianxia has been watching me. He clearly knows that I might be under Lu Yin's control and have my memories. Why did he leave me here? He's using you as bait, Shiwen said. The old leader's eyes flashed. It's not that simple. The situation has changed. The hunter and the prey are constantly reversing. We need to leave the battlefield. Originally, Yuya's side had been in a stalemate with Qiaoyi. Now, because of Yuya's actions, Qiaoyi's side had completely split apart without him noticing. There were some things that only outsiders could see. Clearly. Yuya thought that he was in control of the situation, but in reality, it had long since slipped out of his control. As for Miao Wuhuang, who was in the corner, he had long since wanted to run. He had never hesitated, but he did not have the ability to do so. Vast Mist was most worried that Luin would not be able to hold himself back and kill his way over, thinking that he could join forces with Qiaoyi. That was what Xianxia wanted. He hoped that Luin would not come. It was too difficult for Vast Mist to escape with the red raccoon. He had to think of something. Several months passed in the blink of an eye, and Limitless had captured many consciousness life forms for Luin. Luin was not in a hurry to absorb them. Xianxia's scheme had left a deep impression on him. There were many star ranks among these consciousness life forms, and Luin did not know if Xianxia had given him any coordinates. He did not want to be pierced through by eternal halfway. He still had to take them to a parallel spacetime. One day, Lu Tianyi and the rest gave Luin a pleasant surprise. They had actually captured Lan Huifeng. Lan Huifeng was one of the 13 celestial phenomenon cultivators who had joined Xianxia and dealt a heavy blow to the Eternals. He had not appeared since, and even Old Head and the rest could not find him. Luin had not expected to be able to find him. The value of a consciousness life form at the cosmic realm was far greater than that of other consciousness life forms. Lan Huifeng had been beaten up badly, but he had still been able to change the 9 heavens in the face of a group of experts from Limitless. I'm willing to join you. This was the first thing Lan Huifeng said when he saw Luin. He felt that as long as he was willing to join them, he would definitely be able to survive. Xianxia wanted to use him. However, he did not know that Luin had already merged with him. Luin took a step forward. Merge with him? Interrogate him? That was not necessary. Luyin had merged with Lan Huifeng's body once before, but he had not seen too many memories. He had been in a hurry to capture Lan Huifeng and absorb his consciousness. Unfortunately, Lan Huifeng's method of dealing with merging was to constantly change positions. Luyin had not been able to capture him last time. This time, he would be able to take a good look at Lan Huifeng's memories. Luyin was curious as to when Lan Huifeng had joined Xianxia and how he had been controlled. Not long after, Lu Yin's consciousness returned to his body, and he saw Lan Huifeng's memories. There were no secrets. Lan Huifeng had only used his consciousness to infiltrate his consciousness and replace his body. During Etian K's battle against Xianxia, he had successfully caused Xianxia to pause for a moment, causing him to be trapped by heaven and earth lock. At that time, he and Xianxia had truly attacked in order to not be suspected by the old chief and the others. This method of infiltrating one's consciousness and replacing one's body was similar to the innate gift of a player, but it relied on one's consciousness. However, Lan Huifeng had given Luyin a pleasant surprise. Lan Huifeng had a unique way of using his consciousness, which was to change the form of his consciousness to conceal the aura of life from the outside universe. This was a very clever way of using his consciousness. Those who had not thought of it would never have thought of it, but those who had thought of it could easily do it. In the entire consciousness universe, only Lan Huifeng had such a way of using his consciousness. The old chief and Frostblade's consciousness far surpassed Lan Huifeng's, but they had not. Lu Yin's consciousness was the strongest in the three universes, but he had not thought of this method either. It was a coincidence that Lan Huifeng had thought of it. However, he had not told Xianxia about this method. He knew that once Xianxia dealt with the 13 celestial phenomenon cultivators, Lan Huifeng would no longer be of any use to him. This method was Lan Huifeng's last resort. If there was only one universe, this method would be meaningless, but if Xianxia wanted to go to another universe, this method would be very useful. Luyin was happy, as this method was even more useful to him. He would definitely go to Nina Firmament's universe, as the aura from the outside universe was too obvious. Although this method might not be able to deceive absolute powerhouses, it should be able to deceive ordinary experts. As his consciousness grew stronger, perhaps even absolute powerhouses would not be able to tell. As for why Lan Huifeng had sided with Xianxia, it was simple: he had been beaten up by Xianxia. When the 513 celestial phenomenon cultivators had besieged Xianxia and forced him to flee, the consciousness universe had thought that although Xianxia was strong, he was not strong enough to suppress them. However, after that incident, Lan Huifeng had met Xianxia alone, and it had been that encounter that had instilled fear in him. Xianxia had displayed his unparalleled power to Lan Huifeng, making him certain that Xianxia could suppress the old chieftain and the others. In order to survive, Lan Huifeng had chosen to side with Xianxia. This was a consciousness lifeform survival instinct. They had no dignity or faith, they just wanted to live. Lan Huifeng looked at Luyin. "I can help you find Xianxia." Luyin looked at him. "Xianxia's eternal thought wants to ignore time and space to attack someone at my level. He needs coordinates, and you've always been his coordinates." Lan Huifeng's expression changed. "No, I'll be fine as long as I don't cooperate." Luyin slapped Lan Huifeng's head, knocking him out. "Not cooperating?" Xianxia wasn't someone who needed to cooperate. Even Mui had been dealt with by Xianxia, let alone a mere consciousness life form. With Lan Huifeng around, it was time to absorb his consciousness. Luyin felt that his consciousness alone would be enough to destroy Yuya's thoughts. He might be able to suppress Xianxia with just his consciousness alone. With that thought in mind, Limitless pierced through the void and entered a parallel universe. Yuya watched as several months passed, but Luyin still hadn't attacked. Yuya felt uneasy. Luyin couldn't have left the consciousness universe, could he? Would he have given up on the Etion imperial court? Xianxia wouldn't have allowed him to leave. But it had been so long, why hadn't he taken advantage of Chao Yi's fight against the 9-foot garden? Any cultivator who could reach his level would take the initiative. No matter how dangerous it was, as long as there was a chance of victory, they would take the risk. It was better than passively waiting for death. Yuya looked at Chao Yi. Chao Yi looked back. The two quickly looked away. This exchange of glances was seen by Vast Mist, and his face fell. As expected, he had been apprehensive for the past few months, afraid that Luin would suddenly attack him. If Luin had really attacked, he would have immediately fled with Red Raccoon. Fortunately, the worst-case scenario had not happened. Then, it was time. Vast Mist looked at Red Raccoon. Red Raccoon suddenly attacked, staring at Chowie and slashing down with its claws. Twin wraiths suddenly appeared to block the claws. Chowie was shocked, he hadn't expected Red Raccoon to suddenly attack. Vast Mist's body was surrounded by a ruler, 9 feet to kill. Yuya was furious. Vast Mist, what are you doing? Vast Mist's face turned red. Master Yuya, we can't wait any longer. If we wait any longer, Luin will escape. We only have one chance. Let's get rid of Chowie first, then capture Luin. 9-foot garden swears to help Master Yuya break through. Yuya was to Yuya. Chow isn to 2. You still can't tell? Use that's to help S to help. To attack to him. To S's, to Chowchow's level wood, to attack to die to attack. To attack Chow was to attack. Chow and to betray to help him you. To better betray him, were to betray him would to better betray him to betray. To them to Chow. It was impossible for them to escape. With Chowie staring at them, Vast Mist Waves admitted that he was unable to escape his line of sight, so he had no choice but to force Yuya. Chowi's face was cold. He did not expect vast expanse of mist to suddenly attack. Was he really going to fight to the death for Yuya? Or had he seen through it? Vast Mist's guess was right. Yuya had indeed betrayed them and joined forces with Chowie. Chowie had agreed to the alliance because he wanted to deal with 9-foot garden and because Yuya had told him that Luo Ning and the rest of the 9 Firmament's cultivators had been captured. Although the Death Hillock's responsibility did not involve saving those people, Yuya had given him a way out. Otherwise, Chowie might not have agreed to join forces with Yuya. Everything was for the 9 Firmaments. Of the 2 ghosts, one attacked Misty Red Raccoon while the other blocked the raccoon's suction. Chowi's fingers were pitch black as he grabbed at Vast Mist. Vast Mist used his 9-foot heaven-defying technique to suppress Chowie. He did not believe that he would lose to a youth who had undergone spiritual cultivation. What are you waiting for? Kill him. Vast Mist shouted at the old chief and the rest. The old chief and the rest looked at Yuya. Yuya's expression turned ugly. He had also thought that Vast Mist might have guessed that he had betrayed them. Since that was the case, he sent out his consciousness. Since his target was Vast Mist, he might as well finish off 9-foot garden and join forces with Chowie to deal with Luin. Vast Mist had long been wary of Yuya, and he had been on guard the moment he sent out his consciousness. The 9-foot heaven-defying technique trembled. As expected, Yuya's target was him. Compared to Chowie, 9-foot garden was less valuable. Not only was Chowie equivalent to 3 powerhouses who had passed bitter adversity, but he also had the Death Hillock's background, which was what Yuya needed. Misty Red Raccoon looked at Yuya with anger and unwillingness. Lord Yuya, you betrayed us. Vast Mist's eyes were filled with anger. He had not expected Yuya to attack him so straightforwardly. He did not care about their old friendship at all. 9-foot garden had done their best for him, even breaking the rules. Yuya's expression darkened. Didn't you guess? Why else would you force me? Vast Mist, since 9-foot garden has already done everything for me, why don't you just let it go and help me? Yuya, you're despicable. Vast Mist was already prepared. He pulled Misty Red Raccoon over and activated his dual 9-foot heaven-defying technique. He charged into the distance while shouting, 13 celestial phenomenon, you won't live even if you know Yuya's secret. Yuya suddenly turned to look at the old chief and the others. The old chief and the others did not hesitate to escape while simultaneously sending out their consciousness in all directions. Just as Vast Mist had said, they knew Yuya's secret. If 9-foot garden could betray them, their fates could be imagined. Not only did their consciousness help them escape, but it also helped Vast Mist and the others. The old chief knew that compared to them, Yuya needed to deal with Vast Mist more. Thus, he used Vast Mist and the others as bait while he escaped. Further behind, Miao Wuhuang had already escaped. The moment Yuya attacked Vast Mist, he had used the world's edge mirror to escape. As long as there was a chance, he would escape faster than anyone else. These guys were all cunning and did not even blink when betraying others. It was too scary. He was still the one with morals. In comparison, that Luin was much more adorable. The Earth Intent Realm experts fled in all directions, chasing after the vast expanse of mist. The old chief and Miao Wuhuang's escape had caused Yuya to lose control of the situation. The one he hated the most now was not Xianxia and Luin, but Vast Mist. Why couldn't this guy die peacefully? If he died, he could help Yuya. That bastard. And that Luin. Becoming the supreme god was part of his glory. All of them deserved to die. After confirming the direction, Yuya chased after Vast Mist and the others. He was not only going to kill Vast Mist, but also to keep an eye on Chowie. He had already betrayed 9-Foot Garden, and if he did not keep an eye on Chowie and allowed him to leave, breaking his promise, he would lose everything. It would be impossible for him to deal with Luin. The old chief and the others heaved a sigh of relief. They had indeed chased after 9-Foot Garden. All they wanted now was to leave the consciousness universe and never return. The consciousness universe had become so unfamiliar. In the past, they had been absolute experts, and whenever they met Xianxia, they would surround and kill him instead of running away. Now, they had enough of running away. They should have left earlier. Where are we going? The Tianyuan universe. Are we really going to the Tianyuan universe? We have no other choice. I hope that Luin doesn't return alive. Let's go to the Tianyuan universe. I actually hope that the consciousness universe will be reactivated. Let's hope so. In the boundless darkness of the consciousness universe, a figure walked out and stood in the void like an eternal star. He had clearly just appeared, but he seemed to blend in with the surrounding stars. This figure was Luin. He had absorbed the consciousnesses of all the consciousnesses that Lan Huifeng and Wu Jiang had found in the parallel universe. At this moment, his consciousness had expanded to an unprecedented level, and it was no longer as simple as just surpassing Lao Tu and the others. The majesty of this consciousness reminded him of the Karma Tao. The Karma Tao was a combination of the elites of two universes. His current consciousness was a combination of all the consciousnesses in the consciousness universe, including several of the 13 celestials. Even if the 9 heavens universe was included, Luin was certain that no one below the eternal realm could compare to him in terms of consciousness, let alone the 3 universes. When his consciousness had expanded to its current level, he had already mastered all the ways to use it. Luin suddenly thought of a new way to use it, but he did not know if it would work. Not long after, the 9 heavens transformation appeared behind him. His majestic consciousness caused the 9 heavens transformation to become incomparably solid, just like the 9 heavens. His consciousness planet had long since surpassed the divine force planets and was the largest planet in the universe near his heart. Compared to the surrounding planets, it was a colossus. The next moment, Luin opened his eyes, and his consciousness whizzed out and spread out endlessly. At the same time, he activated the serious art. His method of using his consciousness was the serious art. With the serious art, every universe had stars. In other universes, the stars were not created by the serious art and could not become Lu Yin's strength. However, in the consciousness universe, the stars all had consciousness energy. With the serious art as a bridge, Luin connected all the stars, allowing him to see the entire consciousness universe in an instant. His gaze was deep as he became one. The unique environment of the consciousness universe allowed him to have unprecedented control over his consciousness. He could use all the stars, just like the first time he had used the serious art to encompass the Genesis space, or the first time he had stepped on a star. Luin saw Vast Mist and Misty Red Raccoon, Chao Yi, Yuya, Miao Wuhuang in another direction, and the old leader and the rest. Miao Wuhuang, old leader, and the rest were all heading towards the border of the consciousness universe. They wanted to run. In the starry sky of the consciousness universe, the old leader, Frostblade, and Shiwen were silently rushing towards the border as fast as they could. Run as far as possible, and leave this place. There was nothing that could keep them here. Even if Yuya had new reinforcements, it had nothing to do with them. They did not want to get involved. Although the consciousness universe was huge, it was still very fast for powerhouses like the old leader to reach the border. They were getting closer and closer. The old leader looked ahead and felt a sense of uneasiness. He subconsciously looked around, but there was nothing. There was only the constant rotation of stars. The stars' history was even older than theirs, and these stars might have existed since the consciousness universe had been rebooted. But then again, had the consciousness universe really been rebooted? These were the words that Luin had said while enduring the shock of his memories on the cliff. The old head did not believe him, but he could not refute him. No one knew if the consciousness universe had been rebooted or not. It was a pity that they had not touched the heavenly palace, which had originally belonged to them. Now, everything was gone. Retracting their gazes, the three continued to approach the border. "What's that?" Xiwen exclaimed. Old Head and Frost Blade looked ahead and saw stars crashing toward them as if they had a mind of their own. Although these stars were big, they could destroy them with a flip of their hand. They could not understand why these stars would suddenly crash toward them. They clearly did not sense any other power. Old Head and Frost Blade looked ahead. With a wave of his hand, Frost Blade shattered a few stars, and the moment the stars shattered, a consciousness that could be seen with the naked eye whizzed past them. The Old Head, Frost Blade, and Xiwen froze in place for a moment. "Let's go!" The Old Head shouted, and the three hurriedly rushed out. At this moment, the Old Head was the fastest, and he directly shook off Frost Blade and Xiwen. His heart sank, and that uneasiness made his back turn cold. He had not sensed wrongly that consciousness had belonged to Luin. Luin had made a move. He must have been watching the heavenly palace and had taken advantage of the moment when Yuya and the others were separated. The Old Head regretted running away. He should have stayed with Yuya and the others so that Luin would not have had a chance to act. Damn it, how did this person keep an eye on the Earth realm? Frost Blade and Xiwen did not see the Old Head in the blink of an eye, but they were not surprised. They had to escape the consciousness universe. Suddenly, they saw the Old Head in front of them, who had stopped in place. Frost Blade and Xiwen looked at each other and approached the Old Head. They followed his gaze and saw Luin leisurely waiting for them at the border exit. Luin sat on the portal fragment and smiled. He looked at the Old Head and the others. "Where are you going in such a hurry?" "Everyone from the 13 Celestials." The Old Head's eyes flashed as he stared at Luin. "You want to block our way?" Luin smiled. "I guessed right. You're going to the Tianyuan universe, right? There's no need to go through so much trouble. Wu Jiang can send you." Frostblade's eyes narrowed, and he gripped his blade. Xiwen raised his hand, and the great sky-split disc pressed down on Luin. They knew that it was useless to attack, but they couldn't allow themselves to be captured. The old chief took a deep breath. This was the most dangerous battle he had ever fought. He had never thought about winning. He only wanted to escape. Either he escaped or he died. There was no third path. World lock. An invisible lock descended from the void, attempting to lock down all of Lu Yin's knowledge of the outside world and lock down his thoughts. Luin looked up as karma spiraled around his hand. As the karma spiral was struck out, it pierced through the heaven and earth lock. Around them, chains began to imprison Frost Blade and Xiwen. Shuang Dao and Xiwen were shocked. They looked at the old chief. Why did he attack them? The old chief was stunned. What was going on? He was clearly the one who had attacked Luin. Why? Luin smiled. The heavenly Tao of karma allowed one to create their own karma. Aside from being able to change a living being's past trajectory and increase their karma, they could also change the traces left behind in battle. Luin had only added another strand of karma the moment Lao Tu attacked. The target of the worldly lock was himself, so all he had to do was add his own position to Frostblade and Xiwen's. This was a very simple change that didn't consume too much karma, and the result satisfied Luin. He could create other types of karma, such as making Frostblade the old chief's target. However, this would increase the karma of a living being, and the cost was too great. It wasn't worth it. The old chief and the others couldn't figure out what Luin had done. Not only had the worldly lock imprisoned Frostblade and the others, but it had also destroyed Xianxia and the great sky-carving disc. The old chief hurriedly dispersed the worldly lock and looked at Luin uneasily. Master Lu, Yuya is your greatest enemy. Now that the 9 Feet Garden is fighting with Yuya, why don't you take the opportunity to get rid of Yuya? There's no need to waste time on us. Luin agreed. You're right. I shouldn't waste time on you. With that, he stood up and stepped forward, approaching the old chief. The old chief's expression changed, and his consciousness suddenly blasted forward. At the same time, Frost Blade and Shiwen's consciousness blasted forward as well. Since Luin had purposely blocked their path, how could he let them off so easily? This battle was unavoidable. The old chief hurriedly retreated, not allowing Luin to get close. However, the worldly lock descended and imprisoned the old chief, Frost Blade, and the others. This was Lu Yin's worldly lock, and its power surpassed the old chief's. It had been unleashed with his consciousness, and it was equivalent to the trap that Yuya and the others had set for Luin in the Earth Realm. The old chief was shocked. He hadn't expected Lu Yin's consciousness to be so terrifying. It had far surpassed his own. How many consciousness life forms have you absorbed? You'll find out. Luin said indifferently. His body passed through Frost Blade and Shiwen, and he instantly appeared in front of the old chief. He was 5 meters away when he merged with the old chief. As Lu Yin's consciousness returned to his body, the old chief fell to the ground. In a blur, he also saw Frost Blade and Shiwen fall to the ground at the same time. When the old chief had lost because Luin had merged with his body. Frost Blade and Shiwen had lost because of power. At this moment, Lu Yin's power was so terrifying that it exceeded the old chief and the others' knowledge. It was like the difference between heaven and earth compared to the first battle. He had absorbed the heaven sealing foundation sequence particles, and his power had reached a whole new level. Even if Xianxia's heart was like a boulder and the stars moved and he borrowed the power of the universe, he might not be able to defeat Luin. This was because Xianxia's sequence rules had a limit. Luin looked forward to another battle with Xianxia. Luin looked at the 3 people on the ground. At this point, the 13 celestial phenomenon had come to an end, with the exception of Bu Wen, who was hiding in the spiritualized universe. The master of the consciousness universe was the 13 celestial phenomena, but the 13 celestial phenomena could not support the consciousness universe. If Luin had not been able to stop the spiritualized universe's invasion, then the master of the Tian Yuan universe would have changed. In the distance, Miao Wu Wang's mouth was agape as he watched in a daze. He had seen Luin easily defeat the old chief and the others, and his mind was filled with disbelief. Lu Yin's victory was inevitable, but not even Xianxia could have done it so quickly and so easily. Of the 13 celestial phenomena, the old chief's consciousness had reached Xianxia's level. Even if he had fought Xianxia alone, he should not have lost so quickly. Had Luin eaten a strength pill? Luin suddenly looked over, and Miao Wu Wang's expression changed. He smiled in a thousandth of a second and bent over, looking charmingly naive. Only he knew the bitterness in his heart. How many times? He had rushed across the border and came back, and rushed across the border and came back again. Now, he couldn't even rush across the border? How sad. Luin waved at Miao Wu Huang. Miao Wu Huang obediently went over. Escape? Impossible, not in this lifetime. Even the world's edge mirror could not be used in front of this guy. There was no way he could escape. Soon, Miao Wu Huang ran over and smiled brightly at Luin. Boss, you were looking for me? Luin looked at him. You're leaving? Miao Wu Huang licked his lips and probed, You're not leaving? Are you asking me? Then I'm leaving? Are you used to answering my questions with questions? Aren't you the same? Miao Wu Huang wanted to retort, but he did not dare. Well, if you want me to leave, then I will. If you don't want me to leave, then I will not leave. I will listen to you. Luin raised his hand and placed it on Miao Wu Wang's shoulder. Miao Wu Wang's heart trembled, and he subconsciously shrank his body so that it would be easier for Luin to pat him. Lu Yin's hand was very light as he patted him. Miao Wu Huang heaved a sigh of relief. What did I offend you? You scolded me under the cliff, so we're even. Miao Wu Huang did not know how to answer. Whatever you say, boss. When you go to the Tianyuan universe, help me take care of it, Luin said. Mia Wuhuang promised, I already promised you when I was concerned about Tian Quebec. Don't worry, as long as I live, the Tianyuan universe will be under my protection. No, under your halo, I will protect it with my life. Luin waved a hand. Mia Wuhuang was nervous. Then, I'm leaving? Luin ignored him and looked into the distance. In that direction, Chao Yi and Yuya were working together to hunt down the vast mist. That battle was about to end. Mia Wuhuang left, rushing through the broken door. He didn't even turn his head when he saw the area. He's finally gone. Is this what they meant by no more than 3 times? I've been beaten back several times, but I've finally escaped from that damned place. He had never felt so comfortable in the Tianyuan universe. Although Luin was a little despicable and shameless, his morals were not bad, and he was very close to Mia Wuhuang's. Forget it, I won't scold him in the future. I'll help him a little when I go to the Tianyuan universe. The Tianyuan universe is so big, and there are so many people. Mia Wuhuang's expression turned solemn. There were not enough virtue flags, and he needed to make more. He wanted them to fly in every corner of the Tianyuan universe. Yuya, my 9-foot garden has risked our lives for you and given up everything. You betrayed the 9-foot garden, and you will not have a good ending in the future, the vast mist shouted as he coughed up blood and clutched his chest. Beside him, the ruler had cracked. The misty red raccoon stared at Chao Yi. Her delicate face was stained with blood, and her long red hair had been cut in half. She cut a sorry figure. Yuya's gaze was cold. It's your fault. The 9-foot garden was willing to help me, but you went back on your word at the last moment. You should know that Chao Yi can help me more than you. You should have died for me. You. The vast mist was enraged, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was ashen. The misty red raccoon supported him. Ancestor, we misjudged you. The vast mist bitterly said, Little raccoon, I've let you down. Think of a way to escape. Don't worry about me. The misty red raccoon shook her head. They had not done anything wrong. They could only blame Yuya for being too shameless. Forcing Yuya to attack Chao Yi in the Earth realm had been their only way out. They had thought that Yuya would be apprehensive about his reputation and the 13 celestial phenomenon and give up on joining forces with Chao Yi. However, they had underestimated how despicable Yuya was, and they had also overestimated how important the 13 celestial phenomenon were to Yuya. Even if Yuya had not attacked back then, they would have been killed by Chao Yi, and they would not have been able to escape to this place. From the moment they had entered the consciousness universe, the 9-foot garden had disappeared. The heavens trembled as Chao Yi attacked. Yuya's space mirror shone with a dark golden light that gradually drowned out the heavens. Luin watched on calmly. Through the stars, he could see everything clearly. Luin did not intend to intervene. The 9-foot garden was his enemy, and he would not go so far as to save an enemy. As for whether an enemy's enemy was a friend, that would depend on whether Luin had the initiative. The 2 from 9-foot garden only wanted to escape, and just like the old chief and the others, saving them would be meaningless. Luin had no intention of learning more about the 9 firmaments universe through them. Very quickly, vast mist's 9 feet heaven-defying technique could not hold on any longer, and was forcibly shattered by Chao Yi's double ghost door slam. The misty red beaver's beaver seal was suppressed by the Sikong mirror. How could the misty red beaver be a match for Yuya? Vast misty waves was bathed in blood as he roared, I hate it. Yuya, I hate it. Why did I help you? My 9-foot garden did everything I could to help you. I hate it. Chao Yi raised his hand, and the death mound extended. His gaze was cold. All actions are based on self-interest. Back then, you destroyed me in the 9-feet garden because you were worried about this day. However, this day will eventually come. Bang! There was a loud bang. Vast expanse of mist's body shattered. Before he died, his eyes were fixed on Yuya. He did not hate Chao Yi. The hatred between them was too deep. Chao Yi's actions were normal. He hated Yuya. It was Yuya who betrayed them. The smoky red raccoon was sorrowful, and tears of blood flowed down its cheeks. His long red hair was burning, and his aura was weakening. "You're the only one left in the 9 feet garden," Chowie said coldly. The smoky red raccoon looked at Chowie. "Are you happy now that you've gotten your revenge?" Chowie's gaze was as calm as water. "You won't have the chance." The smoky red raccoon smiled bitterly. "Yes, some people can take revenge, but some people are destined to never have the chance." Bang! Another loud sound rang out as the misty wave red raccoon fell. It streaked across the starry sky with red radiance until it disappeared. Chowie looked down. "You and I are nothing but dust in the world of cultivation. Death is not necessarily a new life. Who can understand this universe?" Yuya did not care about the deaths of Vast Mist and the others. He only cared about Chowie. 13 heavenly phenomenon escaped and 9 feet garden died because of you. You should fulfill your promise. Chowie looked at Yuya. "I don't understand. If I were 9 feet garden or 13 celestial phenomenon, would you be more confident in dealing with Luin?" Yuya frowned. "I didn't think that the 13 celestial phenomenon cultivators would escape. I only wanted to use you to replace 9-foot garden, but Luin and the others have already seen through 9-foot garden's power, so it's useless." "Looks like you've lost out," Chowie said indifferently. Yuya narrowed his eyes. "As long as the plan is well laid out, there will always be a chance to succeed. You're not planning to break the contract, are you?" "I'm not that despicable," Chowie said. Yuya breathed a sigh of relief. "I know where Wu Jiang is. Let's go." With that, the two of them flew off into the distance. They did not know that Luin had been staring at them the entire time. His consciousness had spread throughout the entire consciousness universe, causing them to overlook him. The destruction of the 9-feet garden allowed Luin to see the cruelest side of the cultivation world, and this side was being played out every day. The smoky red raccoon was right. Some people could take revenge, while others were destined to never be able to. Who was in control of all this? The smoky red raccoon. "This woman is very pitiful. She didn't attack me willingly, but this is the world of cultivation." Who did Yanner offend? He was also affected. Only after confirming that the Tianyuan universe was safe would he awaken Ming Yen. He didn't want Ming Yen to end up like the misty wave red raccoon. Yuya and Chowie had already arrived, and Luin reminded the group of experts from Limitless. Now, he was not afraid of Yuya. Chowie. Some time later, Yuya and Chowie arrived. Chowie looked at the enormous Limitless pulling 4 battleships with anticipation. What kind of person was this Luin? Yuya and the 9-feet garden had not been able to take him down at their peak. If Chowie had been the one to face that joint attack, he would have died without a doubt. Yuya released his consciousness, and the Seikong mirror covered the entire sky. He did not plan on directly dealing with Luin, as it was too difficult. He wanted to use the lives of everyone on Limitless as a threat to give him an opportunity to deal with Luin. Luin would be threatened by the Tianyuan universe, so his chances of success were high. Yuya had no other choice, as there was no power in the consciousness universe that could help him. This was his last chance. Just as Yuya was about to act, a voice traveled out from Limitless. "Are you Chowie, the master of Death's Hill's 6th peak?" Luo Ning appeared on Limitless deck, along with Lian Shuang and the group of cultivators from the 9-fall universe that Luin had captured. At the same time, a vast consciousness covered the sky like a second canopy that blocked the Seikong mirror. Yuya's expression changed. Lu Yin's consciousness had strengthened again. How could it be so fast? Was there no limit to how much consciousness this person could absorb? Chowie glanced at Limitless deck and saw Luo Ning and the rest. "I remember you. You're Luo Ning, the genius of the Luo family who hibernated in the Xiaoyu pavilion." Luo Ning looked at Chowie. "Why are people from Death's Hill in the consciousness universe? And why are you attacking cultivators from the 3 universes?" "There's no need to explain," Chowie said coldly. Lian Shuang solemnly said, "From what I know, Death's Hill is only responsible for dealing with people who break the rules, and it has nothing to do with the 3 universes. If Peak Master Chowie attacks the 3 universes on his own accord, that in itself is a violation of the rules." Chowie did not reply. Yuya's tone was gloomy. "You were captured by Luin, but we will rescue you. This is also Death's Hill's responsibility, so there's no need to waste words. I know that you were forced by Luin, but I am the god of defense. Can't I save you? Luo Ning, Lian Shuang, and the rest were helpless. They trusted the god of defense's power, but they were now unlimitless, and the danger was even greater. They were afraid that Yuya would not be able to save them, and instead cause them to be killed. For the sake of his future, Luo Ning was willing to be captured and take a gamble. He had invested his courage, but he did not want to fall short. He would rather play it safe. However, Yuya did not give him a chance to speak. Chao Yi, don't worry about them. They are all under Lu Yin's control. Chao Yi did not care about what Luo Ning and the rest were saying. He had saved them because Yuya had given him a way out. The 9-foot garden had already been destroyed, and his mission was complete. He did not care if he had succeeded or not. At this time, Luin walked out and looked at the sky. There are still people from Death's Hill here. You don't even care about his life? As he spoke, he dragged a man out. Chao Yi looked at Luin. You are Luin, the ruler of the Tianyuan universe. Luin met Chao Yi's gaze. As someone from Death's Hill, why help Yuya? He has already been stripped of his position as the god of defense. The people of Death's Hill are not afraid of death. He cannot threaten me. Let Luo Ning and the rest go. Luin smiled. I'm curious. If these people from Ninefall Universe die, and I say that you forced them to do so, will it affect you? Yuya's gaze darkened and was filled with murderous intent. Si Kongjian could not suppress his instincts. He had underestimated Lu Yin's awareness. He had to think about it at length. Chao Yi said plainly, no. Luin nodded. You want to attack me because Yuya promised to give you the people from 9-foot garden, right? Chao Yi said, yes, but it is not presentable. I will give a presentable reason to report back. The people on Wujiang looked at Chao Yi strangely. Why was he so straightforward? Luin did not expect him to say it so directly. Then I will add some bargaining chips. For example, the elite cultivators of an era in the spiritualized universe. After he finished speaking, he pointed at the 4 battleships that Wujiang was dragging. Yusang Tian is leading the spiritualized universe's top cultivators to destroy the consciousness universe. This group of cultivators represents the future of the spiritualized universe. Do you not care about them? If you attack me, I will kill them. Yuya's gaze changed. Previously, Luin had used this group of cultivators to threaten Yusang Tian, forcing him to attack the Eternals. After that, Wujiang had dragged the 4 battleships and fled. Luin did not use these cultivators to threaten Yuya. To Yuya, he was already staking everything. As long as he could transform his mind, he would pay any price. Why would he care about these cultivators? When the time came, even if the god of defense blamed him, he would have the ability to face it. However, Chao Yi was different. If he attacked, he needed a presentable reason. This was based on the premise that this group of cultivators from the 9th heaven universe died. However, if this group of cultivators from the spiritualized universe died, it would not only be a loss for the major forces of the 9th heaven universe, but also for the entire 9th heaven universe. He could not answer to Death Hill or the god of defense. Thinking of this, Chao Yi looked at Yuya seriously. Sorry, I can't help you. Yuya's eyes widened. You broke your promise. Chao Yi said, compared to the loss of the 9th heaven universe, the promise is not important. You. Yuya was furious. At this moment, his feelings were the same as vast mists when he was betrayed. He had been betrayed by Chao Yi so easily. As a powerhouse, promises were important, but he had forgotten one thing. Chao Yi's realm was forever fixed and would not improve. He did not care about promises or vows. He only cared about Death Hill and the 9th heaven universe. Just as Chao Yi had said before, Luin did not expect Chao Yi to betray Yuya so easily and decisively. He couldn't find a good reason to do so. This person was interesting. Yuya could not do anything about Chao Yi. Looking at Chao Yi's calm and even somewhat matter-of-fact gaze, he was furious. The trust between people suddenly disappeared. As the god of defense, a top powerhouse, Yuya had always been the one to betray others. No one had ever betrayed him. Now he felt quite sullen. However, he had to suppress his anger. His tone softened. Qiao Yi, the life and death of these people is nothing compared to my transformation. If sacrificing the people of an era can help a god of defense, which do you think is more important? Qiao Yi said seriously, the god of defense is more important. Yuya nodded. Yes, then you. You are not the god of defense. As long as I get rid of Luin, I will definitely transform. If that is the case, why don't you go back to the ninth heaven universe and ask the god of defense for help? Yuya could no longer suppress his anger. This bastard was determined to break his promise. The people on Wujiang looked at Yuya and then at Qiao Yi. They thought that these two were strong enemies, but they did not expect things to turn out this way. Should they say that the bargaining chip in their hand was too important? Or that Qiao Yi was too honest? Lu Yin's lips curled up. This matter has nothing to do with you, Qiao Yi. Next is our grudge with Yuya. As soon as he finished speaking, Chu Yi, Heavenly Lord Victor, and the other powerhouses rushed out. Yuya, die. Yuya, die. Yuya, die. A group of experts charged at Yuya. Yuya was stunned. He was being surrounded? He was the one who had attacked Luin not long ago. How could this be? The Sikong mirror fell and tried to control everyone's thoughts, but it was stopped by Lu Yin's consciousness. Lu Yin's eyes burned. Although he couldn't transform and couldn't walk Yuya's path for the time being, it didn't stop him from capturing this guy and throwing him into the Point Commander's platform hell. Thinking of this, he took a step forward and attacked. Suddenly, a beam of light pierced through space and appeared between Yuya and Limitless. Yusang Tian had attacked. Why aren't you leaving? Yusang Tian's voice traveled to Yuya's ears. Yuya looked at Luin unwillingly, and his body suddenly dissipated into his consciousness. He merged with the Sikong mirror and disappeared. Lu Yin's consciousness could block the power of thought, but it couldn't stop Yuya from escaping. Yusang Tian had also attacked. Luin felt that it was a pity, but he hadn't really planned to capture Yuya. Even if he had been injured in several battles, he wouldn't be easy to deal with. Yusang Tian's attack wasn't unexpected at all. Yusang Tian had helped Luin because of his schemes, and he had helped others because of balance. It was too normal. Chui and the other sighed. What a pity. It's the power of thought, after all. It's not easy to deal with these experts. Eternal and Yusang Tian are the same. Compared to them, the 13 celestial phenomenon experts are much more unlucky. Qiao Yi looked at Luin while listening to the experts on Limitless. Was that a Mo Shang? Luin nodded. Why don't you come in for a chat? No need, Qiao Yi refused. Luin smiled. Are you afraid that we'll attack you? Qiao Yi shook his head. There's no point in killing me. Luin didn't plan on attacking Qiao Yi. He needed someone to send a message to Limitless. Qiao Yi was neither an enemy nor a friend, and he had the Death Hill as his backing. Yuya isn't easy to deal with. He'll be most dangerous when he completely lets go of his dignity and desire to become the god of war, Qiao Yi said. Luin didn't understand. What do you mean? Qiao Yi looked at Luin. Jiao cultivates the soul. That was right. The cultivators of the Nine Firmaments universe had a unique power called the soul. They relied on the mighty power of the god of defense to attack. For example, Fengbu's Blood Tower and the Ninth Spirit's Gate of Wonder were examples of this. Only Yuya had never used his soul. He had always used his mind, and at most, he had only revealed mortal defiance. Qiao Yi said, souls rely on the strength of the imperial god. All the cultivators of the continent of the Nine Clouds have them. I don't know how strong they are. I'm not good at using souls, but that doesn't mean Yuya isn't good at it either. The lesser god of defense wants to create his own power system, so he won't use his soul anymore. That would be equivalent to handing over his dignity to the higher god of defense. The lesser god of defense wants to ascend to the higher god, so he won't do that. However, if his life is in danger, it will be different. I don't know how strong Yuya is in the Tao of the soul. Luin frowned. Why did you remind me? Qiao Yi said, Yuya broke the rules and will be punished sooner or later. Perhaps, my next mission will be to kill him. You want to use me to get rid of him. It's just along the way. Just like how you agreed to work with Yuya to deal with me? Chowie didn't refute. He promised that he didn't care. You have the chips in your hands. It's time to state your conditions. Luin put his hands behind his back. It was time to use the chips. On the other side, the dark golden consciousness connected heaven and earth. On a planet, Yuya slowly appeared and turned into a cloud. Not far away was Xianxia. You've been watching? Xianxia looked at Yuya. The consciousness universe isn't that big. It's not hard to keep an eye on you. Why are you helping me? I'm not helping you. I just don't want you to be captured by Luin. Only I want to capture him. He would rather kill me if he has the chance. It's too risky to capture me. Why do you want to capture Luin? Yuya was shocked. You think Luin can use my thoughts to transform? Is that why you want to capture me? It wasn't hard to guess that Yuya wanted to use Lu Yin's consciousness to transform his thoughts. Anyone who knew him would be able to guess it. He didn't hide it, but he didn't expect Luin to have such plans. Xianxia said, Luin can't do it, but I can't guarantee that he can't do it. After all, he has created too many miracles. Yuya sneered. If that's the case, I hope he can capture me and use my thoughts to transform. Let's see if he dares to do it. Xianxia stared at Yuya. You better not underestimate Luin. Luin hasn't cultivated for long, so he might not be able to see some things. However, he has many people around him who have cultivated for a long time. One of them is close to our level. His name is Tai Chu. He is the ancestor of the Tianyuan universe. He created the human cultivation system in the Tianyuan universe. Of course, Yuya knew about the ancestor. He had joined forces with Luin during the first siege. The ancestor sequence law made him want to kill him directly. No matter how he looked at it, that path led to the eternal realm. The first time I attacked, this Luin couldn't block my thoughts. Now, he can directly resist the Sikong mirror. It's even easier than you. This person's improvement is too fast. If we wait any longer, we won't be able to stop him. Mo Shang, I don't know why you helped him so many times, but you've seen the results. If we don't deal with him now, you'll definitely die at his hands, Yuya threatened. Xianxia's expression sank. Lu Yin's improvement speed was beyond his expectations. Who knew that this guy could even absorb the consciousness of consciousness life forms? There was also another point. Old Salamander and the others had been captured. The sky-devouring parasol and the Sealed Skies Foundation might have fallen into Lu Yin's hands. This person specialized in strength. What would happen if he used the Sealed Skies Foundation to attack? At the same time, there was also a shadow in their hearts. It was the power of karma that had appeared a while ago. They had thought that the Azure Lotus Protector had arrived, but if that was the case, why hadn't he appeared? Why hadn't he appeared even though they had fought to such an extent? Luin had even used the spiritualized universe's cultivators as a bargaining chip. Something was wrong. They didn't dare to think too much about it. The worst-case scenario made them feel suffocated. Luin is still a progenitor. He hasn't comprehended the sequence laws yet, Xianxia said solemnly. Yuya said, the sequence laws aren't important. It's just a trick to touch eternal life. It's an unnecessary step in the first place. Whether or not he comprehended them doesn't stop him from reaching the primordial realm or even overcoming Kuai. With his battle prowess, the only thing that can stop him from reaching the eternal realm is Kuai. Right now, his anticipation for the rebooting of the universe might not be any lower than yours or mine. Xianxia's finger moved. If he really does skip the sequence laws, it'll be even more terrifying. Yuya was surprised. What do you mean? Can he think of that? Xianxia's eyes narrowed. Skipping the sequence laws did not mean giving up. Most people would use the sequence laws to continuously climb up, but the further they went, the less useful they would be. A primordial realm cultivator could get close to the primordial realm. If Luin didn't use the sequence laws while climbing up, then the sequence laws would forever be his next weapon. This method was used by some of the top geniuses of the Ninja Firmament's universe, especially those from the Prodigy Pavilion. None of them cultivated the sequence laws. They needed this weapon. Only those who were not confident in themselves would cultivate it in advance. However, in the three universes, cultivating the sequence laws was a symbol of the strong. They hoped that Luin wouldn't think of it. What did you say? Chowie stared blankly at Luin, thinking that he had misheard. Luin was very serious. I want the position of a lesser god. Chowie narrowed his eyes and looked at Luin. There were only 5 lesser gods in the entire Nina Firmament's universe. One of them had been bestowed to Xianxia from the spiritualized universe, while the other 4 had to be obtained by snatching. Although the lesser gods seemed to be at the peak of the bitter adversity realm, and several had appeared in the battle in the consciousness universe, it did not mean that they were simple. Was Yuya weak? He had failed to capture Luin time and time again, not because he was weak, but because Xianxia had interfered. Xianxia was also a lesser god, and he had been defeated repeatedly. Yuya could instantly blank Lu Yin's mind and even control the experts of the boundless universe. He was definitely not weak. There could be 100 peak bitter adversity realm cultivators, but there could only be 5 lesser gods. They were the top experts at the peak of the bitter adversity realm, and they represented part of the Nina Firmament's universe's will. Bestowing Xianxia had already displeased some people in the Nina Firmament's universe. Of course, this was not Chao Yi's concern. What he was concerned about was whether Lu Yin hoped that the Tianyuan universe would not be rebooted. Not rebooting the Tianyuan universe was Lu Yin's ultimate goal, but he would not place his hopes on negotiations. Yuya betraying 9 Feet Garden and Chao Yi breaking his promise were constantly alarming to him. It was useless to count on others. He wanted to go to the Nina Firmament's universe personally and participate in the game as a lesser god to fight for the Tianyuan universe's survival. Are you sure you want to be a lesser god? I can tell you that the possibility is very low, Chao Yi said. Lu Yin glanced at the 4 spiritualized universe battleships. How much is the Nina Firmament's universe willing to pay for a lesser god? Chao Yi said coldly, that depends on how much the Tianyuan universe will pay. Lu Yin's eyes turned cold. Chao Yi continued, I'm not threatening you, and it's not my turn to threaten you. I'm just speaking the truth. Lu Yin's eyes softened. If this group of cultivators is not enough, then add the entire consciousness universe. Chao Yi's eyes changed. What did you say? Lu Yin said, don't forget, I also have the ability to reboot the universe. Chao Yi looked deeply at Lu Yin and then shook his head. You can't do it. Lu Yin smiled. Did Yuya tell you that I have comprehended the power of karma? Chao Yi's pupils shrank, and his expression changed for the first time. You have comprehended the power of karma? It seems that Yuya did not tell you. That's right, he was afraid that you would not be willing to join forces with him. He also did not tell you about 9 Feet Garden and the 13 celestial phenomena, but I can tell you. Lu Yin smiled and looked proud. I have comprehended the power of karma. I can't do what you said. Based on the karma that the Azure Lotus Emperor has set in the consciousness universe, I can dismantle it. Dismantle and karma were very contradictory, but Lu Yin used them together. He had not said dismantle. Chao Yi, on the other hand, was thinking about something else. When he was in the Earth realm, he felt the power of karma and thought that it was the descent of the Azure Lotus Emperor. He thought about it a lot. If the Azure Lotus Emperor had descended, why would the Death Hill send him here? He thought about it for a while, but when he saw that the Azure Lotus Emperor didn't appear, he stopped thinking about it. No matter what the Azure Lotus Emperor and the Death Hill thought, he just needed to complete his mission. Now that he heard that Lu Yin had comprehended the power of karma, he suddenly felt a chill. That power of karma couldn't be this person's, right? Chao Yi looked at Lu Yin in shock. Lu Yin raised his hand, and a karma spiral appeared on his fingertips. He threw it at Chao Yi, try it if you don't believe me. Chao Yi's consciousness dodged. He couldn't see it, but he could feel it. Yes, it was the power of karma. He looked at Lu Yin in a different light. This person really did comprehend karma. Now, I want the position of the god of defense. It's not too much, right? Lu Yin said confidently. Chao Yi stared at Lu Yin. It wasn't too much for this person to want the position of the god of defense. After all, it was the power of karma. Of course, whether he could become a god of defense in the end and step into eternal life depended on his cultivation. However, the power of karma was a shortcut to eternal life in the eyes of everyone in the ninth heaven universe. None of the sleeping geniuses in the Xiaoyu Tower had comprehended the power of karma. Throughout history, only Qinglian Shangyu was able to comprehend this power at a young age. Just how amazing was this person? Once the news spread back to the ninth heaven universe, it would cause a great shock. Yuya had been hiding it all this time. Okay, I'll help you pass this condition. He then looked at Luin. You will go to the ninth heaven universe, right? Of course. Otherwise, what will happen to my position as the god of defense? Luin said. Chowie nodded. Welcome to the Death Hill. He then left. Seeing Chowie leave, Luo Ning and the others were helpless. They really wanted to leave with Chowie. Luin threw them into Mount Supreme. It was time to strengthen his consciousness. Old Head, Frostblade, and Shiwen were all captured. Luin immediately began absorbing Shiwen and Frostblade's consciousness. No matter how much they begged or how much they wanted to show their value, it was more direct than Lu Yin's consciousness strengthening. After absorbing the majestic consciousnesses of the 213 celestial phenomenon powerhouses, Lu Yin's head felt heavy. He felt as if there was a mountain on top of his head, and his view of the mental universe became increasingly clear. He saw Yusane Tian and Yuya. The two of them landed on the planet. There was no hurry. He would deal with them after absorbing the old leader's consciousness. Luin was looking forward to seeing their shocked expressions. They did not know that they had captured Old Chief and the others. Luin was 5 meters away from the Old Chief, and the Old Chief wanted to say something, but Lu Yin's consciousness had already fused with him. Old Chieftain was the longest surviving astrograde consciousness life form in the consciousness universe, and his memories were far more vast than Wu Wei's. Luin couldn't even see through Wu Wei's memories, let alone Old Chieftain. The Heaven and Earth lock was the only memory that Luin needed to retrieve. There might be other memories that were very valuable, but Luin had no way of accurately locating them. His memories could not withstand the pressure. Suddenly, Lu Yin's consciousness returned to his body, and he stared at the old man in a daze. His memories couldn't withstand the pressure. Yes, his memories couldn't withstand it. Wasn't this the same pressure that the heavenly imperial palace's precipice exerted on his memories? However, that pressure was very obvious. Now that he was reading the old leader's memories, the pressure was not that obvious, but the vast amount of memories was still unbearable. One was tangible and could be felt, but could not be resisted. The other was intangible and could not be felt, but could be rejected. These were the two forms of memories. If he could change the pressure that the precipice exerted on his memories into a formless pressure, it would mean that he could reject those memories and approach the heavenly imperial palace. The more he thought about it, the more excited he became. Sometimes, epiphanies came in an instant, and if he could grasp them, he could transform. Luin looked at Old Chieftain with a burning passion. He wanted to think of a way to change Old Chieftain's boundless memories into something tangible. Only then would he be able to reverse the situation and change the tangible memories into something intangible that could be rejected. He did not know if anyone had thought of this before, but it was unlikely. Not everyone had the same luck as him. The die's 6 pips allowed him to constantly fuse with other people's bodies, and he was used to looking at other people's memories. This caused his ability to withstand the pressure of memories to be extremely strong. His consciousness made his memories even more resilient. Old Chief was a life form with boundless memories, and this was the perfect opportunity for him to experiment. Epiphanies were just the final stroke. However, it was definitely not easy to implement. Old Chief looked at Lu Yin's fervent gaze, and his heart, which had originally been dead, was now filled with fear. He was instinctively afraid of death, but it could not be avoided. He had already given up all hope, but what did Lu Yin's gaze mean? Why did it seem so terrifying? Lu Yin informed Wu Jiang that no one was to disturb him and that he should focus on capturing consciousness life forms. He wanted to try something, and if he succeeded, he would be able to approach the heavenly imperial palace. Right, there was another problem: he could not climb the precipice. However, this was not too big of a problem. He wanted to climb the precipice, and so did Yusane Tian. Luyin had thought of a way to approach the heavenly imperial palace, and Xianxia was confident that he could do so as well. Their goals were the same, and they would be able to work together sooner or later. On the other side, Qiaoyi left. The 9-foot garden had been destroyed, and his mission had been completed. He was now in a hurry to return to the Death Hillock. Not only did he have to report his mission, but he also had to report Lu Yin's situation to his superiors. A cultivator who had comprehended karma was like an eternal realm powerhouse who had opened up a path, and he had to be cautious. The one-leaf lotus left the consciousness universe and streaked across an invisible path towards the 9 firmaments universe. Qiaoyi's gaze was solemn. Luyin was not just a simple genius who had comprehended karma. He was the master of the Tianyuan universe, and he had the qualifications and strength to participate in the universe's greatest competition. He had led Wu Jiang to kill his way into the spiritualized universe, leaving Yu Xianxia helpless and Yi unable to obtain him. This person was not inferior to anyone in terms of strength, scheming, or methods. How should one deal with such a person? Just as he was thinking about this, his body suddenly stiffened, and an indescribable feeling caused his entire body to turn cold. He was being watched. Who was watching him? Who could watch him? He was riding the one-leaf lotus, and even experts like Yu Xianxia and Yuya would not be able to catch up to him. Who was it? Qiaoyi slowly turned his head and saw a pair of eyes that were bright and gentle. They were looking at him with admiration and friendliness. It was a handsome young man dressed in loose black and white robes. He looked at Qiaoyi with a faint smile. His gaze was so clear, and his smile was so pure. He just stood there in the boundless darkness of space, but a beam of white light lit up where he stood, illuminating the entire space. It was as if he was the center of this space. Qiaoyi stared at the young man in a daze. The one-leaf lotus was very fast, far faster than a springboard, but at this moment, time and space seemed to have stopped. From the moment his gaze met with the young man's, the distance between them had been fixed in an instant. It was a very strange feeling that Qiaoyi could not describe. It was as if he was going to buy something, and everyone in the shop was waiting for him. Even if there was a wall in front of him, if the customer did not want to take a detour, the wall would have to be torn down. This was the feeling. The universe was giving way to this young man. It was for no other reason than that the young man wanted to look at Qiaoyi a little longer. This glance made Qiaoyi feel honored. The young man saw Qiaoyi look at him, and he placed his hands on his chest and slowly bowed. He was very polite. Neither of them said a word. When the young man straightened up, Qiaoyi could no longer see him. Qiaoyi could no longer see him. The one-leaf lotus had taken him to an endless distance. Yes, with the speed of the one-leaf lotus, even a bitter adversity expert would not be able to leave behind a silhouette. Was the scene just now an illusion? Qiaoyi looked back, but he could not see anything. The universe was deep, and the starry sky was boundless. There was nothing in the space between them, but everything was there. Was that young man real or fake? Could anyone keep up with the speed of the one-leaf lotus? At the border of the universe of consciousness, the broken door had long become a decoration. It could not stop the creatures inside from leaving, nor could it stop the creatures outside from entering. A figure suddenly appeared, standing on the broken door. He stood straight and looked into the distance. His black and white robe fluttered without wind, and his hair brushed past his ears, creating faint ripples. He raised his arm, and his 5 slender fingers slowly opened. His white palm was so clean. The moment he opened his palm, the consciousness universe vibrated invisibly. A vortex appeared on his palm and disappeared in an instant. Then, shards of sharpness came from all directions and slowly fell on his palm. Soon, they formed a long sword. If Yuya and the others were to see it, they would find that this long sword was a heaven-cast sword that had been shrunk countless times. Oh? I'm still missing a few pieces. Won't it be so easy to get them back? I hope they'll give me face. With that, the figure disappeared. On a planet in the universe of consciousness, dark golden clouds floated. Yuya did not plan to return to the 9th heaven universe, nor did he want to go back. He encouraged the 9-feet garden to break the rules, which was tantamount to breaking the rules. Meddling in the affairs of the 3 universes was not tolerated by the 9th heaven universe. If he went back now, he would have been stripped of his position as the god of defense. Even if it was not, he would be in trouble. The god of defense was a top expert second only to the eternal life realm. However, there were more such experts in the ninth heaven universe. The universe of consciousness was the last place he would go in his life. Either he would transform and become invincible, or he would die. He was waiting for Xianxia's plan. Other than Xianxia, no one could help him. Xianxia and Luin, although the two of them were allies, they were still mortal enemies. And that guy. As he was thinking, a figure appeared in front of him, startling Yuya. Yuya stared at the person in a daze. He was a cloud, but his gaze fell on the person. Not a bad thought body. Yuya could not believe it. How did this guy appear? Even Xianxia and Luin could not get so close to him in an instant. It was impossible. No one had ever done it. Although he did not use the Sikong mirror to cover the universe of consciousness, he covered the surroundings. As long as one entered the range of the Sikong mirror, it was impossible not to be discovered. You seem surprised. Did I scare you? Sorry, I'll be more careful in the future. Who are you? Yuya shouted and suddenly retreated. His heart was in his throat, and an inexplicable panic appeared. He was actually panicking? This person was polite, but for some reason, he could make him panic. It was an instinctive panic. The man looked at Yuya, put his hand on his chest, and slowly bowed. If I scared you, I'm really sorry. I came to you because I hope you can give me face and return my things to me. Yuya kept retreating, staring at the man. Who are you? The man was distressed. It's not convenient to say, and I can't explain. After all, you haven't reached that level. If you really want an identity, you can call me Che. Yuya couldn't understand what this man was talking about. What did he mean by not reaching that level? He was at the level of the god of defense, only one step away from breaking through to the eternal realm. Could it be that this man was at the eternal realm? Are you an eternal realm expert? Che smiled, put his hand on his chest, and bowed again. Please give me face and return my things to me. What things? Yuya didn't ask any more. He didn't want to get close to this man. He only hoped to stay away from him. Heavenly cast sword. Fragment, Che said slowly. Yuya was shocked. Heavenly cast sword, that was something he and Jiu Qiyuan worked hard to break. Heavenly cast sword, he thought it was a creature. Could it be this man's weapon? Yuya didn't hesitate to throw the fragment of the heavenly cast sword to Che. He urgently needed to change his mind. Before that, he didn't want to care about anything. Che took it and smiled at Yuya. Thank you. After that, he took a step back and gradually disappeared. Yuya didn't come back to his senses until the man completely disappeared. Was this man an eternal realm expert? If so, where did he come from? Why was he so polite? Questions appeared in Yuya's mind. He looked in the direction of the Jiuxia universe. In the Jiuxia universe, the god of defense and the god of defense were both God's wills, but the two were completely different. The god of defense was constantly fought over. Even the spiritualized universe, which was deprived of the god of defense, could bestow the position of the god of defense. The god of defense was an existence that maintained the balance of the various universes. The god of defense was almost invisible. Not to mention other people, even the god of defense was difficult to see. Speaking of which, each of them had the means to report to the god of defense, but would the god take care of it? Wrong. It was amazing that the god of defense would take care of it once out of 10 times. It was the same for the god of defense. That was why the god of defense had always given them a feeling that it was difficult to reach. That was the true meaning of being high and mighty, unreachable. But the continent of the 9 clouds was only that big. There were not only spiritualized universes, but also the consciousness universe and the Tianyuan universe. There were also distant universes. The fate of those universes was similar to the spiritualized universes. They were all taken away and ruled. So, why was the Supreme God so mysterious? The more mysterious it was, the more it would attract people like a flock of ducks. Who didn't want to achieve eternal life? Who wouldn't want to ascend the throne? It was as if it was another world. However, after countless years, there were only 4 supreme deities. It had always been them and had never changed. Even if one of them died and the vacant position was constantly fought over, no one could be sure that they would become supreme deities. If the lesser god of defense was the emperor of mortals, then the superior god of defense was truly above the heavens. If this clear was truly at the eternal life realm, then only the supreme deity would know of his origins. After all, as far as they knew, only the 3 supreme deities and the grass grandmaster were at the eternal life realm. Far away, in front of Xianxia, Clear slowly walked out. Under Xianxia's shocked gaze, Clear smiled. Is it you? No, it's not you. You're just one of them. Can you return my item to me? Xianxia's eyes twinkled. What item? A fragment of the celestial cast sword. When the fragment appeared, Xianxia returned it to Clear without hesitation. Clear nodded. Thank you. He then took a step back and slowly disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already not far from Boundless. There are 2 more fragments. One is here, and the other is. He looked at the border of the consciousness universe. His gaze seemed to pierce through the starry sky and even the distance between them. He saw a figure using a springboard to quickly leave. It's over there. Don't worry, we can catch up. That person is cultivating? If it's inconvenient to disturb, then let's wait. The figure stepped out and entered Boundless. At this moment, no one in Boundless noticed. He took another step and arrived behind Luin and the old chief. He slowly leaned against the wall and watched with a smile. Even Luin did not notice this, let alone the people of Boundless. He once again entered the old chief's body and tried to sense the memories. Trying to change the palace's pressure on his memories was extremely difficult. He kept trying and choosing the right direction, and several months passed in the blink of an eye. The more he experienced the vastness of the memories, the more he felt powerless. This feeling was similar to the pressure he felt when approaching the palace. It was both real and illusory, like he was in a dream. He had strength but nowhere to exert it, but it was difficult to reverse. He could not form a string of memories. Only by forming a string of memories could he connect the 2 types of memories and reverse them. However, halfway through, he thought of Gui Xiaoqing's amnesiac state. If he broke the string of memories and entered this state, although he would temporarily become an idiot like Gui Xiaoqing, the palace's pressure on his memories would no longer exist. This seemed to be a possible path. Luin tried for a while on this path, trying to form a string of memories while still being able to control his own actions. He had no clue, and he could not find a breakthrough. After several months of trying, he finally found a direction, but there was a wall in that direction. He did not know how long it would take to tear down all of these walls. It would take a very long time. The old chief experienced a similarly long time, and he was certain that he was constantly being assimilated and having his memories searched. It was a very painful feeling. Not only was his life in Lu Yin's hands, but he was also unable to protect his memories. Waiting for death was a very painful thing. Che was also waiting. He watched as Luin tried all sorts of methods to torment his memories, but he could not succeed. He shook his head helplessly. He could not wait any longer, or that person would run far away. He was still missing the last piece of his heavenly forged sword, and his loyal weapon had gone through fire and water for him. How could it not be complete? When he thought of this, he slowly said, if you change the form, you can change the use. Lu Yin's eyes went wide as a flash of inspiration appeared in his mind. Form, use, memories. That's right, why didn't I think of that? He suddenly turned around and saw Che. It was an unfamiliar voice and unfamiliar person. Luin stared at Che without moving. His consciousness spread out and saw Chui and the others, but there was nothing out of the ordinary. It was obvious that they had not sensed this person approaching. Who was this person? What was his cultivation level? What did he want to do? Countless questions filled Lu Yin's mind, just like Yuya. Che smiled at Luin, placed his hand on his chest, and slowly bowed. Sorry to disturb you. I wanted to wait a little longer, but time was limited, so I could only interrupt your attempt. Please don't blame me. The old chief stared blankly at Che. This guy was not from the Boundless? When had he come? Luin suppressed a shock and asked calmly, "Who are you?" Che smiled. "No hostility. You're very friendly." Lu Yin's eyes flashed. No hostility? Of course, with his current cultivation and the experts of the Boundless, how could he be hostile if he could approach Luin silently and observe him for so long? Whether it was Yusang Tian, Yuya, or the other imperial gods of the Nina Firmament's universe, Luin was certain that they could not do this. They were already at the peak of the bitter disaster realm, equivalent to the top level below the eternal life realm. If they could not do this, there was no doubt that the one who could do this was an eternal life realm. Luin had always been wary of Master Grass. Whether it was Tian Ke or the battle with Yuya, he always kept an eye out and observed the surroundings, fearing that Master Grass would appear. Although it was useless, only when facing an eternal life realm expert could one understand the feeling of helplessness and despair. The moment he saw this person, Luin knew that this person, like Master Grass, made him feel helpless. There was no need to be hostile to such a person. Whether he was an enemy or not was not in his control, but the other party. My name is Luin. You can call me Che, Che as in clear. Lu Yin's eyes were as gentle as possible. Clear? Good name. Che smiled. You're really friendly. You don't blame me for disturbing you. Luin smiled. Not at all. Is there anything I can help you with? Che smiled. You don't have to call me senior. Just call me Che. Well, then, what can I help you with, Che? Luin did not refuse. Che bowed again and was very polite. Please return the fragment of the heavenly cast sword to me. Thank you. Luin did not hesitate and directly took out the fragment. Here you are. Che took it. Thank you, Luin. You're welcome. Is the heavenly cast sword yours? Yes, it's my weapon. It's not very obedient, but it's very loyal. Luin swallowed his saliva. Sure enough, Che was an eternal life realm expert. A weapon that forced Yuya and the others to besiege him was not easy to deal with. If he was not an eternal life realm expert, how could he control it? The heavenly cast sword is broken. Do you want to find the person who broke it? Che shook his head. No, I found that person. He has a good temper. Although he's a little vigilant, it doesn't matter. He's a good person. Luin. Who dares to not be a good person in front of you? You must have seen that this person was an eternal life realm expert. But where did this eternal life realm expert come from? It was inexplicable. Che smiled at Luin. Thank you again. Then, I'll take my leave. Luin nodded and watched Che take a step back and slowly disappear. It was not until half an hour later that he was completely relieved. Beads of sweat dripped from his forehead. An eternal life realm expert, a completely unfamiliar eternal life realm expert. What happened to this universe? Ever since he learned about the spiritualized universe, his horizons had been broadened. In fact, whether it was the Tianyuan universe or the spiritualized universe, they were all covered. Who else knew about the arrival of this eternal life realm expert? Did the Jiushia universe know? Did the three supremacy gods know each other? And the fragment of the heavenly cast sword could let him see the light spot in the broken world. What was the relationship between that light spot and the fragment? It was a pity that the fragment was lost. He could no longer see that light spot and could not understand it. Right, he suddenly remembered that he did not pay attention to whether there was a karmic chain on this person's wrist. No, it seemed that there was not. Otherwise, he would have seen it. If there was no karmic chain, was he still an eternal life realm expert? Speaking of which, this person was really polite. He interrupted his attempt but also gave him new ideas. Changing the form could change the use. Water could be water, ice, or fog. Different forms had different uses. Memory could be formless, it could be a string of memories, or it could be a cloud. Yes, it was a cloud, Yuya's cloud. Yuya's consciousness was in the form of a cloud, so why couldn't memories be the same? Memories could not change their form, but the existence of consciousness made this possibility possible. The starry sky in the heart was a place where memories and consciousness could be stored. Luin pressed the old head into the point platform hell and then released the starry sky in his heart. The stars revolved and his consciousness whizzed out, forming a celestial body similar to infinite power. At the same time, he slowly closed his eyes and dispersed the memories along with his consciousness. Once, twice, thrice, 100 times, he tried again and again, dispersing the memories along with his consciousness and then retracting them along with his consciousness again. Lu Yin's breathing quickened. It worked, it really worked. He really did it, changing the form of memories to change the use. After dispersing the memories and approaching the palace, although he still had to bear the tension of the string of memories, the dispersed memories were like cotton, making the pressure unable to be exerted. The pressure made him feel like he had fallen into a dream and was difficult to exert, but now it was returning to him. Luin exhaled and looked at the place where Che had just been. If not for this person's reminder, he didn't know how many detours he would have to take to reach this step. He would definitely be able to push down the walls in the end, but it would take a long time. This person had saved him a lot of time. This was the knowledge of the Eternal Realm. Did the palace really have the memories of the Eternal Realm? If so, what would happen if he saw it? How would his strength transform? Luin released the old head from the point platform hell and looked at him deeply. Actually, I'm most curious about how you consciousness life forms are born. Unfortunately, the answer can't be found in your memories. The old head's eyes narrowed as if he had a premonition. He hurriedly said, Master Lu, my little bit of consciousness can't help you much. You are already the strongest among the 3 universes, and no one can surpass you. Absorbing me won't be of much use. Keep me, I can help you with anything. My value is much greater than increasing your consciousness. Luin shook his head and landed a palm on the old head's head. The old man's consciousness was equivalent to several 13 celestial phenomenon cultivators, and its vastness caused Lu Yin's consciousness to boil. The absorption of such a vast amount of consciousness caused the consciousness universe to rumble and shake continuously. The remaining consciousness life forms trembled and the universe swayed. This attracted the attention of Yu Ye and Xianxia. The 2 of them knew that the situation was not good. Such a commotion was definitely caused by Luin. What did this person do? Xianxia's expression suddenly changed. He hurriedly contacted Yu Ye and asked him where the 13 celestial phenomenon cultivators went. Yu Ye's heart sank. When he looked at the starry sky again, a feeling of powerlessness welled up in his heart. Back in the boundless realm, Luin completely absorbed the old leader's consciousness. After the old leader's life essence dissipated, Luin knelt down on one knee. Not good. I've absorbed too much consciousness during this period, and it's too chaotic, making it difficult to control. His consciousness was unable to control what he had absorbed during this period of time. The difference was too great. Not to mention him, even if old head absorbed so much consciousness, he would not be able to control it. Luin stared at the ground, his eyes flashing and his face pale. He suddenly stood up, took a step forward, and vanished. Far away Xianxia's expression turned ugly. If he had not guessed wrongly, then Luin had absorbed the consciousnesses of the 13 celestial phenomenon cultivators. If that was the case, then how much had this person's consciousness expanded? Just as he was thinking about this, the world rumbled as a vast consciousness transformed into a curtain that covered the sky. It was very similar to the appearance of the Sikong mirror. Xianxia looked at the darkness of the starry sky and turned to leave, but it was too late. The consciousness fell, and it was as if the world itself was collapsing. Xianxia stood in place and almost fainted from the shock. He stabilized his body with great difficulty, and his heart was like a boulder with a boulder's foundation. He pushed out the boulder's foundation in an attempt to block Lu Yin's consciousness attack. However, a hand also landed on the boulder's foundation. It's mine. Xianxia turned around and saw Luin. When he saw the latter's slackened eyes, he immediately understood that Luin could no longer control his consciousness. This was not good. He was trying to steal the boulder's foundation and use it to suppress his consciousness. Xianxia immediately pushed the boulder's foundation towards Luin, and at the same time, his sequence particles erupted. His heart was like a boulder, and the stars moved as he borrowed the power of the universe to collide with Luin. Luin looked up, and boundless energy circulated around him. When things reached an extreme, they would move in the opposite direction. Boom! The planet turned to dust as the terrifying forces collided. Shockwaves spread out in all directions, annihilating everything in its path. It was the most terrifying celestial phenomenon in the history of the consciousness universe. Xianxia was forced back a step, and his eyes narrowed. You used the ceiling sky foundation? Luin looked at him. That's mine too. You're courting death. Xianxia's body flickered as he used the nine heavens change. His imperial robe fluttered as it enveloped Luin. Luin took a deep breath. He had been waiting for this day for a long time. Xianxia, let's see if you're stronger than me. Behind him, the nine heavens change appeared, and Lu Yin's power continued to rise. The boulder's foundation's sequence particles were attached to his heart, wildly increasing his strength. The imperial robe's flames descended, and Lu Yin's divine power star globe rotated within his body. Scarlet divine power rushed into the sky to resist the flames. Formless and formless, I can't cross anything. 3 Firmament Sword Intense. In the past, the Sword of Firmament had been unable to cut Xianxia, but now, the 3 Firmament Sword Intense were unleashed. The 3 swords merged into one and tore apart Xianxia's formless body, leaving a bloody gash on his abdomen. Xianxia's eternal thought. Above Lu Yin's head, the worldly lock descended and peeled off the void. The eternal thought was unable to break through the worldly lock, as Lu Yin's worldly lock was completely different from the old chieftain's. Around Xianxia, the sequence particles madly surged. His heart was like a boulder, and he was the starry sky. In the starry sky above Lu Yin's heart, the sealing heaven sequence particles were released as well. 2 indescribably terrifying forces shook the consciousness universe, almost overturning the boundless void. Yuya's thoughts were blown away, and the space mirror was swept away like a cloud. Lu Yin's finger swept out with a karmic spiral, and Xianxia hurriedly used his imperial robe to protect himself. However, he did not expect the flames to envelop him. Xianxia stared blankly at the descending flames. How was this possible? Lu Yin's right hand pushed aside the boulder's foundation, and his left palm struck out, passing through the flames and landing on Xianxia's chest. Pfft! Xianxia spat out a mouthful of blood and flew backwards. A resplendent radiance appeared at his fingertips as he used one eternal thought to escape. Luin did not chase after him. He grabbed the boulder's foundation and pressed it into the starry sky above his heart, suppressing the surging consciousness. The boulder's foundation was the nemesis of consciousness, and Xianxia used it to suppress the consciousness universe, causing the 13 celestials. Lu Yin's own consciousness could not suppress the chaotic consciousness. He could only rely on the boulder's foundation. When the boulder's foundation entered the starry sky above his heart, the chaotic consciousness gradually calmed down. At that moment, Luin realized that his consciousness planet was constantly rotating, and it was also suppressing the chaotic consciousness. If not for his consciousness planet, he would have lost control after absorbing old leader's consciousness. Luin looked at his consciousness planet with a complicated expression, and Bai Wuxian's figure appeared in his mind. In the distance, Xianxia coughed up blood and clutched his chest, his face pale. He had lost. He had actually lost. My heart is like a boulder. I've lost to the power of the starry sky. Formlessness and formlessness had been broken. The imperial robe had attacked him for some reason. One eternal thought had also been blocked. Why was this happening? How had this person improved so much? It was so fast that it was frightening. Compared to the first time he had entered the spiritualized universe, Luin was a completely different person. He suddenly recalled Eternal's words, anyone who gave Luin time would regret it. Right, where was Eternal? On the other side, the space mirror was finally stabilized, and Yuya approached Luin once more. He saw Xianxia use one eternal thought to escape, and Yuya did the same without hesitation. No way, Xianxia had been defeated? Yuya used his consciousness to search for Xianxia and contact him at the same time. It took him half a day to connect. What's going on? The dark golden cloud arrived not far from Xianxia. Xianxia looked at Yuya with blood at the corner of his mouth, his pale face in a sorry state. He lowered his hand. A palm print was clearly visible on his chest. It was so deep that it almost pierced through his body. This is? Xianxia's voice was low. Luin left it. Where is he? How injured is he? Why didn't he wait for me before starting the battle? Yu was dissatisfied. Xianxia stared at him. To a parallel universe. Yu did not understand. Luin went to a parallel universe? Go to a parallel universe or return to Nina Firmament's universe. I don't want Lu Yin's strength to transform again. Otherwise, I might not be able to escape. What do you mean? Yuya's heart sank. Xianxia took a deep breath. I lost. I lost completely and quickly. I don't understand. His strength, battle techniques, and methods all surpass mine. I really don't understand how he did it. The current Luin is completely different from the last time you saw him. Run. Don't think about catching him again. It's impossible. Immortal would romance. Yuya did not believe it. You're lying. How could he defeat you so quickly? You're Mo Shang, the Mo Shang who defeated Rusher. Xianxia was bitter. I don't understand either. How can someone change so much in such a short time? We still have a chance if we work together. Yuya was unwilling to accept this outcome. If Luin had truly defeated Xianxia, then Yuya would have been no match for him alone. He hadn't thought too much about it before, but now that he thought about it, Lu Yin's consciousness was truly terrifying. It seemed to have surpassed Yuya's ability to think. Just that power alone was enough to prevent his thoughts from approaching. Xianxia shook his head. Don't lie to yourself. I'm not his match, and neither are you. In all the universes, perhaps only the Eternal Realm can deal with him. Yuya, I advise you to return to Nina Firmament's universe. Otherwise, no place will be able to protect you. You want to capture Lu Yin's thoughts, and Luin wants to capture your consciousness. The two of you complement each other. These words sent a chill down Yuya's spine, as if he was being watched. Thank you for your support. The next volume is about to open, The Universe. Also, he's stronger than me now. Even if he wasn't, do you think Limitless is just a decoration? Xianxia wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. The people of the boundless universe all know the 9 heavens change, and I can sense that they have also cultivated the Truth Sutra. These people are the elites of the Tian Yuan universe. Give them enough time and they won't be weak. With such people gathered together, you will only be surrounded and killed. Run, the further the better. He then tore through the void and entered a parallel universe. He wouldn't leave, as the palace was his chance. He needed to recover from his injuries and negotiate with Lu Yin before attempting to approach the palace again. No matter what Lu Yin's cultivation was, he couldn't climb or descend the precipice. This was a fact. He still had a chance. And Yuya was completely gone. Yuya watched Xianxia leave and was stunned. He had risked everything and sacrificed the 9-foot garden, but in the end, he hadn't obtained anything. He was unwilling to accept this. How could this be? Nothing like this had ever happened before. He had become the god of defense and was in high spirits. He had thought of the metamorphosis method and opened the path to immortality. How could this have happened? He was alone and had broken the rules. Should he return to the Jotian universe? Could he even go back? What would happen if he did? Even Xingfan looked down on him. But if he didn't go back, would he just wait for death here? Go back, don't go back, don't go back, don't go back. After a while, Yuya left. He couldn't stay in the same place for too long. He had to leave Lu Yin's line of sight. The battle between Lu Yin and Xianxia had been short, but it had been shocking. Yuya, who had been close to Limitless, had been affected. Clear, who was far away, had also been watching. He was astonished. He actually grasped the power of karma and gathered all sorts of powers into his body. His cultivation is exquisite, and he's powerful. This person has a good temper. He's a good person. He then turned to look in another direction. There was a broken world in the distance, and within it was a meteorite. When Clear's gaze landed on the meteorite suddenly stopped. Its eyes were filled with unease and fear, as well as irritation, killing intent, and hatred. All sorts of negative emotions filled it. Clear took a step forward, and when he reappeared, he was already in the broken world, right in front of the meteorite. Meteor stared at him, trembling uneasily. Che raised his hand. His 2 fingers seemed to be pinching something as he looked at the meteorite. Leaving you alive in this world would be the cruelest thing to do to you. Let me send you on your way. You can consider it that way. At this point, he covered his chest and slowly bent down. Atone for your sins. Xianxia's eyes widened as an inexplicable voice resounded through the void. Luin had felt this voice before. Clear straightened his body and casually sliced through the air. There were no changes to the void, but the sound vanished. He stabbed out with a finger, causing time and space to vanish in an instant. The meteorite suddenly retreated, leaving behind a series of afterimages. Where he stood, the darkness was like flowing ink. The void was melted. Che looked at the meteorite that had avoided him. You don't want to? Inside the meteorite, the eyes stared at him. Blood vessels spread out, turning the entire eyeball scarlet. Clear sighed, although the heavenly Tao is impermanent, it has its own destiny. Only by letting go of your obsession can you be free. You've come this far, yet you still don't understand. Since that's the case, then stay. Watch carefully and live to the end. You'll know whether what I've given you is kindness or cruelty. The blooming and withering of life has long been destined. After saying that, he took a step back and slowly disappeared. After Che left, the blood vessels in the meteorite's eyes gradually subsided and finally returned to normal. However, the hatred, killing intent, and other negative emotions were still present in the depths of his eyes. The most hateful gaze in the world remained there. And the broken world that they were in also disappeared the moment Che made his move. In the Heaven universe, the battle between humans and bugs became more and more intense. Bugs filled up the parallel universes. The bugs that were once encircled completely turned around to encircle the humans. The Above Heaven sect constantly moved people from the parallel universes into the origin space to reduce the scope of the battle. Bugs could reproduce quickly, but humans were different. If there came a day when the number of bugs went out of control, it would be a disaster for the humans. In a certain parallel universe, Xianxia held a spear and fought with a strange bug that walked upright. This bug was Xianxia. It had the combat strength of a sequence law, and its sequence law made Xianxia suffer. After fighting for several days, Xianxia used the realm of Jiaolan as bait and displayed the 8-star Jiaolan talent. At the same time, he used the white-wrapped silver spear to end Xianxia. Xianxia was very difficult to deal with. It grew too quickly, and it had absorbed the advantages of various creatures. Its talent was extraordinary. So far, the strongest Xianxia that the Above Heaven sect had encountered was a woman. Her face was extremely beautiful, and she seemed like she had been carved out of crystal. However, it was this woman who had defeated the Void Master, Wood God, and Grand Elder Shangu when they worked together. If it were not for Lu Yuan's appearance, they would have been in danger. However, this woman had only appeared once. Apart from this woman, there were 3 other Xianxia that had been killed in the Heaven sect. Including the one before them, there were already 4. No one knew how many Xianxia there were. The strongest Xianxia that had reached the level of a sequence law was that woman. However, no one knew when she would break through to the primordial realm. The Above Heaven sect constantly reduced the scope of the battle. They could no longer endure it. Xianxia returned to the main hall of the Above Heaven sect in the origin space. He panted heavily. He had no one to assist him in his battle with Xianxia. It was not that he was unwilling, but that he could not spare any manpower. Apart from Xianxia, there were various other powerful bugs. The brocade azura and so on that he knew at the beginning were only the most basic of the bugs' nests. As time went on, the bugs would change more and more, adapting to the current war in the universe, adapting to the war with the humans. Currently, the humans had no advantage against the bugs at all, whether it was in terms of battle techniques, cultivation techniques, or numbers. The only advantage was that there were fewer Xianxia. Once more Xianxia appeared, or even Xianxia that had reached the primordial realm and had passed the bitter disaster realm, they would be in trouble with the bug's understanding of the humans. The main hall was silent. Jialanjilua did not mention the matter of killing Xianxia. Even the death of Xianxia would not change the situation. Lu Yuan returned, another parallel space has been filled. There are just too many of them. Just how many bug nests are there? Elder Shangu said in a low voice, back then, our universe was occupied step by step like this. I never thought I would experience this feeling again. Before long, the ancient god returned. He was very tired. Big sister returned. She muttered a few curses to herself. Su Wuwei went out and continued to kill. Some people returned, and some went out. Currently, apart from the weak cultivators, they had not sacrificed anything. Unless they encountered Xianxia, they could be saved if they asked for help. However, as time went on, the bugs would become stronger and stronger. There would definitely be people who would be sacrificed. Moreover, the reason why they were able to hold on was because of the armor, micro-weapons, and so on. There would be a day when these external items would be used up. A stifling feeling hung over everyone's head. Before long, the ancient god rested. He was about to go out again when he suddenly looked at the entrance of the main hall. There stood a figure that was engraved in his heart, Grandmaster Xianxia. The ancient god looked at Grandmaster Xianxia in a daze. Grandmaster Xianxia also looked at him. His eyes were filled with pity, helplessness, and heaviness. If it was possible, I would not have come. However, you can't hold on any longer. Lu Yuan, big sister, and the others looked at the entrance. Their expressions changed drastically. Grandmaster Xianxia? It's you? Although they had never come into contact with Grandmaster Xianxia, they had a deep impression of him. This was because he was the only Eternal Realm expert that had appeared in the Tianyuan universe. They originally thought that Grandmaster Xianxia had returned to the spiritualized universe, but he was actually still in the Tianyuan universe. Above the heavens, everyone was on guard. They stared at Grandmaster Xianxia. Wang Wen directly hid in the transparent coffin. He did not even dare to show his head. Wei Rong smiled bitterly. Hiding was useless against an Eternal Realm expert. He was now curious as to why Grandmaster Xianxia had appeared. Grandmaster Xianxia looked at everyone. You can't deal with the hive. I've observed it for a long time. It's a terrifying civilization, and the hive has only just appeared. Once a large number of hives descend, there will definitely be an Eternal Realm expert behind them. At that time, the Tianyuan universe will be finished. Lu Yuan asked, so, what do you want to do? Grandmaster Xianxia sighed. The distance of an inch might seem large, but it is not an insurmountable distance for an Eternal Realm expert. The Tianyuan universe is too close to the spiritualized universe. If we provoke this terrifying civilization, you won't be the only ones to suffer. We will also be implicated. The only thing we can do now is to restart the Tianyuan universe and completely destroy the hive's coordinates. Grandmaster Xianxia's words caused everyone's hearts to sink. Restarting the universe meant the destruction of the civilization. You want to restart the Tianyuan universe? The ancient god clenched his fists and stared at Grandmaster Xianxia. Everything that had happened was like yesterday. He had never felt so powerless before. He had used all his strength, including his life, to send out this person's image. If Luin had not reversed time and saved his life, he would have already died. Even so, he still had not fully recovered. An Eternal Realm expert was invincible and difficult to deal with. Grandmaster Xianxia said, I'll give you all time. Leave. No matter where you go, even if you go to the spiritualized universe, you only have 1 day. After 1 day, I will restart the Tianyuan universe. With that, he left. Lu Yuan and the rest stared blankly at Grandmaster Xianxia as he left. They could not stop him from restarting the Tianyuan universe in 1 day. To Primeval City. If they wanted to restart the Tianyuan universe, they needed to go to Primeval City. The origin and end of the string sequence was there. In the past, Primeval City had survived countless years of war because Grandmaster Xianxia had not taken action. Lu Yuan, the ancient god, and the rest immediately went to Primeval City. Mr. Mu was currently overseeing Primeval City and suppressing the string sequence. When Mr. Mu learned that Grandmaster Xianxia wanted to restart the Tianyuan universe, he fell silent. Facing an Eternal Realm expert, no one could stop him. Even if he was at his peak, he could not. We can't let him restart the Tianyuan universe. One day is not enough time to evacuate. There are too many people here. Even cultivators can't evacuate, let alone ordinary people. Lu Yuan's tone was heavy. The ancient god said, no one can stop him. I know that very well. Restarting it now is not because he wants to step into the Eternal Realm. Grandmaster Xianxia understands the reverence of the square-inch distance better than us, Wu Tian said. Mr. Mu looked at the starry sky. Let's send the people from the above the heavens sect away first. Even if the universe is rebooted, it won't be that fast. There is a process to rebooting the universe, and this process should be enough to take the entire above the heavens sect away. This is the continuation of the civilization. I want to stop it. There are so many of us. Lu Yuan was unwilling to give up, but before he could finish, the ancient god interrupted him. You can't stop it. Lu Yuan glared at him. So we're just going to let him reboot? The ancient deity looked at him. I said that I couldn't stop it, but I didn't say that I would allow him to restart it. At worst, I'll just die. It's not worth it, Mr. Mu said. Wu Tian looked at Mr. Mu. Master Xianxia wishes to destroy the Hive's coordinates by restarting the Tianyuan universe without attracting the Hive civilization. This is based on the premise that humans are unable to resist the Hive civilization. However, humans can resist them. The Lost Clan fought to the last moment with the Insect Nest civilization. If it wasn't for that immortal master, they might not have been defeated. That's just the Lost Race universe. There's the Tianyuan universe, spiritualized universes, and conscious universes here. Why can't they win? Moreover, Master Xianxia is also an Eternal Life Realm expert. He is an enemy, but he is also an enemy of the Immortal Master. Mr. Mu looked at Wu Tian, then at Lu Yuan, the ancient god, and the others. Are you sure you want to fight against an Eternal Life Realm expert? I'm sure. The ancient god's gaze was resolute. He had died once, so he wasn't afraid of dying again. Wu Tian nodded. Lu Yuan sighed. I don't want little Seven to lose her home when she returns. Mr. Mu smiled. All right. Before Wu Jiang left, the Tianyuan universe was fine. I also hope that after Wu Jiang returns, the Tianyuan universe will still be fine, no matter who the enemy is. But you still have to be prepared to send a group of people out first. Seems like you've decided. There's no need to wait any longer, a voice suddenly said. Mr. Mu and the others raised their heads. Grandmaster Xianxia had appeared out of nowhere. His gaze was calm as he said, we can't send away too many people in one day. It doesn't matter. Let this universe end. After saying that, he took a step forward. Lu Yuan, the ancient god, and Wu Tian struck out together. The three primordial realm experts worked together, but the moment they approached the grass master, they became extremely far away. The ancient god's pupils shrank. This was the feeling that no matter how much strength he used, he couldn't approach. Step by step, Master Grass walked towards Mr. Mu, towards the sequence of strings that Mr. Mu had grabbed. Lu Yuan roared. The ancient god's gaze was ferocious as Wu Tian's outer garment was torn apart. No matter how hard they tried, they couldn't get close to the Eternal Life Realm. In the Tianyuan universe, the primordial realm was already very powerful, but the gap between them and the Eternal Realm was just too great. Even if they had the strength to face off against experts who had crossed bitter calamity, it was useless. Mr. Mu watched as Master Green Grass walked over step by step. His face was as calm as still water, and he deeply suppressed his aura. In the Mirage Domain, a certain section of the long river of time suddenly boiled. The light boat moved past, clearly bewildered as it headed towards that area. Wei Nu appeared and also looked at that section. That section was the location where the ancient tracing had been cut off. Vaguely, they seemed to see something slowly moving upwards. In Immemorial City, Master Green Grass stared at Mr. Mu. Among the people here, he was the only one he cared about. For some reason, this person gave him an incomprehensible sense of crisis. His battle prowess had not even reached the great circle of the Kuwo realm, but he had been severely injured by Mo Shang during the time reversal, and had almost no ability to resist. But now, he was concerned. Master Greengrass's eyes focused on Mr. Mu. In the Mirage domain, the river of time was boiling more and more intensely. Wei Nu and Zhao Ran saw a cauldron slowly rising from the bottom of the river. Cauldron? Where did this cauldron come from? Around Master Greengrass, the ancient gods and the others tried everything, but they could not close the distance. He looked at Mr. Mu and slowly raised his hand to grab the string of the sequence. Mr. Mu watched as Master Greengrass's palm approached. He grabbed the string of the sequence with one hand and raised his other hand. In the starry sky, the shadow of the long river of time flowed. He vaguely saw the light boat, Wei Nu on the riverside, and the shadow of the cauldron. Suddenly, a figure appeared between the two of them and raised his hand to slap Master Greengrass. Master Greengrass was surprised and subconsciously slapped down. Between the two palms, the void compressed, and the disillusioned light ball flickered constantly. An invisible storm swept in all directions, lifting the earth and shaking Immemorial City. It moved toward the starry sky, causing the sequence particles that covered Immemorial City to be blown away instantly. Lightning spread along the string of the sequence to the entire Tianyuan universe. Parallel spacetimes shook, and the sound of thunder rang out. The insects that covered the parallel spacetimes were the most unlucky. They were directly burned by the lightning that appeared out of nowhere. In the heavens and the earth, the infinite stars all had the sound of lightning exploding. The origin space was no exception. Countless people looked at the lightning exploding wildly above their heads, as if it was the end of the world. In Immemorial City, the light ball flickered with lightning between the two palms, constantly disillusioned and reappearing. Heavy breathing rang out in everyone's ears. It was just a single person's breathing, but it was so heavy that everyone who heard it could not help but breathe together. For some reason, the entire Immemorial City and even the entire starry sky breathed. The lightning spread along the string of the sequence to the various parallel spacetimes. All the creatures heard the breathing. Regardless of whether they were willing or not, they all cooperated. This was not breathing. This was momentum. With a boom, the figure constantly retreated, only stopping after taking 9 steps back. Lightning flickered on his hand, and his blood evaporated. It kicked up a scarlet mist that expanded into the surroundings. The ancient god and the others stared over blankly. Was that Jiangfeng? The mist was blown away, and the figure became clear. To no surprise, it was Jiangfeng. No one had thought that Xianxia, who had fallen into darkness after being deprived of time by Master Greengrass, would suddenly appear and block Master Greengrass's palm strike. This was something that the primordial realm experts like the ancient god had never managed to do. Had Xianxia broken through to the primordial realm? No, his cultivation path was different from ordinary people's. From the moment Earth left the universe, he had been an explorer, but he had already comprehended battle force at the realm of mastery. The battle prowess of White Cloud City's cultivators had nothing to do with their realms. They comprehended momentum, a power that only they could comprehend. Mr. Mu stared at Jiangfeng in a daze. The current Jiangfeng was completely different from before. That feeling just now was like the breathing of the entire universe. Master Greengrass, it's been a long time, Jiangfeng said as he looked at Mr. Mu with shining eyes. Master Greengrass was shocked. You're the Lord of White Cloud City, Jiangfeng? Lightning crackled in Jiangfeng's hand as he took a step forward. Every step caused Immemorial City to tremble. He had just taken 9 steps back, but now, he had taken 7 steps forward. He arrived beside Mr. Mu and stared at Master Greengrass. Master Greengrass was in disbelief as he studied Jiangfeng. You actually broke through. Jiangfeng raised his hand and looked at it. I have to thank Master Greengrass for helping me. Otherwise, I would never have been able to break through in this lifetime. Back at the border, Master Greengrass had been about to leave when he had met Jiangfeng. He had once said that White Cloud City's realm came from a turbid treasure, which was none other than the 3 divine artifacts. The 3 divine artifacts had given White Cloud City the cultivation system of momentum that was parallel to spacetime. This was a power that was compatible with the laws of the sequence, and it was also a shortcut. In the early stages, one could quickly increase their battle prowess, and once they comprehended it, they would be invincible. However, the further one progressed, the more difficult it would be. Master Greengrass had said that Jiang Feng and the others would never be able to leave this place. Before leaving, he had taken away Jiang Feng's power. Everything, including Jiang Feng's 5 senses towards the universe, made it so that he could not resonate with the outside world. But even though Master Greengrass understood the power of momentum, he had never truly cultivated it. From the moment he had taken away Jiang Feng's power, it was equivalent to continuing Jiang Feng's path. Momentum was the breathing of all living things. From nothing to something, the process was difficult, but it could allow one to become invincible. From something to nothing, it was even more desperate, but it could allow one to continue on to the future. Master Greengrass had seen through Jiang Feng's path with his eternal life realm vision, but every path to immortality was unique. He could walk one, but he could not walk a second one. Previously, he had wanted to help Jiang Feng walk the path to immortality, but by a freak combination of factors, he had really helped Jiang Feng. Of course, if Tuo Lin had not brought Yan Ruyu to White Cloud City, Jiang Feng would not have walked out so quickly. It could only be said that everything was destined. Lu Yuan and the rest looked at Jiang Feng. They could not get close to Master Greengrass, but Jiang Feng could do it. What happened just now? They had all been mobilized to breathe. This was the first time Master Greengrass had been so shocked. Even Lu Yin's comprehension of the power of karma did not make him feel this way. He looked at Jiang Feng in amazement, walking the path that no one has taken, achieving the fate that no one has achieved. Jiang Feng, I have underestimated you. Jiang Feng looked at Master Greengrass solemnly, but I dare not underestimate you. An eternal life realm powerhouse is indeed powerful. Even if he had broken through, it was impossible for him to win against Master Greengrass. He had just been pushed back 9 steps by a palm strike. It could only be said that the gap between them was still huge. But it was no longer infinite. Master Greengrass let out a deep breath and looked up at the sky. I have never thought of helping you, but you were able to walk out. This is not your opportunity, but this universe's opportunity. I have always known that the future scale of the Tianyuan universe surpasses that of the spiritualized universe, but I did not expect that the difference in the future scale that could be seen would create an invisible gap. I was wrong. Jiao Shao was also wrong. In the past, Tai Chu and Eternal. Later, Xiaoshang and Ku Jia. Now, Yu and Luyin are all amazing to the extreme. This is not a simple gap in numbers. This old man has been wrong all this time. No one disturbed him. They looked at Master Greengrass, afraid that he would attack again. Thunderbolts surrounded Jiang Feng's body. With a sigh, Master Greengrass's eyes returned to calmness. The upper limit of the Tianyuan universe has unlimited possibilities. Since you are not willing to restart, then do as you please. His words made everyone feel relieved. Jiang Feng also let out a breath. He did not want to fight against an eternal realm expert. The consciousness universe is the torch of the spiritualized universe, and the spiritualized universe is the torch of the Jiao Sha universe. You will be the torch of the spiritualized universe. I hope you can hold on. After saying that, Master Greengrass left. His words made everyone frown. A torch was not a good thing. Although it could illuminate the road ahead, it would also illuminate themselves. However, where did the Jiao Sha universe come from? A foreign universe? Master Greengrass's departure made everyone feel relieved. They all looked at Jiang Feng with strange gazes. Jiang Feng smiled, don't look at me like that. I am lucky to be able to walk out. Lu Yuan praised, you were not a match for De Chong back then. Now, you can directly fight an Eternal Realm expert. Your White Cloud City's cultivation method is quite unique. Jiang Feng raised his hand. His right palm was covered in blood. It was not easy, right? Thank you, Brother MOC, Honey Leech, and Desert Dust for the reward. Thank you. Everyone's heart sank. How could it be easy to fight against an Eternal Realm expert? But we can't even get close, the ancient god said. Wu Tian sighed. If not for your appearance, this universe would have been rebooted. Actually, Master Greengrass is right. Jiang Feng's expression sank as he met their gazes. If the hive civilization is completely lured here, we won't be able to stop them. Everyone knew this, but sacrificing the entire Tianyuan universe to destroy the hive's coordinates was something they couldn't do. Mr. Mu said, the Tianyuan universe has its own path. Your timely appearance is, in Master Greengrass words, an opportunity for the Tianyuan universe. We might be able to stop the hive. But just in case, we still have to send a group of people away to preserve the civilization. Lu Yuan said, we're already repairing the bone boats. The materials are hard to find, but only the bone boats can send people away. Jiang Feng's gaze was deep. We can't face the hive civilization alone. If they want the Tianyuan universe to be their torch, they'll have to provide some wood. What do you plan to do? Wu Tian asked. Actually, Jiang Feng's history was similar to Lu Yin's. They both started from being weak and small. They went from being alone to having hundreds of millions of subordinates. They weren't pure cultivators. Jiang Feng's eyes flashed, and his lips curled up. He slowly said, send a hive to the spiritualized universe. In the consciousness universe, Lu Yin returned to Wu Jiang. The boulder's foundation suppressed the mixed consciousness, but he still needed time to completely control it. Lu Yin didn't lack time. He directly rolled the die. Half a month later, Lu Yin put down the die. He had been in seclusion in the time-stop space for 3 years. Even without the boulder's foundation, he could suppress the consciousness. Naturally, the boulder's foundation had to be broken down. Wu Jiang dragged 4 battleships behind it. The people on the battleships looked at Wu Jiang in shock. Wu Jiang had purposely publicized the battle between Lu Yin and Yusang Tian. Lu Yin had won. Yusang Tian had always been invincible in the spiritualized universe, but now he had lost to Lu Yin. This broke the beliefs of all the spiritualized universe's cultivators. They no longer had any thoughts of resistance. That was it. No one suspected Wu Jiang of lying. There was no need to. Lu Yin stood at the bow of Boundless and moved his arms. His consciousness, karma, and strength had all transformed in this universe, and he wondered how far away he was from the eternal realm. Previously, there had been a balance of power within the consciousness universe, and it had been very chaotic. But now, Yusang Tian had been defeated, and Yuya had been scared away. His eternal had disappeared, and he had most likely left. The 13 celestial phenomena had completely ended, and the only thing that Lu Yin was concerned about was the meteorite. As for Che, he did not consider him at all. The meteorite was right there. A few days later, Lu Yin left the boundless expanse once more and found a meteorite. The meteorite was in a broken world, blinking as if it was searching for something. Lu Yin's arrival did not attract its attention. Che came looking for you, didn't he? Lu Yin asked as he stared at the meteorite. Xianxia paused and turned around to face Lu Yin, rolling his eyes. Where did you come from? What is your relationship with the heavenly cast sword and Che? What are you doing here? I want to know everything, Lu Yin said. The meteorite stared at Lu Yin for a while before ignoring him. It turned around and continued blinking, as if this action had some special purpose. Lu Yin's tone was low. If you don't want to talk, then let me take a look. The Tao was released, enveloping the surrounding starry skies. Naturally, it also enveloped the meteorite. The wordless heavenly book emitted a faint light, connecting to the shining god sealing catalog. The meteorite suddenly retreated and stared at Lu Yin warily. His eyes were bloodshot and filled with aggression, as if he was warning Lu Yin. Lu Yin ignored the warning. He had fought with the meteorite more than once, and if the meteorite tried to attack him, he would make sure that the meteorite would experience despair. The current Lu Yin was completely different from before. There was a whoosh as the meteorite suddenly charged towards Lu Yin. Lu Yin slowly raised his hand, and a huge force collided with the meteorite. The meteorite was sometimes strong and sometimes weak. When it was weak, it could even repel an emissary, and when it was strong, it could shatter a spacetime battleship. Even a Sang Tian expert like the Sushir Dao could not do anything about it. This time, the meteorite was at its strongest, and it slammed into Lu Yin's hand. The meteorite had thought that it would be able to push Lu Yin back, but the result shocked the meteorite. Its eyes were filled with disbelief as it stared blankly at Luin. Luin blocked the meteorite with one hand and did not even take half a step back. At that moment, an image appeared in the Divine Seal catalog from the causal heavenly Tao. At the same time, Lu Yin's causal heavenly Tao began to deplete at a much faster rate than the rate at which it was being consumed. This rate of depletion made Lu Yin's eyelids twitch. He pressed down on the meteorite with one hand and looked at the Divine Seal catalog. The meteorite's eyes sized up Lu Yin, and its expression of disbelief even suppressed the bloodshot eyes. The meteorite trembled violently and tried to push Lu Yin away, but Lu Yin's immense strength prevented it from doing so. Lu Yin calmly looked at the Divine Seal catalog, which was still a boundless space. He did not know how long this scene would last, or how long had this meteorite existed in this space. Kai Keqing's lifetime appeared very quickly. The depletion of the Tao of causal heaven made Lu Yin's heart bleed, but he had no other choice. If he wanted to understand the meteorite, this was the only way. Just as he was thinking about this, the image on the Divine Seal catalog changed, and he saw a starry sky. The reason why it was called a starry sky and not a space was because he saw a civilization. He saw the unique traces of a civilization, and he saw extinction. Lu Yin's pupil shrank, and he stared at the image in shock. The image showed a strange non-human being exterminated. He saw planets being destroyed, and he saw the starry sky distort and compress. This was the universe being rebooted. He also saw the heavenly forged sword sweeping through without restraint, killing one creature after another. Blood stained the starry sky, and the entire universe fell into despair. This scene was similar to when Yusang Tian had killed his way to the heaven above earth sect. No, it was even more tragic than that. The bloody scene caused Lu Yin's heart to sink. No creature could escape, this was the end of the world. Numbers no longer had any meaning. The enormous heavenly forged sword swept through the starry sky, and every time it swept past, countless planets would shatter. The sequence string was constantly being torn apart, and parallel spacetime was being reduced to dust. Madness and irritation spread through Lu Yin's heart, and his gaze changed. In the starry sky above his heart, the divine power planet spun faster and faster. At that moment, his palm lightened, and the Divine Seal catalog disappeared. The meteorite had left. The irritation in Lu Yin's eyes receded, and he turned around to look at the distant meteorite. He looked at his palm, and then at the Divine Seal catalog. How had the meteorite left him? There was no trace of it at all. The meteorite's eye stared at Lu Yin, and then it turned around and left in a certain direction. Lu Yin watched as the meteorite left, not knowing what to do. He knew what kind of creature the meteorite was. It was the creature that had been wiped out in the previous image. However, it had been covered in a meteorite shell. The shell's defensive power was extremely strong, and it had been used to escape the end of the world. However, his race had been wiped out, and he had been rebooted by the universe. The one who had led this rebooting was the heavenly forged sword, or rather, the master behind it, Clear. That person had seemed very polite and had even warned Lu Yin. Lu Yin had never imagined that such a person would be able to restart the universe and cause the extinction of a universe's lifeforms. After muttering to himself for a long time, Lu Yin chased after the meteorite. The meteorite entered another broken world, and its eyes blinked continuously. "Are you looking for that invisible light?" Lu Yin's voice traveled over. Aside from that, he could not think of anything else in this broken world that could attract the meteorite. Even he could not find that light, so it was clearly not an ordinary object. The meteorite did not respond, and its eyes continued to blink as it continued to wander. Lu Yin had no intention of attacking the meteorite at all. The meteorite was lucky that reversing time had saved the Tianyuan universe from disaster, giving him a chance to save his home. This meteorite, on the other hand, was not so lucky. His race had been wiped out, and he was the only one left in the entire universe. Just thinking about it was suffocating. Furthermore, Lu Yin did not understand how the meteorite had distanced itself from him just now. He watched the meteorite blink continuously, changing places after blinking, and then continuing to change locations. Lu Yin did not disturb the meteorite, and the meteorite did not leave either. Both remained in this broken world. Several days passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, the meteorite's eyes suddenly opened, as if it had found something. It blinked, and Luin stared at it carefully. He vaguely saw ripples appear in its eyes, as if something had entered it. The next moment, the broken world disappeared. Luin thought to himself. Sure enough, when he had obtained the sharp-edged shard, he had used it to move the light, and the broken world had moved as well. This meant that the essence of the broken world was that light. The meteorite must have absorbed that light, which was why the broken world had disappeared. How had that light been absorbed? What was it? The meteorite continued to the next broken world. A few days later, that broken world also disappeared, and the meteorite moved on to the next one. On average, the meteorite could make a broken world disappear in 5 days. However, the broken worlds that disappeared were very ordinary and small. They couldn't even cover a planet. If it was a bigger broken world, it would take more than 5 days. The meteorite avoided the larger broken worlds that they encountered along the way. "What's the name of your civilization?" Luin asked. The meteorite ignored him. "How long have you been developing?" The meteorite ignored him. "Why did Xianxia restart your civilization? Was it to enter immortality?" The meteorite ignored him. "Did that clear step into eternal life with the help of your civilization's reboot?" The meteorite ignored him. He didn't want to respond to anything. As long as Luin didn't get in his way, he wouldn't attack Luin. He had attacked Luin in the beginning because of his madness, but most of his consciousness had been absorbed by Luin, and that madness had been suppressed. As long as he didn't lose control, he would be fine. Luin looked at the meteorite and blinked continuously, searching for the light. He slowly said, "I don't belong to this universe. This universe is called the consciousness universe. There are 2 sides to the consciousness universe, the spiritualized universe, and the Tianyuan universe. I come from the Tianyuan universe. The Tianyuan universe is my hometown. My people, my family, and my lover are there." Luin slowly explained some of the things that had happened in the Tianyuan universe. There was still no response from the meteorite, but Luin continued. He recounted one incident after another, not about the battle with the Eternals. Instead, he talked about trivial matters such as the Lu family's past and the relationship between the progenitor and the 3 realms and 6 paths. He recounted various stories and characters, both happy and sad. It was unknown whether the meteorite had hurt him or not, but it continued to search for the light. "I thought that the days would continue like this until one day, the spiritualized universe attacked and reactivated the Tianyuan universe." The meteorite paused for a moment before continuing to blink. It was almost impossible to tell that he had paused. Luin pretended not to see it. "You saying heaven was invincible in the universe and slaughtered the above heaven sect. I could only ride Limitless and bring the Tianyuan universe's experts to the spiritualized universe. I didn't want to live, I just wanted to give the Tianyuan universe a chance to breathe. I didn't want my hometown to be destroyed, and I didn't want my people to disappear forever. What joy is there in life, and what fear is there in death?" The meteorite slowly turned around and stared at Luin with his large eyes. Luin met his gaze. "What I'm saying is the truth. I can empathize with the tragedy of your hometown. If not for my good luck, I would have ended up like you. No, at least you'll be able to survive, but I definitely won't be able to. I'm not saying this because I want to gain anything from you. I just hope that you can tell me more about the situation since I'm also trying to help my people survive. That Che is obviously familiar with this place. If the celestial forged sword can come here, then he can go to the Tianyuan universe." The meteorite and Luin stared at each other for a long time, as if trying to discern the truth of Lu Yin's words. Finally, the meteorite left, and the broken world vanished. "I can let you see your hometown again," Luin shouted. The meteorite paused and turned his back to Luin. Luin looked at him sympathetically. "You don't have to say anything. Just treat it as me accumulating good karma for myself. If I become like you one day, I hope that someone can let me see my hometown again. Just one look is enough." The meteorite slowly turned around and looked at Luin again. His gaze was calm, unprecedentedly calm. Luin didn't know if the meteorite had agreed or refused. He released his karma heavenly Tao, and the wordless heaven book's light connected to the divine seal catalog. The karma heavenly Tao was rapidly consumed, and an image appeared on the divine seal catalog. This time, it wasn't a square inch, nor was it the end of the world. Instead, it was a starry sky with a deep blue color. The stars rotated, and fragrant grass bloomed in the starry sky. It was as if the entire universe had become a sea of grass and a world of flowers. Luin looked at the universe in front of him. It wasn't as dark and deep as he had expected. Instead, it had a hint of blue. She was so beautiful. It was unknown when the meteorite had also looked at the God's sealing catalogue. It just stared at it in a daze, not moving at all. The consumption of the heavenly Tao of karma should not be wasted on something like this. To Luin, it was not worth it. However, he was very calm and satisfied. At this moment, he forgot about his gains and losses, as well as his hatred. The only thing that remained was the scene of the meteorite looking at the God's sealing catalogue. Not long after, a drop of blood dripped down from the eye of the meteor. It floated in the starry sky and headed towards the God's sealing catalogue. Lu Yin's expression changed. How sad must a creature be for it to shed tears of blood? That eye stared fixedly at the God's sealing catalogue. The tears of blood seemed to carry his hopes, memories, and wishes. They pierced through time and space and entered the blue starry skies, searching for the family he cared about the most. When the tears of blood touched the God's sealing catalogue, the heavenly Tao of karma suddenly surged. Luin was shocked. How could this be? He looked at the meteorite. Could that drop of blood be the meteorite's past karma? He released all of his emotions into this drop of blood and merged it with the heavenly Tao of karma. The meteorite had the strength of a complete Ku adversity realm expert, and even the heavenly sword Armageddon had not been able to kill him. He was very similar to Mr. Mu in that he had also encountered an eternal realm expert. This meteorite carried with him his feelings for his hometown and his people. They had lingered for countless years, and they were finally released at this moment. The heavenly Tao of karma instantly surged to the point where it could be seen from a lifetime ago, and it continued to expand. Finally, it expanded to nearly half its original size. It had to be known that the current heavenly Tao of karma came from the karma of the elites of the Tianyuan universe and the spiritualized universe. They were the experiences of those people's entire lives. If this meteorite alone could compare to so many elites, then how long had he lived? This should not be the case unless his emotions were abnormally strong, so strong that they could compare to the elites of a universe. At that moment, the meteorite turned around, and his eyes regained their calm. He stared straight at Luin and sized him up as if he wanted to see through him. Luin was grateful. I thought that I would have consumed a lot of my karma. Thank you. The meteorite's eyes became more lively and less gloomy. It was as if he could see the light again. The meteorite slowly approached Luin. Luin did not dodge and allowed the meteorite to approach him. Not to mention whether or not the meteorite would harm him, even if it did, the meteorite was no match for him. Although the meteorite had used some unknown method to avoid his palm, it would not be easy for the meteorite to attack him while he was on high alert. The meteorite suddenly released his consciousness and blasted it at Luin. Luin raised his brows. Consciousness? Luin had absorbed a lot of the meteorite's consciousness, and it was no longer a threat to him. Now, the meteorite released his consciousness, not to attack, but to gift it to Luin. Luin saw through the meteorite's intentions and did not hesitate to absorb it. The meteorite was the second creature he had seen that could absorb consciousness. The consciousness universe could help him, but it could also help the meteorite. Now, the meteorite was helping him. The meteorite's consciousness was much more than Luin had imagined. It seemed that the meteorite had not been idle during this time and had absorbed a wave of consciousness lifeforms. In the end, it all belonged to Luin. Lu Yin's consciousness continued to increase, and halfway through, his gaze changed. In addition to his consciousness, there was also a feeling of madness. However, this feeling came quickly and was quickly suppressed by his consciousness. There were also memories. Some of the fragmented memories from the meteorite were absorbed by Luin through his consciousness. The karmic heavenly Tao dissipated, and the surrounding space fell silent. The meteorite's consciousness continued to decrease until it was completely absorbed by Luin. However, Luin only absorbed the consciousness that the meteorite had released. The meteorite's consciousness that maintained its rationality and cognition would not be absorbed. The meteorite stared at Luin one more time before quickly leaving. Luin did not chase after him. Although the meteorite still did not say anything, he had already gone this far, and there was no point in chasing after him. He still did not know Clear's origins. However, through the meteorite's fragmented memories, he knew some things and also saw the light. There was a light in the broken world. Previously, Luin had needed the help of the sharpness fragment to see it, but now he could see it on his own. It was not the meteorite's own emotions, but a kind of power that had been passed down in the meteorite universe. Even with the meteorite's strength, it was difficult for him to cultivate, so he must have reached the eternal realm. Forcefully coming into contact with the power of the eternal realm with a cultivation at the peak of the bitter calamity realm had left the meteorite with an uncontrollable madness. However, it was also because of this power that he had escaped the destruction of the world and became the only survivor of that universe after it had been rebooted. Luin did not know why the meteorite had left this power to him. This was something he had not expected. The meteorite definitely wanted revenge, but it was impossible to do so without the power of the eternal realm. However, from another perspective, even if he had the power of the eternal realm, he would not have been able to leave alive. The heaven-forged sword was only Clear's weapon, but he had dared to chase after the meteorite. He must not have cared about the power that the meteorite had. Had he given up? Had Luin fulfilled his wish? A sense of madness attacked his mind. Luin covered his forehead and suppressed it with his consciousness before exhaling. When he looked at the broken world again, he could no longer see that dot of light. It was only possible to see the dot of light when the feeling of madness appeared. Once that feeling was suppressed, it was impossible to see it. He now understood why the meteorite kept blinking. This was the meteorite's method of making use of the feeling of madness. What exactly was that dot of light? The meteorite was willing to endure the uncontrollable feeling to obtain it. Clear must have looked for the meteorite, but the meteorite was unaffected. Had Clear let the meteorite go? Or had he not been able to do anything to the meteorite? After all, the meteorite had escaped from the destruction of the world, and it was impossible for him to do so with his own strength. Luin looked at the broken world in a daze. Without hesitation, he retracted his consciousness and immersed it in the starry sky in his heart. Suddenly, the feeling of madness surged, causing his eyes to become bloodshot. Taking advantage of this opportunity, he stared at the broken world and vaguely saw the dot of light. He could see the entire broken world at a glance. Of course, this was related to the fact that this broken world was relatively small. However, it would take several days for Luin to see the meteorite. It should be because Luin had absorbed the meteorite's consciousness and also absorbed part of the uncontrollable feeling, causing the meteorite's ability to find the dot of light to be much worse. Because Luin had immediately absorbed so much consciousness and suppressed that feeling, he had never seen the dot of light. As he slowly approached the dot of light, it disappeared, and Lu Yin's hand grabbed nothing. He felt the madness again, and the dot of light appeared again. This time, he immediately tried to grab it, but it passed through him. He could see it, but he couldn't grab it. The dot of light then disappeared. Luin frowned. How could this be? What a mysterious thing. He recalled how the meteorite had grabbed the dot of light. It was his eyes. He blinked and blinked, blinking the dot of light into his body. No matter how he looked at it, something didn't feel right. Luin thought about it and decided to give it a try. He felt the madness again, and his face approached the dot of light. More accurately, he approached his eyes. When he saw the dot of light, he moved closer, blinked, and the dot of light disappeared. He still couldn't touch it. Luin was speechless. What was wrong? He muttered to himself for a moment and thought of something, the spirit seed liquid. According to his conjecture, this dot of light might have the ability to allow the meteorite to escape Armageddon and restart. In other words, it had the ability to deal with the pursuit of an Eternal Realm expert. It was equivalent to the power of an Eternal Realm expert, and Luin had the power of an Eternal Realm expert, which was the power of karma. The power of karma was believed to be a power that could only be grasped by an Eternal Realm expert. Anyone who could grasp karma before the Eternal Realm would be able to record history and live forever. In the eyes of those from the Nina Firmament's universe, such a person was qualified to be accepted as a disciple by Qinglian Shengyu. Not only did Luin have the power of karma, but he could also grab the power of karma of others with the help of the spirit seed liquid. When he thought of this, he wrapped his hand around the spirit seed liquid. He felt the madness, and when he saw it, he grabbed it. There was nothing in his hand, but he managed to grab it. Luin looked at the dot of light in his hand. He had grabbed it, and the broken world around him was disappearing, but why didn't he feel anything? It was as if he had grabbed a beam of light. He thought about it and then tossed the dot of light into the spirit seed liquid. A speck of light was invisible, but it could still be seen in the spirit seed liquid. Luin heaved a sigh of relief. This spirit seed liquid was actually useful. The first time he had seen it, he and the progenitor had studied it and tried all sorts of methods to catch it, but to no avail. At that time, he hadn't thought of the eternal realm, and with the sharpness shard in his hand, he had focused all his attention on it. Now, he had finally found the trick. He had caught the speck of light, but he still had to study it. Luin looked at the speck of light floating in the spirit seed liquid and fell into a daze. He now had 3 things to do. First, catch Xianxia and suppress him, waiting for the day when he could rely on his thoughts to transform his consciousness and reach the level of absolute command. Second, find Xianxia, enter the palace, climb the precipice, and approach it. Third, remove the karma brick. Here is the point guard. Although his heavenly Tao of karma had expanded greatly, no one would complain about having too little of it. Especially when he saw the consciousness universe surrounded by karma walls, Luin couldn't describe the feeling with words. It was like climbing out of a well only to see a frog bigger than the well. If one day, his karma could cover the entire universe, how magnificent would that be? Compared to these 3 things, catching this speck of light was not important at all. With the speck of light in his hand, Luin slowly closed his eyes as karma revolved around him. Behind him, his consciousness opened the 9 skies, and boundless power flowed. Astral bodies, consciousness planets, land, flowing light, and the wordless heavenly book shuttled back and forth, colliding with karma. Not long after, the speck of light slowly floated into the 9 skies and soared into the sky, finally stopping at the 9th level. Lu Yin's eyes widened. The first sword of the 9 skies of Zenith was now the triple firmament sword intent. With a wave of his hand, he struck out with 3 swords at the same time, fusing the triple firmament sword intent. The speck of light instantly disappeared, following the triple firmament sword intent towards the stars, tearing through the void and piercing through the darkness of the universe. Luin watched as the triple firmament sword intent disappeared. At that moment, he felt like even if Xianxia was here, he could still kill him instantly. Was it an illusion? No, it was the power of the eternal realm. Lu Yin's breathing quickened. He had unintentionally grasped the power of the eternal realm. No wonder he had always felt that the triple firmament sword intent and worldly lock were lacking. The triple firmament sword and the heaven and earth lock belonged to the eternal life realm combat skills. They were most suitable for the power of the eternal life realm. However, whether it was him or the old chief, they were not in the eternal life realm. The difference was too great. As a result, these 2 powers were always a little lacking. When the light disappeared along with the triple firmament sword intent, Luin could feel that the missing point had been filled. He struck out with the trifirmament sword will of the eternal realm. Unfortunately, the sword intent was uncontrollable. He couldn't control the light spot, so naturally, he couldn't control the power of the eternal life realm. The triple blue sword intent was equivalent to a life-saving move, but it couldn't fight against the power of the eternal life realm, including the lock of heaven and earth. However, if the number of light spots increased, it would be a different story. If he couldn't win with 1 sword intent, what about 10, 100, or even 1,000? The more he thought about it, the more excited he became. He now had a 4th major task, which was to capture a point of light. Strange, why are all the things I have to do so strange? If it's not digging bricks, it's grabbing light spots. In the distance, the triple blue sword intent pierced through the void. When it appeared again, it had already passed through the boundary of the consciousness universe and entered the square-inch space. It then disappeared, causing ripples in the void that spread out. At that moment, far away from the square-inch space, a pair of huge eyes opened and let out a low roar that shook the starry sky. It's him. He's not dead yet. He wants revenge, revenge. Boundless. Luine told the primogenitor about the light spot. The primogenitor was pleasantly surprised. At the same time, he guessed, it seems like this light spot has something to do with the eternal life realm. The eternal life realm is an illusory realm. I thought that I would never encounter it in my lifetime, but now, they are appearing one after another. Luine said in a low voice, invincible but limited. This is the eternal life realm. The primogenitor looked at Lu Yin's palm. On his palm, there was a light spot floating in the spirit seed liquid. It could only be seen in the spirit seed liquid. When I was suppressing the sequences string, I kept thinking about what the eternal life realm is. Is it a transformation of the realm, the physical body, the life, or something else? But I never had an answer. This light spot makes me feel that the eternal life realm isn't just a transformation of life itself. It might be a transformation due to contact with the universe. Eternal life isn't about self-immortality. It's about breaking free from the universe's restraints and attaining eternal life. Luine didn't think too much about it. If we can all live, there will be a day when we can see the truth of eternal life. Now, I want to catch more of these light spots. Yes, catch more light spots. Then, you won't be helpless when facing Master Grass. The primogenitor was also excited. No matter how they fought and schemed in the three universes, there was one place that could never hold up. That was the eternal life realm experts. Master Grass easily defeated the ancient gods in the Tianyuan universe and sealed Luine by karma. These scenes left a deep impression on them. No matter how much Luine improved in the spiritualized universe or the consciousness universe, he was still helpless when facing Master Grass. That was because of the difference in life levels. It was just like how he couldn't reach the peak, but Master Grass was always standing there. Now, he finally had the power to approach Master Grass. Just like how Yusang Tian could climb a cliff, he could also climb to the height where he could fight Master Grass. Although he relied on external objects, Luine had mostly relied on external objects to fight his enemies in the early stages of his cultivation, so he was used to it. Throughout the three universes, who could rely on external objects to fight an eternal life realm expert? Even Yusang Tian couldn't do it. He looked at the starry sky and the broken worlds. He wanted all of those light spots. Miao Huang leaped horizontally, using the force of the springboard to quickly move to the next one, whistling leisurely. As long as he crossed the next one, he wouldn't be afraid of anything else. Who would be able to catch up? The consciousness universe was too terrifying, and those top experts had suffocated him. Fortunately, he had escaped. Now that he thought about it, he felt a lingering fear. If he had made the slightest mistake, he would have died. He rubbed his head and decided not to think about it anymore. He would first go to Torch City to have some fun. Of course, he wouldn't stay for too long before heading to the Tianyuan universe. Speaking of which, there should be a springboard between Torch City and the Tianyuan universe. Limitless must have created a springboard from the Tianyuan universe to Torch City, but he didn't know if that springboard was still there. He hoped that it was still there, or else he would have to spend a lot of time creating it. Miao Huang was already looking forward to the Tianyuan universe. How should he introduce himself? Was he the top expert in the spiritualized universe? No, that title was too depressing. The previous Limitless Master and the current Wu Huang both had the same title, but they had both died and had been replaced. The most virtuous cultivator in the spiritualized universe? Probably a candidate, but that was fine. Spiritualized universe. Wait, why did it have to be the spiritualized universe? His eyes widened. It was the three universes. The most virtuous cultivator in the three universes. That's right, ha 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 ha. Thinking of this, he couldn't help laughing out loud, but did not notice that behind him, a figure was approaching. It was clear. Miao Huang had decided on the title, the next step was the flag. He should design it to be more domineering, but also modest and cautious. After all, he walked the world with his virtue. Well, he should use this time to think about the design. It was very important. Sorry to disturb you. Miao Huang rolled his eyes. I don't have time, get lost. As he finished speaking, He raised his hand to think about how to design the flag. Suddenly, his face froze, and then changed dramatically. He abruptly turned his head. Behind him, Clear was looking at him with a smile. His handsome smile was very warm, like it brought a spring breeze to the dark and deep space. But in the eyes of Miao Wu Huang, this smile was no different from a ghost. His pupils shrank sharply, his mouth wide open. The smile on Clear's face froze, blinked, and calmly looked at Miao Wu Huang, placing his right hand in front of his chest, and slowly bowed. I'm sorry to disturb you, I'm really sorry, I scared you. Miao Wu Huang pinched his mouth, suppressed his voice, swallowed, and stared at Clear with an expression like he had seen a ghost. Ghost, really ghost, this is space. With the help of the springboard, his speed was abnormally fast. Where did this guy come from? He won't catch up with me, right? Impossible, even you Sang Tian and Luing can't catch up with me under the premise of using the springboard. That requires not strength and speed, but to get rid of the springboard first and then increase speed. This is not something that can be done by living creatures. Nothing like this has ever happened before. Never. Damn it, why did all these strange things happen to me? Clear looked at Miao Wu Huang, asking softly, Your Excellency, are you feeling better? Miao Wu Huang licked his lips, put down his hand, coughed, and looked around. He could not run away. He took a deep breath, forced a smile, and asked flatteringly, That, Senior is? Clear said politely, You can call me Clear, you don't have to call me Senior. That won't do, it's disrespectful to Senior. My name is Miao Wu Huang, Senior can call me Little Wu. That, where did Senior come from? What can Little Wu do for you? Miao Wu Huang's attitude was much more respectful than when he was with Yuya and the others. He had thought it through. There was only one kind of person who could catch up with him in this situation, the Eternal Life Realm. What the hell? The Eternal Life Realm was a legendary realm. When had he ever seen it? He had only heard of it. Even if there was a supreme existence in the spiritualized universe, said to be the Eternal Life Realm, no one believed it. But this guy in front of him was definitely an Eternal Life Realm, or else he would not be able to break the norm. How should he treat an Eternal Life Realm expert? Little Wu was the most basic. Clear smiled, Your Excellency is too polite, too polite. You and I have only met for the first time, I am so rude, I am sorry to offend you. No, definitely not. Miao Wu Huang licked his lips and smiled, Senior, if you have any orders, just say it, Little Wu will swear to serve you to the death. Supreme Extreme, hope is the Supreme Extreme. This way, he could still take care of him for the sake of being a spiritualized universe cultivator. Please don't come from the Nine Heavens universe, please don't, Miao Wu Huang screamed in his heart. Clear praised, Your Excellency is really a good person, all the people you have met along the way are good people, the world is really beautiful. Miao Wu Huang was speechless, he did not know how to answer for a moment. How could he not be a good person? Even bad people would be scared to death by you. Miao Wu Huang smiled brightly. Senior, you flatter me. It's my honor to serve you. Since I was born, I've been waiting for this moment. This moment is the embodiment of my life's worth, the most glorious moment of my life. It's enough to illuminate the entire area. Please tell me what to do, and I'll be grateful. Looking at Miao Wu Huang's sincere face and listening to him, Che was at a loss for words. Miao Wu Huang was so passionate that he was embarrassed to say anything. Ahem, you're too polite. You don't have to be like this. Senior, please don't be so polite. No, it's just that I'm here to take back my things, if it's convenient for you. Of course, anything is convenient. Miao Wu Huang took out his cosmic ring and handed it to Clear. Clear looked at the ring. There are so many good people. I want the sharpness shard. It's from my weapon. Miao Wu Huang's eyelids twitched. Sharpness shard? Miao Wu Huang swallowed his saliva. Sure enough, he was in the Eternal Realm. Apart from the Eternal Realm, who else could use that thing as a weapon? Miao Wu Huang thought to himself. Miao Wu Huang was in the Eternal Realm. Who else could use that thing as a weapon? Miao Wu Huang hurriedly took out the sharpness shard and handed it to Clear. Clear took it and smiled. Thank you. Miao Wu Huang lowered his head. You're welcome. It's my honor to serve you, senior. I still have to thank you. Every second spent with you is worth a lifetime. Che was not good at dealing with people like this. Their enthusiasm and politeness made him uncomfortable. Seeing Miao Wu Huang's good attitude, he hesitated for a moment. Thank you very much for returning my things to me. How about I give you something too? Miao Wu Huang was overjoyed. Senior's gift is something that little Wu could never dream of. Can little Wu carve Senior's voice and smile so that I can worship you for the rest of my life? That's not necessary. Clear looked at Miao Wu Huang's right index finger. Then, Miao Wu Huang unconsciously raised his hand. He couldn't control his body. This feeling terrified him, but he'd been controlled by Yu Yu once before, so he was used to it. I've left a bit of power in your right index finger. If you encounter any danger, you can use it. Then, I'll be leaving, Che said softly with a warm smile. Miao Wu Huang slowly lowered his right hand and knelt before Clear. Miao Wu thanks Senior for bestowing me with this power. Although it is Miao Wu Huang's wishful thinking, Miao Wu Huang is willing to be Senior's disciple. Miao Wu Huang is willing to serve Senior for the rest of his life. Miao Wu only wishes to see Senior's voice and smile. Then, Miao Wu Huang can die in peace. There was no response. Suddenly, his body flew uncontrollably into the distance. The familiar feeling returned. This was the inertia of the springboard. How could it be connected? Miao Wu Huang looked around. Clear had left. He licked his lips and heaved a sigh of relief. Finally, he left. What a freak. Not only did he catch up with him, but he also changed the inertial force of the springboard. He must be an eternal life realm old man. Fortunately, he reacted quickly and chose to say something nice. Otherwise, he would have died. At this moment, his back was drenched in sweat. He wiped the sweat off and looked at his right index finger. Che had left a bit of power in it, so it was definitely at the eternal life realm. Great, he finally had the power to threaten a powerhouse like Xianxia. He finally had some confidence. He didn't know when it had started, but even as a powerhouse who had survived the bitter adversity, he actually felt no sense of security. He had escaped from the spiritualized universe to Torch City. He had been forced to leave Torch City and head to the consciousness universe. His experience there had been a nightmare. Che had obtained a sharpness fragment from him, and the remaining fragments were all in the consciousness universe. He would definitely go there to get them. Luin, you really are full of misfortunes. I hope you can survive. If you're alive, at least you're better off than Xianxia. A year passed quickly, and during this time, Luin had caught more than 200 specks of light. Catching a speck of light from a meteorite would take at least 5 days in the smallest broken world, but Luin didn't even need a day to get that crazy feeling. However, this didn't mean that Luin could catch specks of light continuously above the heavens. In order to catch specks of light, he had to bring that crazy feeling with him. It was fine to experience it once in a while, but it would take a toll on Lu Yin's mind. During this year, he had constantly caught specks of light, but later on, he would rest every half a day, then even 2 or 3 days. It was all because his mind couldn't take it anymore. In a year, he had only caught a little more than 200 specks of light. 200 specks of light meant that he could use the triple firmament sword intent that had the destructive power of an eternal life realm over 200 times. It seemed impressive, but those who were qualified to force him to use these specks of light were either people like Xianxia, who could heavily injure him with just 1 or 2 strikes, or true eternal life realms. Against a true eternal life realm expert, there wasn't much of a difference between 2 strikes and 2 strikes. This was because eternal life realm experts didn't have any restrictions on their attacks. This was equivalent to using more than 200 chances to fight against a powerhouse who had unlimited opportunities to attack. Moreover, these 200 chances were limited to the triple firmament sword intent and the world lock. Anyone who could cultivate to the eternal realm would be able to see Lu Yin's limitations. Thus, the number of specks of light didn't mean much. What was important was how to use them. In this aspect, Lu Yin had yet to find a better way. His only consolation was that even someone like Xianxia couldn't last more than a few strikes. Lu Yin could be considered the strongest person below the eternal life realm. During this year, when he wasn't catching specks of light, he was always picking up bricks. There was no shortage of karmic bricks, and he didn't know if Uppermost Lotus would notice him doing this, but there was nothing he could do. He had already done it in the spiritualized universe, which was so close to the 9 heavens. Universe, and nothing had happened. The consciousness universe would only be safer. Let's continue picking up bricks and catching specks of light. Yuya and Yusang Tian didn't appear, but Luyin did see the meteorite a few times. He greeted it, but the meteorite ignored him. At the border of the Tianyuan universe, within a portal, a huge fortress was dancing and singing. It was extremely luxurious, and countless cultivators were dumbfounded. They had been guarding the border and had always been very quiet. They had never seen such a scene before. The huge fortress had a planet as its foundation, and it was the expedition of Woe. All the members of the expedition of Woe lived within the fortress. Because of their unique method of obtaining power, the members of the expedition of Woe had extremely short lifespans, with an average lifespan of around 200 years. Luyin had once been able to help the expedition of Woe's ancestor free himself of the power within his body, but because he couldn't be sure if the ancestor would still be a lunatic after that, he had discussed it with the expedition of Woe's current leader, Woe, and decided not to change the current situation. They would first borrow Ancestor Ecker's power to increase the number of progenitors in the Tianyuan universe. It had been more than 60 years since Wu Jiang had left the Tianyuan universe. To cultivators, there hadn't been much change during this time, but to the expedition of Woe, a group of people had died of old age. Woe was the current leader, and he wasn't far from the end of his life. Wu Nan was Eiji's son. After Eiji died, Wu Nan became the clan leader. After all these years, Wu Nan's son, Eiji Kai, had grown up a long time ago. He continued to receive even more powerful blood energy from forefather Eiji. Wu Nan was relieved. Woe walked out of the fortress and looked back with a complicated gaze. He wanted to complete a mission for the Tianyuan universe, which was to bring a hive to the spiritualized universe. This was Jiang Feng's suggestion. Grandmaster Bluegrass wanted to use the Tianyuan universe as a shield for the spiritualized universe, so how could the Tianyuan universe allow him to do as he pleased? If he wanted to fight, then he would fight. If he didn't want to fight, then the Tianyuan universe had its own plans. This decision was approved by everyone. As for the person to choose, it landed on Calamity's head in the end. Woe's battle prowess was close to the primordial realm, so he had the right to bring the hive to the spiritualized universe. This trip was basically a suicide mission, and he was close to the end of his lifespan, so he was perfect for the job. Aside from bringing the hive to the spiritualized universe, he also had another mission, which was to investigate Wu Zhang's situation as much as possible and return alive as soon as possible. Standing beside the border gate, Ikai's eyes reddened as he looked at Woe. "Father, you'll return, right?" Beside him, Jiang Feng, Lu Yuan, and the others were all there to send Woe off. Woe looked at Ikai and smiled. "Of course. I still have a few decades left, so I won't die so easily. Live well, kid. What's the most important mission of the expedition of Woe? To carry on the family line. Do you remember that? The more people there were in the expedition of Woe, the more they could share the burden of Ancestor Eka, and the more experts there would be in the Tianyuan universe." This was what Luyin had said to the expedition of Woe. Many of the expedition of Woe's clansmen were born in the Mirage domain and received its power. Ikai clenched his fists. "I understand, father." Woe nodded. His gaze was mixed. "Don't worry about me. There's actually no danger in going to the core of Woe. At the very least, there's no danger before you come into contact with the cultivators of the spiritualized universe. Even if there's danger, I still have battle prowess close to the primordial realm. Not just anyone can deal with me in the spiritualized universe. Instead, the Tianyuan universe is more dangerous." Ikai said sternly, "I will definitely protect my clansmen." Woe exhaled deeply. He looked past Ikai and at the fortress of the expedition of Woe. It seemed like they were singing and dancing in a luxurious manner, but their clansmen were actually suffering more than anyone else. In the universe, any cultivator could live for several hundred years or even longer. Reaching the emissary realm, half-ancestor realm, or progenitor realm. Although they were not eternal, their lifespans were still extremely long. What about them? What was the point of gaining strength so easily? Our clansmen are all looking at you, Akai said. Wo nodded. I know. Let them continue playing. He smiled. I'll be back. Take the boundless. Akai became excited. I'll be waiting for you, father. On the fortress, all the gazes of the expedition of Wo looked at the border gate. The joyous atmosphere was also filled with the sorrow of parting. Wo greeted Jiang Feng and the others. There was no need for him to say anything more. He had already said everything that needed to be said. He took the hive and stepped onto the gangplank, disappearing very quickly. The people in the surroundings dispersed, and the huge fortress of the expedition of Wo left as well. Jiang Feng stood where he was and continued to stare at the empty gangplank. He muttered to himself, I hope I didn't make a mistake. A beautiful figure walked out from behind him. What are you worried about? Jiang Feng did not answer, nor did he turn around. I thought that you lost your compassion when you saw the truth about me, a cold voice said. Jiang Feng replied, I've never been compassionate. After experiencing the apocalypse, compassion is too extravagant. However, Boundless is still in the spiritualized universe, and it might or might not exist at this moment. I don't know what the changes in the hive will bring to Boundless. Compared to the spiritualized universe, Boundless is more aware of the dangers of the hive. So is Master Xianxia. This is the game of the universe. Whoever is exposed will die. No one said that the torch can't be thrown out. Jiang Feng turned back and looked at the beautiful figure. Sister Qing, you're still so rational. Bai Qing's cold eyes softened when Jiang Feng turned back. Cold-blooded sounds better. Little Feng, you're right. Jiang Feng clasped his hands behind his back and sighed. I hope so. 3 years passed in the blink of an eye, and Luin had caught more than 800 specks of light. He had also removed many karmic bricks, and a karmic wall had been broken by him. This wall should have originated from 9 Firmaments universe, but Luin didn't know why it had been built there. He thought about it and decided to move to a different place. He didn't want to focus on one direction, as it would be easy to get into trouble. As for the broken world, it was nothing compared to the consciousness universe. On the astral continent in the heart, the amount of spirit seed liquid had increased by a lot. The progenitor had captured 5 spiritualized cultivators and collected all of their spirit seeds for Luin. This was a huge amount of resources, and although it had attracted a lot of criticism, it didn't matter. This spirit seed liquid was becoming more and more useful, and it could even touch the power of the eternal realm. Once news of this spread, everyone would fight over it. The power of this liquid was the foundation of the 9 Firmaments universe's cultivation. The 9 Firmaments universe's cultivators had a much higher starting point than the 3 universes, and their chances of reaching the eternal realm in the future were also much higher. On this day, Luin was resting, and he couldn't spend all his time removing bricks. Xianxia appeared not far from Boundless. Everyone saw him, including the spiritualized cultivators. The cultivators looked at him with complicated expressions. For years ago, they had learned that Xianxia had lost to Luin. Although they didn't want to believe it, they knew that there was no need to lie about such things. Now that they saw him again, they felt completely different. This was no longer the invincible spiritualized Xianxia. Luin opened his eyes. Mo Shang had finally arrived. He walked to the bow of the ship. In the distance, Yushan looked out from time to time. He didn't expect that he would be completely forgotten by Xianxia. Xianxia had completely forgotten about him and never mentioned him. This made him feel even more aggrieved than being killed by Xianxia. Mo Shang, have you recovered from your injuries? Luin looked at Xianxia with his hands behind his back and a smile on his face. Xianxia stood tall in space and looked deeply at Luin. Your improvement is astonishing. Thank you for the compliment. You should know why I'm here. Luin asked, where is Yuya? Xianxia shook his head. I don't. He went to look for you. His whereabouts will not be known to anyone. Now is not the same as the beginning. If you can help me capture him, I'll owe you a favor. Xianxia burst into laughter. That's a sincere suggestion. Unfortunately, I don't know where he is. Maybe he went back to the continent of the Nine Clouds universe. Luin felt helpless. Did they go back? That shouldn't be the case. Yuya had sacrificed too much in order to capture him. Even the entire 9 feet garden was wiped out. Did Yuya dare to go back? However, since he hadn't appeared for 4 years, it was obvious that Yuya had no intention of attacking Luin, but he wasn't willing to give up. He was waiting for an opportunity. Unfortunately, this opportunity would never come. Let's go. Luin waved his hand, and Wu Jiang headed towards the realm of Yisoil. Xianxia's only goal was Etion, Quebec. If not for Etion K, he might have stayed far away from Wu Jiang like Yuya. The current Wu Jiang was completely different from when it had first arrived in the spiritualized universe. It was no longer something he could deal with. He hadn't even glanced at the 4 battleships since the beginning of the conversation. Everyone had heard the conversation between Xianxia and Luin. Su Shidao sighed. The once lofty and invincible Xianxia had lowered his head in front of Luin. They could tell that Luin had the upper hand in this conversation. Zi Tianchu's face paled. If even Xianxia was powerless, what would happen to the spiritualized universe? They didn't know the situation in the continent of the 9 Clouds universe at all. Their vision was still limited to the 3 universes. Their only hope now was that Luin really was a disciple of a supreme pole. That way, the spiritualized universe would still be able to surpass the Tianyuan universe. They also hoped that a supreme pole truly existed. That way, the Tianyuan universe would never be able to overturn the heavens. The realm of Yisoil appeared in the distance, but Luin remained calm. No matter how many battles it had experienced, the realm of Yisoil would always be as good as new after a battle. The scenery under the moonlight was always beautiful, and the sound of the stream and the swaying of the flowers were always calming. Although he knew that the broken world existed because of the specks of light, why did they exist? Where did this realm of Yisoil scenery come from? There had to be an origin. Could it be a creature's yearning for its home? Although the cottage was lonely, it was very warm. In the distance, Xianxia saw the realm of Yisoil and turned to look at Wu Jiang, then at Luin. This person had changed. He could sense that Luin had changed, but he couldn't pinpoint exactly what had changed. There was always an uneasy feeling that was growing stronger. Reason told him that he shouldn't interact with Luin anymore, but for the sake of entering Etion K, he had no choice but to cooperate with Luin. At the very least, they wouldn't fall out before they reached the cliff. Xianxia frowned. Although Luin had won the battle 4 years ago, it hadn't been an easy victory. Why did he feel so uneasy now? Not long after, Wu Jiang dragged the 4 arcs and stopped outside the realm of Yisoil. Luin, Progenitor, and Xianxia entered Etion K together, just like last time. Soon, the 3 arrived at the bottom of the cliff. Looking at the faintly discernible palace, Luin and Progenitor looked at Xianxia. Xianxia didn't immediately use one thought of eternity, instead solemnly facing the 2, swear that once we reach the top, we will rely on our own abilities to approach the palace. We will not attack. Luin raised his brows. What do you mean? Xianxia and Luin looked at each other. I lost the previous battle. Now, even if I climb the cliff alone with you, I will feel uneasy, let alone with this person. He glanced at Progenitor. I won't stop him from climbing the cliff. He's your second pair of eyes watching me, but I won't put myself in danger either. Swear that we won't attack each other again. If we go back on our words, there will be no hope for eternity. Progenitor shook his head. You have too little confidence in yourself. Zhuzi defeated you before. I don't have time to analyze it, Xianxia interrupted. Progenitor looked at Luin, who felt helpless. He had wanted to capture Xianxia after climbing the cliff, which would have been easy with his current strength. Xianxia was too vigilant, but it wasn't surprising that he had cultivated to the crossing calamity level. Not to mention the problem of vigilance, the full level had a premonition in itself. When Yuya and Jiochi Garden had joined forces to attack Luin and Progenitor had sensed the danger ahead of time. That was why they had allowed Wu Jiang to hide in a parallel space. Otherwise, if they had fought Yuya and Jiochi Garden, Wu Jiang would have suffered heavy losses, and Luin wouldn't have been able to leave safely. If karma was predetermined in the mortal world, then ordinary people were bound by it. Cultivators could occasionally sense danger, and those who had completed the crossing calamity level would be able to sense danger. Of course, being able to sense danger didn't mean that they could escape. It depended on their own abilities. Luin agreed, alright, since you're so afraid, I'll. He paused and stared blankly into Xianxia's eyes. Progenitor looked at Luin, not understanding what was going on. He then looked at Xianxia, who was staring blankly at Luin. No, behind Luin, behind him. Progenitor suddenly turned around and saw Master Grass. Luin turned around and looked into the distance. Master Grass? There was a deathly silence below the cliff. Luin, Progenitor, and Xianxia all stared at Master Grass. They had never imagined that he would appear. Master Grass looked at the three. Before I came, I didn't think that the war in the consciousness universe would be so chaotic. Even Xinglian's karma was disturbed. It seems that the Nina Firmament's universe's involvement is not light. Luin looked at Master Grass, and his heart sank. When I left the Tianyuan universe, I was wondering when we would meet again. I didn't think it would take this long. Master Grass sighed. Master Lu, you've improved a lot to be able to force Mosheng to this extent. He then looked up at the cliff. Don't climb this cliff. Not even Mosheng? Progenitor asked. Master Grass calmly replied, not even one. Luin found it strange and looked at Xianxia. You're not on the same side? Xianxia looked at Master Grass. I'm confident that I can get close to the palace. Master Grass shook his head. You can't. I still have to try. If the spiritualized universe has a second immortal, it won't be suppressed and plundered by the Nina Firmaments, Xianxia said. Master Grass looked past Luin and Progenitor and stared deeply at Xianxia. He took a step forward and instantly appeared between Luin and the others. He waved his hand. In an instant, time, space, and everything around them were pushed away. They couldn't resist at all. This was the attack of an immortal. Even though Luin had been sealed by Master Grass karma before, it felt completely different now. One was using the karma seal of the Mirage Domain's forbidden land. The other was the power that prevented anything from getting close to him. He stopped breathing, and his body was pushed away uncontrollably. Everything in front of him was retreating. This was the power of an immortal. Xianxia, who had completed Kuai, couldn't resist at all. Xianxia didn't have it, but Luin did. Lu Yin's eyes widened, and he retracted his consciousness. He released a sense of madness and madness. In an instant, he saw Master Grass attack. He saw a gust of wind and a speck of light in the wind. It was just a gust of wind, but it was like chasing away flies. It didn't have an extremely powerful strength, nor did it have an exquisite battle technique. It was just a gust of wind with an additional speck of light. This was the attack of an immortal. Luin raised his hand, and the triple firmament sword will and the speck of light merged into it. Master Grass's expression changed. This is? The triple firmament sword will pierced through the wind and slashed at Master Grass. This sword slashed both the process and the result. The Grass Grandmaster had once caused the ancient gods to fall into despair. However, in the face of this sword, the Grass Grandmaster took a step back and flicked his finger. With a bang, the triple firmament sword was broken and brushed past the Grass Grandmaster's body. Before slashing into the ground, Luin and the other two also stopped. They had been pushed back 100 meters, and any further and they would be out of the heavenly imperial palace. The precipice fell into silence once more. At this moment, the one who was most shocked was not Master Grass, but Xianxia. He looked at Luin in disbelief. This person had actually blocked an attack from an Eternal Realm expert. How was this possible? No matter how close he was to the Eternal Realm, he could not cross it until he reached that level. It was not a problem of fighting beyond one's level, but rather of crossing the level of life. No matter how strong an ant was, it was still an ant that could not kill an elephant. But at this moment, Luin had blocked Master Grass's attack. This was crossing the level of life. Xianxia could not believe it and was even more afraid. He understood where the uneasiness came from. This person could even resist an Eternal Realm expert, let alone him. If this person wanted to attack him, it would be easy. Opposite him, Master Grass's expression was solemn as he sized Luin up. Another one. Is this the future of the Tianyuan universe? As expected, even if we are immortals, we can't predict a universe. Luin did not understand what he was saying, but he reminded him softly, Mo Shang, prepare to climb the precipice. Yu Xianxia hesitated. Climb the precipice? What a joke. He would rather be with Master Grass than face Luin. Luin frowned and wanted to say something, but Master Grass's palm descended. Let me see how far you can go. This palm was very slow, and Master Grass wanted Luin to see it clearly. As the palm approached, Luin suppressed his consciousness and felt the madness again. He could see clearly again. He saw light spots on Master Grass's palm, but it was not just a single spot, but all of them. The light spots covered Master Grass's palm and spread along his palm to cover his entire body. This was the truth behind Master Grass's attack. Lu Yin's 800 points of light couldn't even compare to the number of points that had enveloped his entire body. Luin gritted his teeth and used heaven and earth lock. Formless chains descended, locking down this palm, locking down his cognition, and locking down everything about Grandmaster Grass. Lu Yin's move had very few light spots, but it could be used together with a battle technique to lock him down. This was an Eternal Realm battle technique. Go! Luin barked. Yu Xianxia's expression changed, and he used one thought of eternity. Whatever, he would climb the cliff first. He had the initiative to use one thought of eternity. He could climb or descend. Following the activation of an eternal thought, Yu Xianxia climbed up the cliff. The primogenitor flung out a spirit thread that connected to one thought of eternity. At the same time, he grabbed at Luin, intending to bring him along. However, Great Master Green Grass had broken through the heaven and earth lock. Nothing could get close to him, and he sent away the ancestor. The primogenitor retreated step by step. Just like the ancient gods of the past, he could see them but couldn't cross them. Master Green Grass stood between them and Yu Xianxia. Yu Xianxia looked back and his eyes lit up. Without hesitation, he charged towards the cliff. Luin unleashed his Karma Heavenly Tao, which enveloped Grandmaster Grass. His left hand struck out with the Karma Wheel while his right hand flicked upwards. The 3 azure sword intents that had been cut into the ground flew up, and the sword intents that had yet to dissipate as they all slashed towards Yu Xianxia. A thought of eternity was torn apart by the sword intent, and the other sword intent pierced through Yu Xianxia's body. Yu Xianxia spat out a mouthful of blood and tossed out his royal robe. At the same time, Lu Yin's karmic wheel missed. Grandmaster Grass avoided the origin field. The origin field's hand enveloped Luin, depriving him of time. During this time, everything that Luin had experienced, comprehended, and possessed would all disappear, just like Jiang Feng. Luin dispersed the karma wheel, and a strand of karma shot out. At the same time, his Karma Heavenly Tao was rapidly consumed to create karma. Grandmaster Grass's palm missed, and he looked to the other side in shock. You? Luin took the opportunity to push the primogenitor towards Yu Xianxia. The primogenitor used the Skyfall Soldier to pierce through the flames and flung out a spirit thread to connect to one thought of eternity. Yu Xianxia hadn't expected Luin to pass through Grandmaster Grass's blockade and push the primogenitor out. At this moment, even a moment's delay would drag him into a battle between eternal realms. He could only rely on one thought of eternity to endure his injuries and climb the cliff while dragging the primogenitor along. Grandmaster Grass didn't stop him, and he only stared at Luin with shock in his eyes. You can actually comprehend karma to such an extent. Luin relaxed when he saw the primogenitor climbing the cliff with Yu Xianxia. He couldn't climb the cliff by himself, but he also didn't feel at ease letting Yu Xianxia do it. Grandmaster Grass had said that he couldn't approach the palace, but they were in the same group. Letting the primogenitor climb the cliff was the limit of what he could do, and that strand of sword intent that pierced through Yu Xianxia had helped the primogenitor get rid of any future problems. The primogenitor wasn't Yu Xianxia's match, and even if he was just a little bit weaker, Luin had helped him make up for it. That wasn't an ordinary sword intent, it was the triple firmament sword intent that had been fused with the speck of light. Xianxia's injuries were more serious than they looked, and he wouldn't be able to recover in a short time. The primogenitor would definitely be able to take the initiative against him. As for what would happen in the end, that would depend on them. Next, he would have to face Master Grass, an Eternal Realm expert, alone. Below the cliff, Lu Yin and Grandmaster Grass stood facing each other. The primogenitor looked back and was worried about Lu Yin. Even if he and Lu Yin worked together, it would be useless against an Eternal Realm opponent, but Lu Yin would be even more uneasy if he was alone. Xianxia was also looking down, and he felt much more at ease without Lu Yin around. At that moment, Xianxia couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood, and his face turned pale. That sword intent had injured him more than he had imagined. This was troublesome, and he looked at the primogenitor. Below the cliff, Lu Yin's fingers were bent, and his body was withered. Under the influence of the heavenly Tao of Karma, the God-sealing catalog shone brightly as he stared at Grandmaster Grass. Grandmaster Grass sighed. You've grasped an Eternal Realm battle technique, but you've also obtained the Eternal Substance. I have to say that your luck is extremely rare. The Eternal Substance? Was it that speck of light? Lu Yin's expression didn't change. It's my honor to be praised by an Eternal Realm expert. Grandmaster Grass smiled. It's not the first time I've praised you. The first time we met was in the Guflo Zone. At that time, you were the Outerverse Master, but you didn't disturb me. Not bad. Ever since then, I've been paying attention to you, but I didn't disturb your cultivation. I didn't expect you to reach this stage. Xianxia is truly a genius to be able to unseal you. Lu Yin's expression darkened as he thought of Xianxia. In order to unseal Lu Yin, Xianxia had fallen into a desperate situation, and Lu Yin didn't know if he would ever be able to escape. What do you want? Lu Yin asked. He had always been curious about Grandmaster Grass's goal. The protectors, Karma, and even Xianxia were probably not left behind by Grandmaster Grass. Grandmaster Grass clasped his hands behind his back. There's no need to be so vigilant. You must be having a hard time. The corners of your eyes are tearing up. Lu Yin was shocked, and he wiped the corners of his eyes. Were they blood tears? The Eternal Substance is on a different level from yours, and forcefully borrowing it will be a burden to you. The quality is already amazing. Even though I don't know how you can see it, no matter what method you use, the price is unavoidable. The more you use the Eternal Substance, the more your body will be worn down. One day, you'll be reduced to ashes, Grandmaster Grass said. Lu Yin didn't expect there to be such repercussions. But facing you, I have no choice but to do so. Grandmaster Grass said, I don't want to attack anymore. Mo Shang can't see clearly. Among the three of them, you're the most likely to get close to the palace. So it's enough to keep you here. The others aren't important. If I really wanted to stop them, do you think you can stop me? Lu Yin looked at the precipice. An eternal thought was getting closer and closer. Yes, he couldn't stop it. He was the one who was left behind, and he didn't expect it at first. He thought that he would be invincible in the universe once he grasped the power of an eternal life realm, but things didn't always go as he wished. Lu Yin didn't feel crazy anymore. There was no need for Grandmaster Grass to lie to him. Even if he used all his strength and used up all the light spots, he still wouldn't be Grandmaster Grass's opponent. There was no point in lying to him. Why did you not appear for such a long time? As the supreme pinnacle of the spiritualized universe, why did you stay in the Tianyuan universe? He had too many questions, but Grandmaster Grass couldn't answer many of them. Grandmaster Grass said, I just happened to pass by. I came from the Tianyuan and was heading to spiritualized. Lu Yin stared at Grandmaster Grass with an uneasy expression. You went to the Tianyuan universe again? Grandmaster Grass sighed. I almost restarted the Tianyuan universe. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. Don't worry, it hasn't been restarted yet, Grandmaster Grass said. Lu Yin was relieved. If you want to restart the Tianyuan universe, shouldn't you get the permission of the Jiuxiao universe? Grandmaster Grass sighed. It seems that you see the relationship between the three universes and the Jiuxiao universe, but you don't see it completely. The Jiuxiao universe controls the life and death of the three universes, but it can't control my life and death. Luin understood. Then why do you want to restart the Tianyuan universe? Is the spiritualized universe ready to let a group of people step into eternal life? His words were sarcastic because he had captured the most elite of the spiritualized universe. Reading Network Grandmaster Grass didn't care. Restarting is to help you and us. The trouble you left behind is not solved. The insect nest. Luin clenched his fists and recalled the scene he had seen when his karma had pierced through the meteorite. Had those insects really gone to the Tianyuan universe? Grandmaster Grass's expression was solemn. That civilization is very powerful, but if it's just that one civilization, it won't be a problem. However, a civilization filled with the desire to attack won't be satisfied with just one universe. They will constantly wander around, searching for one universe after another. It's their ability to survive until now, so it's normal for them to go extinct. Attracting such a civilization to the Tianyuan universe is equivalent to exposing the Tianyuan universe to the other universes. Do you understand the meaning of Torch City's existence? First, it's a bridgehead to attack the consciousness universe. Second, it's a springboard to prevent others from secretly using it and being discovered by the other universes. A torch in the dark is always the most dangerous, Luin said in a low voice. So you want to restart the Tianyuan universe and make it completely disappear from the eyes of the insect nest civilization? Grandmaster Grass nodded. That's right. There are too many insect nests in the Tianyuan universe that can be used as coordinates. Even I can't guarantee that I can find all of them. Attracting that civilization is already a desperate situation for you. By the way, the Tianyuan universe isn't in a good situation. Although that civilization hasn't descended, the Tianyuan universe is already having a hard time dealing with it. What's missing is the complete destruction of the Tianyuan universe's highest combat power. Lu Yin's heart sank. Master Grass had brought bad news. Was the Tianyuan universe in an unprecedented predicament? Master Grass looked at Luin. Tianyuan, spiritualized, and even Jiuxiao, humans are in charge. Losing Tianyuan is nothing, but preserving the other two would be beneficial to humanity. Unfortunately, you can't see it clearly. Luin couldn't refute him. Emotionally, he naturally wanted to protect Tianyuan, but from the perspective of his race, Master Grass was right. He recalled the scene of the meteorite's universe being rebooted and destroyed. From that moment on, there were no more meteorites in the universe. That kind of sorrow was not something he could imagine. Then why haven't you rebooted it? Luin asked. Master Grass looked deeply at Luin. Tianyuan is not as weak as I thought. It seems that there will always be someone who will turn the tide at the crucial moment. In the past, it was you, but now, it's Jiang Feng. Uncle Jiang? Luin was shocked. Didn't you? He walked a different path, Lu Xian said. So you're saying it's another? Luin figured it out. No wonder Master Grass had said it was another, the first was Uncle Jiang. Great, there was finally good news. Master Grass shook his head. Without eternal life, the gap will always exist. That civilization will definitely have an eternal realm powerhouse, and once they descend, Tianyuan will definitely be destroyed. Why are you telling me this? Luin asked. Master Grass answered naturally, I want to use Tianyuan as a barrier to block spiritualization, just like how Jiuxiao used spiritualization as a barrier to block the square inch. I hope you can hold on. With that, he disappeared. Luin looked at the empty ground. A barrier? How straightforward, but it was the truth. If the Hive civilization descended and Tianyuan couldn't stop them, what would happen to Jiuxiao? Jiuxiao prided itself on being above the three universes, and it couldn't possibly allow Tianyuan to be destroyed by the Hive civilization. At the very least, Jiuxiao had given itself the chance to restart. From the looks of it, Tianyuan was both a barrier to spiritualization and a bait that Master Grass was using to drag Jiuxiao down. He wanted to use Tianyuan as a battlefield to drag down the Hive civilization and Jiuxiao universe. Even if Jiuxiao won, it would have to pay a price, and the Tianyuan universe had already become a torch. Unless Jiuxiao universe rebooted Tianyuan immediately, this torch would bring them endless war, and the spiritualized universe would benefit in the end. Luin sighed. He really wanted to return to Tianyuan and give a hive to the spiritualized universe. How could it be so easy to use Tianyuan as a torch? The spiritualized universe was the most suitable torch. He would return after this trip to the universe of consciousness was over. He looked at the cliff. He was sitting there, holding the fort for the primogenitor. An eternal thought finally reached the top of the cliff. Xianxia quickly distanced himself from the progenitor and faced him. Clutching his shoulder, Xianxia's hands were stained with blood. In front of him, the primogenitor looked at him. His injuries are not light. This is a good opportunity. Zhuzi, do you want to finish him off? The corners of Lu Yin's lips curled up, of course. My triple firmament sword intent contains the eternal substance, and it's not that simple. His injuries can't be healed, and the more he fights, the more the eternal substance will corrode his body. His body will become more and more damaged, and no power can stop it. Forcing him to fight is the same as forcing him to die. Xianxia's eyes narrowed. Immortal substance? No wonder he could fight against a master of grass. How did he master it? He knew about the immortal substance, but he had not been able to master it for many years. He could not even see it. This person had only been in the universe of consciousness for such a short period of time. How could he have transformed so quickly? Arye, the sword intent of grass was not easy to heal, but he did not know if it was as serious as Luin said. After all, Xianxia had never been attacked by an eternal realm before. Would he really become weaker if he fought? The primogenitor looked down the cliff. Was this for real? Was it really that serious? He was tempted. However, Zhuzi was an expert at lying through his teeth. Now that he could not climb the cliff, it was possible that he was trying to scare Xianxia for the primogenitor. It was not impossible, but the moment he attacked, he would be exposed. The primogenitor was in a dilemma. Lu Yin urged, "Senior, finish him off, quickly." The primogenitor looked at Lu Yin again, and his heart sank. He knew Lu Yin too well. The more serious he was, the more fake he was. The great genetic age. Of course, Lu Yin was lying. The triple firmament sword intent had been broken by a master of grass, so how could it still be so powerful? Piercing through Xianxia was the final attack, and the injury was indeed serious. However, it was completely different from what Lu Yin had said. Lu Yin's words were meant to scare Xianxia. Lu Yin was an eternal realm cultivator, and he also had the three firmament sword intent that was complemented with the immortal substance. This was a blind spot in Xianxia's knowledge, and he couldn't tell if Lu Yin was telling the truth. "Zhuzi, I can't go down even if you force him to death," the primogenitor said. He was very cooperative. Lu Yin frowned. "Senior, are you confident that you can get close to the palace? As long as you touch the palace, you can obtain the memories of an eternal realm cultivator. You might even be able to break through to the eternal realm. If you really can't do it, just wait. The people from the ninth heaven universe will definitely come again. Then, you can leave with them. With your strength, even a defense god will not be able to escape." The primogenitor was helpless. "I can't get close to the palace. As for waiting, no, it's a waste of time. What about Wu Jiang? There are many things that you can't do at the same time. Besides, I have suppressed the sequences string for so many years. I don't want to stay in one place anymore. Senior, Xianxia is a great enemy. In the 37 years when time was reversed, he destroyed Immemorial City and massacred the Heavenly Sect. He is one of the Tianyuan universe's greatest enemies. Senior Zhuzi, with your strength, you can easily deal with him. There is no need for me to die together with him." "What do you mean by dying together?" "He will definitely die. Just attack. Trapping me on this cliff is the same as dying together. Senior, don't underestimate Xianxia. He might get close to the palace. If you don't kill him, it will be difficult to get rid of the danger. Then I will force him to not get close to the palace." "Senior Zhuzi." The two of them were quarreling on the cliff. Lu Yin's face grew uglier and uglier. The primogenitor's expression did not look good either. "If I want you to be trapped on this cliff forever, are you willing?" the primogenitor shouted. Cough, cough. Luine and the primogenitor looked over. Xianxia wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and glanced between Luine and the primogenitor. No matter how he looked at it, he felt like they were acting, but he couldn't be sure. If he was really going to be corroded by the eternal substance like Luine said, then he was done for. The palace was in front of him, and this was his best chance to break through. It was impossible for him to break through to eternal life. Right now, he had a chance to break through to eternal life. If he took a step back, even if he didn't die, he would lose that chance forever. Even if he felt like Luine and the primogenitor were acting, he had to continue acting. It was to make Luine feel at ease and give himself a chance. It was also to give Xianxia a chance. Of course, he couldn't use this chance. He wasn't Luine and couldn't get close to the palace. Damn it. If the boulder foundation hadn't been stolen, he would have been able to block that sword intent. I know how injured I am. Just tell me what you want. Come down and get me, Luine said. Xianxia immediately refused. Impossible. Senior, kill him. The primogenitor stared coldly at Xianxia. Either you go down, or I throw you down. Xianxia's voice was low. You can't do it. The primogenitor raised a brow and looked at Luine. Are you sure he's injured, Zhuzi? He's so confident. I'm very sure. The eternal substance isn't something he can resist. Then why is he so confident? Even I'm starting to lose my confidence. Senior, don't worry. Do it. He's dead for sure. Throw him down and I'll deal with him. Alright, then I'll do it. Xianxia's expression turned ugly as he took out a giant wooden figurine from his cosmic ring. It was 5 meters tall and seemed to be made of wood. It looked like a woman, but the carvings were blurry. Xianxia pressed his hand on the figurine and disappeared. Then, the figurine's face turned into Xianxia's. It was very strange. This is a turbid treasure. Both Luine and the primogenitor's hearts sank at the mention of turbid treasure. This was troublesome. Turbid treasures were difficult to deal with. As long as I hide in this wooden figurine, no one below the eternal realm can hurt me, Xianxia said. Luine stared at the figurine. Are you sure? The primogenitor waved his hand, and the azure soldier slashed at the figurine. There was no earth-shattering sound, as if a knife had struck wood. There wasn't even a mark. The primogenitor was convinced that he couldn't break through the figurine. Luine raised a brow. No one can hurt you. It's not convenient for you either. Otherwise, you could have hidden in the figurine and climbed the cliff. Xianxia didn't deny it. Yes, I can't move. The figurine's weakness is that it can't be moved, but it can protect my life. Luine, I don't believe that the eternal substance will continue to corrode my body. Give me time and I'll recover. I have more than one turbid treasure. Luine sneered. Do you really want to do that? I can tell you that as long as you don't attack, the eternal substance won't corrode your body. You can recover and use time to expel the substance, but you might not be willing to endure it. With such a big thing happening here, no one can say for sure what will happen to the ninth heaven universe. Maybe it will attract the god of defense. You will be in trouble for breaking the rules. What about you? You won't be any better. At least, you won't have any chance of getting close to the palace. The primogenitor agreed. That's why I don't want to stay on this cliff for too long. If an eternal realm cultivator comes, your life won't be in your control. Xianxia looked at Luine. That's why I'm willing to take a step back. I swear that I won't have anything to do with Xianxia. You and I will approach the palace based on our own abilities. In the end, I'll bring you down the cliff and promise that I won't attack you. What makes you promise that? Luine didn't believe him. Xianxia looked at the primogenitor. I swear. If I break this oath, I won't have any hope of eternal life. Xianxia, you have to swear that you won't attack me. As long as we're in the consciousness universe, we won't attack each other. How about that? Then you can try to get close to the palace. In the end, I can bring you down. You can decide the time. Hearing Xianxia's words, the progenitor fell silent for a moment before looking at Luin. They had been bluffing since Xianxia's injuries would heal in a short period of time. If they were at a stalemate, the progenitor would be in trouble. Thinking of this, Luin looked at Xianxia and raised a finger. At a condition. Give your wooden figurine to Senior Inception. Xianxia's expression changed. Luin, you don't have the initiative yet. Then let's see if you can recover faster than the Ninefirmament universe. If the Ninefirmament universe comes, Inception will be in trouble. If you recover, Senior won't be in a good spot either. I can swear it. I don't believe you. Luin spoke bluntly. Although the oath was a great restriction for someone like Xianxia, it wasn't enough to restrict them. If Xianxia had no hope of eternal life, the oath would be useless. Luin wouldn't use the progenitor's life to bet on Xianxia's future. The progenitor spoke up. Mo Shang, what are you afraid of? This wooden figurine isn't an offensive weapon. With it, I'll just be a target. I can swear that I won't attack you. He paused for a moment, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. This wooden figurine has the ability to threaten you. If that's the case, you're lying. Lu Yin's voice rang out. Someone from the Ninefirmament universe would need a year to get here on the One-Leaf Lotus, and it would take at most 2 years for a message to travel back and forth. As for a high god, it should be quite fast. How long did it take for us to get to the palace? Xianxia agreed and gave the figurine to the progenitor. At the same time, both sides swore that they wouldn't attack each other. Thus, everyone heaved a sigh of relief. Xianxia cared about approaching the palace the most. Luin was concerned about the primogenitor's safety. Unfortunately, he had found a way to erase his memories and get close to the palace, but he didn't have the opportunity to use it. Still, he could tell the primogenitor about it and see if the primogenitor was willing to try it out, even if the chances were slim. The progenitor didn't have anything to worry about. He also looked at the palace. He hadn't tried to get close to it since the beginning, but now he could try. Was it the feeling of memory suppression? That was new. On the other side, Grandmaster Grass left the consciousness universe, taking the 4 spiritualized warships with him. No one could stop the Grass Grandmaster, not even Luin, who was outside. He knew very well that the 4 arcs would be lost. Master Grass would not allow him to capture the top elites of the spiritualized universe. However, the old salamander and Meng Xianxian had been pushed into the hell of the appointment platform and were unable to escape. It was the Plain Master sect. Tianshu and the others left with Grandmaster Qingchao. The practitioners on the 4 battleships didn't know who the Green Grass Grandmaster was. Seeing that Wu Jiang didn't dare to stop them, they gradually had some guesses, but they didn't know if their guesses were right. They had guessed that the Grass Grandmaster was the supreme pinnacle, but if he was, why didn't he attack Wu Jiang? If not, why did he save them? Judging from the expressions of those people on Wu Jiang, it was obvious that they knew Master Green Grass. Master Green Grass dragged the 4 battleships and left. Above the boundless sea, Chu Yi and the others only breathed a sigh of relief when they could no longer see the warship's shadow. Why is he here? Eternal Life Stage, Master Grass. He's the only Eternal Realm expert I've met so far. Why didn't you attack us? Of course it's the karmic chain restriction. I'll go in and check on Little 7. The gate at the border of the consciousness universe had been broken. The practitioners on the 4 spiritualized universes battleships watched with complicated expressions. They didn't know what was going on in the consciousness universe at all. It sounded like an expedition to the consciousness universe, but they hadn't done anything at all. Master Grass stood on the restart battleship and went through the gate towards the gangplank. Not long after, the gangplank was swung out and pushed the battleship out. Not long after, Master Grass's expression changed and he looked in a certain direction. The restart battleship suddenly stopped, catching the practitioners off guard and causing many of them to crash forward. Master Grass looked into the distance and stared for a while. He then raised his hand and released an invisible force. No one could understand what he was doing. At that moment, a battleship rapidly approached from behind. On the restart battleship, the Plain Master sect opened his mouth wide. Senior, we're about to crash. Master Grass retracted his hand and the restart battleship suddenly sped up. It was even faster than when the gangplank had been pushed out. In the blink of an eye, the battleship that was about to crash into them was shaken off. The plane master sect and the others were dumbfounded. That was it? They looked at Master Grass again and all of them fell to their knees. An Eternal Realm cultivator must be an Eternal Realm cultivator. Otherwise, how could he change the power of the gangplank? Master Grass looked into the distance and muttered to himself, I can't let you live too comfortably. Otherwise, others will feel uncomfortable. Half a year passed quickly, and Luin returned to Wujiang from the cliff. Although he had lost 4 battleships, he didn't care. He would definitely be able to get some chips in the spiritualized universe. However, he had to return to the Tianyuan universe first. He hadn't left yet because he was looking for Yuya. A few months ago, Xianxia had told Luin that Yuya was still in the consciousness universe to get him to leave the cliff and stop watching him. Luin had left because finding Yuya was very important. However, he still hadn't found him. Luin decided to search for another half a year. If he still couldn't find him, he would bring Wujiang back to the Tianyuan universe. The crisis of the spiritualized universe had been resolved. He had to deal with the 9th heaven universe, so he didn't need to bring Wujiang along. He wanted to go by himself. Wujiang couldn't help him in the 9th heaven universe. During this half a year, Xianxia and the progenitor approached the palace. What surprised Luin and Xianxia was that the progenitor's speed wasn't any slower than theirs. Even Luin hadn't expected this. The palace pressured one's memories, and it required a strong consciousness and resilient memories. Both Xianxia and Luin had both, but the progenitor's consciousness wasn't at the peak. It was only average at the tribulation transcendence level. Including his resistance to consciousness, he was about the same as an ordinary 13 celestial phenomenon cultivator. Thus, the progenitor hadn't thought of approaching the palace. Now that he had tried, Xianxia almost fell behind. Xianxia wasn't the only one who couldn't figure it out. Luin couldn't figure out why either. He had guessed that it might have something to do with the method he had told the progenitor about dispelling his memories. However, he had a strong consciousness and the void in his heart. Could the progenitor do that? Or could it be that the progenitor himself could approach the palace? The progenitor's cultivation method was average. Yuya and the others felt that he was a great threat, but they didn't know that he would be so powerful when approaching the palace. However, the closer one got to the palace, the harder it would be, and the more time it would take. Luin hoped that someone from the 9th firmament universe wouldn't arrive so quickly, especially the defender god. As for the immortality substance, Luin also grabbed some. He didn't waste the opportunity and did it once every day and a half. The rest of his time was spent either looking for Yuya or digging up bricks. On this day, Luin returned to Boundless to rest for a day. After a day and a half, he grabbed some light spots. Suddenly, he looked in a certain direction with a burning gaze. Yuya had finally appeared. Xianxia had told Luin that Yuya was still in the consciousness universe in order to get him to leave the cliff. Luin hadn't completely believed him, but there was no point in him staying there, so he had gone to look for Yuya. However, he hadn't been able to find him even after half a year. He had even felt that Yuya had left, but now he had suddenly appeared. He stepped out of Boundless, his consciousness roaring out and spreading throughout the entire consciousness universe. Far away in front of Luin, Yuya gazed at the sky beside the shattered border gate. Ever since Luin had defeated Xianxia, he had been hiding all this time. He did not know that Luin was looking for him, nor did he need to know. If he were in Lu Yin's shoes, he would definitely be looking for himself. Lu Yin's consciousness descended from the dark sky. Yuya's expression was complicated. This was a prelude to him dealing with others, but he hadn't expected that it would be used against him one day. Luin was no longer someone he could fight against. However, catching him was easier said than done. Luin, we'll meet again in Nina Firmaments, Yuya said before leaving the consciousness universe. Luin raised his hand and unleashed the triple firmament sword intent, fusing it with the light spot. How could he escape? As long as he saw him, he wouldn't be able to escape. Yuya didn't know what Luin had at this moment. He thought that he could escape from the consciousness universe, but suddenly, an indescribable horror enveloped his entire body. The triple firmament sword intent pierced through the darkness and slashed at him from behind. Yuya stared blankly at it, unable to dodge. Why? It wasn't fast, but he couldn't dodge. It was both the process and the result, and it also contained a terrifying power that he couldn't comprehend. Although he couldn't understand it, he had experienced this power more than once. This was the power of an eternal life realm. Yuya couldn't believe that Luin had reached the eternal life realm. Impossible. Yuya couldn't figure out how Luin did it. Seeing the triple firmament sword intent slashing at him, Yuya's thoughts churned. He twisted his body and turned into a dark golden cloud. Guardian god of the 9 firmaments, Blood Tower. The hazy Blood Tower shone. The triple firmament sword intent descended. At the same time, the void broke open, revealing a pale bone-colored claw. It pinched the triple firmament sword intent before Yuya's eyes. The triple firmament sword intent was less than 100 meters away from Yuya. This distance was so small that it was almost non-existent to the bone-colored claw. Yuya stared blankly at the bone-colored claw. It was like a monster squeezing through the sky and slowly spreading into the consciousness universe. The suffocating pressure almost made his thoughts stop. Eternal life realm, another eternal life realm. Damn it, where did it come from? At the same time, Luin stopped, his pupils constricting. His consciousness enveloped the planets as he stared at the bone-colored claw. In his mind, memories surged. On the precipice, the memories that had appeared before jumped out. He saw a claw covering the universe, huge and boundless. He saw the triple firmament sword intent tear the claw apart and stain the sky with its owner's blood. It was this claw, exactly the same. How could it be here? The void was constantly torn open, and the claw squeezed in. It was as if the earth was constantly being broken open. Yuya slowly retreated, staring blankly at the bone-colored claw. He kept retreating, rushing toward the springboard. There were too many changes in the consciousness universe. The person who brought back the heavenly cast sword edge fragment and the monster in front of him were both eternal life realm creatures. Where did it come from? He had never seen it in the 9 firmaments universe for so many years. The universe was about to change. The bone-colored claw ignored Yuya and crushed the triple firmament sword intent, forcing its way into the consciousness universe. Its enormous body was gradually revealed. Lu Yin's eyelids twitched as a sense of danger exploded within him. He turned around and rushed towards Boundless. He couldn't stay here and had to escape immediately. He didn't have the ability to directly face an eternal realm, and the Grass Grandmaster hadn't been serious at all. This monster was different. The next moment, a shocking bestial roar rang out, shaking the consciousness universe. It turned into ripples that spread throughout the starry sky, causing stars to explode one after another. Lu Yin's consciousness that was attached to the stars immediately collapsed, and he turned around to look. Why had this monster come here? In the Earth realm, everyone in Boundless looked into the distance, their expressions changing drastically. The desolate god and Li Shou were extremely sensitive to their instinctive fear, and their fear was like a dark cloud looming over them. Li Shou and Su Wang hugged each other, trembling. The lotus leaves on the star toad's head were bent. Monster, there's a monster, run. The desolate god growled, run. Chu Yi, Lu Tianyi, and the rest looked at each other. That bestial roar had almost caused their hearts to stop, as if something was squeezing them. This was definitely not the powerhouse they knew. An eternal realm monster had appeared, but why were there suddenly so many of them? Luin had just returned to Boundless, and his expression was gloomy. Go, leave immediately. Master still cares about Tian Ke, Chu Yi reminded. Luin replied, the progenitor is fine. We're the ones in danger. He then took a step back and appeared behind Boundless. Boundless power flowed through him as he pushed Boundless towards the border of the consciousness universe at an extremely fast speed. The bestial roar rang out once more, and everyone in Boundless looked up with their mouths agape as they stared blankly at the sky. What the? Everyone saw an incomparably large bone-colored claw sweep past, tearing through the void as if it were a piece of paper. This wasn't a big deal, as many people could do it, but the shockwaves had almost overturned Boundless, which was something they had never experienced before. Boundless was currently under Lu Yin's control, but even it had almost been overturned. The claw's power was boundless. Yishang and Origin paled. What the hell? Su Wangtian, Second Life, and the others clenched their fists tightly. They didn't even want to say anything. Chui and the others fell silent as the surrounding space receded. Lu Yin did not even raise his head as he pushed Limitless. Run, run. This monster should be looking for him. His 3 firmament sword intent had been crushed by this monster. In the past, there had been a creature who had used the 3 firmament sword intent to tear apart a monster's claws, causing it to howl in pain. Lu Yin was here for revenge. Wu Jiang rushed to the border. Lu Yin suddenly heard someone exclaim, "It's coming!" He raised his head and saw the bone-colored claws waving from top to bottom. They could not see the monster's true appearance, but the bone-colored claws were already covering the sky. If he was smashed by this thing, Boundless would shatter, far more serious than being smashed by a meteorite. He gritted his teeth and hurriedly used the triple firmament sword intent, but it wasn't aimed at the bony claws as it was completely useless. The fact that the triple firmament sword intent had been shattered made it clear to him that his own attacks were useless against this monster. He sent the triple firmament sword intent in a different direction, hoping to lure it away. Imagine Chinese network. Sure enough, the triple firmament sword intent pierced through the void and came from far away. The bone-colored claws suddenly paused and then swiped towards the distance. Chui and the others heaved sighs of relief, and their pale faces gradually returned to normal. But in the next moment, they turned deathly pale once more. The bone-colored claws were merely an arm, and they extended outwards from the arm. They saw a monster that seemed to connect the sky to the earth, and they could not see the top or the bottom. They could only see the bone-colored claws extend from the monster's body and swipe towards the distance. This movement had to pass through Wu Jiang. Wu Jiang was like a broken boat that blocked a huge wave. It would be smashed to pieces. Lu Yin looked up at the sky. Worldly lock. Formless chains descended from the sky, and each chain had a speck of light. This move consumed dozens of specks of light that enveloped the monster. The monster paused and let out a shocking roar. Wu Jiang was too close, and many people fainted. Even Lu Yin's mind was shaken. He gritted his teeth and pushed Wu Jiang past the monster, heading towards the border. The monster's claws danced about, easily tearing through the worldly lock as it angrily smashed its claws in all directions. Just as the claws were about to hit Wu Jiang, Chu Yi, Lu Tianyi, the Desolate God, and Celestial Combatant all activated 9 heavens changed to block it. Bang! There was a loud explosion, and all of the experts spat out blood as they were sent flying, crashing into Wu Jiang. The primordial Origin and the others trembled. Their resistance attracted the monster's attention, and it raised its bony claws high up and viciously smashed them towards Wu Jiang. Lu Yin spat out, "Bastard." He leapt out. "Ancestor Tianyi, you guys push Wu Jiang away. I'll catch up." Lu Tianyi and the others crashed into Wu Jiang, their bodies cracking. Fortunately, they had all activated 9 heavens change and were strong enough to survive. Otherwise, ordinary bitter adversity cultivators would have died. He looked at Su Wang and Li Shou. "You too, push." Su Wang and Li Shou trembled, not daring to even raise their heads. The Desolate God punched Su Wang's head, but it was useless. Su Wang could not even move. Lu Yin looked at the star toad. The toad was also terrified, but it knew what was important. If it did not escape, then it would be over. "I'll push." Lu Yin stepped into the air, boundless power flowing through his body. His body withered as his palm-round battle force spread out. Lanterns appeared around him as he activated the True God's Freedom technique. God force wrapped around his body, and the Seal the Heavens sequence particles boiled and circled around him. He faced the bony claws and punched out. Die. The claws viciously smashed down. Boom. An indescribable collision erupted in all directions. Before the Star Toad and the others could push, Wu Jiang had already been sent flying. Looking down from above, the entire consciousness universe shook, and the broken worlds that covered it were pushed away. A suffocating pressure spread out in all directions, forming a vacuum. Lu Yin did not even take half a step back, but his body's surface recovered. He looked up and saw the monster clearly. How could he describe it? Was this a living creature? In his eyes, this monster clearly had 2 eyes and a broken arm. The 2 eyes were on a protruding horn, and from the looks of its body, it should have 6 horns. Did each horn have an eye? However, the other 4 horns were gone, and the bony claws extended from one of the horns. The other horn with eyes also extended a claw, but only half of it had been broken in 2. That's right, this was a hexagonal monster with 6 eyes and 6 arms. Now, only 2 horns, 2 eyes, and 1 arm were left. Could it have been the owner of the triple firmament sword and tent? If it was, then the hatred would be too great. No wonder it had come all the way here. But it had nothing to do with Luine. The claws were pushed back by Luine once, but it raised them again. The 2 eyes on the 2 horns drooped down, and it looked at Luine for the first time with a terrifying gaze. Eternal Realm beasts should have intelligence, but Luine did not see any in those eyes. There was only numbness and disregard. When a human looked at an ant, would they allow the ant to communicate with them through their eyes? Of course not, even though humans were intelligent creatures. It was the same for this monster. It did not intend to communicate with Luine, or rather, it did not intend for Luine to think that it was intelligent. The claw smashed down, and this attack was far more powerful than the previous one. Luine took a deep breath. He took a deep breath, raised his arm, and punched out. Extreme matter absorption's power was released at the same time, and it was also stronger than the previous punch. You're not qualified to ignore me. So what if you're an eternal realm? Boom! An earth-shattering explosion shook the heavens. Far away, the Boundless were finally stabilized, and they were all battered and exhausted. Coincidentally, the collision resounded through the heavens again, waking the Strength Beast, Su Wang, and the others. They suppressed their panic and pushed the Boundless towards the border. Above the Boundless, Chui and the others looked back. Zhuzi, you must come. You must. Sizzle. 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 Lu Yin's sleeves were torn apart, and a powerful force sent him flying. Traces of blood flowed down his arm. He had not been able to block the second attack, even with extreme matter absorption's power from the monster's body. The first attack had been a casual one, and the second attack might have been serious or not. Luine could no longer block it. Above his head, the claw smashed down again. This was the third attack. Luine experienced firsthand the power of an eternal realm. This was not something he could block. He had thought that he could block Yusang Tian's Heart of Stone by combining all his methods. His stellar shift was close to an eternal realm, but he had not expected the difference to be so great. However, he clearly did not see any eternal substance. This monster did not use any light spots, unlike a grass grandmaster. However, this power was unimaginably terrifying. Luine gritted his teeth, scooped up many light spots, and attacked the claws with the triple firmament sword intent. With a clang, sparks flew from the claw and the void was obliterated. It was even hotter than the flames emitted by Yusang's Heavenly Spirit Universal Defense Robe. The collision between the eternal realms exploded in the consciousness universe, but it only lasted for an instant. The triple firmament sword was shattered, and the claw was only delayed for an instant. Luine did not hesitate to flee towards the border of the consciousness universe. Although distance was not important to this monster, as long as he was within a square inch of it, it would be. The distance of a square inch was not something the consciousness universe could compare to. Even an eternal realm expert could not easily cross a square inch of distance. However, that was his only chance of survival. As for the Heavenly Palace, Luine did not dare to go there. He was afraid that he would lead this monster there and completely destroy the Heavenly Palace, bringing disaster to the primogenitor. Parallel spacetime was even more meaningless. Parallel spacetime originated from the universe itself, and an eternal realm expert did not even need to search for it. They could simply break the string of the sequence. Only a square inch was the only way to escape. Luine used the fastest speed he had ever used in his life, combining time and space to catch up to Wu Jiang before the fourth attack descended. At that moment, Wu Jiang had just crossed the border, and Chui and the others saw him as well as the incomparably huge claws coming at him from behind. Pillar, behind you. Luin did not turn around, afraid that he would lose even a moment of opportunity if he did. The cold light from the claws grew closer and closer, almost grabbing him and brushing past his body. Lu Yin's pupils shrank, and he released the starry sky in his heart. The heavenly Tao of Karma spread out, and the divine seal catalog emitted a dazzling light that connected with the wordless heavenly book. Karma was rapidly consumed, and it shrank at a visible rate. It was much faster than before, and specks of light floated out and connected with the karma. He did not know if the eternal substance and karma could fuse, but he could only try. This was his only chance. The sharp claws were right behind him. The monster's eyes were fixed on him. In just a moment, his body would be torn apart. He did not doubt that the monster could do so. This premonition came from the monster's powerful eternal realm strength, and from the terrifying danger that made his breathing stop. Karma shot out from his fingertips. Create for me. Karma pierced through Lu Yin's body and struck behind him. There was no need to look, the claw was so large that he did not even need to aim. Karma fused with the dot of light and pierced through the claw. The moment it touched the claw, the heavenly Tao of Karma shrunk 100 times. Even at such a critical moment, Lu Yin still felt his heart ache. Those were the top elites of 2 universes, and the karma he had received from the meteorite had been reduced by more than half. At that moment, the claw stopped and pierced through the stars. A beast's roar could be heard from afar. It sounded extremely excited, as if it had taken its revenge. This was the karma that Lu Yin had created. He had used his own death as a reward for the monster to satisfy its desire for revenge. Taking advantage of this opportunity, he charged into Boundless and crashed into the desolate god's back. Let's go, Lu Yin said weakly. Even without his reminder, no one wanted to stay behind. Looking at the monster that covered the sky behind them, everyone's hearts trembled. Boundless quickly headed for the springboard, which was not far from the border. Not long after, Boundless stepped onto the springboard and disappeared. The moment Boundless disappeared, the beast roared once more. This time, it was filled with anger and turned into a gale that swept out in all directions. It knew that it had been tricked. The people on Boundless stared blankly as the void swayed. Boundless had used the springboard's power to disappear. It was only when they could no longer see the border of the consciousness universe that they heaved a sigh of relief. Their limbs went weak, and they almost fell to the ground. Only now did they realize what they had encountered. They had actually fought with an Eternal Life Realm monster and escaped from the claws of an Eternal Life Realm monster. It was incredible. Ever since the ancient god had been defeated by Master Grass, the words Eternal Realm had weighed down on everyone in the Tianyuan universe. Regardless of whether they were ordinary cultivators or bitter adepts, they were no different from ants in front of an Eternal Realm. In the battles in the Tianyuan universe and spiritualized universes, they had never encountered an Eternal Realm expert again. However, every time they encountered a spiritualized universe, everyone would be prepared to face the wrath of an Eternal Realm expert. The only thing they could pay was their own lives. Using their own lives in exchange for the restrictions of an Eternal Realm expert was a sad decision, but it was the truth. Now, they had actually escaped from an Eternal Realm monster's claws. This meant that they could face other Eternal Realm experts. After the calamity, there was great joy. Everyone trembled in fear, but they were also excited after escaping. Not everyone had the opportunity to face such a desperate situation. However, Lu Yin was not happy, and neither were Chui and the rest. All of them had gloomy expressions as they cautiously looked behind them. That was an Eternal Life Realm cultivator. It was not surprising for him to catch up. Master Grass had told him about the situation in the Tianyuan universe, but how long ago had that situation occurred? This meant that Master Green Grass could travel between the Tianyuan universe and the universe of consciousness much faster than using the springboard. This was the ability of the Eternal Life stage. Then, what about this monster? The attitude of Lu Yin's group affected the others, and they restrained their excitement as they nervously looked behind them and waited quietly. 1 day, 2 days, 1 month, 2 months, nothing happened. The monsters did not chase after them. When 2 years had passed and the monsters still hadn't caught up, the people on the Boundless Sea finally relaxed. Lu Yin heaved a sigh of relief. Given that monster's eagerness to seek revenge, it would not have stopped for so long. However, that did not make sense. Where had this monster come from? Could it be that it had always been beside the universe of consciousness? During these 2 years, the people on the boundless sea were all recovering from their injuries. The short exchange of blows had left them with many injuries. Some of them were so scared that they were traumatized. Lu Yin's injuries were the most serious, but fortunately, they were all superficial and would recover in half a year. After inspecting the situation, he found that the Karma Heavenly Tao had suffered heavy losses. He had also lost a great deal of the light spots within the spirit seed liquid. Originally, there were close to 1,000 of them, but now, there were less than 500 left. This was his harvest for several years. It was simply too tragic. And this was only a slight collision with the monster. If they were to truly fight, it would be impossible to deal with it with just these dots of light. Although he had the battle prowess of the eternal life realm, this battle prowess was too fake and could not be used against a real eternal life realm expert. To cross the bitter disaster, he did not need the eternal life substance. To reach the eternal life realm, using the eternal life substance was useless. The situation was a bit awkward. Looking up at the core, Lu Yin let out a long sigh, praying that nothing had happened to the primogenitor. Wu Jiang landed on a springboard and threw it out, continuing towards Torchfire City. This was the 6th year since Limitless had escaped from the universe of consciousness. The people on Limitless heaved a sigh of relief. The monsters could no longer catch up. Lu Yin also relaxed. It had been 6 years. In 4 more years, he would reach Torch City. It was time for him to make a trip back to the Tianyuan universe. As for the triple blue sword intent, he would not use it if he could. He did not want to lead the monsters to the Tianyuan universe. That would be a disaster. At the same time, Miao Wuhuang reached Torch City. Seeing Torch City floating in space, Miao Wuhuang's eyes grew moist. He had almost not made it back. This trip had been too tiring, but he was finally back. He needed to rest well. Right, that despicable 9th spirit woman should be in Torch City. That woman had no morals and had used him to escape. He would not let her go if he found her. No, he could not stay here. What if those monsters from the universe of consciousness came? That Emo Shang, that Yuya, that Lu Yin. Just thinking about it made him shiver. Who is it? Stop for inspection, someone outside Torch City shouted. Then, seeing who it was, his eyes widened. Miao Wuhuang? Miao Wuhuang grinned. Did you miss your grandfather? I, Miao Wuhuang, am back. The cultivators of Torch City did not dare to stop him. They allowed Miao Wuhuang to rush into Torch City. Before long, Torch City was in chaos. Banners with the word "Do" were hung up. Miao Wuhuang had not forced them, but they had done it willingly. At this time, no one wanted to beat Miao Wuhuang up. Although they did not know what had happened in the universe of consciousness, seeing Miao Wuhuang so excited, could it be that he had done something? If not, why would Lord Yusang Tian allow him to return? Thinking of this, the people of Torch City felt a dark cloud looming over them. They made up their minds to leave quickly. They could not stay. Thinking of the days when they had been ruled by Miao Wuhuang made their scalps prickle. Yi Xiao's face was ugly. Why had Miao Wuhuang returned? He decided to hide in the springboard again. No matter what, he could not let this guy get close. But he had not expected Miao Wuhuang to just be passing by. He had not even lingered in Torch City for a day before leaving. He had replenished some resources, listened to the praises, drank some wine, and asked about a few people. And then he left without looking back. He was still heading towards the Tianyuan universe. Within Torch City, many cultivators watched Miao Wuhuang leave, incredulous. What is Miao Wuhuang doing? That is the direction of the Tianyuan universe, right? Why is he going there? Who knows? Did something big happen in the Tianyuan universe? Is it going to restart? The universe of consciousness is just about to restart. It is not the Tianyuan universe's turn yet. Wu Zhang's group is not to be trifled with. Didn't you talk to Miao Wuhuang? Unlucky. 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 Shoo, don't call him back. A year later, Miao Wuhuang saw the springboard. It was the springboard built by Wu Jiang. He was excited. This was great. There was indeed a springboard. Tianyuan Universe, here I come. There is someone? The one on the springboard was none other than Calamity. He had brought the hive and the mission of the Tianyuan Universe here. This was the last springboard. If they set off again, they would reach the largest springboard in the spiritualized universe in a year. It was said that the group of people from the spiritualized universe who had conquered the Tianyuan universe had used the largest springboard to reach the Tianyuan universe in just a year. It was unknown how many spiritualized universe experts were guarding that place. How was Wu Jiang? Calamity was not in a hurry to go. He adjusted his condition. After all, he could not move for a year after being thrown out by the springboard. While he was resting, a huge figure came crashing from afar. Calamity's expression changed. What was that? Boom. Miao Wuhuang landed on the springboard and faced Calamity. They stared at each other without saying a word. After a moment of silence, Miao Wuhuang confirmed that Calamity was not a threat. With a serious expression, he asked, "Kid, who are you?" Calamity felt Miao Wuhuang's terrifying aura, and his face turned pale. He had never felt such a terrifying aura in the Tianyuan universe. This was not a human but a giant astral beast. How could it be so strong? Could it be a giant astral beast that lived in this space? I am asking you a question, kid. Miao Wuhuang shouted. The loud sound woke Calamity up. Calamity's voice was hoarse. My name is Calamity. Where are you from? Miao Wuhuang asked. Calamity was unwilling to answer. He did not want to bring trouble to the Tianyuan universe. However, the springboard under his feet was too obvious. He could find the Tianyuan universe by following it. He had not yet thrown the hive into the spiritualized universe. He had not completed his mission. Miao Wuhuang grinned. You are from the Tianyuan universe? Calamity was shocked. You are from the spiritualized universe? Hee, not bad. It seems like you know something. However, didn't Wu Jiang come to the spiritualized universe? What are you here for? Miao Wuhuang frowned. Don't tell me the Tianyuan universe is destroyed. Calamity asked anxiously, how is Wu Jiang? I am asking you. Calamity hesitated. He thought for a moment and said, I am here to find Wu Jiang. He has been gone for too long. Someone needs to report whether he is alive or dead. So simple? Let an expert like you come here to die? Miao Wuhuang did not believe it. Wu Jiang was unrivaled in the spiritualized universe, but the people of the Tianyuan universe did not know that. To the cultivators of the Tianyuan universe, coming to the spiritualized universe was suicide. It did not make sense for a cultivator who could withstand the pressure of the springboard to die just to see whether Wu Jiang was alive or not. Calamity's eyes flashed. I am a dying man. I am just making the best use of everything. My information can help the Tianyuan universe make the best choice according to the situation. Miao Wuhuang did not understand. What dying man? Calamity told Miao Wuhuang about Calamity's expedition. Miao Wuhuang checked and found that it was true. This was a power that had been instilled. He did not cultivate at all. His lifespan was too short. Miao Wuhuang could just dig a hole and sleep for a while. The greatest use of our race is to confirm information. Calamity said. Miao Wuhuang sympathized. How pitiful. You have the battle strength of a sequence law, but you only have the lifespan of an ordinary person. Let me ask you. What is the situation of the Tianyuan universe? Disaster answered, nothing much. Although Wu Jiang took away a group of powerhouses, there are still some left behind, including a few who have crossed the bitter adversity. He wanted to scare Miao Wuhuang, but he did not know him well enough. As long as one was not at Yusang Tian's level, they would not be able to do anything to him. If there were experts at that level in the Tianyuan universe, Wu Jiang would not have taken the risk, and the spiritualized universe would not have been reactivated so easily. There were too many spiritualized universes, and he could do whatever he wanted. Plus, it was good that there were a few who had crossed the bitter adversity. Miao Wuhuang's lips curled up. Alright, didn't you want to know about Wu Jiang's situation? I'll tell you a little. Wu Disaster listened quietly. Miao Wu Huang did not belittle Wu Jiang, but he did not speak normally either. From what he had said, Miao Wu Huang had saved both Wu Jiang and Lu Yin, and the people of Wu Jiang worshipped him greatly. His goal in going to the Tianyuan cosmos was to guide them in their cultivation, which made him seem extremely high and mighty. Disaster bowed deeply. Senior, thank you for saving Wu Jiang several times. I am deeply grateful on behalf of the Tianyuan universe. Miao Wu Huang was pleased. Continue. Disaster was speechless. He thought about it and said something nice, which pleased Miao Wu Huang. Alright, since you know about Wu Jiang's situation, do you still want to go to the spiritualized universe? Disaster was in a difficult position. This is my mission, and the spiritualized universe must be completed. There are some words that I have to pass on to Wu Jiang, so. Miao Wu Huang waved a hand. Alright, it's up to you. I'll go to the Tianyuan universe myself. Disaster bowed quickly and left on the gangplank. Miao Wu Huang's trip to the Tianyuan universe made him uneasy, but that was not something he had to deal with. As for what Miao Wu Huang had said, he did not believe a single word. He just wanted to go to the spiritualized universe and complete his mission in the Tianyuan universe. Miao Wu Huang exhaled deeply. Looks like you don't believe me. What a fool. Forget it, whether you die or not has nothing to do with me. I'm looking forward to the Tianyuan universe. There aren't many experts, and it's very peaceful. I, Miao Wu Huang, am coming. Ha 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 ha. 8 years had passed since Wu Jiang escaped from the mind universe, and he would reach Torch City in 2 more years. The darkness of a square inch of darkness was always so deep and endless. It had nothing to do with cultivation. Perhaps even Eternal Realm could not see the end. Lu Yin looked ahead, the springboard was just around the corner. In the void, a black line streaked across, coming from the side of Wu Jiang, extending into the distance. Lu Yin's pupils shrank when he saw it, and he looked back to see a huge black shadow coming closer and closer to Wu Jiang. Is that Eternal Realm monster chasing after us? Just now, it released power, tearing apart the space of a square inch, almost affecting the boundless. When Lu Yin saw the beast, Chu Yi and the others sensed something and looked behind them. They saw a pitch-black shadow approaching them, and their expressions changed. Lu Yin instantly appeared at the stern of Boundless, and it wasn't long before he saw the Eternal Realm astral beast clearly. Due to the great distance between them, he could only see its full appearance. As the astral beast approached, he could see that it was growing larger and larger, to the point where it could shatter Boundless with a single breath. At the same time, he also saw how the giant beast moved. It was actually using its only claw to fling its body. Because the force was too great, it couldn't even bear it and was flung over by this force. This force far surpassed the springboard, causing the giant beast to get closer and closer to Boundless. Lu Yin's gaze turned gloomy, as he knew that he couldn't continue on like this. Otherwise, they would definitely catch up to him before he reached Torch City. He raised his hand, the triple blue sword intent. The triple blue sword intent merged with the specks of light, possessing the destructive power of an eternal realm. It slashed directly at the surface of the beast's body without needing to aim, and the beast had no intention of dodging. The triple blue sword intent couldn't harm the beast, but it was still an eternal realm, so it could still hinder the beast's movements. One speck of light wasn't of much use, but 5 of them caused the beast's movements to slow down every time it was flung out. As more and more specks of light appeared, the triple blue sword intent's power increased. Finally, the triple blue sword intent successfully restrained the beast's body, canceling out the force just as the claw was about to leave its body. Lu Yin's eyes lit up. I can't beat you, but I can still restrict your speed. In this state, the beast couldn't avoid the triple blue sword intent even if it wanted to. It was extremely fast, but Lu Yin had found a way to restrain it. As long as there were enough specks of light within this square inch, Lu Yin could guarantee that the beast wouldn't be able to catch up to him. However, this place wasn't far from Torch City, and Boundless would definitely pass through it. Luring this beast there would be a disaster. Lu Yin didn't want to bring it there, but he had no other choice. The only way was to get to Torch City. The more he used, the fewer specks of light he had. No matter how he looked at it, they wouldn't be able to last until Boundless reached Torch City. Luin stared behind him, and not long after, the beast appeared again with the same movements. It seemed like this was the only way it could catch up to Boundless. At this moment, no one disturbed Luin. He was the only one who could barely resist this beast. Everyone on Boundless could only wait. Despair enveloped them once more. Luin stared intently at the beast's movements. Every time it attacked, the direction it flung out its claws, the direction it looked in, and so on. Calm down, don't rush to use the specks of light. Watch, he'll definitely find a weakness. An Eternal Realm creature was still a creature, especially one that had been heavily injured. The beast was getting closer and closer to Boundless, and its eyes were fixed on Luin. It clearly had intelligence, but it was difficult to communicate with its eyes. The triple blue sword intent struck out once more, and the beast was restrained. Just like last time, Luin couldn't find a weakness, so he could only continue. Even so, he would eventually use up all of his specks of light. After a while, the beast caught up again. It was still using that strange movement method, but it was the most effective. Luin stared at it again and again, restraining it time and time again. The specks of light were constantly consumed, and there were less than 300 left. There was still more than half a year before they reached Torch City, and they had just passed the last springboard. During this period of resistance, he had barely managed to find the beast's weakness. It wasn't the beast's weakness, but rather its weakness in movement. For some reason, no matter how the beast moved, it always protected the center of its two eyes. Or rather, based on its previous state, it had always protected the center of its 6 eyes. Although one of its eyes was staring at Luin, the middle side was always facing away from him. Luin tried to use the Heaven Sword to attack the side facing away from him. The giant beast immediately paused for a moment, obviously protecting that side. Although the effect of this was not as good as the Eternal Life Realm's triple Heaven Sword intent, it was still effective. It could only be said that the Heaven Sword only made the giant beast feel the need to protect its back, but it did not reach the level of a real threat. The Heaven Sword verified Lu Yin's guess, but it wasn't very effective. Unless he could use an attack that could threaten the beast. Attack. That side was always facing away from him, making it very difficult to hit. Only flowing light could be used. Limitless power flowed, and the heaven-sealing sequence particles spread out. Grasped battle force covered the area, and at the same time, he used the True God's Freedom technique. Luin clenched his right fist and punched out, shaking the Boundless Realm. Everyone on the Boundless Realm was puzzled. Was such an attack useful? It couldn't move at all. Lu Yin's punch was extremely powerful, and even Yusang Tian would find it difficult to withstand it. However, this punch had no effect on the beast's body. It was like splashing water, and it didn't cause any ripples. The beast instantly moved away from where it had been hit, and it took the opportunity to use flowing light to reverse time for a second. Flowing light's ability to reverse the flow of time was ineffective against an Eternal Life Realm being. Luin could not change the flow of time of an Eternal Life Realm being unless he directly reversed the flow of time. However, he could reverse the flow of time when he punched out. In the next second, the power of his punch retreated to the side where the giant beast's back was facing Luin. This meant that the punch could hit that side. If flowing light's reversal had been effective against the beast, then Lu Yin's punch would have been ineffective. However, the Eternal Realm's ability to ignore flowing light's reversal had helped him complete the punch. This wasn't a punch aimed at the beast, but rather a reversal of time. However, the power was the same. As long as the beast couldn't move past where Luin had punched, it wouldn't be able to avoid the reversal of the punch's power. There was a loud boom as the punch landed on the beast's other side. Lu Yin's eyes widened, and the beast suddenly stopped. Its eyes turned, filled with anger and killing intent, and it let out a shocking roar. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. The beast had stopped, but only because it had been hit. It hadn't been injured. Even if that spot was the beast's weak point, Luin still couldn't injure it. Once or twice, the beast would stop out of fear, but once it realized that Luin couldn't hurt it, it wouldn't care anymore. This move wouldn't be able to stop the beast for long. Lu Yin's withered body appeared in front of Li Shou, Su Wang, and the others. Hit me. Li Shou, Su Wang, and even the distant Chui were stunned. They looked at Lu Yin's withered body and quickly understood that he was accumulating strength when things reached an extreme. They had seen what had just happened, and although they didn't know how Lu Yin had managed to stop the beast with a single punch, if he could do it once, then he could do it again. Li Shou and Su Wang looked at each other, not daring to attack. "I'll do it." The desolate gods of Ichi swept towards Lu Yin and smashed into his back. Celestial champion Du Shi attacked as well, his fist landing on Lu Yin's body. Following that, the other powerhouses attacked as well, causing Lu Yin's withered body to recover. Li Shou and Su Wang attacked as well, but the Star Toad was the most active. It was very active and seemed to be very satisfied. Not long after, Lu Yin's body recovered and then withered again. Continue. There were some things that a single person couldn't do. Lu Yin wasn't alone, and he had never been alone. Lu Yin's body withered and recovered, then withered again. When things reached an extreme, they would all move in the opposite direction. Lu Yin's ability to absorb strength increased as his power level increased. Although there weren't any powerhouses on Limitless who could rival an emperor, there were many of them. After the Nine Heavens transformation, Lu Yin's ability to absorb strength had reached its limit. Lu Yin returned to the stern of Limitless ship and looked at the beast. The beast continued to approach, and he didn't know if it was just his imagination, but the suffocating pressure that it exerted on Limitless was gradually decreasing. When everyone was powerless, they would feel the most despair. But when everyone could help, that despair would subtly decrease. Above Boundless, everyone gritted their teeth as they stared at the beast. "Bastard, I don't believe that I can't defeat you. So what if you're an eternal realm cultivator? How many times have the Tianyuan universe been in dire straits?" Lu Yin clenched his fist and punched out. This punch was the strongest punch he had ever unleashed, far surpassing the power he had unleashed in his battle with the Emperor Fuha Spring. It also surpassed the punch that had absorbed the astral beast's power back in the consciousness universe. This punch had reached its limit, and the moment it was unleashed, Lu Yin's arm felt like it was being torn apart. He suppressed the pain and held his breath as he stepped forward with his left foot. His body remained still, like an old tree that had taken root in space. Fight. Silence. Everything else disappeared from everyone's line of sight. Only Lu Yin's punch remained, calm and silent. The punch landed directly on the beast's body. The beast paused for a moment, and the void around it exploded, spreading out in all directions. This punch was extremely powerful, and no one below the Eternal Realm could face it head-on, including Yusang Tian. However, it was impossible to force the beast back with just this punch. Ignoring the beast's strength, just the inertia of its movement was not something that could be pushed back by this punch. Just a moment of pause was already quite impressive. The beast's claws landed, and it spun around to move forward. Again. For the first time, its eyes did not look at Lu Yin. Instead, it felt uneasy and forcefully turned its claws to stop. It knew what Lu Yin was going to do next. However, it could not stop itself in an instant. The inertia of its claws was too great, and it came from its own strength. Its body was still one step ahead of Lu Yin. Taking advantage of this opportunity, flowing light shuttled back for a second. Lu Yin's punch reversed, passing through the beast's body and landing on its back. There was a loud boom as the beast's body bent. Lu Yin's eyes trembled. It was effective. The beast stopped, and Boundless continued towards Torch City with the help of the springboard. Not long after, the beast's body could no longer be seen. Lu Yin's right arm hung limply at his side. This punch had drained him of all his strength, and his arm was breaking apart. The crowd remained silent as they looked behind them uneasily. They knew that the beast would come again, but if he could force it back once, he could do it again. They trusted Lu Yin. Lu Yin looked at his arm, which was slowly being dyed red by the blood vessels that were slowly being dyed red. He came to the front of the crowd again. Fight. Everyone looked at each other and then at Lu Yin's arm. They didn't say anything and just silently attacked. They had seen Lu Yin's sacrifice for Tianyuan, and they had done the same for Tianyuan. No one was more worthy of respect, and everyone was worthy of respect. They had all come here with the belief that they would die. After a period of time, the giant beast caught up again. Everyone looked back. The uneasiness in their eyes vanished in the eyes of the people from the Tianyuan universe. Originally, Yishang and the others had still been in despair, but at that moment, perhaps because they had been influenced by the people of the Tianyuan universe, their determination surpassed their despair. So what if he was in the eternal life realm? They had experienced everything. The universe was so big, and there would always be civilizations that humans could not fight against. They did not encounter them yesterday, but they encountered them today. It was their bad luck, but even if they died, they would skin them alive. People were easily swayed by their emotions. When everyone went crazy, miracles could be accomplished. They didn't know if they could escape the giant beast's pursuit, but they didn't want to think about it. They believed in that person, the person standing at the stern, facing the giant beast from beginning to end. Luin punched out. The giant beast disappeared for a period of time before reappearing and punching out again. Punch after punch, it kept the specks of light that were used to save its life at critical moments. Blood dripped from his arms onto Wu Jiang. Luin panted heavily, his body trembling as a sense of powerlessness assaulted him. It wasn't time yet, so he had to continue. When Torch City appeared in front of everyone, Luin unleashed the triple firmament sword intent that had fused together many specks of light. The seemingly light sword intent threatened the giant beast even more than its strength, forcing it to stop. Wu Jiang arrived at Torch City. Outside the city, a cultivator saw Wu Jiang arrive and ordered it to stop. Wu Jiang did not stop at all and instead headed in a different direction. That direction led to the Tianyuan universe. Little Seven, what nonsense are you spouting? If we die together. At worst, we'll fight it out. You'll definitely die alone, Lu Tianyi shouted. We've lived for so many years, but we can't even compare to a junior like you who can face death head-on. This was the first time Chuyi's attitude had been so strict. Su Wangtian sneered, I don't want to go back. That crazy woman will find trouble with me. It's better to spiritualize the universe. I want to go back, Star Toad said weakly as a pair of slippers slapped him on the head. 2 thumbs up appeared in front of Star Toad, followed by 2 more thumbs. The slippers were merciless. This bunch of cowards. Just now, Lu Yin had asked Wu Jiang to return to the Tianyuan universe, causing everyone to reprimand him. They had never been so against Lu Yin. Lu Yin coughed weakly, quiet down. Listen to me. Looking at everyone, Lu Yin said solemnly, I'm not asking you to go back to escape, but to help. Everyone's expression changed as they did not understand. Lu Yin said solemnly, the Tianyuan universe is in danger. This is what Master Greengrass said. The insectoid nest civilization has invaded with countless insects and the powerful Xianxia. The Tianyuan universe is doomed. If not for Uncle John's breakthrough and blocking Master Greengrass would have already reactivated the Tianyuan universe and destroyed the coordinates of all civilizations to protect himself. Although Master Greengrass has left, the insectoid nest civilization is getting closer and closer. It is not an ordinary civilization. There is an immortal realm, immortal master. I'll say it again. There is an immortal realm in that civilization. Immortal with romance. Everyone's face turned pale as the suffocating feeling of despair overwhelmed them once again. How could it be an immortal realm expert again? Yishang was speechless. Lu Yin had asked Wu Jiang to go to the Tianyuan universe and he had lured the giant beast away. He thought that he had escaped the disaster. After all, Lu Yin would not go back on his words. However, why would there be an immortal realm expert again? Why did everyone in the Tianyuan universe provoke an immortal realm expert? Wasn't the insectoid nest destroyed? Muzhu could not help but ask. Lu Yin's expression was ugly and pale. No. The insectoid nest is not only a place to breed insects, but also a space-time coordinate. It lured the insectoid nest civilization there. Even without the immortal realm giant beast, I plan to go back. The danger I will face will not be less than this. The beast roared. Lu Yin looked into the distance. It had arrived so quickly. He looked at the crowd. Everyone, no one is afraid of death. Both you and I will face a desperate situation. I hope we can meet again in the future. Go. After speaking, He appeared outside Wujiang and pushed it towards the springboard that led to the Tianyuan universe. On Wujiang, the crowd looked at Lu Yin and shouted, "Master Lu, goodbye in the Tianyuan universe. Master Lu, goodbye in the Tianyuan universe. Master Lu." The springboard was activated and Wujiang disappeared, heading towards the Tianyuan universe. Lu Yin could still vaguely hear the crowd's shouts. When the Tianyuan universe appeared, Wujiang had brought them through the square inch. Now, Wujiang had returned once again, and the primogenitor had remained in the consciousness universe. Lu Yin did not know what would happen to him. Lu Yin took a step forward and appeared above Torch City. He shouted, "Everyone in Torch City, listen up. Escape to the square inch immediately. Disaster is about to befall you." Roar, the beast's roar came at the right time and was getting closer. In Torch City, Xianxia and the rest did not understand and felt uneasy. The first beast's roar had made their hearts clench, and they were terrified. When Lu Yin finished speaking, the second beast's roar rang out, and a huge creature appeared in the distance. The cultivators in the consciousness universe looked at the approaching creature, and their faces went pale. They screamed in extreme fear, "Monster!" Everyone in Torch City looked into the distance. They were all dumbstruck. What was that? In Torch City, Wujiang was overjoyed when he heard Lu Yin speak. Just as he was about to call out to Lu Yin, the beast's roar made him swallow his words. An unprecedented fear consumed his mind, making it difficult for him to speak. He had been discovered the moment he arrived at Torch City, but the city had not made things difficult for him, and Xianxia had not dared to make things difficult for him either. No one knew the outcome of the war in the consciousness universe. Some time ago, the 4 ships from the spiritualized universe had arrived, but they had not stopped. They had directly returned to the spiritualized universe, so he had not received any information. He was very curious about the war in the consciousness universe. Earlier, Miao Wuhuang had arrived at Torch City, but he had not dared to come into contact with him. As he watched the huge black figure approach, he was shocked, and his limbs turned cold. He had never felt such fear before. It came from the bottom of his heart, an instinctive fear. At that moment, Lu Yin appeared. When did the 4 ships go to the spiritualized universe? Xianxia looked at Lu Yin and wanted to ask something, but when faced with Lu Yin's bone-chilling gaze, she could only reply, "Not long ago. Less than a year. Earlier than you." Lu Yin frowned. Not long ago? It seemed like Master Grass had not rushed back to the spiritualized universe. He was rather relaxed. "Lu Xianxia, that is?" Lu Yin disappeared, but before he left, he reminded her, "Run quickly. The further, the better." Xianxia wanted to say something, but Lu Yin had already disappeared. She did not dare to hesitate and hurriedly rushed out of Torch City, heading for the square inch. Stay away, stay away. No one was foolish, and everyone fled Torch City. The huge black figure seemed to fall from the sky, pressing down on Torch City. This was not something they could withstand, including the 9th spirit, who had arrived at Torch City long ago. She had not left Torch City, but who would have thought that such a monster would appear? Some people's limbs went soft, and they could not move. The fear of life left them dumbfounded. Wujiang also fled Torch City. He wanted to find Lu Yin, but he did not know where he was. Just as he was about to shout, another bestial roar descended, as if the world had been swallowed up. Lu Yin was currently on the largest gangplank. Around him were the Broken Foundation and 8 cultivators of the Broken Foundation. These 8 cultivators of the sequence laws were similarly shocked. "Go. There's no need to court death," Lu Yin said. The 8 looked at each other and then fled. They were guarding the gangplank, but they were not courting death. With their cultivations, they had seen the monster earlier than the majority. To have waited until now to leave was already a testament to their determination. Lu Yin's gaze swept across Torch City. With a wave of his hand, he tossed out those who could not move. This was all he could do. Whether or not they could survive would depend on their own luck. After all, the monster was too big. Not long after, the monster's sharp claws appeared outside Torch City. It stared at Lu Yin and let out an earth-shattering roar. 4 battleships were tossed out in the direction of the spiritualized universe from Torch City. Master Xianxia suddenly turned around and looked at Torch City. That's unexpected. I'm even more surprised that the kid was able to escape until now. He then put down the bamboo basket he had been carrying. The bamboo basket spread out and transformed into a vine that grew leaves. Master Xianxia threw out the vine, and the 4 battleships took a step forward and disappeared toward the spiritualized universe. The cultivators on the battleships fainted, as they could not withstand such a fast speed. In Torch City, Luin watched the claws descend and took a deep breath. Beast, I don't know how many universes you've destroyed, but I'm here today. What can you do to me? Ha ha ha. He then activated the springboard and disappeared toward the spiritualized universe in the blink of an eye. This was the biggest springboard, and it was not created by the spiritualized universe. It originally belonged to this universe, and no one knew if it was formed naturally or artificially. In the past, the spiritualized universe had used this springboard to reach the Tianyuan universe in a year. Now, Luin was also using this springboard to escape toward the spiritualized universe. It was impossible for him to escape for 10 years. Without the help of those in the limitless universe, his own strength was not enough to threaten this monster. He also did not have enough light spots. But with this springboard, there was no need to fight. This monster's speed could not compare to this springboard. It watched Luin disappear. The monster's eyes turned completely cold. Its claws descended and easily destroyed most of Torch City. It then flung out and chased after the spiritualized universe. It would not let Luin off. Revenge, revenge, revenge. Torch City was very large, but it was rather insignificant to this monster. The claws had destroyed most of the city, but not only had it destroyed most of the city, but it had also touched most of the city. That was all. If it had moved just a little bit more, the entire city would have been gone. The monster left. Around Torch City, those who had escaped death did not even have time to react. What had just happened? The huge Torch City had instantly turned into ruins. Xianxia exhaled and looked in the direction of the spiritualized universe. This day had finally come. Why was the springboard not allowed? It was because they were afraid of attracting a civilization that they could not resist. That monster was equivalent to that civilization. He had been mentally prepared, but that monster had been attracted by Luin. Not far away, Misfortune looked at the springboard and went over. Xianxia stopped him. What are you doing? Yinan said, chase after Master Lu. You are courting death. Xianxia said in a low voice, if you use that springboard, you won't be too far away from Luin, but you'll have to pass by that monster. That monster will easily crush you to death. Also, Wu Jiang has already returned to the Tianyuan universe. You can go back now. Yu Sang Tian's words to Xianxia had provoked Xiao's hatred towards Luin. He knew that Yu Sang Tian wanted to use him to bring Yisheng back and deal with Luin together. He was tempted, but now he decided not to get involved. He was the city lord of Torch City. Moreover, he didn't know where his grandfather, Yisheng, was. Had he been taken away by Luin, or had he followed Wu Jiang to the Tianyuan universe? He did not mind doing Misfortune a favor. Misfortune was shocked. Wu Jiang went to the Tianyuan universe? Luin had dragged Wu Jiang from the outskirts of Torch City to the springboard to the Tianyuan universe. Xianxia nodded. Yes, you came here to find Wu Jiang. Since Wu Jiang has left, you don't have to stay. As for Master Lu, you can't interfere. Even Yu Sang Tian can't, let alone you. He did not know how strong that monster was, but if it could force Luin to flee, then it had to be an invincible powerhouse like Yu Sang Tian. He did not even dare to think about it any further, as some logic would not make sense. How could a cultivator who had not reached Yu Sang Tian's level escape the pursuit of an eternal realm? This was illogical. That monster had to be a powerhouse at Yu Sang Tian's level. Misfortune looked in the direction of the Tianyuan universe. Had Wu Jiang returned? That was great. Those who had fought for the Tianyuan universe to the death had returned. This would make up for the Tianyuan universe's weakness, and they would be more confident in dealing with the hive. But he could not return just yet. He looked away. Where is the springboard to the spiritualized universe? Xianxia did not understand. Why are you asking? You still want to go to the spiritualized universe? Misfortune said, I haven't seen Master Lu yet. Xianxia frowned. Wu Jiang has already returned. Whether or not you see Master Lu doesn't mean much to you. Misfortune said, no, it means a lot. Xianxia did not understand Misfortune's thoughts, but she did not stop him. Instead, she pointed in a direction. There's a springboard up ahead. You can go to the spiritualized universe, but you will definitely be exposed. Wu Jiang has left, and no matter how strong Lu Yin is, he cannot suppress the entire spiritualized universe. There are quite a few people there who are hostile to the Tianyuan universe. You should be careful. Misfortune was grateful. Thank you. He then flew in that direction. His mission was to bring the hive to the spiritualized universe, and this mission would not change no matter what happened. From the moment he had left the Tianyuan universe, he had no intention of returning alive. Xianxia watched Misfortune disappear with a complicated expression. What kind of universe was the Tianyuan universe? On the other side, Lu Yin felt the fastest speed. If not for his powerful body, he would not have been able to withstand this speed. At this speed, he would reach the spiritualized universe in a year. The monster's speed would take at least 3 years, which was enough time for him to deal with some matters in the spiritualized universe before leaving. After a while, he felt strange. Why had he not seen the 4 battleships yet? If the battleships were using springboards to reach the spiritualized universe, then he should have seen them long ago. Had Master Grass taken the battleships away? That was possible. The distance of a square inch was extremely far for them, but not for Master Grass. He looked behind him and then ahead. A year would pass very quickly. In the blink of an eye, more than half a year had passed. On this day, Lu Yin saw someone using a small springboard to reach the spiritualized universe. That person was Eternal. Lu Yin did not know when Eternal had left the consciousness universe, but based on his current position, he should have left long ago. In another 4 years, he would be able to return to the spiritualized universe. He had probably never dreamed that Lu Yin would overtake him. Eternal was using a springboard to reach the spiritualized universe when he felt that he was being watched. He looked back and saw Lu Yin rapidly approaching. He was stunned. It's you? Lu Yin greeted him. Long time no see, Eternal. I brought you a gift. Enjoy it. Eternal stared blankly at Lu Yin as he left. He had used the largest springboard. What had happened in the consciousness universe? How could Lu Yin leave so easily? Eternal looked behind him and did not understand what Lu Yin's gift was. He suddenly felt uneasy. Initial evolution, when he looked at Lu Yin, he instinctively felt that something was wrong. Lu Yin was different from the last time he had seen him. A few months later, Lu Yin saw a portal at the spiritualized universe's border. In comparison, the portal at the border of the consciousness universe was in a miserable state. It was completely shattered, and Lu Yin did not know what had happened to it. No one stopped him, and Lu Yin passed through the portal and appeared in the starry sky of the spiritualized universe. He looked at the familiar surroundings and saw cultivators patrolling in the distance. Lu Yin looked at them, but they could not see him. Lu Yin's expression changed. They could not see him? Why is that giant beast chasing after you? A familiar voice asked from behind him. Lu Yin slowly turned around and saw Master Grass. Master Grass had brought 4 battleships to the spiritualized universe at a faster speed than Lu Yin. This was the power of an eternal realm. I don't know. Maybe it's not chasing after me, Lu Yin said. Master Grass was interested. Then what is it? He was the one who had let the giant beast in, but he did not know that it had its eyes on Lu Yin. It had only wanted to cause trouble for Lu Yin, but it had almost killed him. However, to be able to survive the claws of an eternal realm giant beast, how much eternal substance did this person have? Lu Yin was very serious. It wants to come to the spiritualized universe as well. We are going the same way. Master Grass smiled. Just think of it that way. I would like to ask you for a favor. Can I say no? Yes, but I won't listen. Lu Yin was helpless. He was thinking about what Master Grass wanted to do. He cared about Tian Ke, but this person had not attacked Lu Yin. It was obvious that he saw another value in the Tianyuan universe, which was to become a shield for the spiritualized universe. Now that Luin had attracted that eternal realm monster, Master Grass might not think so anymore. Master Grass slowly approached Luin with a deep look in his eyes. I would like to ask Master Lu to help me keep an eye on that giant beast and prevent it from spiritualizing. Luin was alert. I can't stop it. Master Grass smiled faintly. You just have to watch. After he finished speaking, his figure passed by Luin. Luin subconsciously wanted to attack, but he did not realize that there was a patch of green grass under his feet. It grew out of nothing and grew from the starry sky. Flowing light shuttled back and forth, but it was useless. The triple firmament sword intent was still useless. No matter how Luin attacked, he could not leave this patch of green grass. A sense of madness and mania came over. Luin looked down and his pupils shrank. This was not a patch of green grass. It was clearly eternal substance. The green grass made up of eternal substance had trapped him. How much eternal substance did Luin have at his peak? There were thousands of them, but there were too many here. In front of him and behind him, there was green grass floating in all directions. Luin was trapped in eternal substance. All of this was not noticed by the surrounding cultivators. Master Grass slowly left. Master Lu, please help me keep an eye on it. Spiritualization cannot withstand its torment. Luin stood in place, unable to move. It was the second time. He was sealed by Master Grass for the second time. The first time was in the Mirage domain. Master Grass used the Forbidden Land karma to seal him. The second time, he directly used eternal substance to seal him. If Luin could not see the eternal substance, he would not even know how Master Grass made his move. This was a suppression of levels. Did this patch of green grass just appear, or did Master Grass set it up in advance and wait for him to step in? Luin looked at the square-inch distance and fell into deep thought. A year had passed. From time to time, there were cultivators passing by. There were also battleships passing by, but no one noticed Luin. Occasionally, there would be people talking around him, and their words would mention him. Luin stood in place calmly and continued to wait. A new volume has opened, The Universe. Thank you for your support, brothers. Thank you. 2 years passed. According to Lu Yin's calculations, the beast would arrive in another year at most. It should have encountered eternity. Eternity encountered the beast at the core space. Looking at the huge creature behind him, Eternity hid under the springboard and restrained his aura. The beast did not attack him and simply passed by. Looking at the monster's receding figure, the Eternals heaved a heavy sigh. How did Luin provoke an eternal realm giant beast? Wasn't he in the consciousness universe? Where did this beast come from? Fortunately, the beast did not notice Eternity. Otherwise, hiding anywhere would have been useless. Eternity stood on the springboard and thought about it. There was no rush. He would go later. The spiritualized universe would definitely not be peaceful. In the blink of an eye, another year passed. When the familiar beast roar reached his ears again, Lu Yin's expression changed. It was here. At the border, cultivators looked at the core space in confusion. Did you hear anything? I think so. A beast roar? It came from the core space? How is that possible? You heard wrong. No beast has ever come to the core space. But I felt my heart sink. Me too. Me too. Luin stared intently at the core space, and gradually, he saw an enormous black shadow crash through the void. He could see it, but the cultivators could not. However, they heard a second beast roar, and it was so clear that it was terrifying. All the cultivators looked at the core space, especially the spiritual prime who was guarding it. His mouth gaped. He saw it. What was that? It was so huge that it almost covered the entire core space. He was about to scream. A vine shot out from the void and sliced through the void. It was as if it had split the spiritualized universe into two. It swept past Luin and swept towards the area of space. Along the way, it smashed Luin into the space that had been torn apart. No one had expected something like this to happen. The Spirit Prime realm was already very powerful, but this had exceeded the Spirit Prime's understanding. It was not the power to rip through space. Instead, it had come so suddenly that he could not even find a trace of the vine's attack. Luin was thrown into the torn space. When he steadied himself, he saw a familiar yet strange space. Was this the Royal God Mountain? He had fused into Wu Wei's body and had memories of the Imperial God Mountain, but he had never been here himself. Since it was the Royal God Mountain, did it mean that Great Master Xianxia wanted him to go to the Nine Clouds universe? Luin didn't have much time to think about it as the vines entered and bound the beast at the other end. Lu Yin's expression changed when he saw what was happening. The vines had tied up the monster. Oh no, it was about to be thrown in. A grass grandmaster was definitely not weak, and the monster was also an eternal realm. How could it be tied up like this? The terrifying beast's roar caused all the cultivators at the border to faint. Master Grass's face was solemn. He grabbed the vine with one hand and threw it at Royal God Mountain. On the other end of the vine was the monster. The monster's sharp claws smashed fiercely at the rattan. The universe swayed, and the terrifying power almost made Master Grass lose his grip. He held on tightly to the rattan, and the grass floated and attached itself to the rattan. It turned into many immortal substances and spread out. If you were at your peak, I wouldn't have been able to do anything to you. Now, go. After saying that, Grandmaster Green Grass flung out a vine that wrapped around the giant beast and threw it towards the starry sky of the Royal God Mountain. The giant beast's eyes were filled with anger for the first time. It glared at Grandmaster Grass and tried to communicate with him. However, Grandmaster Grass did not communicate with it and simply threw it into the starry sky of the Royal God Mountain. Within the Royal God Mountain, Lu Yin headed in a certain direction. This place was definitely not far from the heavenly gates. Not only was Grandmaster Grass protecting the spiritualized universe, but he was also diverting the disaster by throwing the monster to the Nine Firmaments universe. He himself was the bait. How ruthless. Lu Yin suddenly guessed that the monster's trip to the consciousness universe might have something to do with him. As he was thinking about this, the monster was thrown in from behind. The starry sky closed, and it angrily stared at the closed void. Its eyes turned, and then it stared at Lu Yin. It raised its claws high and pressed them down. The monster's body was too large. Although it was far from what Lu Yin had seen when his memories were shaken, it was still enough to sweep through the starry sky. Lu Yin could only use his triple firmament sword intent to clash with the monster's claws and give himself time to dodge. He didn't know where he was on Royal God Mountain, but he was sure that it wasn't far from the heavenly gates. Since Grandmaster Grass had spent so much effort to throw the monster in, he wouldn't let himself be killed and fail. As he thought about this, he saw a springboard. There was a springboard here as well. Without any hesitation, he stepped onto the springboard and was thrown out into the distance. This springboard was a small man-made one. It wasn't as fast as the monster, but it still had to use a special method to catch up. Lu Yin looked back, and the monster's figure became smaller and smaller. He was already far away from the moment he was thrown out, but the monster's figure quickly grew larger. It was chasing after him. Although it was chasing after him, the springboard's strength allowed Lu Yin to put some distance between himself and the monster's claws. With some distance, there was an opportunity. The monster kept getting closer. Lu Yin could only continue to use his triple firmament sword intent. The constant use of the immortality substance made him cry tears of blood, but he didn't have time to worry about that. He could only stare ahead. A few days later, he saw a dense, multicolored gas that illuminated the dark sky. He heard the sound of an invisible bell ringing, clearing his mind. A door appeared vaguely. It was incomparably huge, and it wasn't much smaller than the monster. The closer he got, the clearer it became. Lu Yin saw it. He saw a huge door connecting heaven and earth. The stone pillars on both sides were carved with mystical patterns. The seven-colored light shrouded everything in front of him. From time to time, cranes would soar, and all kinds of strange creatures would leap. It was a sacred place. Who was approaching? Tell me your name. A magnificent voice sounded. The stars fell, and the seven-colored curtain blocked the front, spreading layer by layer to the heavenly gates. Under the heavenly gates, a huge cultivator looked at Luin with a dignified expression. Luin slowed down. The springboard strength sent him to the front of the seven-colored curtain, giving him a chance to prove his identity. The seven-colored curtain was a defensive means that ordinary masters couldn't break, let alone extend to the heavenly gates. Without any nonsense, Luin directly took out the heavenly gates token he got from Luoning. As soon as the token was taken out, the seven-colored curtain immediately dispersed. On both sides of the heavenly gates, the cultivators moved aside, and a path spread out. It seemed to extend to Lu Yin's feet, allowing Luin to walk in. But this speed was too slow. Luin couldn't wait and rushed over. He wanted to use the reverse step to rush over as fast as possible, but the surroundings were a little strange. There was a binding force, and he might not be able to get rid of it by force. It would also be easy to clash with the Heavenly Gates cultivators and waste time. The Heavenly Gates cultivators frowned, but they didn't stop him. Behind the Heavenly Gates, an old man quietly watched Luin rush over and said loudly, "This is the Heavenly Gates. Your actions are reckless and ungentlemanly." Luin didn't even look at him. "Gentlemanly? You'll see my gentlemanly later." Just as he was about to cross the Heavenly Gates, the old man's eyes suddenly widened. He raised his hand and pressed it down. 5 fingers descending Heavenly Gates. Boom! The Heavenly Gates shook. The transparent door blocked Luin outside. Luin was only 1 step away from crossing. Luin was furious and stared at the old man. "What are you doing?" The old man looked in another direction, and a person walked out. It was Duke Qing. Seeing Duke Qing, Lu Yin's face darkened. Duke Qing looked at Luin coldly. "Brother Luo, this person's name is Luin, and he came from the Tianyuan universe. Normally, this person shouldn't have a Heavenly Gates token. There's something wrong with his token, please check it." The old man looked at Luin. "Is this true? Where did you get your token?" Luin clenched his fist. "It's fine as long as I have the token." "Why, do I need to report my origin to you?" The old man said, "Of course not, but I can suspect the authenticity of your token. Let me check it, and if it's real, I'll let you in." Lu Yin's eyes darkened. Of course the token was real, but where would he have the time to check it? Even if this old man let him in, it would be a waste of time. The monster was just stopped by his triple firmament sword intent and was about to come. Thinking of this, he took out Mount Supreme without hesitation and released Luoning. Seeing Luoning, the old man's expression changed. "Ning-er?" The Heavenly Gates cultivators immediately surrounded Luin. Duke Qing's eyes narrowed. There was indeed a problem. He was ordered by Yuya to stop Luin from entering the 9 heavens. Yuya knew that Luin had captured Luoning and obtained the Heavenly Gates token, so how could he let Luin enter the 9 heavens universe so easily? Duke Qing didn't want to come, but he had no choice. He couldn't refuse Yuya. He didn't expect Luin to be so impulsive. The token should be real. "Open the door and let me in, or I'll kill him." Luin grabbed Luoning's neck with murderous intent. The old man shouted, "Let go of Ning-er, who are you? How dare you capture the Luo family son of heavenly fate?" Luin shouted, "I'll say it one last time, let me in immediately. Father, father, let him in." Luoning was also anxious. He didn't doubt Lu Yin's murderous intent. This person wasn't easy to deal with. He even wanted to kill Yuya. The old man was also decisive. He pressed his hand on the ground and roared. He used force and lifted the invisible door. Duke Qing panicked. "Brother Luo." "Shut up!" the old man shouted. Lu Yin's eyes lit up. He quickly grabbed Luoning and entered. He heard the beast's roar. The monster was here. Not only him, but the Elysium cultivators also heard the beast's roar. However, their attention was on Luin and they didn't have time to look into the distance. Luin stepped into the Elysium. Behind him, the monster's shadow appeared. It was reflected in the eyes of Duke Qing, the old man, and some of the Elysium cultivators. They looked over in horror. What the hell was that? A sense of horror spread through their bodies, causing them to feel cold all over. Luin had endured that chill for many years. Finally, it was Jiuxia Universe's turn. As long as he entered Xianxia universe, this monster would have nothing to do with him. His other foot was about to step in. In front of him, forests rose from the ground. They were as black as ink and looked very lifelike. At the same time, an ancient voice sounded, "How can a lowly person enter the Elysium? Spring and autumn, 100 forests retreat." The ink-like forest blasted towards Luin at the same time. Luin grabbed Luoning with one hand and struck out with the other. The terrifying force instantly dispersed the forest and hit the ground with ink. Not only that, the remaining force swept forward. Star step. However, this palm also prevented Luin from taking a second step. Behind him, the giant beast's claws fell and clawed at Luin, as well as the entire sky gate. In front of Luin, the old woman looked at him in shock, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. Lu Yin's palm strike had left her feeling uncomfortable. She raised her hand again and wrote, "Spring and autumn, forest slash." The ink-like forest turned into slashes that slashed at Luin. Each slash was extremely terrifying, and it had to be from a powerhouse who had crossed bitter adversity. On the other side, Duke Qing also made a move, carving something in the void. A sourcebox array descended and enveloped Luin. No matter who was in front of him, as long as it was not an eternal realm being, Luin had the ability to obliterate everything. However, this was the sky gate. The moment the monster appeared, the sky gate fell. It was not the old man who had done so, but the gate itself. The old woman in front of Duke Qing made a move, and the sky gate fell over her head. The monster's claws reached out again. Luin decisively retreated. He could not hesitate even for a moment, or he would be finished. He had to either be sure that he could enter the sky gate or be sure that he could block the claws. If he could not do either, then he could only retreat. As he retreated, Luin stared at the old woman. If not for her, he would not have been unable to enter the sky gate. Who was this old woman? The old woman was also looking at him. Even the monster's attention was not diverted. After all, the monster's power was blocked by the sky gate, and she could not clearly sense it. Her pale face and blood-stained mouth made her look rather ferocious, and her gaze was cold. Behind the old woman was a young man who was also looking at Luin. His gaze was calm, and his mouth had a disdainful smile. Boom! The sky gate shook. Such a terrible event rarely occurred in the Nine Firmaments universe. After Master Green Grass, this was the second creature to attack the Divine Gate. It was also an Eternal Realm powerhouse. The shaking of the sky gate startled the old woman and the young man. What monster was this? Luin used the aftermath of the claw attack to rush in another direction. There was a springboard there, and it was a dead end ahead. He could only use it to return. He successfully boarded the springboard, still holding Luoning in his hand. Luoning was horrified by the monster's terror, and he was furious with the people in the sky gate. It's Xianxia. He's trying to harm me. Luin did not have time to listen to his nonsense. He put him away, took the springboard, and ran. The monster did not care about Luin. The gate of heaven had blocked the monster's sharp claws, causing the monster to temporarily ignore Luin. Luin looked back after he was flung away, and he saw that the monster was getting further and further away from the heavenly gate. Only then did he heave a sigh of relief. He had been running for more than 10 years. He had thought that he could enter the 9th heaven and have the 9th heaven block the monsters for him. The shadow disappeared, and Luin sighed as he thought back to Luoning's words. Was Xianxia that young man? So, was it because of him or because of Luoning? However, no matter who it was that nearly killed him, this debt would be settled one day. The question now was, where should he go? Staying at God's Rain Mountain was out of the question. That monster was being held back by the gate of heaven, and even if it hadn't come looking for Luin yet, that didn't mean that it would let him go. It would definitely find him in this part of space, unless the 9 heavens high god took action to deal with it. That wasn't impossible, but Luin didn't want to place his hopes on the high god. Hiding in the 9 clouds universe and waiting for the 9 clouds universe to save him were two different things. Besides, if the god of defense from the Xianxia universe really came, the monsters would be in trouble, and so would he. Return to the spiritualized universe? What would happen to the Grass Grandmaster? Luin felt uneasy, as he didn't want to put his life in someone else's hands. However, there were only two paths for now. No, there was a third path. Luin looked into the distance. He hadn't thought that he would actually use this path. A few days later, Luin saw the exit of God's Rain Mountain. He had traversed the entire region and was no longer unfamiliar with this place. His figure disappeared and then reappeared. Luin had returned to the spiritualized universe. He saw sky beyond heaven and the familiar starry sky. He also saw the sun beast. Suddenly, a pair of eyes enveloped him and his expression changed. It was the Grass Grandmaster. "You shouldn't have come back. There's no place for you in the spiritualized universe." The grass floated up with a bone-chilling killing intent. This was the first time the Grass Grandmaster had shown killing intent. Luin shouted, "Aren't you afraid of the karmic chain? Killing you is worth it. Then why did you release me in the consciousness universe? That eternal realm beast let me know that you are the brightest torch in the universe. Extinguishing it will make you safer. The Tianyuan universe has Jiang Feng, and I'm more optimistic about him." Luin didn't know if the Grass Grandmaster was telling the truth, but he had no choice. He rushed towards the sun beast's palm. This was another path to the Nine Heavens universe. He really didn't want to use it. No one knew where the sun beast would throw him, but there was no other way. When Luin stood on the sun beast's palm, the beast suddenly opened its eyes and moved. Sky beyond heaven shook and trembled with the sun beast's huge body. When the sun beast raised its arm, the maids, 36 Xiaoxia, and Lan were all stunned. The huge beast's roar spread throughout the spiritualized universe. Luin covered his ears. Although the sun beast might not be an eternal realm creature, its physique was really top-notch. Its roar was no less than that of an eternal realm beast. The muscles on its arm surged, and the void exploded. Terrifying energy ripples rippled out. With a loud bang, tomorrow's beast threw Luin out. A dark gap was torn open in the starry sky. In the distance, the Grass Grandmaster looked on calmly. His killing intent disappeared like a tide. He muttered to himself, go and see the truth of this universe. I really hope you can change something." The spiritualized universe swayed. No one knew what happened. Luin disappeared from the spiritualized universe. He didn't know how to describe that feeling. Shortly after being thrown out by the sun beast, Luin seemed to have passed through the starry sky and turned the world upside down. Then his consciousness blurred for a moment, as if he had been hit by something. He was confused for a long time. When he came back to his senses, he was surrounded by water. The gentle water wrapped around him. He opened his eyes and subconsciously swam upwards. His hand grabbed something. It was smooth and very comfortable, soft as if boneless. Ah, a scream was like cold water, completely waking Luin up. He suddenly opened his eyes. There were attacks coming from all directions. He subconsciously struck out with his palm, and a terrifying force swept out in all directions. The water splashed and was pushed away. He leaped up and smelled a fragrant wind. Around him, silhouettes floated back, and water droplets fell from their wet hair onto Lu Yin's face. When Luin looked around, there was no one. There were only spiritual seeds floating in midair, and they were shouting angrily, "Who are you? Catch the thief, catch the thief, what a thief, how did you get in? How dare you? How dare you?" Luin blinked and looked at the spiritual seeds that were emitting voices. They were all women's voices, and they were all different. For a moment, he was stunned. What's going on? Suddenly, his hair stood on end, and he looked in one direction. He didn't know when that person had walked out. A person had appeared and was looking at him. That person had taken a step forward and was already close to him. Luin didn't see how that person had moved. He couldn't see clearly, nor could he see. All he saw was that face. That face was indescribable and unforgettable to Luin. Qing Lianyu? The surroundings were dead silent. Luin could no longer hear any sound. He couldn't hear the shouts and angry scoldings of those women. He just stared at the person who had suddenly appeared. Damn it, wasn't that Qing Lianyu? Did the tomorrow beast throw him in front of Qing Lianyu? There was no mistake, they looked the same. He couldn't understand that step just now. Who else could do that except for the Eternal Life Realm? It must be Qing Lianyu. Why would there be coordinates for the Azure Lotus Empire? If there were no coordinates? Even if there were coordinates here, what happened just now? Those women? And the softness that he felt. Thinking of this, Lu Yin's face turned pale, and he had a feeling that a disaster was about to happen. He had just gotten rid of the Eternal Life Realm monster and a grass master, and here he saw an even more ruthless one. How could this be? His luck was too bad. Master, you have to uphold justice for the disciples. This thief actually sneaked into the lotus pond to watch us bathe. He still. Lu Yin quivered and hurriedly shouted, "Don't talk nonsense, who peeked at you bathing? Thief, you're shameless. You still dare to quibble. Master is here, how can I let you live? The sister's reputation is enough to cut you into pieces. Shifty eyes, you're obviously a villain. Poor sister's reputation." Lu Yin was speechless. How could he quibble? No, what was there to quibble about? He really didn't see anything, he just touched something. Thinking of this, he looked at Qing Lianyu. Qing Lianyu's expression was calm as he looked at Lu Yin. Spirit seeds surrounded him, chattering. Lu Yin had a headache just listening to them. He was afraid that he would be killed in one strike, so he hurriedly said, "Junior Lu Yin pays his respects to Qing Lianyu." Lu Yin? Yin? Invisible? Invisible to watch us bathe? You still say you didn't peek, your name is so sneaky. A woman exclaimed like little chili pepper. Seventh sister is right, this kid's name is evidence. Too despicable. Kill him, we must kill him. Killing him is too easy. Dig out his eyes first, then. Lu Yin was speechless. He looked at Qing Lianyu again. What these women said was not important. What was important was Qing Lianyu's attitude. If this person wasn't Qing Lianyu, Lu Yin would have run away long ago. How could these women stop him? All right, stop talking. I have my own plans, Qing Lianyu said. His voice was calm, and one couldn't tell if he was happy or angry. He looked at Lu Yin. You came from the universe below. The 7 spirit seeds trembled as if they were all looking at Lu Yin. Universe below? Spiritualized universe? No wonder the aura is different. It's not the aura of our universe. How dare someone from the spiritualized universe sneak a peek at Yi Hai? Is he trying to rebel? I heard that you saying Tian isn't a good person. This guy must be with him. He really is a thief. Qing Lianyu frowned. All right, back off. If you say another word, I'll send you back and never come back. The moment he said that, the 7 spirit seeds immediately retreated far away. This sentence was too lethal. Lu Yin understood. The one in front of him was Teal Lotus Emperor. How lucky was it to be his disciple? What kind of talent did one need? Once missed, one would regret it for the rest of one's life. But didn't Xianxia have no disciples? It seemed that there was only one, sleeping in Xiaoyu Pavilion. What about the girls in front of him? Yi Hai was indeed the place of Teal Lotus Emperor. This was the place that countless people in the Jiaosha universe dreamed of. He didn't know how he came here. Was it so easy to enter? It didn't seem right. Qing Lianyu looked at Lu Yin and said, not bad. You can enter the continent of the 9 clouds without going through the celestial gate. You're quite capable. Coincidentally, you entered Yi Hai. It's fate. I practice karma, and I pay attention to fate. You're destined to be in Yi Hai, 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 destined to be in Yi Hai. Since that's the case, you can marry them. A gust of wind blew, and the pond rippled. Lu Yin was dumbfounded. Although the 7 spirit seeds couldn't be seen, they must be dumbfounded too. What was this? Entering Yi Hai, fate? Marrying fate? Was there such a thing in the world? The atmosphere was strangely quiet. A gust of wind blew, and Lu Yin swallowed. Well, what did you just say? I didn't hear you clearly. Teal Lotus Emperor looked at Lu Yin with a smile. Your life is small, but your reputation is important. In the Xianxia universe, reputation is more important than the sky. Since you have seen them bathe, I won't kill you because of fate. You have to marry them. Otherwise, they won't be able to live. Luin looked at the 7 spirit seeds. The 7 spirit seeds kept trembling. They were obviously emotional, but because of Teal Lotus Emperor's majesty, they didn't dare to say a word. Luin could empathize with this kind of grievance. At the same time, he felt that it was absurd. He had come from the Tianyuan universe, and he hadn't come to the continent of the 9 clouds with good intentions. Not to mention Uptala Shangyu's disciples, even people from the continent of the 9 clouds wouldn't be interested in him. Now, he had been asked to marry 7 women. Although Luin didn't see the faces of the 7 girls clearly and didn't know their family background, they must be extraordinary to be accepted as disciples by Teal Lotus Emperor. Moreover, they had just made a move. Thinking about it carefully, they were quite strong at their age. At least they made him unable to see their faces for a moment. This was not simple. Such a character should be a peerless heavenly immortal. And now, she was asking him to marry her? In all his years of cultivation, Luin had never encountered something so absurd. After being stunned for a while, Luin felt as if there was a blade on his back. The 7 women's gazes landed on him, and they were rather cold. They did not dare to refute the azure lotus shield, so they could only stare fixedly at Luin. Luin could guess what they were thinking. They were definitely cursing him to death, and they might even be thinking of ways to kill him. It was truly an unexpected disaster. Qinglianyu grinned at Luin, "Don't feel wronged. Regardless of their looks or family background, they will definitely satisfy you." Luin glanced at the 7 spirit seeds and bowed deeply, "Please forgive me, Senior. I already have a wife. I cannot marry them." The chill lessened slightly. Qinglianyu praised, "It's good that you're able to keep your heart for your wife." Luin relaxed. "If that's the case, then this Xiangyu is even more assured in handing them over to you." Lu Yin's face twitched, and the chill in his body grew even stronger. He hurriedly said, "Senior, isn't this too much of a joke? Furthermore, this junior definitely didn't see them bathe. This junior was thrown here by accident, this." Qinglianyu sighed, "Are you looking down on them?" "I definitely did not mean that." "That's true. With your strength, they are indeed not worthy." "Senior, I really did not mean that. I really did not." Luin did not understand. This Qinglianyu was a little stubborn. What was he thinking? He had snuck into the 9 heavens. It was fine if he did not find trouble with him, but he even wanted him to marry his disciple. Speaking of which, his inexplicable arrival in Yihai had nothing to do with him, right? Suddenly, Luin looked at Qinglianyu with suspicion. Qinglianyu looked at the 7 spirit seeds and said helplessly, "You have been with me for some time. I want to find a good family for you. This is also the wish of your elders. Unfortunately, the best candidate doesn't like you. I can't do anything about it. I can't force them." Luin was speechless. "Senior, can you hear me?" The 7 spirit seeds fell silent. Just like Luin, they couldn't understand what was going on and couldn't make head or tail of it. Qinglianyu's gaze landed on Luin again. This time, his tone was different. It was low and cold. "Luin, you trespassed in Yihai and caused my disciple's reputation to be tarnished. Yet, you are unwilling to bear the consequences. Do you know the consequences?" Luin bowed deeply, "Senior, please understand. I really did not see anything. This is Yihai." A majestic voice descended, causing the heavens to crumble and the earth to shatter. The stars were overturned, and the winds and clouds changed. Luin almost fainted from the tremors, and his face turned deathly pale as he saw the endless karma crashing down on him. The terrifying aura caused his breathing to stagnate, and he felt as if his entire being was being crushed into pieces by the heavens and earth. Extreme Spirit Chaos Mantra. He knelt on one knee and pressed his right hand against the ground. His eyes flickered and sweat dripped down. He could not move. He could not move at all. What power, what consciousness, what karma? He could not do anything. In the face of an eternal life realm monster, he could resist with his strength and restrain it with the triple blue sword will. In the face of a grass master, he could also fight back. But at this moment, a sense of complete powerlessness struck him, causing him to lose all his strength. He could do nothing. Not falling down was the limit of what he could do. This was the power of Qinglianyu. The karma suppressed the heavens and earth and became the law of the world. This was Qinglianyu. At this moment, Luin deeply understood the horror of an eternal life realm powerhouse. He realized how ridiculous his previous guess of the eternal life realm was. This was the difference in the nature of life. It was the difference in understanding and mastery of the universe. The destructive power of the eternal realm was far from enough. He did not even have the qualifications to attack. The pressure lasted for a short time before it disappeared. Lu Yin remained kneeling on one knee. He panted and looked at the ground. The ground was already wet from his sweat. "This is Yi Hai. Do you hear me?" Qinglianyu's voice sounded again. Lu Yin swallowed and slowly got up. The bones in his body kept making light sounds, proving that the pressure he just experienced was not an illusion. He was really crushed. Looking up, he looked at Qinglianyu. Lu Yin's lips were dry and cracked. His face was pale and bloodless. He slowly bowed. "I heard you." Qinglianyu said calmly, "Then, how do you want to solve this matter?" Lu Yin said in a deep voice, "It's up to you." Qinglianyu smiled faintly, "I will let you marry them." The 7 spirit seeds trembled and stared at Lu Yin. They knew that Lu Yin had just experienced an indescribable and terrifying pressure. They had also experienced that pressure before. They had a psychological shadow of the eternal realm. That was being oppressed. This person did not dare to refuse again. "Please forgive me. I already have a wife." Lu Yin bowed deeply. He did not want to die. He wanted to live and fight for the survival of the Tianyuan universe. He wanted to go back to his hometown and ascend the boundless realm again. He wanted to save Yan'er in the safest time and spend the rest of his life with her. He had too many things he wanted to do. If he agreed, he could undoubtedly live and even live a comfortable life. However, he still refused. There was no rational analysis. There was nothing. It was just a simple refusal. He followed his heart and followed the feelings he had for Yan'er. He owed more than one woman. He had not made any promises to them, let alone marrying these women he did not know. Living people always had a breath. This breath supported their beliefs. It was like a bridge that connected the past and the future. It became an unbending backbone. The 7 women did not expect Lu Yin to refuse again. After experiencing the pressure of the eternal realm, he still dared to refuse? They looked at Lu Yin in a daze. For the first time, they looked at him seriously. Although they maintained their bowing posture, this person stood there unexpectedly tall. "You still refuse?" Qinglianyu asked. Lu Yin looked solemn. "Yes." "No regrets?" "No regrets. If you marry them, you will be half a disciple of mine. In the Jiuxiao universe, you can go anywhere. I will inform the Jiuxiao universe that your status will be extremely noble. Do you still not regret it?" Lu Yin did not hesitate. "No regrets." Qinglianyu looked at Lu Yin deeply for a long time. He then turned to the 7 spirit seeds and sighed, "There is no other way. I can't help you even if I am thick-skinned. Don't blame me if you can't get married." The 7 spirit seeds were speechless. Lu Yin was speechless. "You barged into Karma's sea and did such a despicable thing. You are not willing to take responsibility. If I let you leave peacefully, there will be no reason for you to leave." Qinglianyu looked at Lu Yin and continued, "How about this? If you fulfill one of their conditions, this matter will be settled." "How about it?" Lu Yin was surprised. "Senior, are you serious? Do I need to lie to you?" Qinglianyu was dissatisfied. Lu Yin bowed. "That is not what I meant." "Thank you, senior." Qinglianyu laughed. "Why are you thanking me? Why, do you think what they want you to do is simple?" After speaking, he looked at the 7 spirit seeds. "You saw it. They looked down on you and even thanked me for fulfilling your conditions." "Master, can I speak now?" A girl asked softly and carefully. Qinglianyu said, "Yes, you can. Speak." That thief, you really didn't see anything? Luine hurriedly assured, I really didn't see anything. I don't believe it. I don't believe it either. I clearly heard screams. Ah, could it be that he touched her? Which sister was touched? It sounded like fifth sister. Little girl, do you want to die? It wasn't me. Shut up. Then, was it second sister? Of course it wasn't me. Shut up. Stop talking. It's embarrassing. Hateful thief. Luine was speechless. This chatter was giving him a headache. He subconsciously looked at his hand and felt a little guilty. However, they were all cultivating by releasing their spirit seeds. It was not their real bodies. All right, quiet, Qinglianyu said. Instantly, the surroundings fell silent. Qinglianyu said calmly, I asked all of you to talk to me about conditions. Why are all of you quarreling? Master, what about my conditions? Let me go first. Let me go first. I have a good idea. There might not be a good idea. Qinglianyu shook his head helplessly, asking you to talk about conditions is my compensation for all of you. But this is Yahai and I have my share of losses. Ah, Master wants to take advantage of us? Stupid girl, what are you talking about? Why would I do that? Shoo, Master is angry. Luine glanced at the 7 spirit seeds. Luckily, he didn't agree to marry them. They were too noisy. But it seemed like only 2 or 3 of them had spoken. There were a few who hadn't spoken yet. Qinglianyu looked at Luine, I cultivate karma, and I pay attention to the word fate. Then, I will form a bond with you for this trip to Karma Sea. If you can fulfill all their conditions, I will accept you as my disciple, a true disciple. Luine was shocked. Disciple? Master, you want to take this thief as a disciple? And a direct disciple? We are just nominal disciples. No, we can't let this thief take advantage of us. I will talk about my conditions. Sisters, let me go first. Okay, you go first. 7th sister, let's talk about something ruthless. Don't let him stay in Yahai. It's too dangerous. He can't even bathe in the future. That's right. Even bathing will make him scared. Luine didn't care about what they said. He looked at Qinglianyu and was even more certain that his appearance in Yahai had something to do with this person. He wanted to marry a disciple and accept a disciple. He definitely knew that Luine comprehended karma. Did someone tell him or did he realize that Luine had broken the karma wall? All of a sudden, Luine felt even more guilty. Hey, thief, I'm going to talk about my conditions. Luine looked at the 7 spirit seeds, okay, I'm listening. You can beg for mercy or I can change my conditions. Let me tell you, my conditions are very difficult and you can't complete them. The girl provoked. Lu Yin's eyes flashed, you are Qinglianyu's disciple. I'm sure your conditions won't go against the heavens and you won't purposely make things difficult for me. If you want me to become a girl, I won't be able to complete them. Humph, don't use words to suppress me. I'm not as despicable as you. Listen carefully. My conditions are. Let Lu Xizhan, the leader of the Donglin Sword Gate, become the swordmaster of the 4 Lin Sword Gate. Luine frowned. Donglin Sword Gate? The head of the swords of the 4 kings? Never heard of it. 7th sister, you're too ruthless. How could he possibly complete it? Good job, 7th sister. You really didn't let me down. What a pity. If I had known, I would have come. Wouldn't it be better to let this little thief do a few more things for us and then let him fail? Right, how could I forget? My sisters didn't even remind me. It's too easy for him to fail just like that. Master, can I change the conditions? Qinglianyu said indifferently, you have the right to change the condition. However, he might not be unable to fulfill this condition. What? Can he do it? That's impossible. Master, he is so powerful. Uppermost Lotus smiled at Luine, I'm just saying that it's possible to complete it. Naturally, it's also possible to fail. Luine, are you willing to accept this condition? Luine was cautious. Can I say no? No. Luin was speechless. Then why are you asking? Alright. I don't believe he can complete this condition. Master, I'm sure. This is it. Uppermost Lotus nodded. Alright, then you can leave first. The 7 spirit seeds looked at Luin and flew away one by one without saying anything else. They wanted to see what kind of ability this person had to be able to catch Uppermost Lotus Eye and be accepted as a disciple. The head of swords of the 4-Lin Sword Gate was famous throughout the entire Xianxia universe. After the 7 spirit seeds left, Lu Yin's expression became more solemn. He was going to face Uppermost Lotus alone. Uppermost Lotus looked at Luin. Do you know what the head of swords of the 4-Lin Sword Gate is? Luin said respectfully, I don't know. There is a place in the 9th heaven universe that uses sword intent to nurture swords. It is divided into 4 directions, east, west, north, and south. Every once in a while, one of the 3 directions will complete one. The only one who can become the head of swords is the head of swords of the 4-Lin Sword Gate. The competition for the head of swords of the 4-Lin Sword Gate is a major event that will attract many experts to watch. It will also affect the structure of the 9th heaven universe to a certain extent. The Dong-Lin Sword Gate you want to help doesn't have a decent successor in this generation. Xiaoqi is the daughter of the Dong-Lin Sword Gate's leader. It's understandable that she wants the Dong-Lin Sword Gate to become the head of swords, but the Dong-Lin Sword Gate itself doesn't have this ability. What do you plan to do? Luin said, I'll have to go and watch to know. Uppermost Lotus nodded. Then go. Luin hesitated for a moment. Senior, there's something that I would like to clarify with you. Say it. I can't be your disciple. Uppermost Lotus was stunned. What did you say? Luin took a deep breath and bowed respectfully. I can't be your disciple. Uppermost Lotus was amused. You know who I am, right? Luin looked up. The immortal realm, the god of defense of the 9th heaven. To be able to become Senior's disciple is something that countless cultivators yearn for even in their dreams. However, this junior already has a master and is unable to become Senior's disciple. I hope Senior can forgive me. Uppermost Lotus looked at Luin. Are you sure? I'm sure. Your master is also an immortal realm master? Luin said, my master is not immortal, but in my heart, he is irreplaceable. Uppermost Lotus sighed. You respect your master. Good. Since you've decided, I won't force you. Let's change the promise. If you can help the 7-Lin Sword Gate fulfill their conditions, you can ask me to do something. Luin was surprised. Really? Uppermost Lotus smiled. Of course. I wouldn't have made such a promise, but since you respect your master and have a noble character, I'll give you an extra one. Luin bowed again. Thank you, master. After a pause, Luin said, then, shall I go to the 4-Lin Sword Gate now? Uppermost Lotus asked, how do you plan to go? Luin was about to say something, but he changed his mind and said, I don't know. Please show me the way. Uppermost Lotus smiled. Do you know what karma is? Lu Yin's eyes lit up with excitement. He said respectfully, the beginning is the cause, the end is the effect. This is karma. How do you understand karma? How do you use it? I've experienced different lives and found that the end result was back to the beginning. I finally understood karma. With karma, I can see the past of others and predict their future. I can use karma to reverse the course of others and even extract their karma. He didn't hide this. Uppermost Lotus, an ancient immortal realm master, gave him a feeling. He couldn't be compared to the monster and the grass master. Although he hadn't really fought with the grass master, Luin had such a feeling. Uppermost Lotus cultivated karma and was much more familiar with it than him. It was difficult to hide it from such a person. However, there was one thing he didn't mention, and that was that creating karma required the karma heavenly Tao. At this moment, he had consumed far too much of his karma heavenly Tao, and it was far from being able to reach its original scale. Although the karma heavenly Tao of this scale retained the ability to create karma, it didn't seem to be able to do so. Although Luin could not compare to the Azure Lotus Protector in terms of the Tao of karma, he was certain that creating his own karma was extremely difficult. His intuition would not be wrong. Uppermost Lotus heard Lu Yin's words and praised, "You've only cultivated for a short time and you can control karma to such an extent. It's not easy. Even I have to admire you. Ran when I don't dare. Please teach me. It's your master's responsibility to teach you. It has nothing to do with me." Lu Yin choked. "Then why did you ask? But since you have to fulfill the conditions, I should make things easier for you. Listen, everyone has their own Tao. Everyone has a different understanding of the universe and life. Even the eternal life realm doesn't have an accurate answer. But for me, karma is the beginning, experience is the road, and karma is the end. This is my understanding of karma." Lu Yin looked at the ground in a daze and recalled Uppermost Lotus' words. Karma is the beginning, the path, and the end? You entered my karma sea. This is fate, so I'll give you a promise to fulfill the conditions of the 7 disciples. Fulfilling these conditions is the path. Along the way, there will be karma. When you fulfill the conditions, your harvest, your growth, and all the good and evil you've done along the way will be karma. Karma is like this. I've told many people that karma is another world. If you don't understand karma, you'll never be able to enter this world. In today's universe, you and I are in this world. Since there's a world, there's also the unique operating rules of this world. Cultivation, fighting, survival, enlightenment, as well as love and hatred in the mortal world, all of these can be felt in this world. Naturally, it includes the most ordinary thing, asking for directions. Lu Yin was stunned. Asking for directions? Uppermost Lotus was serious. Yes, asking for directions. Lu Yin stared blankly at Uppermost Lotus. He didn't understand. Karma can be the karma of your path, or it can be the karma of others. No matter where you go, you can find the road signs that exist in this universe, and the road signs in the world of karma can also be found. Karma is the road sign, and karma is the end. It can also be the beginning of fate. That's all I have to say. If you can understand it, then good. If you can't, then leave. If you can't fulfill their conditions, then I'll personally seek justice for them." Uppermost Lotus disappeared. Lu Yin didn't pay much attention to Uppermost Lotus' departure. He kept thinking about what Uppermost Lotus had just said, and he had a flash of inspiration. He immediately sat down cross-legged and closed his eyes to comprehend. This meditation took him half a year. Half a year passed quickly, but Lu Yin didn't feel anything. When he opened his eyes again, he was excited. Karma, asking for directions, another world. How interesting. The path of karma. He stood up and looked around. Only then did he seriously examine his surroundings. Was this Uppermost Lotus karma sea? Everything was hazy as far as the eye could see. He could indeed hear the sound of the sea, but what he was most concerned about was the pond behind him. There were lotus flowers blooming in the pond. They were very delicate, but now they were cracked all over. It was obvious that they had been damaged by some force. Now that he thought about it, those women had actually dodged his palm. They were all very powerful. The pond was so small, but he had actually fallen into it. How could there be such a coincidence? Suddenly, an invisible force suppressed him, but he didn't resist even though he felt like he could. This was the power of the Azure Lotus Guard, and it wasn't just physical strength. It was an indescribable force that even an Eternal Realm cultivator couldn't touch. It flung him away, and when he regained his composure, he saw a waterfall falling vertically from the sea of karma. Lu Yin was still suppressed by that force, so he simply looked around and narrowed his eyes. Was that the mother tree? The world seemed to be supported by a giant tree, and the branches hanging down from the crown sprinkled rainbow-colored light. It was extremely beautiful. In the distance, pieces of land, clouds, and all kinds of strange things floated in the sky. It was boundless as far as the eye could see. When he looked down, although the land was small, he couldn't see the end. In front of him, a branch hung down, overflowing with greenery. Above the waterfall, a rainbow hung, and the crescent moon pierced through the white mist, piercing out a rainbow-colored current. As Lu Yin fell, it was like he was holding on to countless beautiful ribbons. Lu Yin hadn't expected the 9th firmament universe to have a mother tree, and it was so big that it seemed unreal. It was even bigger than the mother tree in the Tianyuan universe tree starry sky. The mother tree was rooted in the earth, supporting the stars, and turning the sky a vibrant blue-green. It was extremely beautiful. This was the ninth firmament universe. He looked up. Did that mean that the Sea of Karma was above the tree crown? Yes, only the god of defense was qualified to stand above the ninth firmament and look down on the world. Where was the spiritualized universe? Below the mother tree? He couldn't see the ninth firmament universe from the spiritualized universe. If the ninth firmament universe had a mother tree, then what was up with the black mother tree in the spiritualized universe? It had been moved to the Tianyuan universe just because it blocked the way. What kind of existence was the mother tree? As he thought about it, Lu Yin's body passed through the clouds and fell straight into the lake below the waterfall. The waterfall was huge, and the land surrounding it was extremely vast. The lake that Lu Yin had fallen into was just a corner of it. There were pavilions and lofts around the lake, and there was no lack of laughter. Lu Yin smashed into the ground with a plop, causing water to splatter in all directions and landing on many of the onlookers, drenching some of them. Who's there? Assassin, young master, there's an assassin. Quick, retreat. Who fell into the water? Ah. My dress. Beat him to death for me. When Lu Yin fell into the lake, the binding force disappeared, and he leaped out of the lake, gasping for breath. He had fallen into the water again. This was the second time. Was he really fated with the water of the Nina Firmament's universe? The surroundings were completely silent. Everyone stared at him with vigilant eyes. There were even some who were prepared to attack. Beat him to death. Attack. It's an assassin. Kill. Wait, everyone stop. The voice came from a well-dressed young master. He stood out from the crowd and had an extraordinary bearing. He folded his fan and looked at Lu Yin before slowly bowing. May I know who you are? Why did you fall into the water? Lu Yin looked at the young master. The person stared at Lu Yin with a bewildered expression. He didn't know if what he was seeing was real, but if it was, then this person's status was definitely not ordinary. Just now, everyone was chatting by the lake. Only he was looking up at the waterfall. He even used an external object to see higher and farther. It just so happened that he saw Lu Yin fall. When he saw Lu Yin had already fallen halfway down the waterfall. The waterfall was too high, reaching into the treetops. After all, it originated from the Sea of Karma, so the young master couldn't see that high. But since he could see Lu Yin fall from that position, then Lu Yin must have fallen from even higher. How high? Half the waterfall's height? Or even higher? Or was it the treetops of the Sea of Karma? This was the young master's guess, so he didn't dare act rashly. If this person had fallen from the waterfall's source, then if he went to the Sea of Karma, who could enter the Sea of Karma? Only someone from the Azure Lotus Protector. Lu Yin didn't answer. He looked around and didn't see anyone powerful. Of course, their average strength was quite good for their age. A karma spiral appeared at his fingertip, and he waved it casually. Everyone became even more vigilant, but they saw nothing. The young master blinked. What did this person do? Suddenly, a thought flashed through his mind. An invisible force. Could it be karma? Impossible. In the current Nina Firmament's universe, aside from the Azure Lotus Protector, no one else had comprehended karma, including the sleeping Azure King. He was a direct disciple of the Azure Lotus Protector, but even he couldn't comprehend karma. If this person had comprehended karma, it would have spread throughout the 9 firmaments. But he had never heard of this person. It couldn't be karma. Lu Yin's karma spiral circled around the lake and pierced through everyone. Everyone who was pierced through had a strange feeling, but they couldn't describe it. Even though the 9 firmaments universe had someone like the Azure Lotus Protector who cultivated karma, they didn't have the qualifications to come into contact with karma, let alone be pierced through by it. Lu Yin looked around, took a step forward, and disappeared. The young master in front was shocked. Where did he go? Everyone was on high alert and looked around. Where did he go? Be careful, it's an assassin. Miss, don't be afraid. I will protect you. Junior sister, come to senior brother. Find him. Find him. No matter how these people searched, they couldn't find Luin. The difference between them and him was too great. At this moment, Luin was staring at a pair of beady eyes in a sealed beast carriage. He was shocked. How did this person grow up? Did he grow up horizontally? Karma. Karma was the end. Lu Yin's karma spiral pierced through everyone, looking for karma related to the four Linsword sects. He used this as a road sign to point the way to the four Linsword sects. His luck was good, and he found a road sign at the bottom of the lake. However, this road sign looked very strange. Luin had seen many fatties, but he had never seen one like this. Horizontal and vertical, they were actually the same length? Wide. He didn't know how to describe it, but his face was quite handsome, like a handsome square person. It was too strange. In front of Luin, the fatty was also staring at him. How did this guy get here? He hadn't seen him. The people around him were shouting, wanting to find Luin. The fatty hesitated whether or not to shout. Luin pressed down on the fatty's shoulder. Fatty, you're very burly. The fatty's expression changed. The weight on his shoulder was as heavy as a mountain, and he couldn't move. This person was very strong. Who are you? Lu Yin's lips curled up, and he looked at the fatty in admiration. You clearly have good strength, but you don't show it to others. What are you hiding? The fatty narrowed his eyes. It has nothing to do with you. We'll mind our own business. But I have something to talk to you about. Talk to me? The fatty was confused. Luin said, let's go, it's too noisy here. The fatty's expression changed, and the hand on his shoulder tightened as if it was about to be crushed. He was shocked by his own strength. This person was so young, but he could easily suppress the fatty's physical strength. This person must be a monster. No, the youth was just a facade. Perhaps he was an old man. Thinking of this, the fatty asked in a low voice, do you know who I am? You'll find out soon enough. Let's go. The fatty stared at Luin for a moment before turning to the outside. Let's go, let's leave this place. Perhaps it was because of the fatty's size, but his beast carriage was extremely spacious. Following his orders, the man driving the carriage drove it away. There were already people leaving before them, so their departure wasn't too abrupt. Luin had never seen the giant beast used to pull the carriage before. It moved very quickly, and water vapor occasionally rose from beneath its feet. It was as if it was stepping on clouds, but it was still very stable. Once they were far away from the lake, Luin retracted his hand and smiled at the fatty. You look really strange. Fatty, what's your background? The fatty suddenly attacked, sending a palm towards Luin. Luin was shocked. The Great Five Palms technique? Interesting. The palm landed on Lu Yin's shoulder, and then there was nothing else. The carriage steadily moved in a certain direction, and the interior was silent. Fantuan was reading a book. The fatty's mouth fell open, and he stared at Luin in a daze. You? Lu Yin's lips curled up. So you're from the Great Five Palms sect. Not bad, very powerful for your age. The fatty suppressed a shock and bowed respectfully. Senior, may I ask who you are? Don't call me senior. We're about the same age, Luin said casually. The fatty was stunned. Why did this sound so awkward? How was he powerful at his age? Also, about the same age? How was that possible? This person had ignored his Great Five Palms technique, which meant that he was ridiculously powerful. The Great Five Palms sect wasn't an ordinary force. It was a force that dared to challenge the defense of gods, and had even defeated a lesser god. It was definitely famous in the Nine Firmaments universe, which was why he concealed his identity and didn't want others to know his origin. It wasn't that the Great Five Palms sect was an enemy of the Nine Firmaments universe, but that there were too many people who didn't like them. The Great Sect of the Five Great Sects was one of the most powerful sects in the continent of the Nine Clouds. Their goal was to defeat the godly defense. Nobody could defeat the Great Sect of the Five Great Sects. Of course, the godly defense was an exception. Such a sect was very unpopular, and they had offended too many people. If not for the Great Five Palms technique being extremely powerful, they would have been destroyed long ago. Louis knew about the Great Five Palms technique, but he didn't know about the Great Five Palms sect. The fatty didn't know Lu Yin's origin, but who didn't know about the Great Five Palms sect in the Nine Firmaments universe? And judging from his aura, this person wasn't from another universe. Strange, had he been in seclusion all this time? Louis could hide his aura from another universe by changing his consciousness, so the fatty couldn't tell. Fatty, I'm asking you a question. Lu Yin's eyes flashed coldly. The fatty was startled, and he slowly explained the Great Five Palms sect. Lu Yin's expression became even more strange as he listened to the fatty's words. This was really a lawless sect. The Nine Firmaments universe was divided into 4 top and 5 bottom, with 9 defenses of gods as the main force. This Great Five Palms sect's goal was to defeat the defense of gods. No wonder they didn't dare to reveal their identity. Louis felt that this sect was similar to Miao Wu Huang. They were both hated by the various powers, but they weren't as despicable as Miao Wu Huang. Senior, what are you doing now? The fatty didn't dare to offend Louis, so he asked carefully. Louis sat leisurely in the beast carriage. Are you going to the Xilin region? The fatty was shocked. How did you know? Why? The fatty felt that Louis was unfathomable and became even more fearful. The Xilin sword sect is about to compete for the sword head. I want to join in the fun. Great, I want to go too. Let's go. Did you come because you know I'm going to the Xilin region? Can't I? Yes, can I not go? Fatty, you're provoking me. I don't dare. I'm going now. The beast carriage sped up and shuttled through the starry sky toward the Xilin region. Instead of saying that the mother tree supported the heavens and earth, it was more accurate to say that it supported the universe's starry sky. Stars rotated in the sky, and the universe was desolate. The earth and the sky bordered, and the moonlight fell. At the same time, it was accompanied by dazzling sunlight. The entire starry sky had a blue-green background, like a painting of the heavens. Louis pulled the curtain aside and looked outside. He took a deep breath and stretched. This was the Nine Firmaments universe, and it had finally arrived. Streaks of light shuttled through the sky like rainbow-colored galaxies. It was beautiful, and it was hard to imagine that the Nine Firmaments universe had been plundering spiritualized universes all this time. The fatty in front of him and the people beside the lake mostly cultivated by releasing their spirit seeds, not their true bodies. They had a second life. And this second life was built on the basis that the spiritualized universe had been plundered. This was a heavy thought, but Louis didn't expect to see the Azure Lotus Empire first. Inexplicably, he looked forward to it. Perhaps it wasn't as difficult as he thought. It would take a month to travel from the previous place to the Xilin region with the beast carriage's speed. It had to be said that the Ninth Heaven universe was very big, far bigger than the spiritualized universe and the Tianyuan universe. This could be seen from the mother tree. The beast carriage wasn't slow. A few days later, Louis leaned on the beast carriage and looked at the horizon. He asked faintly, "Fatty, what's your name?" The fatty replied, "Sijioshir." Louis looked at him. "Good name, it suits you." The fatty smiled. "Senior, what's your name?" "Call me Seventh Brother." The fatty's face twitched. "Yes, Seventh Brother. You're going to the Xilin region to watch the fun?" Indeed, the Xilin region collects sword techniques and cultivates them with sword intent. In the end, the Xilin region fuses together to form a sword chief. The Xilin region's sword chief is one of the strongest cultivators in the continent of the Nine Clouds. Seeing the Xilin region's sword chief is beneficial for me. Maybe I can learn something from it. What does the birth of the Xilin sword head have to do with you? One uses the sword, the other uses the palm. What do you want to comprehend? I can teach you. Fatty blinked. Senior, teach me? Louis smiled. The Great Five Palms. The fatty's expression changed slightly, and his tone became harsher. Senior, please don't joke around. The Great Five Palm art is the ultimate technique of my Great Five Palm sect. How could Senior know it? The members of the Great Five Palaces were not afraid of anyone. Even if the fatty couldn't defeat Luin, he could compromise, but he would never allow Luin to humiliate him. This was the temperament of the Great Five Palaces. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to nurture so many lawless freaks who wanted to challenge the divine defense. Luin did not argue. If I say I know, then I know. If you want to learn, you can beg me, and I'll teach you. Consider it my reward for becoming a road sign. Road signs? The fatty didn't understand, but he didn't reply. He was afraid that he wouldn't be able to restrain himself from cursing. The beast carriage passed through the land and sky, and from time to time, strange beasts would appear and travel through space. During this half a month, Luin saw many beasts. Was this Nina Firmament's universe adept at controlling astral beasts? Was it the same as the former above heaven? On this day, a thunderous sound rang out. Beneath the ground, the sound of a bell rang out, followed by a loud laugh. My son is valiant, fighting against a strong enemy. He has the potential to become a junior minister. This old man is grateful to the heavens and earth. As the sound of his voice faded, streams of light scattered in all directions. Luin raised his hand and caught one of the streams of light, which contained quite a few spirit seeds. He looked at Xianxia. Xianxia explained, some people are willing to be grateful to the heavens and hope to gain the favor of the heavenly Tao so that their child can live a smooth life. The Azure Lotus Protector's path of karma has influenced generations of people in the universe. Everyone believes that there is a cause for an effect. Today's gratitude will definitely be reaped tomorrow. Luin casually put away the spirit seeds. Interesting. With your current strength at such a young age, did the five great sects thank the heavens? Xianxia disdainfully said, we're all fighting against the heavens. Whoever dominates the heavens and earth is our target. There's no need to be grateful. Luin laughed. So you want to be chosen by the Azure Lotus Protector as well? Xianxia was speechless. If the children below can be thanked by the heavens, then the geniuses of the Junior Imperial Pavilion should be blessed by the entire 9 firmaments, Luin said. Xianxia said, the geniuses of the Junior Imperial Pavilion are the true geniuses. They're extremely rare since ancient times, and there's only one every few generations. If they really want to thank the heavens, then it's too grand. I remember that the Luo family of Elysium produced Luo Ning, and the scale of their gratitude shook the entire 9 firmaments. Luin asked, there's someone called Xianxia who's also sleeping in the Junior Imperial Pavilion, right? Xianxia nodded. Yes, there's someone like that from the spring and autumn slip. Tell me. Senior, do you want to know more about Xianxia or the spring and autumn slip? Both. Xianxia hesitated. I don't know about Xianxia, I can only tell you about the spring and autumn slip. In the continent of the 9 firmaments, there aren't many groups that are qualified to be called influential groups. The 5 great sects are one of them, the Luo family of Elysium and the spring and autumn slip are also one of them. The spring and autumn slip is a moving bamboo slip. It doesn't stay in a fixed position, it floats in the continent of the 9 firmaments. Luin was surprised. A turbid treasure? Xianxia nodded. A turbid treasure from another universe. It's from the 6th night pillar. Back then, the ancestor of the spring and autumn slip wanted to take it away, but he had a falling out with the 6th night pillar. Whether it's worth it or not, it's a matter of opinion. The spring and autumn slip has nurtured generations of cultivators, and it has become one of the most influential groups in the continent of the 9 firmaments. But if you don't steal the spring and autumn slip, the first ancestor of the spring and autumn slip left it in the 6th night pillar to nurture the younger generation. But the spring and autumn slip's cultivation method is unique, it's written with a brush. Luin looked outside and listened to Xianxia's words with a solemn expression. He had never heard of the 6th night pillar or the war in another universe. Rugwa hadn't told him about this, and the cultivators he had captured in the continent of the 9 firmaments hadn't mentioned it either. It was just common knowledge. Maybe it was because Luin stood at such a high position that they didn't need to know about some things. Indeed, with Lu Yin's strength, if he joined the continent of the 9 firmaments, he would be able to become a lesser god of defense. Even if he didn't become a lesser god of defense, he would definitely be qualified. Very few people like that were worthy of Rugwa's attention. In Rugwa's words, there were some groups that you didn't need to know about. You only needed to know a small number of people. But Luin wasn't alone. He had Tianyuan behind him, and he was fighting for Tianyuan's survival. Rugua had never thought that Luin wanted to become a lesser god of defense. He had fought for the position of the god of defense, but he had never imagined that there would be a day when he would have to fulfill all 7 conditions. What Luin cared about the most was the war in another universe. As he listened to Xianxia's words, he gradually gained a better understanding of the continent of the 9 firmaments. He had originally thought that the spiritualized universe and the consciousness universe were the outer universes, but now it seemed that the continent of the 9 firmaments had always treated the 3 universes as a single entity. It was just that the Tianyuan universe didn't know that this so-called outer universe was the universe outside of the 9 firmaments and the 3 universes. The spiritualized universe's greatest springboard was that they were afraid of being discovered by other civilizations and attracting powerful enemies. They didn't know that the continent of the 9 firmaments was a powerful enemy that they didn't want to be discovered. Xianxia introduced the Spring and Autumn Scroll, but the relationship between the scroll and the 6th night pillar had led him to the topic of the outer universe. Luin hadn't taken the initiative to ask about this topic, so he hadn't realized that Luin wasn't from the continent of the 9 firmaments. Of course, the most important reason was that Lu Yin's aura didn't belong to the outer universe. Luin had broken all common sense, so Xianxia hadn't thought about that. In short, the people in the Spring and Autumn Scroll are all hypocritical and ruthless. Don't be fooled by how much they boast about how much ink they have. They look like talented people who are open and aboveboard, but they're actually sinister. Xianxia loathed the Spring and Autumn Scroll, and his words were filled with insults. When he saw that Luin didn't seem to mind, he cursed even more harshly. How does the Spring and Autumn Scroll compare to your 5-palm sect? Luin asked. Xianxia disdainfully replied, how can a bunch of weak chickens compare to my 5-palm sect? My 5-palm sect has challenged the guardian deity before, and the people in the Spring and Autumn Scroll only know how to rely on connections to rely on the guardian deity. It's a pity that the junior defense tower, where Xianxia is hibernating, gave them something to brag about. Otherwise, Luin glanced at Xianxia. He could only trust 70% of his words. Was the Spring and Autumn Scroll really no match for the 5-palm sect? Not necessarily. What about the 9-foot garden? So what? Xianxia replied, it's alright. They're considered quite powerful. Of course, they can't compare to our 5-palm sect. Even the Spring and Autumn Scroll is stronger than them, but no one wants to offend them. After all, the 9-foot garden is backed by the guardian deity of Mooncliff. However, the guardian deity of Mooncliff has been stripped of his position as divine defender, so the 9-foot garden's days won't be easy. Luin asked, what's the situation with the 9-foot garden now? Xianxia shook his head, I don't know. It's too far away, so I didn't ask around. Luin frowned. According to Qiaoyi, the 9-foot garden had been wiped out. How could Xianxia not know? Was it too far away? For powerful cultivators, distance was not a problem, unless news of the 9-foot garden had been sealed off. So what if it's Dead Hill? Xianxia was puzzled, was 7th brother in seclusion all year round? You don't even know about Dead Hill? Luin casually replied, I've only interacted with Qiaoyi, but we've only exchanged a few words. I don't know much about him. Xianxia was shocked, Qiaoyi, the master of Dead Hill's 6th peak? 7th brother has interacted with him? We've only exchanged a few words. You're not familiar with him? Nope. I knew it. The people of Dead Hill are as cold as ice. And they don't even smile when facing the guardian deity. However, Dead Hill cannot be offended. It's a power independent of Yu Jiuxiao and Eternity Sky, and it's directly under the guardian deity of 9 heavens. However, I don't know which guardian deity oversees it. Yu Jiuxiao? Eternity Sky? Another unfamiliar name, but Luin committed it to memory and didn't ask any further questions. Thank you, Sirius Chen, for your tip. Thank you. Time passed, and Luin spoke with Xianxia from time to time, trying to learn more about the 9 firmaments universe. However, he didn't ask too many questions. In less than 10 days, they would arrive at the 4 Approaches region. One day, the road ahead was sealed, and Xianxia walked out of the carriage. What's going on? Why is the road sealed? The mountain range is blocking the road ahead. We'll have to take a detour, and it'll take us at least half a day. There was a branch hanging down from the mother tree in front of them, and it was connected to another branch. It looked like a mountain range, and the only way to get past it was to go around it or down it. However, no matter which way they went, it would take them some time, even if it wasn't much. Please take a detour, Your Excellency. The road ahead is dangerous, and we're doing this for Your Excellency's safety. Luin sat in the carriage and looked outside, listening to the conversation between Xianxia and the others. Soon, Xianxia entered the carriage. "Seventh bro, should we charge through or take a detour? Why is the road sealed?" Luin asked. Xianxia replied, "They didn't say, but they don't seem to be very powerful. With seventh bro strength, you should be able to deal with them easily. However, without seventh bro, I'll have to take a detour. The mountain range ahead belongs to the Yen clan. Someone is probably trying to steal their fate scab." Luin raised a brow. "Fate scab?" Xianxia nodded. "Yes, those few." He suddenly paused and looked at Luin. "Seventh bro, do you know anything about fate scabs?" Luin narrowed his eyes, but he didn't say anything. Xianxia's face twitched as he replayed the conversation in his mind. He instantly figured out something. Damn, this person isn't from the Nine Firmaments universe? But that can't be right. Why can't I sense his aura? There was silence. What's fate scab? Luin knew that he had been exposed, so he asked directly. Xianxia looked at Luin deeply and said, "Legend has it that the Azure Lotus cultivates a karmic phenomenon that covers the entire Nine Firmaments universe. We believe in karma and are grateful to the heavens, but in reality, we want to be favored by the Azure Lotus. From time to time, the karma celestial phenomenon will produce something similar to a fruit. I don't know how it is produced, but it comes from the karma celestial phenomenon. Anyone who has this fruit can go to the Sea of Karma to undergo a test. If they pass the test, they can become a Blue Lotus Upper Imperial disciple. Since ancient times, many people have gone to the Sea of Karma with the help of karma scabs. There are many nominal disciples of the Azure Lotus Xianxia. Some have achieved success in their cultivation, while others have died. There are not many left now. As for how to pass the test, not only does it depend on one's own ability, the most important factor is fate. The Azure Lotus ruler is all about fate. In this era, the word fate falls on women. Therefore, in the past 100 years, there have only been 7 women who passed the test with the word fate. We all call them the 7 fairies. Luin looked up at the sky. So that's how it was. The 7 fairies were the 7 girls who had only accepted girls as disciples for the past 100 years. This Azure Lotus supremacy was truly capricious and generous, directly marrying off the 7 fairies to Luin. What was he planning? Just because of the word fate? Xianxia said, "Rumor has it that in the next 100 years, the word fate falls on men." Coincidentally, half a year ago, more karma scabs fell from the heavens than before. No one knows why, but with so many karma scabs falling, it's only natural that people would fight over them. The Yen clan lost a karma scab and brought disaster upon themselves. Lu Yin's heart skipped a beat. Half a year ago? When exactly was it? Xianxia tried to recall the exact time. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold. It was the day he fell into the Sea of Karma. Lotus Pond. Were the karma scabs and the Sea of Karma Lotus Pond related? No matter how much Luin didn't want to admit it. He also felt that he had guessed the truth. He had borrowed the Bright Sun Beast's palm to go to the 9th Heaven universe, but on the way, the Azure Lotus supremacy had interfered with him, causing him to fall into the Lotus Pond. Why? When did the Azure Lotus supremacy start to target him? Spiritualized the universe to comprehend the way of karma? Or the bricks? Or the creation of karma? Luin fell into deep thought. He didn't know if being targeted by the Azure Lotus supremacy was a good thing or a bad thing. At present, the Azure Lotus supremacy didn't seem to have any malicious intent towards him. However, he was from the Tianyuan universe and wanted to lure an Eternal Realm monster to the 9th Heaven. Did the Azure Lotus supremacy really not care? A moment later, there was a rush from outside the carriage. The people who had sealed the road were driving them away. Luin glanced at Xianxia. Let's go. Xianxia said to the outside, take a detour to the right. Go straight. Xianxia looked at Luin in surprise. Breakthrough? Luin looked outside the carriage and lifted the curtain. In front of the Void Mountain range, a group of cultivators stared at them. I'm a very upright person. I don't like to take detours. Xianxia blinked. There was something wrong with this statement. The middle-aged man driving the carriage was troubled and looked at Xianxia. Xianxia said, "Seventh bro, if we go straight, we'll run into them. I'm alone. The people of the 5 great gates fear nothing. You're about to challenge the imperial god, so why would you care about these small fries?" Luin asked. Xianxia was helpless. That's in the future. I'm only a progenitor now. I can't beat them. The realms of the Nina Firmament's universe were the same as the spiritualized and Tianyuan universes. They all had progenitors, sequence laws, primordial realms, and bitter adversity realms. It seemed that the Tianyuan universe had not interacted with the spiritualized and Nina Firmament's universes, but it was actually affected by them. The progenitor had only passed down his cultivation path to the Tianyuan universe. He did not know when he had been affected by the Nina Firmament's universe. According to the timeline, when the progenitor had cultivated in the Tianyuan universe, the Nina Firmament's universe already had eternal realm cultivators. Luin looked outside and smiled. All right, I'll help you. He then raised his hand and struck out with a palm. A gentle breeze blew past, causing the curtain to flutter. A palm print shot out from the carriage and grew larger and larger. Then, under the shocked gazes of the cultivators in front, it became as large as the sky and pressed down. Boom! A loud sound reverberated through the sky, causing ripples that spread out in all directions. The middle-aged man driving the carriage gaped as he stared at the mountain range in front of him. Even the mountain range had been struck by a giant palm print, let alone the cultivators. Was that the 5 great palms? Immortal Wood's miracle? Xianxia was just as stunned. He turned his head stiffly and looked at Luin. The 5 great palms? Luin smiled brilliantly. Yes, didn't you say I knew it? Xianxia gulped. Although he hadn't personally experienced it, that palm made him think of his uncle Masters. That destructive power, that unshakable aura. Was this person in the primordial realm? Was he close to crossing the bitter adversity? Let's go to the Yen family, Luin said. Without waiting for Xianxia's orders, the middle-aged man hurriedly drove the carriage. Luin looked at the mountain range in front of him. The giant palm print was incomparably clear, and he could see it even from outer space. This palm print was not weak, but it was not the 5 great palms. He had experienced Jia's 5 great palms before, so he knew what it felt like. It could be simulated, but the true 5 great palms had the ability to strip and banish. No matter how one fled, they would all be within a single palm print. That palm was like the heavens. Luin had not learned it, nor did he plan on learning it. It was just like the 9 feet heaven-defying technique. Although it seemed like a powerful battle technique, as long as it wasn't invincible, it would be useless. Since he was invincible, there was no need to waste time learning it. There were many powerful battle techniques in the world. This palm print was for outsiders to see. Xianxia looked at the giant palm print on the mountain range and finally reacted. He stared at Luin in a daze. 7th bro, this palm print. It's very domineering, isn't it? Yes, but this palm print. You want to learn it? Beg me. This is the 5 great palms. Others will think that it was the 5 great palms. Luin looked at him. Isn't it? Xianxia was speechless. He wanted to say something, but he couldn't. The 5 great palms had to take the blame for this. This person was clearly so powerful, so why did the 5 great palms have to take the blame? At the same time, on the mountain range, many cultivators were frightened by the palm print. The cultivators who had surrounded the Yen family had come from all over the world, and they had attacked each other without any cooperation. Otherwise, the Yen family wouldn't have been able to last until now. Lu Yen's palm print caused everyone to stop. They stared at the sky in shock. It's the 5 great palms. Those lunatics are here. Although the 5 great palms are arrogant, they don't rob people. What's going on? Could it be the Yan family's helpers? Impossible. Who dares to have anything to do with the 5 great palms? They're courting death. In the Yan family's territory, a group of cultivators looked at each other, equally confused. The leader was an old man and his expression was ugly. The 5 great palms won't rob us of Xianxia, but they did. Who has anything to do with this? The cultivators of the Yan family shook their heads. The old man looked at each of them and his face darkened. I'm warning you, don't have any dealings with the 5 great palms. Although the Yan family is in trouble, if we can't hold on, we can just hand over Xianxia. But if we have anything to do with the 5 great palms, we're finished. Those lunatics have offended too many people and they don't care about the defense of gods. Any one of them is someone we can't afford to offend. Do you hear me? Yes, Patriarch. Patriarch, this has nothing to do with us. While they were waiting, the beast carriage arrived. Everyone looked up and saw the carriage stop. The curtains were lifted and Xianxia walked out. He didn't look too good. Everyone looked at Xianxia, but they weren't too surprised. They had seen many strange creatures in the ninth heaven universe, even though Xianxia looked very strange among the humans. Yan family, give me your Xianxia. I'll help you share the danger, Xianxia said loudly. The cultivators who were attacking the Yan family had ugly expressions. The old man gritted his teeth and bowed slightly. May I ask which member of the 5 great palms you are? Xianxia rolled his eyes. Cut the crap. Just give it to me. Otherwise, the Yan family will be in trouble today. I don't think you can stop these guys. I'm helping you. He didn't want to come out, but Luin had forced him to. He had no choice but to come out and ask for Xianxia. The 5 great palms had never robbed anyone, and this was the first time they had done so. If they had only been forced, Xianxia would rather die than submit. But Luin had said that if he didn't submit, he would be slapped everywhere he went. He was sure to bring many friends to the 5 great palms. Xianxia had never met someone so despicable as Luin to force him out. The old man from the Yan family rubbed his cosmic ring. It was great news that Xianxia was with the Yan family, but he didn't know who had leaked it. Thank you, brothers, for your support. Thank you. Even with so many people fighting over it, he was unwilling to hand it over. He wanted to leave the opportunity to his descendants. If one of his descendants passed the test and became a disciple of the Azure Lotus Emperor, the Yan family would rise to prominence and become a major power in the future. However, he could only sigh. He took out the scab and tossed it to Xianxia. Half a year ago, the scab had descended from the heavens, and no one knew how many people had obtained it. Some had hidden it, while others had been robbed. Too many people had died because of it. Some powers had even sent people to guard the road to Yahai, and anyone who went there would be unlucky. Even though the Azure Lotus Emperor's disciples had purged the area, it could not stop people's greed. The scab was a green object that resembled a lotus. It was a fruit of karma, but it could not be eaten or used. Countless people had tried it over the years, but no one had been able to do anything with it. Over time, the scab's only use was to send it to Yahai in exchange for a chance to pass the test. Xianxia handed the scab to Luin. Luin took it, and the moment he touched it, he exhaled. Xianxia's eyes burned with passion. This was karma, a tangible form of karma. He had never expected such a thing to exist. If the brick of the Karma City wall was equivalent to 100 years of karma for an ordinary person, then this was much more. Just how much karma did the Azure Lotus Emperor have to produce something like this? Others naturally could not use it, but Luin was different. This scab could directly increase his heavenly Tao of karma. Ever since his battle with that monster, Lu Yin's heavenly Tao of karma had shrunk to the point that he could not bear to use it. It was very pitiful. The things he wanted to find the most in Nina Firmament's universe were karma and eternal matter, but he did not know where to find either. Karma could be used to dig up bricks, but he was not that stupid to do so right under the Azure Lotus Emperor's nose. This scab had come at just the right time. Luin looked up at Xianxia, interested? Xianxia shook his head, no. Don't you want to pass the test and see if you can become the Azure Lotus Emperor's disciple? Xianxia sat down. It would be a lie to say that I don't want to, but those who are already part of the 5 Great Gates will never betray them. They will always be part of the 5 Great Gates. Luin put the scab away. Let's go to the nearest city to rest. You're not going to the 4 Overlook? Don't worry, we can make it. Driver, slow down. The beast carriage slowly rose into the air and headed in a certain direction. On the ground, the members of the Yen clan looked conflicted. Without Yuan Bao, they were safe, but they had also lost a great opportunity. Since ancient times, too many people had gone through the test. Although there were only a few who passed, as long as they passed, they would reach the heavens in a single bound. The Great Five Palm sect is actually starting to snatch the scab. Didn't they say that those lunatics didn't like the divine defense and wouldn't compromise? Hypocrite. Someone was dissatisfied. Who in the world doesn't want to be apprenticed to the Azure Lotus Lord? You believe those words? That's true. Look at the Dong Lin Sword sect. They are clearly the weakest of the 4 Lin Sword sects and have no right to compete for the position of the head of the 4 Lin Sword sects. However, the other sects have sent more invitations than the most powerful Bei Lin Sword sect. It's all because the little princess of the Dong Lin Sword sect has entered Yihai. Not to mention the Blue Lotus Imperial Guard, just the 7 fairies themselves are enough to shake the hearts of countless people. Whoever can gain the favor of that little princess will also reach the heavens in a single bound. Even if the Northern Lin Sword sect becomes the head of the 4 Lin Sword sect, they won't dare to be rude to the Eastern Lin Sword sect. The 7 fairies, everyone's dream. Shut up. Is that something you can dream of? Be careful not to let someone hear you and take your life. Some people can't even dream of having them. Let's go to the 4 Lin Sword sect. I suddenly want to see how the Northern Lin Sword sect, which is the head of the 4 Lin Sword sect, will react to the Eastern Lin Sword sect, which is a disciple of the Azure Lotus Lord. Let's go. Then what about that person just now? The scab was snatched away just like that? What else can we do? Can you beat those lunatics? Don't worry, someone will take action. There have been rumors for a long time that the scab has been a man for the past 100 years. All the major sects have their eyes on it and won't give it up easily. 1 scab is a test, and 100 scabs are 100 tests. It's not like there hasn't been anyone who has tempted the Azure Lotus Lord. That's true. Inside the carriage, Xianxia was curious. 7th bro, are you trying to lure others to snatch the scab? Louis nodded. Yes. Why? You've already gotten the scab. Xianxia was not stupid, and he knew that Louis had asked the carriage to slow down and head to the nearest city. It was obvious that he wanted to do this, but he could not figure out the reason. Louis looked at Xianxia. That palm strike of mine wasn't bad, right? Xianxia's eyes lit up. That palm strike alone had moved him. It was very strong. Someone who dares to snatch the scab after seeing that palm strike is no ordinary cultivator. Someone like that either has a scab or knows the whereabouts of the other scabs, Louis said. Xianxia understood. You're fishing, but if you dare to snatch it, then you're not weak. I'm not weak either, and don't I have you guys? Louis smiled. Xianxia was puzzled at first, but then his eyes widened. Are you trying to drag the 5 Palm sect down with you? Louis smiled. Don't make it sound so bad. We're friends, after all, so we should help each other. Xianxia grew angry. The 5 Palm sect has never done such a thing. No, you can't use the 5 Palms technique anymore. Louis raised a brow. What do you care what I use? You. Xianxia trembled with anger, but he didn't know how to stop Louis. He couldn't beat him in a fight, and he couldn't win in an argument either. This guy was shameless. Louis tried to appease him. Alright, don't be so angry. People can only break through when they're pushed to a certain point. I'm helping you, and I'll compensate you. How about this, when I'm strong enough, I'll help you kill Yuya. Xianxia's eyes narrowed, and he stared at Louis in a daze. What did you say? Louis met his gaze. Don't tell me you don't want to kill Yuya. Yuya. Xianxia's eyes flashed with killing intent, not directed at Luin, but at Yuya. Yuya was a must-kill target of the Five Palms sect, and the greatest goal of any member of the Five Palms sect was to kill Yuya. This was because Yuya had taken the body of the third master of the Five Palms sect. The tradition of the Great Five Palms sect was to challenge the defense of gods. It was normal for them to die in battle, so there was no hatred. However, Yuya had not only wiped out the consciousness of the third-generation Great Five Palms sect master, he had also taken over his body. This was something the Great Five Palms sect master could not tolerate. It was because of this that they had a blood feud with Yuya. It was also because of Yuya that they had been forced to split up to avoid being wiped out by him. He hadn't expected Luin to know about the grudge between the Five Palms sect and Yuya. How do you know? Xianxia didn't understand. Luin replied, I know more than you do. When I asked you about the 9-foot garden, you pretended to be calm. But in reality, you also hate the 9-foot garden because it belongs to Lunar Cliff. Xianxia didn't deny it. You're very cautious, but you don't have to be in front of me. Since I borrowed the name of the Five Palms sect, I will return the favor. Don't worry, you have to trust me. In the current universe, only I can help you deal with Yuya, Luin said slowly. Xianxia fell silent and didn't say anything else. He couldn't see through Luin, and at first, he thought that he was someone who had been in seclusion all year round. Later, he discovered that he was someone from another universe. Now, he felt that things weren't that simple. Not long after they left, someone descended on the mountain range and saw the palm print. It really is the Five Palms sect. What do we do? Do it. The people of the Five Palms sect aren't to be trifled with. Once we fail, the worse, the better. Otherwise, what's the point? After a while, someone else arrived. From the palm print, it's at least at the level of a sequence law. It might even be at the primordial realm. Can we help? It's too risky if it's just me, but there are others in the dark. We can work together. Don't worry, young master. The patriarch entrusted you to me before he passed away. I will definitely fight for a chance for you to become a disciple of the Azure Lotus Emperor. Thank you. The universe was filled with interconnected branches. It could be a mountain range, an ocean, or even a city. In Ninefirmament's universe, there were countless floating cities. The one closest to the Yen clan's mountain range and on the way to the Four Overs region was called Mist Steppe. Clouds were used as stairs and mist as stairs to reach the city. The beast carriage directly entered Mist Steppe City. It was difficult for a small city like this to stop cultivators. Too many cities had been destroyed because of major figures that couldn't be offended. As a result, only the truly powerful cities were allowed to pass through. Seventh bro, are we going to rest here? Xianxia asked. Luin walked out of the carriage. There were many cultivators coming and going in the city, and the sounds of people hawking their wares were like a marketplace. Xianxia brought Luin into a restaurant and sat by the window. The streets below were very lively, and the aroma of food wafted over from time to time. Listening to the bustle of the marketplace gave Luin a sense of peace that he hadn't felt in a long time. Ordinary people couldn't escape the aura of smoke and fire, and neither could cultivators who were high above. As long as there were people, there would be smoke and fire. Even noble clothing couldn't hide it. Everyone's requirements for life were very simple. No matter how long they lived, as long as they had a moment of brilliance, it would be eternal. Luin looked down in a daze and didn't move for several hours. Xianxia had already eaten a meal and was now calling out for another. His name was Xianxia, and only by eating 9 times a day would he have strength. He glanced at Luin from time to time, then at the bustling streets. He recalled his master's words: people started out as ordinary, lived their lives, and eventually returned to being ordinary. No matter how high one's cultivation was, even if they were in the eternal realm, there were still ordinary things that they couldn't achieve. Thus, the Great Five Palms intended to drag the divine defense down. They were always at the finish line. These words were profound and unfathomable, and Xianxia was stunned. His impression of his carefree master had changed, but not long after, his master had told him the truth after getting drunk. These words hadn't come from his master, but from an expert. As for how powerful that expert was, his master hadn't said anything. Who are those people? Lu Yin's voice woke Xianxia up. He swallowed the meat in his mouth and looked down. Oh, that's she from another universe. On the street, a group of people lined up and walked slowly under the whip of a cultivator. They didn't look much different from ordinary people, but they had 4 ears, sharp teeth, long legs, and gray skin. They looked gloomy and dull, as if they had no intelligence at all. With a crack, the whip landed on someone's back. Raise your head. If I don't sell you off today, I'll make you wish you were dead. The person who was slapped trembled and tried his best to raise his head. He looked around and tried his best to smile. He even purposely bared his teeth. It was not a threat, but to let the people around him see his unique physique. Teeth were one of their uses. This scene caused Lu Yin's eyes to narrow. Did she mean slave? Outer universes. Through his conversation with Xianxia, Lu Yin learned that the ninth firmament universe was divided into 2 camps, including the Defense of Gods, Death Hill, the Spring and Autumn Scroll, and the 9-foot garden. One was Yu Jiuxiao, and the other was Zhou Tianxia. Yu Jiuxiao referred to the 9 sky-piercing pillars that surrounded the 9th firmament universe. These pillars supported and protected the 9th firmament universe, and they also served as a means of transportation for the 9th firmament universe's expeditions into outer universes. Many powerful cultivators gathered at each pillar, and once they discovered an outer universe, the pillars would attack, starting a war. Zhou Tianxia referred to the internal powers of the 9th firmament universe, such as the Luo family, the 9-foot garden, and the Spring and Autumn Scroll. Yu Jiuxiao and Zhou Tianxia didn't interfere with each other. Yu Jiuxiao wasn't the name of a power, it was a cultivation army that belonged to the 9th firmament universe. Cultivators could be unaffiliated or from various powers, but there was no division of power on the 9-foot pillars. They all followed the orders of the 9-foot pillars. It seemed that Yu Jiuxiao and Zhou Tianxia didn't interfere with each other, but their struggles weren't something that ordinary people knew about. Lu Yin hadn't come into contact with any of this. What he knew was that there were indeed outer universes outside the 9th firmament universe and the 3 universes. Up until now, the 9-foot pillar had been sent out. Although it didn't mean that only one pillar had appeared each time, at least he knew that there were at least 5 outer universes that had been destroyed. It seemed like a lot, more than the 3 universes, but it had been discovered over countless years in the 9th firmament universe. There were definitely outer universes, but they were very difficult to find. These she came from the outer universe where the pillar of the 9 firmaments was destroyed. 7th brother, do you think it's too cruel? Xianxia asked as he stared at Lu Yin. He was certain that Lu Yin did not belong to the Nina firmaments universe, but he did not know where he had come from. It would be fine if he had come from one of the 3 universes, but if he had come from some unknown universe, then that would be a huge problem. But he didn't think so. After all, he knew Chao Yi. People from Death Hill weren't afraid of death. If that person was a threat to the continent of the 9 clouds, Chao Yi would kill him, or Chao Yi would kill him. There was no third option. Lu Yin replied indifferently, there's nothing cruel about it. Every species fights, and life and death are up to fate. Nodding his head, Xianxia picked up a beast leg and took a bite out of it. Don't be fooled by how submissive those people are. Back then, during the Night Pillars expedition, countless cultivators died at their hands. Do you know how miserable the first batch of cultivators who fell into their hands were? I'm afraid you won't be able to eat if I tell you. Let's put it this way. They once boasted about a weapon that was very suitable for them. The main material of that weapon was. After a pause, his gaze turned cold. Tendons. Lu Yin looked at Xianxia. Xianxia glanced down coldly. Human tendons. Tendons are the main material, and they've equipped countless people before. Their flesh and bones are said to have formed mountains in their universe, and seas of blood filled the sky. Yes, we did invade their universe, but so what? The universe is like this, natural selection. If they had the ability, the continent of the 9 clouds would have ceased to exist a long time ago. There's no need to sympathize with them. Lu Yin looked down again. Sympathize with them? They weren't in the wrong, they were protecting their own universe. Was the continent of the 9 clouds wrong? They weren't wrong, they were wrong because they were too weak. Luin didn't hate the spiritualized universe or the continent of the Nine Clouds. Even if the Tianyuan universe had been reactivated, he didn't hate them. He only hated his own incompetence. One should never count on their enemies to be merciful. All they could do was improve themselves. Right and wrong would never appear on the battlefield. Luin realized that he had forgotten about his hatred. Nothing in the world would appear for no reason. Others could destroy him, and he could destroy others. Hatred was meaningless. "My lord, here are your dishes," the waiter said respectfully as he walked over. Xianxia nodded and picked at his teeth while looking down the street. That group of people had left, and another group had arrived. However, they weren't the Shi, but rather strange creatures. There were even astral beasts that pulled their carriages. They weren't weak and could travel through the void, but they didn't have much intelligence. Suddenly, the waiter waved his hand at Luin, a thin blade in his hand flickering with a cold, dark green light. It was obvious at a glance that it was highly toxic. Someone who dared to appear after seeing the great five palms on the mountain range was definitely not an ordinary person. The blade streaked across the waiter's hand, cutting through the void and spreading darkness that contained a few stray particles. Xianxia couldn't react at all, and he could only watch as the blade streaked across Lu Yin's neck. He was dumbfounded. Was he dead? No way, it didn't look like it. The blade streaked past, and Lu Yin's figure slowly dissipated. The waiter's expression changed, and he ran out of the restaurant without looking back. A hand landed on his shoulder, crushing the stray particles and forcing him to the ground. When he looked up, he saw that Luin was still sitting there calmly, as if he hadn't moved at all. However, he had clearly dodged the attack just then. "There's more!" Xianxia shouted as he retreated. He didn't want to get involved, as Luin was the one who wanted to fish. Sure enough, the fish had come, but they were all big fish. Behind Luin, below him, and above him, enemies appeared from all directions. They were all sequence realm experts, and those who weren't at that level did not have the right to attack him. There was also a pair of eyes watching from the shadows. The owner of the eyes didn't attack, but they stared fixedly at Luin. This person was a primordial realm expert. From the Tianyuan universe to the spiritualized universe, and then to the current Nina Firmament's universe, there were more and more powerhouses. This wasn't just a matter of how long the cultivation civilizations had been passed down, but also the difference in the number of cultivators and the size of the regions. If the Tianyuan universe had one cultivator, then the spiritualized universe had two, and the Nina Firmament's universe had at least 5. The difference wasn't even on the same level. As a result, a single attack on a restaurant had involved a primordial realm expert. Luin looked up and took a step forward, disappearing only to reappear in the air. He pressed down with a single palm, instantly sending out 4 palm strikes. 3 of them landed on the restaurant, while the last one hit the shadows. The restaurant shattered, and the 3 sequence realm experts who had attacked Luin were directly smashed into the ground. In the shadows, an old man attacked. He struck out with a finger, and his battle intent surged. It was very strange. Originally, he thought that he could block the palm strike, but he knew that he was in trouble the moment they collided. The finger strike had been destroyed, and the palm strike had broken his arm, crushing him into the ground. The old man was a primordial realm expert. He endured his heavy injuries and fled, but before he could even take a single step, Luin appeared before him. The old man stared at Luin blankly, filled with regret. No, he wasn't a sequence realm expert, nor was he a primordial realm expert. This person was clearly a tribulation transcendence expert. How could he be so young? Had he undergone spiritual cultivation? The gate of the 5 palm masters was known throughout the 9 firmaments, so it wasn't strange for one to undergo spiritual cultivation. "I'm here." With a thump, Luin kicked the old man into the ruins of the restaurant. Because of this battle, everyone in the surroundings retreated. They were all cultivators, so they moved very quickly. Things like this happened frequently in cities, so there was naturally a city lord here. However, that depended on whether the city lord could handle it or not. Clearly, the city lord could not handle this battle. For sequence realm experts and a primordial realm expert had appeared. The city lord himself was only a sequence realm expert, so he would not even show himself. After all, Luin was just too unfathomable, and no one was willing to hand their lives over to someone else. Stepping on the ruins of the restaurant, the waiters and the owner of the restaurant trembled uneasily. They looked at the ruins of the restaurant, speechless. Xianxia walked over. "Seventh bro, are you alright?" Luin glanced at him. "Compensate me." Xianxia was stunned. "Me? Me? I don't have any money." "Do you think I have money?" Xianxia thought about it and then began to rummage through his cosmic ring. He guessed that Luin was from another universe, so it was very likely that he had no money. A restaurant did not cost much, so he was just sullen. He was not the one who had attacked the restaurant, so why should he compensate? Luin looked at the attackers. A karmic spiral appeared at his fingertip, and with a wave of his hand, it pierced through them. Karmic terminus, scab. The karmic world's landmarks that the Azure Lotus Emperor had given him were quite useful. Through these attackers, Luin learned the whereabouts of 3 scabs. One of them was on Lone Swan Island. It was the first person to attack. He was from Lone Swan Island. The other was on the young man who had followed the primordial realm expert, who had a scab. There were 5 attackers. 2 had the scab's whereabouts, 1 did not, and the other 2 had nothing to do with the scabs. This was because Lu Yin's karmic terminus was the scab, so he could not see anything. This was interesting. He had purposely exposed the scabs and waited for people to come looking for trouble. If it was not because of the scabs, then was it because of the 5 palm gates? When he thought of this, he immediately used the 5 palm gates karmic terminus to see karma. He then sent out karmic threads that collided with each other. Within the ruined restaurant, there was endless chatter all around. As for Luin, he stared at the 2 sequence laws powerhouses lying on the ground in a daze. Indeed, in the eyes of Xianxia and the others, he was in a daze. No one knew what he was looking at. Xianxia glanced at the 2 several times. What was he looking at? Had he lost his mind? However, he did not dare to disturb Luin. Luin had dealt with so many experts in just a few moves. They were at least in the primordial realm, and he had even used the 5 palm gates. The 5 palm gates was becoming more and more troublesome. Not long after, Luin exhaled and looked at Xianxia with a strange expression. Xianxia asked nervously, "What's wrong?" "Seventh bro?" Luin looked away. "Prepare to set off. No one else will attack. Thank you for your support, brothers. I'll be updating at 2 p.m. My brothers have been watching Star Stepping, which is the greatest encouragement for Windswept. It's not easy to earn money in these special times, so there's no need for tips. Windswept will update. Thank you for your support, brothers." Given the strength that Luin had displayed, no one would take action unless they were a powerhouse who had crossed the bitter adversity. Even in the 9th heaven universe, where there were many cultivators and ancient civilizations, there weren't many powerhouses who had crossed the bitter adversity. It was impossible to run into them by coincidence, and the ones who had just taken action had all undergone spiritual cultivation. Ordinary experts who had reached the primordial realm or bitter adversity wouldn't be willing to risk it, and these people who had undergone spiritual cultivation were all in their true bodies. Xianxia nodded and called the carriage over. Luin told him to wait for a while before leaving on his own. He found the young man hiding on the other side of the street. This person was the primordial realm elder's follower, and the elder had taken action for him. The young man was scared stiff when he saw Luin. Luin shook his head. "Even if you have 10,000 scabs, it'll be useless. You'll never pass the test." With that, he casually pressed his hand into the hell of the general appointment platform, just like the primordial realm elder and the 4 sequence law experts. Pressing his hand into the hell of the general appointment platform was a good way to increase karma. However, in the 9 firmaments universe, Luin didn't dare to do so unless he was an enemy. Otherwise, the Azure Lotus ruler might not have let him go. This young man hadn't undergone spiritual cultivation, nor had he released his spirit seed. He was in his true body. Many cultivators of the 9 firmaments universe would go out in their true bodies unless they encountered danger. After all, a spirit seed couldn't completely replace a person, and it was sometimes impolite to meet others with a spirit seed. The other one was on the Lone Swan Island. It was too far away, so it did not bother them. Moreover, one of the captured cultivators of the Nine Firmaments universe had come from Lone Swan Island. There would always be a chance to find them in the future. The carriage left Misty Stair City and headed for the Sifang region. Along the way, Xianxia asked, "Seventh bro, you looked at me strangely in the ruins of the restaurant. Did something happen?" Luin leaned against the carriage and said casually, "It's nothing. I'm not the only one who threw the blame to the 5 palm gates." Xianxia was confused. "What do you mean? Do you know the White Jades? Spirit Alliance's White Jades?" Xianxia was surprised. Luin looked outside and saw a meteor streaking across the sky with a blue tail. "Tell me about it." Xianxia said, "The White Jade clan is one of the 13 clans of the Spirit Alliance. The Spirit Ancestor is made up of cultivators from other universes and spiritualized universes who were destroyed by the continent of the 9 clouds. They formed an alliance to protect themselves. The White Jade clan is one of them." "Seventh brother, was there someone from the White Jade clan who attacked you just now?" "That shouldn't be the case, right? The White Jade clan's people can recognize them at a glance. Their entire body is white jade." Luin tossed out the 2 cultivators from General Terrace Hell. "Where do you think they came from?" Xianxia looked at the 2 of them. He didn't know what the 2 of them had experienced, but they were in a daze. Xianxia grabbed the arm of one of them and exerted force. His expression changed. "Battle Clan, they are from the Battle Clan, one of the 13 clans of Spirit Alliance." Luin nodded. "That's right. They actually belonged to the White Jade clan, and the White Jade clan had them disguise themselves as members of the Battle Tribe to ambush me. My identity is that of one of the 5 Great Gates. You know what I mean." Xianxia was furious. "F***ck, these White Jade bastards are so despicable. They have a grudge against the Battle Clan, and they actually want to use the Great 5 Palm sect to attack me." "You're using them," Luin emphasized. Xianxia's words startled the 2, and they stared at Luin in disbelief. How did he know? They really were innocent. The Jade clan had sent someone to disguise themselves as a member of the Battle Clan to attack the Great 5 Palm sect. On the surface, it looked like they were trying to steal the Battle Clan's scabbard, but in reality, they were trying to expose the Battle Clan's strength. The Great 5 Palm sect was one of the top powers in the continent of the 9 clouds. Although the 3rd-generation master of the Great 5 Palm sect had been defeated, the Battle Clan still couldn't compare to them. The Great 5 Palm sect could be compared to the Spirit Alliance. In the eyes of many in the continent of the 9 clouds, the Spirit Alliance was nothing. The Great 5 Palm sect was different. Although they were lawless, they were ruthless and strong. Using the Great 5 Palm gates, he could completely destroy the War Clan. But how had their plan been discovered? They stared at Luin in disbelief. Luin looked at the 2 and smiled. "There's nothing you can hide from me." "What's the point?" Xianxia kicked the 2 of them. "You bastards, you actually dare to use the Great 5 Palm sect? Your White Jade clan is in big trouble. I'll tell Master right now, and he won't let you off so easily." Luin put the 2 cultivators away and looked at the furious Xianxia. "Are there any bases of the Spirit Alliance's 13 clans nearby?" Xianxia suppressed his anger and spoke to Luin even more respectfully. "Yes, the Jin clan." How had Luin found out that the White Jade clan was using the Great 5 Palm sect? Although Xianxia seemed crude, he was definitely not stupid. The White Jade clan was even more so. They had raised those 2 cultivators to look like the Battle Clan, so they must have paid a huge price. They had been seen through so easily, not because they were incompetent, but because this 7th brother was too powerful. Xianxia did not know how Luin had done it, but he knew that he had been seen through as well. This person had unfathomable abilities. The Jin clan? Are they powerful? The Jin clan is one of the 13 clans and has always stood aloof from worldly affairs. Whether they're powerful or not depends on who they're compared to. They naturally can't compare to the traditional powers of the Eternity Plane, but they're about the same as the White Jade clan. Then let's go to the Jin clan. Xianxia was puzzled. Tell them about this? Have them denounce the White Jade clan and the Spirit Alliance? Expose their hypocrisy? Luin looked at Xianxia like he was an idiot. You really think so? Isn't that so? Luin sighed and beamed at Xianxia. You really are the pride of the Great Five Palm sect. Xianxia felt like he had been scolded, but it also felt like he had not been scolded. The Jin clan's indifference comes from the alliance of the Spirit Alliance. Do you think that they're willing to expose this matter and cause internal instability in the Spirit Alliance? They'll either pretend that they don't know about this, or they'll inform the leaders of the 13 clans and have them find a way to reconcile with the Great Five Palm sect and make the White Jade clan pay a price. This price won't hurt them, but it should satisfy the Great Five Palm sect. After all, the Spirit Alliance wants stability, and they can offend anyone but the Great Five Palm sect, which is the most unstable factor in the Nina Firmament's universe. Xianxia felt like his own sect had been scolded as well. But they won't consider me. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold. They attacked me, not the Great Five Palm sect, so the price won't be so simple. Let's go to the Jin clan and cause some trouble for the White Jade clan first. Xianxia was curious. Seventh brother, what do you plan to do? Lu Yin's lips curled up. You'll see soon enough. The carriage turned around and headed for the Jin clan. The 13 clans of the Spirit Alliance were scattered all over the Nina Firmament's universe, mainly because they lived in different environments. Some needed to live in the ocean, some needed to live in magma, and some couldn't touch the ground. The Jin clan, on the other hand, lived in the mountains and forests of the earth. An arc-shaped transparent shield enveloped the Jin clan's forests. Is that a spirit treasure array? No. Luin looked at the Jin clan's forest in the distance. Xianxia said, the Jin clan can extract some kind of power from the forest and vegetation. When the Night Pillar attacked the Jin clan's universe, they couldn't take down their habitat. In the end, it was the Danlong's god of defense who took action. Lu Yin's heart skipped a beat. Is the Danlong's god of defense very strong? Xianxia nodded. Of course, the god of defense is very strong. But there are far more than 5 perfect coup adversity powerhouses in the Nina Firmament's universe. Xianxia wasn't surprised at all, even if it was common knowledge in the Nina Firmament's universe. There are several prerequisites to becoming a god of defense. It doesn't rely solely on battle strength. Of course, battle strength must be achieved. First, you must have been the Night Leader. It's best to lead the Night Pillar into battle and destroy strong enemies. Second, you must have a family at most, such as the Ru family. The previous Rushur god of defense came from the Ru family, not a clear power. Luin interrupted, the Jiuqi garden belongs to Yuya. That was after Yuya became the god of defense. Although everyone knew about it, no one brought it up. Luin understood. No wonder the Death Hill had destroyed the Jiuqi garden. It wasn't just because the Jiuqi garden had broken the rules and interfered in the affairs of the 3 universes, but also because the Jiuqi garden had completely revealed its relationship with Yuya. Tacit consent and disclosure were 2 completely different things. Furthermore, Yuya had been stripped of his position as the god of defense. Even if he had tacitly agreed, he would have been punished later. But here was the problem. The sleeping geniuses of the Junior Defense Pavilion were said to have a chance to compete for the position of God of Defense. But whether it was Luo Ning or Qian Shu, they were all tied down by power. How could they do it? The God of Defense can have disciples, or even a large number of them, but they can't have a clear power. Right, there's another exception, Yusang Tian of the spiritualized universe. He's the God of Defense, and he's in charge of the entire spiritualized universe. After a pause, Xianxia continued, third, and most important, there's the possibility of stepping into the eternal life realm. Lu Yin's brows rose. The possibility of stepping into the eternal life realm? Xianxia's expression grew solemn. I heard it from Master. Although the God of Defense is at the peak of bitter adversity, there are actually quite a few of them in the 9th heaven universe. Even if you don't count the cultivators, each power has at least one. If these people all compete for the position of God of Defense, the 9th heaven universe will be in chaos. This condition prevents most people from doing so. Because most bitter adversity cultivators can't step into the eternal life realm. Luin didn't understand. If they're at the peak of bitter adversity, how can they be sure of stepping into the eternal life realm? Xianxia smiled bitterly. That's a matter of that level. Perhaps the god of defense saw through something. There's a saying in the ninth heaven universe. Visualize the 5 skandhas as emptiness, dissolving all bitterness. Master said this before. Many bitter adversity cultivators have said it before, but it's impossible to understand without reaching that level. Luin muttered to himself, visualize the 5 skandhas as emptiness, dissolving all bitterness? He fell into deep thought. Thank you, Brother Xianxia, for your tip. I'll add more chapters. Thank you. Thank you, brothers, for your support. This is a special period. I hope everyone can live well. If there are any chapters, even if you don't tip me, I'll definitely add more. Thank you, brothers, for your support. Recently, my head has been a little dizzy, and I don't know what's wrong. I'll go down to the hospital to check. I hope nothing's wrong. Xianxia didn't disturb him. In his opinion, Luin might be close to that level as well. Can Danhong reach immortality as well? Luin asked. Xianxia didn't understand. She should be able to become a god of defense. Luin looked at the Jin clan's forest. Yu had said that Danhong couldn't reach immortality, which went against Xianxia's common sense. There were still many things that needed to be seen clearly in this universe. And now, boom! There was a huge explosion as a palm fell from the sky and slammed into the Jin clan's forest, shattering the barrier. Inside the carriage, Xianxia's mouth was wide open as he stared blankly. The middle-aged man driving the carriage was stunned as well. Although the Jin clan was only one of the 13 clans of the Spirit Alliance, it wasn't something that ordinary people could deal with. That barrier, in particular, was something that even a bitter adversity powerhouse would find difficult to break. Was this a joke? Let's go, Luin said. The middle-aged man didn't dare to delay and hurriedly turned around to head for the Sealand region. At this moment, the Jin clan's cultivators were fleeing in panic. Their ears were long and slender, and they carried bows and arrows on their backs. They walked through the forest as if it were flat ground. Ordinary cultivators could travel through the void, but they seemed to be shuttling through the forest. What's going on? Elder, it's the Great 5 Palms. The Great 5 Palms are attacking us? Why are they attacking us? Our Jin clan has always stood aloof from worldly affairs. Where's the enemy? Where did they go? They didn't seem to be here, but they broke through our defenses. Who? Far away, the carriage had already disappeared. Inside the carriage, Luin met Xianxia's dazed gaze and said, "See, this is simple. The White Jade clan wants me to vent my anger on the War clan, so I'll drag the Jin clan down with me. Let them investigate. No matter what they think, this matter will eventually lead back to the White Jade clan." Xianxia was stunned. But you used the Great 5 Palms. Yes, I didn't. How would the Jin clan know that I did it? The carriage must have been seen as well, and they'll definitely investigate the White Jade clan. Just to drag the Jin clan down and make the Great 5 Palms the scapegoat? Don't mind it. It's just a small matter. It's nothing much. That's all? Although the Great 5 Palms sect was not afraid of the Spirit Alliance, there was no need to make enemies everywhere. They already had a lot of enemies. The Spirit Alliance had never been in the eyes of the Great 5 Palms sect, so they did not plan to make things difficult for them. But now, this person's way of thinking was very strange. No, I must run away when I reach the Sealand region. I can't be involved with him anymore. Moreover, I must inform my master. With such a person constantly shifting the blame, I don't know what will happen to the 5 great sects in the future. And how did this person know the Great 5 Palms technique? Several days later, outside the Jin clan, some people arrived. They looked at each other and saw the astonishment in each other's eyes. How could this be? Why did the Big 5 Palm sect attack the Jin clan? I don't know either. Even if they didn't cause trouble for the War clan, what does this have to do with the Jin clan? The Jin clan was attacked, so they will definitely investigate clearly. What happened in Misty Stair City cannot be hidden at all. When the time comes, it is very likely that they will find out about us. It will be troublesome. I just can't figure out why the people of the Great 5 Palaces would want to attack the Jin clan. Even if they could see that our people were disguised as war clansmen, this has nothing to do with the Jin clan. It's not their style of doing things. The news from within the clan has dissipated. Let's go back quickly. The Jin clan is questioning the war clan, and this matter will soon be traced back to us. I also find it strange that we deliberately chose these impulsive lunatics from the Great Five Palm sect. They should have attacked the war clan without asking for any reason, but instead of causing trouble for the war clan, they attacked the Jin clan. Let's go back first. No matter what, the incident in Misty Stair City must not be exposed. How unlucky, this Great Five Palm sect is different from the rumors. It took exactly 1 month for the beast carriage to arrive at the Four Overs region after setting off from the lake below the waterfall. Seeing the sword intent soaring into the sky in the distance, Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief. Seventh bro, we've arrived at the Four Overs region. Luin stepped out of the carriage and looked into the distance. The Four Overs region was a vast expanse of land that had been divided into 4 parts by sword intent. 4 completely different sword intents soared into the sky, seemingly piercing through the heavens as they headed towards the canopy of the mother tree. Compared to the low-key Jin clan, the Four Overs region was much more high-profile. Along the way, their beast carriage passed through many mountains and rivers. Not a single city or clan dared to block their path. The Four Overs region was the only one that dared to block their path. There were very few forces in the universe, but any force that could be called a force was extremely strong. The Four Overs region was one of them. In Xianxia's words, the Four Overs region was the same without the Four Over Sword Head. It was similar to 9-Foot Garden, but it was different after the Four Over Sword Head was decided. It was enough to suppress a force like 9-Foot Garden. Although the sword was a gentleman's weapon, it was also a weapon of slaughter. From time to time, people would enter the Four Overs region, and among them, there was no lack of experts with noble auras and unfathomable strength. Seventh brother, we have arrived at the Four Overs region. This land is divided into 4 parts, and the sword gate is located in the center of each part. I won't be going, I still have something to do. Xianxia said. Luin glanced at him, you want to avoid me? Xianxia smiled awkwardly, of course not, I really have something to do. A junior brother in the sect is in trouble, and Master asked me to solve it. Luin nodded, alright, I won't force you. Since you are bringing me along, take it. He threw a wireless goo to Xianxia. Xianxia was puzzled. Luin taught him how to use it, you can ask me for help in the future, but I might not necessarily help you. Xianxia was surprised and solemnly put away the wireless goo before bowing to Luin, thank you, seventh brother. There were too many ruthless people in the cultivation world. He could tell that Luin did not belong to the Nine Heavens universe, so it would not be strange if Luin killed him. But not only did Luin not do anything, he even made a promise. Xianxia had been prepared to risk his life and had even left a backup plan to inform the 5 great sects, but now it seemed that it would not be necessary. But what about those pots? Luin left. In the past, he would not have given the wireless goo to Xianxia. It was just a trip, and even if it caused trouble for the 5 great sects, it would not be a big problem. But ever since he came into contact with Blue Lotus Emperor, his mentality had changed. Blue Lotus Emperor was all about fate. He also wanted to pay attention to fate. Although he did not know what it was used for, he would do it first. This was like an exam. He knew the answer to a question in advance, and even if he did not see the question, he would be able to memorize it. The moment he stepped into the Four Overs region, he could feel a faint sword intent on his skin. The stronger the person, the clearer the feeling. This reminded Luin of the sword sect. The first time he had gone there, he had felt a similar feeling. Under the ground, sword chi sword, as if he was walking on a mountain of swords. Luin looked at the sky. The 4 sword intents were not weak, but they were not strong either. He could destroy them with a flip of his hand. He was looking forward to what would happen when the 4 combined to form the 4 over sword head. What he needed to do now was to meet up with the 7 fairies who had given him the conditions. She was the daughter of the Donglin sword sect's leader, Lu Xiu. Luin walked step by step towards the Donglin sword sect. At the same time, within the sect, a girl was holding her chin and looking at the sky in a daze. Her eyes were bright and lively, and half of her face was covered by a purple veil. No one knew what she was thinking. The Donglin sword sect was very busy. Even though the current headmaster of the Donglin sword sect was the weakest and had no hope of becoming the head of the Four Lin sword sect, there were many more people visiting the Donglin sword sect than the strongest Bei Lin sword sect, all because of Lu Xiyu. Lu Xiyu had long since reached the age of marriage, and countless people had their eyes on her. Her appearance and family background were just one of the reasons. She was also a registered disciple of Uptala Emperor, which was an extremely noble status in the continent of the Nine Firmaments. Even the leader of the Bei Lin sword sect had to be polite to the leader of the Donglin sword sect. Even if they didn't care about Uptala Emperor's face, the seven fairies each had a strong background. Their alliance was enough to shake the entire continent of the Nine Firmaments. Everyone said that the leader of the Donglin sword sect's sword technique was bad, but his daughter was amazing. However, the leader of the Donglin sword sect didn't feel ashamed. On the contrary, he was very proud. Yes, if you have the ability, you can have such a good daughter too. His daughter's appearance was peerless, her personality was lively, her luck was profound, her heart was kind, and so on. Countless words of praise could not describe her. The leader of the Bei Lin sword sect had the highest chance of becoming the four-over-sword head, while the leader of the Donglin sword sect had the highest chance of becoming his father-in-law. Ha 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 ha, baby girl, let's see what your father got. In the courtyard, Lu Xiyu rolled her eyes. She looked helpless. A middle-aged man walked into the courtyard, holding a birdcage in his left hand. His right hand was twinkling under the sunlight. He looked at the ring on his finger and laughed. This belongs to the talented girl, Yunyi. Back then, Yunyi and... Bang! The door closed. The middle-aged man put down his hand and walked out of the room. He was concerned. Baby girl, what's wrong? Who made you angry? Tell me, I'll help you. Old Lu, don't be so shameless. Don't you know why people gave you gifts? Lu Xiyu's voice came out of the room. The middle-aged man smiled proudly. Of course I know. It's because of you, baby girl. They all want to marry you. Tui. Is it that simple? Baby girl, don't worry. If you don't like them, I'll drive them away. Of course, if my baby girl likes them, I'll take them away. Ha 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 ha. Lu Xiyu leaned against the window. She was speechless. The middle-aged man walked to the window and looked at Lu Xiyu. He smiled happily. You're not angry anymore? Come, look at this ring. It's... Lu Xiyu blinked her beautiful eyes and looked at the middle-aged man. Old Lu, father, leader of the Donglin sword sect, Lu Xizhan. The middle-aged man's face changed. Serious? Alright, tell me, I'm listening. How long until the four-over-sword head competition? 7 days. Are you confident? Not at all. Then why are you still here? Lu Xiyu looked at the ring on the middle-aged man's finger and then at the birdcage. Even Xiaoxiao looks down on you. Xiaoxiao was the name of the bird. Brothers, thank you for your support. Thank you. The middle-aged man sighed. He leaned on the wall and said, My dear daughter, you know that I don't have much ambition. How many times did your grandfather beat me up when he was still alive? It's too boring to fight for everything in life. We were born in this world to enjoy life. Yes, those people look down on me, but so what? I have you, ha 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 ha, who can compare to you? Lu Xiyu sighed deeply. She looked at the sky and murmured, but I want to have a hero as my father. The middle-aged man patted Lu Xiyu's head and said, Silly girl, sometimes you treat me like an outsider. You and I are father and daughter. Even if your wish is not fulfilled, isn't it the same as fulfilling my wish? Father, what is your wish? Lu Xiyu was curious. She had never heard of such a thing before. The middle-aged man's face was solemn. He said, My wish is to have a daughter who brings wealth and treasures. With that said, he ran away under Lu Xiyu's stunned gaze. Lu Xiyu was furious. She said, You are too much, old Lu. Ha 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 ha. As the laughter faded away, Lu Xiyu shook her head. She couldn't help but laugh again. The maidservants came in. They were all smiling. My lady, your master is really like a naughty child. But this is good. Look at the headmaster of the Shilin Swords Gate, Lu Bai. He is always gloomy. his daughter is miserable, how many times has she smiled? Yes, yes, yes. Another maidservant said, the son of the headmaster of the Shilin Swords Gate is always drinking to drown his sorrows. I heard that he is scolded every day. Your master has never forced you, my lady, he even said that the marriage is up to you. This is a promise made when you were born, it is not because you are the disciple of the Azure Lotus Lord. Lu Xiyu was speechless, she held her chin again and said, I know my father is a good man, but I am the only girl in my generation in the Donglin Swords Gate. I am not good with swords, I am afraid that one day, the Donglin Swords Gate will cease to exist, I am sorry for my father. Then let him have another child. Lu Xiyu shook her head, I have told my father that I want a younger brother, but my father. Suddenly, her face changed, who is it? The two maidservants hurriedly shielded Lu Xiyu behind them and looked around vigilantly. Soon, their gazes locked onto a corner of the courtyard. There was someone there. Lu Xiyu looked over and heaved a sigh of relief. So it's you. I thought you wouldn't dare to come. The person who had appeared was naturally Luin. He had entered the Fourth Overlook region and quickly found the location of the Donglin Sword sect, as well as Lu Xiyu. How did you get here without anyone noticing? Lu Xiyu asked, sizing him up. Although the Donglin Sword sect could not compare to the other three sects, there was no lack of experts in there. Even primordial realm experts could not avoid everyone. This was the safest place in the Donglin Sword sect. Even sect master Lu Xijan's residence was not as safe as this. Luin looked around, is there anything difficult? Miss, who is he? The maid asked. Lu Xiyu waved her hand and said, you can leave now. He won't hurt me. But. It's fine, don't worry. The two maids looked at each other. The wariness in their eyes disappeared and was replaced with curiosity and some sort of guess. Could it be that this person belonged to the young miss? No, he had to tell Master immediately. Master was very concerned. The maids left the courtyard. Lu Xiyu's attitude changed, and her tone became cold and mocking. Little thief, I was right about you. You can even break into the Donglin Sword sect so easily. You must have some ability to enter the karmic sea back then. And you said you didn't peek? Luin pursed his lips, since I agreed to fulfill your conditions, I'll let this matter rest. I don't care if you tell others, but it'll damage the reputation of the seven fairies. Lu Xiyu snorted and stared at Luin. Let me ask you, who did you touch that day? This question was awkward, and it reminded Luin of what he had felt at that time. I don't know. That scream sounded like third sisters, Lu Xiyu said, and then smiled mischievously. How did it feel? Was it slippery? Alright, let's not talk about that. I'm here to help the Donglin Sword sect become the head of the Four Overlook Sword sect. That person was your father? No wonder you brought up such a condition. It really is difficult, Luin said. Lu Xiyu sighed helplessly at the mention of this. Her face was full of melancholy. Luin was confused. Is becoming the head of the Four Overlook Sword sect that important to you? Lu Xiyu rolled her eyes. Are you scared? Just tell me if you can't do it, but I've never put my hopes on you. It's actually very simple to make your father the head of the Four Overlook Sword sect. Lu Xiyu was surprised. Simple? Luin nodded. Lu Xiyu was disdainful. Do you know the strength of the other three sect leaders? I don't need to know. Luin said calmly, and he looked outside the courtyard. Cripple their legs, and they won't be able to compete with your father. Lu Xiyu blinked and looked at Luin blankly. Do you know what you're talking about? Word for word. Do you know the strength of the other three sect leaders? It doesn't matter. You. Lu Xiyu choked for a moment. Lu Yin's attitude was too arrogant, to the point that he thought he had become the god of defense. Luin was arrogant, but he had the right to be arrogant. He was no match for those in the Eternal Realm, but he could crush those in the Eternal Realm. Yuya and Yusang Tian were no match for him, let alone these cultivators who couldn't even compare to Yusang Tian. At most, they would only be at the Crossing Ku-air level. They would never reach the great circle of the Crossing Ku-air level, because only when the sword wills of the Four Advent domain combined could a great circle of the Four Advent sword head be created. Luin looked at Lu Xiyu seriously. What do you think of this method? If you agree, I'll cripple their legs. Lucy Yu bared her teeth and wanted to take off her shoe and smash it on his face. Go ahead if you can. It's better if you die, then the other sisters won't have to worry about you. Okay. Luin left. He was serious. There was no need to cripple their legs, just leave some internal injuries. Otherwise, he didn't know how to help Lu Xizhan. He could tell at a glance that this person did not have any ambitions. An open-minded person like him could not be persuaded with words. This was the fastest way he could think of. Lucy Yu never thought that Luin could do it. She only thought that he was arrogant because he had the ability to sneak into the sea of karma. He thought that the world was his because he was recognized by her master. When he suffered losses, he would know that the Four Overlook Sword sect was not to be trifled with. What a pity, she still had some hope. Her master had misjudged him this time. At this moment, Lu Xizhan suddenly barged in. He stared at the corner of the room, and when there was no one around, he quickly scanned the surroundings and his eyes widened. Looking at Lu Xizhan's behavior, Lucy Yu was speechless. Old Lu, what are you doing? Lu Xizhan was puzzled. Where is he? Is your date over so soon? You, what are you talking about? Lucy Yu was furious. Lu Xizhan smiled and asked curiously, little girl, where is that brat? Don't hide it from me, I'm not against your relationship. Don't worry, no matter who that brat is, I will accept him. He's gone. Gone? How rude, he didn't even bring a gift for his father-in-law. Fine, just you wait, I'll make him suffer. Lucy Yu covered her forehead. She did not want to explain, but she knew that if she did not do so, this old man would keep an eye on her, and this matter would not end until years later. I don't have that kind of relationship with him, he was sent by my master to complete the test. She told him about the conditions of the 7 fairies. As long as he passed the test, he would be able to become Qinglian Yu's disciple. Of course, she did not mention anything about the lotus pond, or she was sure that this old man would keep an eye on Luin. Not long after, Lu Xizhan left the courtyard with a serious expression. To be recognized by Qinglian Yu and be able to freely enter the Donglin Sword Gate, this person was definitely not weak. He must have the strength of a crossing bitter disaster level, and he must have cultivated it himself. Otherwise, how could a person who trained in spirit be recognized by Qinglian Yu? Such a person, how talented must he be to be able to achieve this? Even so, he still had to go through the test of the 7 fairies. It seemed like he was not just an entry-level disciple, he must be a true disciple. He shook his head. This girl was too stupid, she did not even know how to show mercy. It was impossible for him to become the head swordsman of the Xilin Sword Gate. Since Qinglian Yu proposed the test, he must be satisfied with this brat, but it was ruined by this girl. He did not know what would happen in the future. Not only would she make Qinglian Yu unhappy, but she would also offend this person. It would not be peaceful in the future. Forget it, it had already happened, there was no point in thinking about it. He did not tell his daughter about these things, he hoped that she would live a peaceful and happy life. As a father, he had to bear some responsibilities. He did not know what price the Donglin Sword Gate had to pay for this person to not bear a grudge. Just thinking about it gave him a headache. At this time, Luin had already left the Donglin Sword Gate and gone to the strongest Beilin Sword Gate. Beilin Sword Gate was the strongest of the 4 sword gates, and it was impossible for the Donglin Sword Gate to win unless Cultivation was dealt with. The Xilin Sword Gate was bustling with activity. There were only 7 days left until the competition for the head swordsman of the Xilin Sword Gate. Countless cultivators came from all directions, and various powers sent congratulatory gifts as they waited for the head swordsman of the Xilin Sword Gate to be born. With the head swordsman of the Xilin Sword Gate, the Xilin Sword Gate could not be compared to an ordinary power. In the ninefold universe, any power that could be called a power was not simple, and with the Xilin Sword Gate, it was a peak power that was not inferior to any other. The next day, Luin arrived at the Beilin Sword Gate's territory and heard countless legends about Cultivation. Cultivation was a powerhouse who had survived the bitter adversity, and his meteor sword was unparalleled in the ninefold universe. He was also the face of the Xilin Sword Gate, and even without the head swordsman, his existence was enough to ensure that the Xilin Sword Gate would not be underestimated. Luin walked step by step towards the Beilin Sword Gate, his gaze always fixed on the sword above the gate. It was full of spirit. Meteor Sword Gate? No, there was a second move. He could feel that this was Lu Feichen's true killing move. Legend has it that Lu Feichen's sword will was comprehended from the seventh night pillar. It's not a legend. Many sword cultivators have gone to the seventh night pillar. It is the holy land of the sword dynasty, and every generation of the Si Lin sword gate has left their sword techniques there. After all, the first ancestor of the Si Lin sword gate came down from the seventh night pillar, and the four sword gate masters have all gone there to comprehend. The most famous one is the fifth night pillar, Swordmaster Taizong, who comprehended his sword will there. I've been there too, but I didn't feel anything. Most people can't comprehend it, or they would be famous in the ninefold universe. I heard that the fourth peak lord of the Death Hill also. Lu Yin's ears were filled with hustle and bustle as he approached the north face sword gate. When the sky turned completely dark, his figure disappeared. Compared to the liveliness of Donglin sword gate, Bailin sword gate also had visitors, but none of them had seen Lu Feichen. The competition for the head of the swords was imminent, and Lu Feichen hadn't appeared for half a year. The entire Bailin sword gate was filled with a somber atmosphere, and some of the youths were suppressing their excitement. Soon, there were only 7 days left before the Bailin sword gate would rule the Bailin sword gate. The head of the swords would be born in Bailin sword gate, and for the next few generations, the Bailin sword gate would lead the Bailin sword gate. In a valley in Bailin sword gate, someone sat cross-legged on a boulder with a sword across his legs. It was covered in dust, and the water beneath the boulder was clear. From time to time, a bird would fly down, treating the person as a boulder. Suddenly, the person opened his eyes, and dust fell from his eyelids, turning the world gray. Lu Yin pointed a finger at him, and it seemed to travel through time and space. The person was shocked. He hadn't noticed Lu Yin until he was so close. There was a clang as the sword stabbed out, and the sky was filled with falling stars. Lu Yin saw a flash of starlight, and as far as his eyes could see, the star had already left, and the tip had returned. So this was the flying star's attack. Bang! There was a soft sound as the tip of the sword broke, and Lu Yin brushed past the person. He then took a step forward and disappeared. The person stared blankly in front of him, and the broken sword beneath his feet swayed slowly. One move, just one move, and his flying star had been broken. At that moment, the bird landed on the person's head again, as if it still didn't know that this person was a person, and still treated him as a boulder. Both his and Lu Yin's aura hadn't changed, and everything in the world was fixed. In the bird's eyes, Lu Yin was just a walking boulder. It wasn't until the person fell to one knee that the bird was startled and flew away. The sword left his hand and fell to the ground. The person looked at his right leg, unable to straighten it. That person had injured his leg, but not completely broken it. There was still his arm. He looked up at his elbow. In an instant, his flying star had been broken, and he'd been injured at the same time. Who was that person? He thought of all the people in the ninth heaven universe, but he couldn't match them. He hadn't offended anyone. The Bailin sword gate had always been low-key. Who was it? Even though the cultivators of the continent of the 9 clouds had a second life, it was just a second life. It wasn't about cultivation or recovery. Unless one did not care about the spirit seed and accepted spiritual cultivation, the spirit seed would also cause severe damage to the body. Once the spirit seed was destroyed, the body would become an ordinary person. It could either accept spiritual cultivation or be content with being an ordinary person. There was no way Lu Feichen would accept spiritual cultivation just because of a minor injury. Lu Yin walked out of the Northline sword gate and looked back, his eyes filled with amazement. This flying star was rather swift and fierce, but it was still unable to resist against him. It was broken apart by a single finger of his. At the same time, his arm and leg were injured, and this person still had a second move that he did not have time to use. Lu Yin was curious about the power of the second move, but that was it. No matter how powerful it was, could it surpass the triple firmament sword will? This was an eternal life realm combat skill. He had left hidden injuries on Lu Xizhan's legs and arms, preventing him from fully utilizing his sword will. As long as Lu Xizhan wasn't too weak, there was still hope for him to win. Next, the Western Lin sword sect. At the same time, the Donglin sword gate welcomed an important guest. Donglin sword gate. At the gate, Lu Xijian looked at the young man in front of him in surprise. Little brother, you are too straightforward. My Siyu has reached the marriageable age. Every year, there would be so many people coming to propose marriage, but they would all be elders or relatives. No one has ever come to me personally like you, and even gave me such a valuable gift. The young man bowed respectfully. I don't like to entrust others to do things. I want to be in charge of my own life. Since it is my own wife, I naturally have to propose marriage myself. Lu Xijian smiled. Your courage is commendable, and you are very confident. But you still made a mistake. What mistake? The young man was puzzled. Lu Xijian said, Siyu is the same as you. She wants to be in charge of her own life. You proposed marriage to me, wrong. You should propose marriage to Siyu directly. If Siyu agrees, then she agrees. I can't stop her. If Siyu disagrees, then she disagrees. I can't force her. The young man looked at Lu Xijian. His eyes were filled with surprise and admiration. I thought that my way of doing things was beyond common sense, but I didn't expect that Senior's way of doing things was even more so. Lu Xijian didn't care. I am not afraid of what others say. My daughter's life is in her own hands. That's right, I can't do anything about it. It doesn't matter. Whoever wants to scold me can do it, as long as they don't do it in front of me. I am impressed. If that's the case, then I have indeed made a mistake. The young man bowed again, and at the same time, handed over a gift. This is my apology. It has nothing to do with the marriage proposal. Whether I can marry Siyu or not, I will look for her myself. Lu Xijian praised. There aren't many young people as polite as you nowadays. Oh yes, what's your name again? He loved reading books. The young man said, Little nephew, Huang Ding. Lu Xijian remembered, yes, Huang Ding. You are the disciple of the Taitsong swordmaster. All right, you may leave. Huang Ding bowed again, and slowly left. After Huang Ding left, Lu Xijian opened the box. When he saw what was inside, his expression changed, and he went to look for Lu Xiyu. Lu Xiyu was also shocked when she saw what was inside the box, the minor circle sword fusion manual. This is the sword technique that the Taitsong swordmaster used to dominate the 9 heavens before he comprehended the sword will of the 7th night pillar. Countless people can't even get their hands on it, and he gave it to you just like that. Lu Xijian praised. That kid was very polite. He said that it was an apology. Lu Xiyu rolled her eyes. Hypocrite. Don't say that. It's just his way of doing things. But to be so generous is a little wasteful. Little girl, what do you think? Ignore him. Old Lu, go and learn it. If you learn the minor circle sword fusion manual, you may be able to compete for the position of the swordmaster of the four-lin sword. Lu Xiyu looked expectant. Lu Xijian shook his head and closed the box. Impossible. The Taitsong swordmaster is powerful, but not to the point of being the #1 swordsman of the 9 heavens. Just based on the minor circle sword fusion manual that he can give away, he has no right to make me the swordmaster of the four-lin sword. He underestimated Lu Feichen and the others. The Taitsong sword fusion manual is more likely. How will you know if you don't try? You are not facing the swordmaster of the four-lin sword. Do you know how powerful Lu Feichen is? I couldn't even see a flying star strike. And the Slayer's wall. That defense is amazing. And the Slayer's view. Although it is only one move, it is a move that even Lu Feichen has to be careful of. The Taitsong swordmaster sent his disciple not only to propose marriage, but also to see through the sword will of the four-lin sword. He is also afraid that the swordmaster of the four-lin sword will surpass him. Once I learn the minor circle sword fusion manual, even if I am surpassed by the swordmaster of the four-lin sword, no one will be able to belittle him. They will even praise him for his generosity. Little girl, you must always be on your guard. Lu Xiyu was surprised. She looked at Lu Xijian. I can't tell, old Lu. You are quite smart to be able to see through this. Lu Xijian was proud, of course. Although my sword will is not good, my ability to see through people is not bad. You are right, that kid is a hypocrite. He did not give this manual with good intentions. He knew that I was the only one who could learn it. He did not even have the chance to meet the leaders of the other 3 sections. He could only do this through me. Then give it back to him and smash it on his face. Lu Xiyu was angry. Lu Xizhan laughed, no need, keep it. When Lu Feichen becomes the swordmaster of the Four-Lin sword, he will be able to see through the weaknesses of the minor circle sword fusion manual and deduce the weakness of the Taitsung swordmaster. If he wants to scheme against us, we can scheme against him too. Treacherous. Don't say that. I am your father. Treacherous father. At this time, the servant reported, Master, someone came to visit again. Who? He said he was here to deliver the sword will. He left after delivering it and did not leave his name. Lu Xizhan and Lu Xiyu looked at each other. Something like this happened again? Why did he not leave his name? Both of them quickly saw the sword will that was delivered. This is the first one. I know, it is my sister's. These are all good things. You must thank your sisters on my behalf. It is a pity that I cannot become the swordmaster of the Four-Lin sword with this. I have disappointed them. Lu Xiyu smiled sweetly, they don't mind. They just want to help me, but they are afraid that I will not accept it. Alright, father, take it. Maybe it will be useful. This, alright. Sigh, I have received too many gifts. This is the first time I feel so embarrassed. Oh right, where did that Luin guy go? I can't find him anywhere. Lu Xiyu said with disdain, there is no need to look for him. He said that he would cripple the other three swordmasters. He is just bluffing. Lu Xizhan. It was widely rumored that the swordmaster of the North Lin sword sect, Lu Feichen, was the strongest of the four Lin sword sects. He was also the most likely to become the swordmaster of the four Lin sword sects. This was not only the opinion of the outside world, but also the fact that everyone in the four Lin sword sect acknowledged. However, in order to become the head swordsman of the Four Lin, one not only had to have a strong sword will, but also had to rely on luck. There had once been a head swordsman of the Four Lin who had relied on luck to become the head swordsman of the Four Lin. In that battle, he had focused on defense with his sword will and watched the other three fight to the death. In the end, he was the only one who benefited. Therefore, the swordmaster of the West Lin sword sect had a motto, don't rush, be thick-skinned and never break your sword. The swordmaster of the Four Lin sword sect focused on defense since ancient times. Generations of disciples specialized in defense techniques. In the current generation, the swordmaster of the Four Lin sword sect's defensive capabilities had far surpassed the previous swordmaster of the Four Lin sword sect. Of course, the swordmasters of the other three sects had also improved. The swordmaster of the West Lin sword sect had a labyrinth made of strange metals that were extremely hard. The swordmaster, Lu Bai, was walking in the labyrinth. It had been half a year and he had not left the labyrinth. Here, he was surrounded by barriers. Just like how his sword will made his enemies feel, if he could trap the other three with the barriers, he would win. He slowly walked through the labyrinth, completely immersing himself in it. If he could gain an epiphany, he would be even more confident. Lu Yin appeared outside the labyrinth and avoided everyone from the swordmaster of the West Lin sword sect. He looked forward in astonishment, as this was the first time he had seen such a cultivation method. The next moment, his consciousness spread out and covered the entire labyrinth. Lu Bai's expression suddenly changed, who's there? A finger descended in front of him. Lu Bai's pupils shrank, but he had no time to think. His sword struck out like a mountain, and in an instant, layers of barriers appeared around him. It was as if a wall had appeared between heaven and earth, separating him from his surroundings. The void rumbled as it became heavy, and no one could break through his ultimate defense. Crack! Lu Bai was stunned as he watched his wall crack open. The crack then spread to the tip of the sword, and it shattered along the tip of the sword. When he looked again, there was nothing left. Where was the person? Where was that finger? However, the sword shattered and fell to the ground with a soft thud. The surrounding barriers were torn apart by the force, and they slowly collapsed as the wind blew past. Lu Bai stood there in a daze. One finger, just one finger. At that moment, he felt a sharp pain in his knee. He couldn't take it anymore and knelt down on one knee. He touched his knee and found that it was an internal injury. It wasn't serious, but it wouldn't heal in a few days. Who was it? Outside the 4 Lin Sword gates, Lu Ying took a step forward and headed towards the southern Lin Sword gate. Lu Bai's defensive sword intent was decent, but it was useless against Lu Yin's finger. Even the 4 Lin Sword gates might not be able to withstand it, let alone Lu Bai. This finger could become a nightmare for anyone below the Eternal Realm. After some time, Lu Ying arrived at the southern Lin Sword gate, and what he saw surprised him. He went to the eastern, northern, and western sword gates, and saw sword intent soaring into the sky. This southern Lin Sword gate, however, was completely different. There was a bamboo forest and flowing water, and scholars chatted with each other while admiring the famous paintings hanging in the forest. This place didn't seem like the southern Lin Sword gate, but more like an academy, no, an art academy. He saw quite a few people painting. The outside world's impression of Lu Jing of the southern Lin Sword gate was that he used famous paintings to prove his heart. Lu Ying didn't understand what that meant at first, but now he understood that it was literal. He used these famous paintings as the source of his sword intent. Every painting contained the painstaking efforts of the painter, and they had been passed down for a long time. Countless people had seen them, and the emotions of those who saw the paintings seemed to have settled down over time and flowed into the paintings. Every painting had a different state of mind, and every painting depicted different landscapes, birds, and beasts. Many of the paintings even depicted cultivators battling each other. These paintings helped Lu Jing achieve his goal. He became the first person in the history of the 4 Lin Swords gate to comprehend the sword through paintings. The biggest difference between the Nan Lin Sword sect and the other 3 sects was that there were no restrictions on entry. Anyone could enter, even ordinary people. Lu Ying entered the bamboo forest and passed by many famous ancient paintings. Around him, scholars and literati chatted happily, but there was only one person in his eyes. That person seemed to have been waiting for him. At the end of the bamboo forest, under the flowing water, a pair of eyes had been watching Lu Ying the moment he arrived outside the Nanlin Sword Gate. "Were you waiting for me?" he asked, looking down at the bottom of the lake. "Were you waiting for me? Both Lu Bai and Lu Feichen were injured by you. Who are you?" Lu Ying was surprised. "How did this get out?" "The labyrinth where the butchering wall is located is connected to the entire West Lin Sword Gate. When the labyrinth is destroyed, the outside world will naturally know." Lu Ying understood. He hadn't expected things to turn out this way. Lu Bai is a very cautious person, even in the Western Lin Sword sect, he is very cautious. This is the characteristic of every generation of the Western Lin Sword sect. Besides, Lu Bai doesn't care about his reputation, he directly contacted Lu Feichen. Coincidentally, Lu Feichen was also injured. "You are Lu Jing?" Lu Ying asked. "That's right. Jian." "Yes, I know. The 4 Lin Swords Gate has always been a place I wanted to challenge. Unfortunately, you have disappointed me. Will you go to the Donglin Sword Gate?" "You suspect that I was sent by the Donglin Sword Gate?" "That's possible. I have been to the Donglin Sword Gate, but I didn't make a move. Lu Xizhan is too weak. I can't refute that, but I believe in my guess. Did you come because of Lu Xiyu's invitation? Are you here because of the 7 fairies? Or because of the Azure Lotus Emperor? Since you knew that I was coming and didn't set up an ambush, I will give you my respect and show you the truth." Lu Ying raised his hand and pointed. In an instant, the void revolved and closed as a sharp light flashed. At the bottom of the lake, Lu Jing attacked at the same time. Eternal painting. The lake rippled and a drop of water fell, making a soft sound. It rained above the bamboo forest, and the scholars hurriedly put away their paintings. At the bottom of the lake, Lu Jing released the hilt of his sword. There was a hole in the blade from the attack just now. He had been defeated, and very badly, by the sword's will. The eternal painting was used to prove one's heart. Looking at the world and the sea, one could comprehend the killing sword. He had only used one move, and it was known as the strongest killing sword in the 4 Lin Swords Gate. It couldn't kill Lu Feichen, so he wasn't Lu Feichen's opponent. However, it could severely injure Lu Feichen. Just now, he had been defeated by the same killing sword. Lu Ying felt a sharp pain in his knee. As expected, this person specialized in knee injuries. Fortunately, the injury wasn't serious. At this moment, he had seen the truth. This person was definitely not a helper hired by Lu Xijian or Lu Xiyu. Just like what he said, he wanted to challenge the swords of the Xilin domain. Because of this, a swordsman would definitely be obsessed with swordsmanship. He was not someone that Lu Xiyu could hire, and it was even more impossible for the Azure Lotus Protector to help the Donglin Sword Gate cheat. Lu Feichen didn't know whether to rejoice or be discouraged. Lu Feichen, Lu Bai, and himself had all been injured by this person. Only Lu Xijian wasn't worthy of this person's attack, so naturally, Lu Xijian wasn't injured at all. But who was this person? The Four Lin Swords Gate wasn't weak, and there were people from all over the Nine Firmaments universe, but he had never heard of such a sword expert. Lu Yin disappeared outside the Nanlin Swords Gate. He hadn't expected an accident, but it didn't matter. Defeating Lu Jing with one move was enough to erase their suspicions about the Donglin Swords Gate. He only hoped that Lu Xijian would be able to fight well in the Four Lin Swords Gate in a few days. Otherwise, he would have to think of another way. It would be best if nothing unexpected happened. Sometimes, the more one didn't want accidents to happen, the more accidents would happen. The news that the Four Lin Swords Gate had been attacked by a mysterious person shocked the entire Four Lin Swords Gate, and it even spread outside of the Four Lin Swords Gate, shocking many people in the Nine Firmaments universe. Defeating the leaders of the Four Lin Swords Gate with a single move wasn't something an ordinary person could do. This person's swordsmanship had to be above the Nine Firmaments. Who was this person? The result of this news was that the Four Lin Swords Gate's competition was postponed. At the same time, the Four Lin Swords Gate invited Wanxiang Valley's elder Lu to search for traces of the attacker. This wasn't revenge, but rather to find out who this person was. This was the Four Lin Swords Gate's dignity. In the Donglin Swords Gate, when Lu Xijian and Lu Xiyu heard that the leaders of the other three sects had been injured, they were stunned. The injuries were laughable: knees. That's right, legs were crippled. They immediately thought of Lu Yin. How was this possible? His leg was crippled, his leg was really crippled. How did this guy do it? Was he really that powerful? Lu Xijian and Lu Xiyu exchanged glances, and they both saw the disbelief in each other's eyes. Lass, tell me, what is this Lu Yin's background? Lu Xiyu's face was pale. She knew that things had gotten out of hand. If she had known, she wouldn't have agreed to Lu Yin's request. Who knew if he could really cripple the other three leaders? This was too fast. I don't know. He just accidentally wandered into the Sea of Karma. Master said that he recognized him as a fate and told us to set the conditions. I know all of this. Lu Xijian's expression was solemn. Think about Qinglian Yu's attitude towards him. Was it praise, indifference, or something else? Lu Xiyu blinked. Praise? It was more than praise. He treated them like his own son. He actually wanted to marry them off to that little thief. What a joke. They were all stunned at the time. They didn't have the time to think so much. They only thought about how to reject him. Say something, lass. I forgot. Lass, how could you forget? Do you know how powerful that Lu Yin is? If I'm not wrong, he definitely has the power of a complete bitter adversity cultivator. Lu Xiyu gasped and covered her mouth. Her face was full of disbelief. Lu Xijian smiled bitterly, don't doubt me. I don't know how strong the others are, but Lu Feichen's sword will is extremely terrifying. Furthermore, the meteor head wasn't his strongest sword will, he still had a hidden card up his sleeve. Even so, he was still injured by this person, and it was only a single move. To be honest, even a complete bitter adversity cultivator might not be able to do that. I'm more inclined to believe that he has the power of a lesser god. Lu Xiyu's thoughts were in a mess. She kept recalling what had happened at the Lotus Pond of Karma Sea. Based on her master's attitude, it didn't seem impossible. Otherwise, with her master's vision, how could he recognize a little thief? He even wanted to marry her sisters off to him because of the word fate. Was Karma Sea something that could be entered by accident? That was the territory of Qinglian Yu. She didn't think much about it before, but now that she thought about it, she was full of questions. Father, don't ask any more. I really don't know. Lu Xiyu was confused. Lu Xizhan sighed and patted her shoulder. All right, little girl. I won't ask any more. If you see Luin again, you must be polite to him. Don't provoke a strong enemy. He's powerful, but he acts without restraint. People like that are the most terrifying. Lu Xiyu bit her lip and nodded. She was still in a daze even after Lu Xizhan left. The power of a lesser god? This Luin is from the three universes. What is he doing in Ninefall Universe? Why does her master think so highly of him? Even the little Azure Prince wasn't favored by her master. Right, quickly tell the sisters that this little thief has such strength. They need to be careful. I'm not your enemy. A voice suddenly sounded, startling Lu Xiyu. She looked at the corner of the courtyard and saw that Luin had been standing there for a long time. Luin looked up at Lu Xiyu. I don't dislike your Lin Sword Gate, so normally speaking, we're not enemies. Lu Xiyu was shocked and glared at Luin. Of course I know that. Next time, if you make any noise before you speak, I'll be traumatized. Also, did you really cripple his leg? Didn't you already know? You're too cruel. It's just a lame leg. He'll be fine after some rest. It's a pity that the Sword Gate has been postponed. You Sword Gate people don't keep your promises. Lu Xiyu was furious. You crippled his leg and you still have the cheek to talk about others? Luin smiled faintly at her words. Let your father suggest it, this is his only chance to become the sword head of the Four Lin Sword sect. Lu Xiyu bared her teeth. Old Lu is not that shameless, I haven't even said anything yet. If you do this, people will think that we are the ones who asked you to do it. They won't. Why? Think about it yourself. Me. Lu Xiyu wanted to say something, but she suppressed her anger and glared at Luin again. You better leave now, they have invited people from the Wanxiang Valley, you will be discovered. So, the conditions are met? Luin asked. Lu Xiyu wanted to bite this guy. What do you think? Yes or no, make it clear, I want to go to the next sect. Luin was serious. Lu Xiyu was furious. If you don't complete it, you will never be able to complete it. Luin shook his head. Then why are you chasing me away? I'm afraid that the people from the Wanxiang Valley will find you here. Lu Xiyu said angrily. Lu Yin's eyes brightened. Good idea. Lu Xiyu raised her eyebrows and was about to explode, but then she thought for a moment and sneered. You have been trying to piss me off, trying to lure the people from the Wanxiang Valley to the Dong Lin Sword sect to force me to fulfill your conditions. Let me tell you, it's impossible, it will never happen, no matter what you do, it will never happen. Humph, you want to be a disciple of the Blue Lotus Lord? Dream on. Luin shrugged, I don't want to be a disciple. Lu Xiyu sneered, she did not believe him. Anyway, if old Lu doesn't become the sword head of the Four Lin Sword sect, you will never be able to fulfill your conditions. Once people find out that you are in the Dong Lin Sword sect, no matter how strong old Lu is, he will never be able to become the sword head of the Four Lin Sword sect. Luin was amused. Little girl, you have it all planned out. Lu Xiyu sneered, you think I'm not as smart as you? What a joke. If I'm not mistaken, you are the only one in the next generation. Luin said slowly. Lu Xiyu's expression changed, she bit her lips and kept quiet. Luin looked at Lu Xiyu, you are not bad. Lu Xiyu looked up and met his gaze. She snorted and closed the window. Out of sight, out of mind. Your father is an open-minded person, and you are also very cheerful. It's just that you are a little narrow-minded. Inside the room, Lu Xiyu was furious. This bastard even dared to say that she was narrow-minded. She wanted to open the window and curse at him, but after thinking about it, she decided not to be angry or anxious. This little thief was forcing her. Xiyu, you must stay calm. Don't be instigated by him. She looks, but she can't be compared to my wife. Lu Xiyu clenched her fists and gritted her teeth. She glared outside and ignored him. But this bastardess? Lu Xiyu, Lu Xiyu. One of his strengths was his single-mindedness. Lu Xiyu, he Xiyus. What is the origin of this myriad Elephant Valley? How did they find me? Lu Xiyu pretended she didn't hear him and ignored him. I'll just stay here if you don't tell me. No one knows me anyway, and I have no plans to become Lu Xiyu's disciple. The other 6 won't let me off so easily, so I'll just give up and drag your Donglin sword school down with me. I'll go down in history as an infamy. The next time there is a fight for the 4-sword head, they will say to be wary of the Donglin sword school. They will ask for external help and do despicable things. Lu Xiyu couldn't take it anymore and opened the window, glaring at Lu Yin. You're the despicable one. I didn't tell you to attack the other 3 schools. You're shameless, you thief. Lu Yin crossed his arms. That's why I don't believe anyone can find me here. Lu Xiyu sneered, looking at him as if he were a country bumpkin. You come from the 3 universes, so of course you don't know how powerful Myriad Valley is. Myriad Valley is a unique force in the 9 Firmaments universe. They rarely fight with other forces and can use the momentum of heaven and earth to find all traces. No matter what kind of expert they are, as long as they make a move, there will be traces left behind. Be it ordinary people, cultivators, or even God's defense, they can find traces. That's why you can't offend them. They are like Master, they have another world. Lu Yin was surprised. Another world? Lu Xiyu looked forward. Master cultivates the way of karma, and in his eyes, there is an additional world of karma. Myriad Valley can see another world that we can't normally see. They call it the momentum of heaven and earth. Momentum? Could it be the same as Uncle Jiang and the others? Lu Yin was curious about Myriad Valley. All right, I'll wait for them to find me. Lu Xiyu stared at Lu Yin and stopped talking. She closed the window and didn't want to look at him anymore. Lu Yin left the Donglin Sword School and appeared in a tavern in the center of the 4-sword head region a few days later, waiting for the people from Myriad Valley. The competition for the head of the 4-sword heads had been postponed, but no one had said when. Lu Yin couldn't leave until he helped Lu Xiyu fulfill her conditions. He didn't doubt Azure Lotus Protector's promise. If he fulfilled the 7 conditions, he could do something for him, but if he couldn't, he would have to pay the price. Do it? Lu Yin swirled his cup. Perhaps this was the closest he could get to helping the Tianyuan universe, and nothing could stop him. Lu Xizhan had to be the head of the 4-sword heads region. Lu Yin stayed in the tavern for half a month, doing nothing during that time. He only recalled the sword intents of Lu Feichen and the others. Lu Yin couldn't do the same thing twice. His plan to cripple their legs and let Lu Xizhan win had already failed, so there was no point in doing it again. He thought about it for a few days and decided to do something about the other 3's sword intents. He wanted to decipher their sword intents and teach Lu Xizhan so that he could take them by surprise at the primordial realm. This wouldn't be easy, especially since Lu Feichen was still hiding a move. He couldn't see it, so he could only infer it. Far away from the 4-sword heads, Si Jiosher didn't go, but he kept an eye on the situation. When he learned that Lu Feichen and the others had been crippled, the first person he thought of was Lu Yin. Although he didn't know Lu Yin's true strength, he had a feeling that it was him. Only this person was unrestrained and lawless. Who else could it be but him? The 4-sword heads of the 4-sword heads had been decided many times in the past, but nothing like this had ever happened. Lu Yin's goal had been the 4-sword heads from the very beginning, so he clearly had a motive. However, he didn't tell anyone else about this, as he was afraid that Lu Yin would find a few more problems for the 5-sword heads. That would be troublesome, and he wouldn't be able to explain himself even if he had 100 mouths. It would be best if the 4-sword heads dealt with Lu Yin as soon as possible. The Spirit Alliance wasn't peaceful either. The White Jade clan had nurtured people who looked like the War clan to ambush Lu Yin, and in the end, the Jin clan had been dragged into the mess. The Jin clan had blamed the War clan for their involvement, but the 2 clans had worked together and found out that the White Jade clan was the culprit in just a few days. Thus, the Spirit Alliance was bustling with activity as the Jin clan and the War clan worked together to pressure the White Jade clan. The White Jade clan had also begun to seek outside help. They relied on the Spring and Autumn Slip, which directly contacted the Spirit Alliance to suppress this matter. However, the other clans in the Spirit Alliance weren't willing. Some clans had powers backing them and were already at odds with the Spring and Autumn Slip, while others didn't have any powers backing them and hoped that the Spirit Alliance would reject external powers. Thus, the Spirit Alliance was divided into 2 factions because of this matter. What had happened in the Four Sword Heads was no longer within the Spirit Alliance's consideration, and they were in even more trouble than the Four Sword Heads. The White Jade clan hated the Five Sword Heads the most. They had sent people disguised as the War Clan to ambush them, so they could just retaliate. Why did they have to cause trouble for the Jin clan? Weren't they just looking for trouble? The Five Sword Heads weren't just lunatics, they were also mentally ill. Thus, more than half a month passed. The Four Sword Heads finally arrived from the Myriad Valley, Elder Lu. Elder Lu was a manifestation realm powerhouse from the Myriad Valley who traveled the 9 firmaments and was respected by countless people. Even the Four Sword Heads had to pay a price to invite him over. This wasn't only because of the Myriad Valley, but also because of Elder Li's own abilities. The Myriad Valley observed the power of heaven and earth and cultivated the way of manifestation. It was divided into the 10 manifestations realm, the 100 manifestations realm, the 1,000 manifestations realm, and the manifestation realm. Of course, there was also the heaven and earth manifestation realm, but no one had managed to cultivate it. Although the 1,000 manifestations realm wasn't as good as the manifestation realm, it was still quite powerful and was enough to find traces of a bitter tribulation powerhouse. After Elder Lu arrived at the Four Sword Heads, Lu Feichen, Lu Bai, Lu Jing, and Lu Xian all accompanied him, hoping to keep an eye on the culprit the moment they found him. Not only them, but there were also a few bitter tribulation powerhouses from the Four Sword Heads who walked out, fully demonstrating the power of the Four Sword Heads and bringing pressure to the Four Sword Heads. Xiao Ding and the others also followed, waiting for the results. Xiao Ding also hoped to find the culprit. To defeat the Four Sword Heads with one sword, this was a top-notch powerhouse. He didn't know if his master could do it, but this person could definitely fight with his master. If this person really did attack the Four Sword Heads because he was obsessed with the way of the sword, then his next target might very well be the Taizong Swordmaster. Xiao Ding had to keep an eye on him. Elder Lu stood quietly outside the South Sword Heads with his eyes closed, sensing something. He stayed there for a few hours, and when he opened his eyes, he went straight to the East Sword Heads. Many people looked at Lu Xian, wondering if this person was really an external aid that the East Sword Heads had invited. Lu Xian was nervous, but he didn't show it on his face. There was no need for him to explain, as Lu Jing and Lu Feichen had already explained for him that this person definitely had nothing to do with the East Sword Heads. That person's sword intent was extremely strong, and he must have come for it. Lu Bai, on the other hand, was a little suspicious of Lu Xian, but he couldn't say that this person was definitely related to the East Sword Heads. The group arrived outside the East Sword Heads, and Elder Lu continued his search with his eyes closed. Within the East Sword Heads, Lu Xiyu was also nervous. Lu Yin had been here more than once. Not long after, Elder Lu opened his eyes, turned around, and looked in another direction before walking away. Everyone else could only follow. Lu Xian sighed in relief, almost unable to hold it in. They were now heading towards the center of the Four Sword Heads. Lu Yin sat in a tavern, swirling his wine glass and looking at the ripples in the wine. He was a little lost in thought. It was impossible to deduce Lu Feichen's second move in such a short time. No matter what, Lu Feichen was a powerhouse who had survived the bitter calamity, and it would be a joke if he could deduce his trump card so easily. It seemed like he still needed to roll the die, and it would take at least a year to deduce it. End of chapter 3791. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.